They require a country that is united and pulling in one direction. Na hayo mengi, mimi nataka niwashukuru sana wa Kenya. Na nataka niwatolee kofia kwa kutusikiza. Na niseme pole, nilikuwa naongea sana, zingine mnaona ni kama hasira. Ni kwa sababu kwa ukweli niko na hasira kwa moyo wangu. And I know for sure, as leaders, if we do the right thing, our country is so blessed to serve all of us. So nawatakia kila laheri, Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Na sasa ningetaka niite Bishop hapa tena aseme machache tu na atuombee, tufunge, alafu sasa ndio tupate muda wa kwenda nyumbani. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
People's Party Leader, Honorable Ndndi Nyoro, I think I don't need to beat my chest. You know how far we go, so God bless you. Over the years, I've managed to have the privilege to be among the key advisors of this gentleman. And I can tell you, wisdom is in this house. And if you are a young person and you're not in support of a young person like this leader, uko na shida zako. Now, I want to take 2 or 3 minutes because the assumption is always, and which I told him, because as he called me today, I had my own programs that I was doing, but based on our relationship, I felt I should come and be part of this thing. So I would like to say the following, as I told him. In the recent past, anytime you hear the word pastor, we are called to pray for food, we are called to begin a program, and we are called to end a program. And so what I decided to do, apart from studying theology, I went to school and studied leadership and governance. So the few 2-3 minutes I'm going to take to present my case, I would request every single person to kindly listen to the elderly leaders and to the young leaders. In 2015, China started something called Made in China 2025. It was a program where they wanted to make sure that in the next 10 years, they wanted to rule in 3 different sectors. Number 1 was what you call green energy. Number 2 is what you call electric cars, which is where you get the BYD, build your own dreams, and stuff like that. 10 years later, and number 3 was the fishery, Made in China 2025. Please, I would request you to listen. Very important. 10 years later, the 3 leading solar power grids in the world are from China. One of them can power the whole of Norway. 10 years later, the biggest manufacturers of electric vehicles are from China. It is said that every single 2 minutes, China can assemble 1 electric car. 10 years later, if you go to the supermarkets, you have fish from China. What a shame. Can I tell you how China became China? How China dealt with corruption? Munataka kusikia? They imposed what you call death penalty. Na mimi najua junyini ni wa Kristo, ningetaka niwaeleze kitu moja. According to the King James Bible, which was written by King James in the 1500s, it was captured, thou shalt not kill. But when you look at the original interpretations, when you came to the NIV and the New Translation, it is actually the word murder. There is a difference between killing and murdering. Killing is a subject matter to offer justice, to offer accreditation to a specific thing that you have done. Murder is any death that does not have any accreditation. And what you are seeing in our generation is not killing, but murder. If a person comes here and you decide to defend yourself, have you killed or you have murdered? Thank you. Have you killed or you have murdered? So my request is, as we keep going forward, kwa sababu watu wamezoea kuiba vitu za wa Kenya, me I would request that this same thing that China did ifanyike hapa Kenya. Unachukua kitu ya mtu, unasonga ukisonga. We will not allow anyone to take the church for granted again. And as I was very clear to Honorable Ndndi Nyoro, if you are looking for a person to come and do an opening prayer, don't call me. Because 80%, in fact today I was telling people, Mount Kenya is not the biggest voting bloc. Stop lying. Neither is Western, neither is Central or Eastern or Air. The biggest voting bloc is the Church of Jesus Christ. And for a long time, you have come to our churches, lied to us, taken advantage of our people, and not done what is qualified. Let me say this on behalf of the church. Haitawezekana tena. If you say you'll do something, you better go ahead and do it. Simple and clear. I would request the government that is coming into power, and I would request our leaders, especially I'm here seeing, you know, the fact that I'm a young person, according to 1 Timothy, the Bible says, do not let anyone look down on you because you are a youth. 35 years and below make up almost 76% of this nation. It means without even the fathers, we can choose the nation and where we want to take it. So I want to request the young people, instead of being on TikTok and abusing each other, be where the action is. Jitume alafu utatumwa. Ninge request sana, let us look at the future, because the future of Kenya is love, the future of Kenya is joy, the future of Kenya is peace. Lastly, looking at what happened yesterday in Homa Bay, what a shame. Can I ask you Kenyans, huyu mzee si anaweza kutuzaa sisi wote? Wengi wenyu anaweza wazaa baba zetu, baba zenyu wametuzaa, si anaweza wazaa? Hata kama uheshimu mtu for their political affiliation, don't we have the fear of an elder? Is he not the highest, the most oldest serving elder in this nation of Kenya? Ni mjinga huyu mzee? Mzee, hebu tuambie kweli, wewe unaweza kuwa mjinga na wewe ni senior counsel? Sasa wewe ukichukua mawe, huna hata shilingi moja, alafu unatupia mtu wako na degrees, PhDs, nani mjinga? Si ni wewe mwenye mawe? We want to take this nation forward, and no one will stop us from taking this nation forward. No one will take advantage of the church again. No one will take advantage of the people of Kenya again, and God help you if you try. Tutapatana mahali tutapatana. Asanteni sana. We are going to finish by a word of prayer, and I request of you to stand up as we pray. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for the fact that this has been a successful program. We thank you for Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. We thank you for that which you have called him to do, his beliefs, his thoughts towards the trajectory of this nation. Thank you for the wisdom, unlike Nebuchadnezzar, who built a city and said, look at what I have built. But he has remembered not to be another Nebuchadnezzar. It is not him that has built, but Christ in him, the hope of glory. Thank you for the nation of Kenya. Thank you for the leaders that you are bringing into space that fear the name of the Lord. For the name of the Lord is a strong tower, and the righteous run to it and they are safe. Kenya will run to this name continuously. Thank you for the leaders that you are putting in power. Thank you for those you have already given us. But thank you much more for those that we do not know and those that are coming. Thank you for the People's Party of Kenya. Thank you for the wisdom that you are going to put inside them. I pray that this party will not be like any other party, but it will be full of the fear of God, full of wisdom, full of knowledge, and full of understanding. Thank you for the leaders that came here in honor of him. Thank you for the media. Thank you for the church. Thank you for the friends and family and close friends. I pray that you may watch over them. As they go home, be with them. And until next time, the name of Jesus Christ be praised. And all God's people said, amen. Thank you very much.
Haya, DJ kidogo, tutaruhusu wageni wetu wa heshima na our chief guest tafadhali aweze kuondoka akienda akisalimia watu. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. DJ. Thank you so much kwa wale wote ambao tumekuwa na wao siku ya leo.
Rema Feast 2026. Heaven is summoning the nations to Uhuru Park, Nairobi. 5 unforgettable days of revival, prayer and transformation. Deep worship. Prepare to encounter God,
the light of the gospel, for a greater Kenya.
Ministering this year. Rema Feast 2026. Starting Monday, August 31st to Friday, 4th September, daily at Uhuru Park, Nairobi. Come, let us rebuild.
My life will never, ever be the same again. In Jesus' name, amen.
It's now time to enjoy Hookup Legitia Entertainment. What if ungepata?
Introducing ClickUp Super Agents, the world's first AI agents that natively collaborate with humans and always have correct context and perfect memory. You lead, your super agents go to work, completing tasks, scheduling work, creating designs, and even running entire workflows. And starting today, every human can create an AI agent. It's a total leapfrog in productivity. Maximize productivity with your first super agent today.
Msamaha ya pili nataka niombe. Ni hii kijana anaitwa Wamumbi. Huyo kijana alikuwa MCA pale Konyo. Si ndio? Wacha nieleze tu. Alikuwa MCA Konyo. So nilipopata nafasi ya running mate, nikaketi chini nikajiuliza, watu ya Ruguru wametoa wajumbe mara mbili, wametoa gavana, Magutu wametoa, Kirimukoyo wametoa. Hii Konyo tangu zamani bado toa mbunge. Mpaka watu ya Konyo walikuwa wanapigiwa, wanasomewa na watu wengine wa Madhira wakienda Karatina. Hati kazi yao ni kutoa watchman. Na nini ingine? Na Gorino. So mimi nikakuwa muungwana. Nikasema vile Mungu amenipatia nafasi na niko na ushawishi na watu ya Madhira watalisikiza, nikaomba nyinyi kwa heshima tumsaidie huyu kijana. Mkakubali shingo upande. Si mlikuja kuniona? Mkaniambia hii kijana si mtu mzuri. Mkaniambia hii kijana mlikataa baba yake mara 3. Si kijana mzuri. So mimi na ujeuri wangu nikasema hapana, acha hii kijana apewe. Kufika pale ameamua kuoa. Si ndio? Amekuja kwangu kama mzee, kama babake. Ameniambia msichana nimepata ni huyu. Si ndio? Akataka baraka zangu. So mimi nikamwambia, vile umeniambia kiutamaduni unataka baraka zangu na nikuambie kama ni sawa, si unipatie muda nichunguze. Akaniambia chunguza. Nikaitana nikasema hii msichana anaitwa Mbeti, kutoka Murang'a. Kwenda. Ati si msichana? Oh, si msichana. Ni mama? Yeah? Sasa mimi nikamwambia Harambee. Nikamwambia kwa sababu umekuja kwangu, siwacha nichunguze kidogo tabia yake, alafu nikuambie, then uamu. Nikachunguza nikaletewa report karibu peji 40. History. Nikamuita, nikamwambia historia iko hapa, lakini uamuzi ni wa, kwa sababu wewe ndio unaoa sio mimi. Lakini mimi kama baba nimefanya vile uliniuliza. Hii report soma. Kasoma, mimi naona natoa jasho. Akaniuliza nifanye nini? Nikamwambia utaamua. Mimi ni mzazi, sina shida. Ile umependa, mimi nimependa. Akaenda. Sasa makosa alifanya, alienda akaambia hii msichana. Ile report nimempatia. Sasa msichana akanichukia kutoka siku hiyo. Lakini nikasema ni sawa. Akasema basi. Ate shosho. Sasa nikamwambia umeamua? Akaniambia nataka unipeleke tukatoe mali. Nikamwambia twende. Unataka nikusaidie? Ndio. Namna gani? Akaniambia lete kiasi. Nikaweka kwa basha, nikampatia. Akasema nataka uongee na Kasongo pia akuje. Nikaongea na Kasongo, tukaenda. Ngoja kidogo. Tukaenda pale, tukafanya rurashio, nikaongea kama baba yake. Tukaoa huyu mama. Ati shosho. Sasa tukaenda pale, tukakaa hapo usiku mzima. Nilala hapo nikicheza dance na wamama the whole night. Hata huyu reverend aliona mapicha, nilikuta amefura usiku. Nilifika saa 10. Hii Wamumbi akafanya mimi ni dance na wamama mpaka karibu asubuhi. Ati ndio nionekane mimi ni baba ya. Nilichukua nacheza mpaka na Karen Nyamu. Sasa mimi nitafanya nini? Wamejaa pale. Wamejaa pale wanawake hawa, huyu wengine tabia yao inajulikana, lakini mimi nasema haidhuru. Wacha tu. Sasa Sasa ile maneno iko. Kasongo kuamua kunifukuza. Wakalejini wakasema hatuwezi sign impeachment kabla Wakikuyu kusign. Wajaluo wakasema hatuwezi toa mtu ya mlima bila watu ya mlima kusign. Kasongo akasema Wamumbi mwenyewe mbunge wake ndio atasign kwanza. Ndio mjue ya kwamba hata kwao hatakikani. Sasa Wamumbi akaenda akamwambia Kasongo, hii mtu amekataliwa nyumbani, hakuna mtu anataka kumuona, wacha tumfukuze. Wamumbi ndiye alisign list number 1. Nasikia? Bibi yake number 2. Yule ambaye nilienda kuleta kutoka Murang'a. Sasa kutoka hapo tumefukuzwa.
All everyone sees is your final edit. They don't see the shot list you rewrote the night before, the shoot days that didn't go to plan, the color grade you rebuilt from scratch, and the sound design you spent hours getting right. But when your work inspires other creators, your workflow might be exactly what they're looking for. If you've built a process that helps people, you might already have the foundations of a business. Knowledge that could save someone years. Shopify gives creators a simple way to bring their products, resources, and ideas to life. Simply upload the guide, add a description, choose a category, set your price, and press publish. What helps you create could help someone else get started. Start your free trial on Shopify today.
Wamumbi amejitolea. Amesema hii mtu mimi ndio namjua. Nisaidie na maaskari. Nimuangaishe, nimfukuze kwa mikutano yake yote. Mimi nikienda mkutano Murang'a, Wamumbi anatuma askari, wanatupiga. Wetima ACK Church pale Udhaya, hao askari walichinjiwa busi asubuhi pale Kamunyaka. Beti mwenyewe ndio wako jikoni. Wamumbi ndio wanafanya briefing ya askari wakuja waniue. Kufika pale akina mama wakaomba na watoto. Wao askari wakachanganyikiwa. Askari wakasema hatuwezi uwa yeye ndani ya kanisa, wacha atoke tumuue nje. wakatoka. Wamombi akapiga simu akasema murudi kanisani, muwe ndani ya kanisa. Hao askari kusileki kidogo, tukajificha tukatoroka. Pale Muranga pahali naitwa Goda, bibi yake akaenda hapo na askari, akaumiza akina Medho. Siku naenda Narok, Wamombi na bibi yake wako hapo, wakaniangaisha mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Hapa Olokalau, Wamombi ameenda hapo na askari, ameua watu wawili, 2 people wamekufa. Hao watoto wamebaki, mimi ndio nawasomesha. Akina mama wameshikwa na nguvu na askari na Wamombi. Huyu Wamombi ako na damu ya Wakikuyu, ameua watu wetu. Na mimi niseme juu ya hayo, wacha nimwambie nyinyi, ujue huyu Wamombi ametuletea shida. Juu ya hayo, ameenda ametafuta bibi ya governor anaitwa Mama Kerigo na watoto wake. Wamombi amewaketisha chini, amesema mimi nataka nipeleke nyinyi kwa Kasongo, amusaidie mkuwe matajiri, muharibie huyu Rigiji jina, kwa sababu sifa yake imeenda sana. Unasikia? Sasa Mama Kerigo na watoto wake 3 wakapelekwa na Wamombi mpaka kwa Kasongo. Wakaambiwa sasa muwekelee hii mtu maneno. Nyinyi hakuna mtu najua vile nimechunga familia ya Gachagua. Ndio familia haina vita tangu wakufe. Mumesikia vita kwa hii familia? Gachagua aligawa mali yake vizuri. Akagawia bibi yake Margaret 10%. No, 5%. Huyu Karungaru 5%. Watoto wake 4. Susan 10%. Mercy 10%. Gachagua 10%. Jason 10%. Mamangu late mother Kerigo 5%. Mimi 5%. Reriani ambaye ameaga dunia 4%. The rate Wachira 4%. Sister zake kila mtu 1%. Gachagua akaandika will akasema, my brother, mshikane na wakili anaitwa Regeru na mtu anaitwa Madenge. Hii familia yangu kwa sababu iko mambo mingi. Na mimi niko na watoto huko nje na mabibi wengi na italete balaa. Na mimi sitaki vita. Muuze hii mali yo, kila mtu apewe pesa lakini Mama Kerigo apewe nyumba moja Langata, Margaret apewe nyumba moja Karen. Mimi nikaambia governor hata hii ya Nyeri mpatie. Alikuwa amekataa nataka iuzwe. Nikamwambia hapana, mpatie tu, kwa sababu nilikaa na yeye hapo, mpatie. Karungaru akapewa nyumba ya Nyeri, Mama Kerigo akapewa Langata, Karungaru akapewa Karen. Msichana naitwa Eva akapewa pesa 5% na mtoto yake. Mama mwingine naitwa Wanjiru akapewa pesa na mtoto yake. Gachagua was a fair man. Si ndio? Si was a fair man? Si aliangalia kila mtu? Hao watu hii mali yote tukajaribu kuuza, ikakosa mtu ya kununua. Saa ile nimekuwa deputy president, wakakuja kwangu. Wakasema tumia hii kiti utafutie watu ya kununua. Nikatafuta watu, hizi vitu yote tukauza. Tukagawa pesa. Watoto wako na over 100 million. Bibi karibu 60 million kila mtu. Sasa wamekula pesa, imeisha. Wamombi amewatafuta. Amesema hii mali yote iliuzwa, Kasongo anaweza rudishia nyinyi muuze tena. Unasikia? Na hii Kasongo kwa sababu ni muongo, anadanganya hawa. Sasa saa ile tumekaa na mawakili, tumeandika report kwa gazeti, Kasongo ameaibika. Amekuta kujua ile mama aliletwa na watoto ndio wameenda na mali ya Gachagua karibu yote. Kila mtu amepata pesa yake, amepata mali yake. Wamombi ndio mwenye kudanganya Kasongo. Na hii Kasongo ni mtu pia sijui ni mtu ya aina gani. Ako na watu ya National Intelligence Service. Akipelekewa kitu na wanasiasa, kuliko achunguze, anakimbilia kusema, oh, hii mtu amenyang'anya mabibi mali yao, oh, watoto yatima itarudishwa. Kupata report, wamepata mali yao. Mimi nimepata yangu 5% nilipatiwa na my late brother. Kila mtu alipatiwa haki yake. Na Gachagua alitupenda zote. Alipatia mabibi zake, watoto yake, ndugu zake na dada yake. Na hiyo ni haki yake kufanya vile anataka. Si mali ni yake. Si ni yeye alitafuta. Ikakwama. Hiyo Wamombi akarudi huko. Akaenda kwa Kasongo. Akasema hii mtu kwa sababu tumetafutia makosa imekosekana. Hajaiba mali ya mtu, hana kesi, hana chochote. Wacha tutafute maneno mengine ya kumpaka matope. Wakasema iko msichana anaitwa Maureen. Aliuawa na huyu Rigathi. Si ndio? Kuna mtu ajui Morini hapa? Mama yake si rafiki yetu hapa? Huyu mtoto si mimi nilisomesha? Si mimi nimetafutia kazi kwa MCA? Kuna mtu ajui vile Morini alikufa? Si huyu Jeridi alinipigia simu akaniambia amepigwa na gari pale. Wamumbi ameenda ameambia Kasongo, hii Morini Rigijili aliua. Kasongo hata bila kufikiria, hata bila kusema ichunguzwe, ndio huyo juu ya gari. Kuna watu wameua wasichana sijui nini. Hiyo maneno yote ni ya Wamumbi. Lakini ya muhimu. Haya, nimetoka hapo kwa sababu alikuwa mbunge wangu, nimemuonesha mambo zangu. Pahali yote nilikuwa nimenunua kashamba na muonesha. Meru namwambia hii shamba nimenunua. Hii ingine nimenunua hapa Kakure nimemuonesha. Hiyo ripoti yote alichukua na pelekea Kasongo. Nilimwamini kama kijana ya nyumbani. Namwambia wacha nikuoneshe niko na kashamba hapa, niko na hii, niko hapa, niko hapa. Hata ingine ni hapa Iroli ameonesha. Sasa ile tu imetuumiza, nilimuonesha pahali watoto yangu wanafanyia biashara. Saa ile nimetoka ameonesha Kasongo. Kevin na Keith wamefukuzwa na GSU. Wamefukuzwa, wamerudi kwa nyumba. Wamenyang'anywa mali yao. So huyu wa Mumbi, mimi nasema naomba msamaha kwa sababu mlimchagua kwa sababu yangu. Kweli ama uongo? Katini damu ulilie. Ya muhimu zaidi, ametuaibisha kama watu ya Madera. Ati watu ya Madera wamepata kiti ya deputy president. Kiti haijapatikana. Na next kwa hiyo ni kiti ya rais. Ati mjumbe wamechagua ya nyumbani ndio mtu ya kwanza kutoa hii kiti nyumbani iende pale ingine. Sasa watu wananiuliza, hii watu ya Madera kwani mnakaa namna gani? Tumeaibika sana kwa sababu ya Wamumbi na Wamatinga. Huyu Wamatinga si nini nimwambia mchague? Si mimi niliuliza nyinyi? Sasa niseme nataka nimeita kumwambia nyinyi. Nimeita kumwambia nyinyi. Hiyo aibu Kasongo na Wamumbi wametia sisi watu ya Madera. Tutasafisha. Njia ya kusafisha. Huyu Kasongo na Wamumbi walitoa bendera moja kwa gari. Mwaka ujao nitarudi hapa na gari na bendera 2 kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. And nimeita nyinyi nimwambie, I want to promise you. Nataka nimwambie na musikie. Rigiji amekubalika Kenya nzima. Ukienda Masaini hakuna mtu mwingine wanaongea juu yake. Sasa Wakanajin wa Kipsigis wameniita. Walikuwa hapa. Naenda pahali naitwa Emurwa Dikil tarehe 21. Tulikuwa na by election huko. Bila mimi kwenda huko, mtu ya DCP akapata 11,000. Na mimi bado kanyanga huko. Mimi nataka nimuhakikishie siasa ya Mlima nimemaliza. Nairobi nimemaliza. Nation wa Masai nimemaliza. Nataka nimalize hii ya Kipsigis. Nikimaliza niketi na akina Kalonzo na wengine. Tuanze kuulizana nani ataongoza Kenya na ni kwa nini. Si ndio? Si iko namna hiyo? Sema mimi nimesanya kula milioni 8 ya Wamasai ya Mlima. Nairobi niko na 1 million. Wamasai 1 million. For Kipsigis 600. Mimi karibu 12 million. So tuongee. Tujue nani ataongoza Kenya. Lakini nataka kumwambia watu ya nyumbani. Nyinyi mnishikilia hapa. Mtanishikilia? Mtanishikilia nyumbani? Watu wote wamefika hapa ndio nilipota nataka kupea nyinyi. Wameniambia nisimame kiti ya urais. Si ndio? Wameniambia chama ni DCP. Wameniambia wasaliti wote wa jamii waende nyumbani. Huyu wa Mumbi asifikize kula 600. Ward maximum. Gabi apate kula 100 kwa kila ward. Si tuko na ward 6? Hapa Ruguru 100. Kirimukoyo 100. Konyo 100. Iriaine 100. Karatina 100. Hakuna kitu watapata? Na Wamatinga waende. Ya mwisho, watu ya nyumbani. Hapa nyumbani mnasemaje? Nyumbani mnasemaje? Watu ya nyumbani mnasemaje? Madhera inasemaje? Bas, wacha tutangaze operation fagia. Ya kufagia wasaliti, takataka ya siasa, kasia ya siasa. Harambee! Wasaliti wote, Wilubaro, UDA, Tokonia, Kudagotome, Gati, Komerera, Wamobi, Wamatiga, Mokami, Saburano, Kasongo. Wangapi wanasema tufagie Kasongo, tufagie Kasongo, tufagie Kasongo? Mumeamua? Mumeamua? Naomba watu ya Madera, aibu wa Mombi ametuletea kama constituency inaheshimika Kenya. Aende nyumbani asubuhi na mapema na asifikishe kula 600. Tumekubaliana? Huyu senata wa Matinga nilimsaidia hapa kupitia kwenu. Ametuaibisha kama watu ya Madera. Amefanya tuchekelewe, tuonekane kama sisi ni nongwe, ni watu hatuna akili. Aende asiende? Huyu Kasongo state lodge iko hapa Madera. Tumemchagua, tumemsaidia. Alikuwa amefinywa na Uhuru, anatoa makamasi. Nikamsaidia tukiwa na nyinyi. Ametudharau, ametutumia vita, ameharibu mali yetu. Lazima aende nyumbani. Aende asiende? Na mimi nauliza, 1992 Moi alitumia pesa hapa, alipata kura 800. 1997 akapata kura 911. Moi hakuua watoto, aliwapatia maziwa. Moi aliua mtoto? Aliua mtoto? Si alipea watoto maziwa? Sasa kama Moi na hakuua mtu, alipata kula 800. Huyu aliua watu wetu Kiambaa, ameua Gen Z, ametuletea aibu Madera. Mtapatia kura ngapi? Yeah? Hakuna. Mimi nataka niseme, isipokuwa Dimaine polling station akuwe na agent wa Mombi mwenyewe. Si anapigia Dimaine polling station? Polling station ingine yote, hata Kasongo asikuwe na agent. Si ndio? Kwanza hapa kwangu Sakana Primary School, nikija nikute agent ya Kasongo tutakosana na nyinyi. Wapi watu ya Sakana Primary School? Wapi watu ya Sakana? Watu ya Sakana. Tusipate hapa akuwe na agent. Na hapa Irori na Karatina, kwanza kwa soko sitaki kusikia agent wa Kasongo. Anyimwe akosa agent, si ndio? Ya mwisho wa Mombi, baada ya kumwaga damu ya watu wa Lokalau, ile vita imekuwa Karatina ya kuharibu mali ya watu. Si ni Mombi anapanga? Siku yote kuko maandamano, anatuma wakora, wanaharibu mali ya watu. And he must be punished on the ballot. Sitaki yaulizwe huko nje. Wacha yeye na bibi yake wakae watafute mali. Lakini siku ya ballot, hawa watu tutadili na hao kwa ballot. Si ndio? Si tumekubaliana? Si tumekubaliana? Nitoiguza Nyaro wa Madera. Hii wa mobili ya moyo wega inywe. Hii ni ya moyo wega. Niye kairede moyo. Leude mori atiriri. Tondu kara ukurare marumeri. Madera ne marume kana githingithia. Ya kwamba hilo pengo nishikilie. na mkaniambia nisiende kusimama gavana, mngetaka kwanza nianzie Mathira. Hapa 2017 mkanisaidia nikapata 54,000 votes. Nataka niseme asante. Hapo mbeleni kabla nirudi niendelee na kazi nilifanya, Kasongo akanitafuta. Akasema niwachane na Mathira, akakuja Karatina. Akaomba nyinyi ruhusa, si ndio? Akasema hili Rigathi ni mtu mzuri, ni kiongozi yako na maono, ni mtu amejitolea kusaidia Kenya, ni mtu mwerevu, na mimi naona hii safari ndio nikuwe rais, mnisaidie akuwe running mate yangu. Si alisema pale Karatina? Akaomba ruhusa. Mkakubali. Tukamsaidia akakuwa rais. Si ndio? Hapo tukifika mbele ametupiga teke. Ametusaliti. Ametuangaisha. Ametutukana. Lakini hiyo ni sawa. Si ndio? Sisi tunamwambia ni sawa? Sawa. Lakini hata kabla sijasema mawili, wacha kwanza nijue vile mnakaa hapa. Najua labda mlibadilika bila mimi kujua. Unajua mimi bado unaona nyinyi siku mingi. Unajua tangu nilifukuzwa niliona aibu hata kuongea na nyinyi. Kwa sababu mliniuliza, hii Ruto unamjua vizuri? Nikamwambia ninajua yeye. Si mliniuliza? Mkaniuliza hii Ruto unamjua vizuri? Nikasema ndio. So ametuaibisha, ametudhalau, ametuonesha madharau mbele ya dunia nzima. Nikaona haya kukutana na nyinyi.
Karibu.
Hello?
Babe, sijakwambia.
Kila kitu kiko sawa? Na Tewa season nakupelekaje?
Relax, siku imekuwa fiti. Kwanza hata nimemanage kufanya class yangu. Alafu as for the kids, do you know they beat your high score in football? We, na Taji, si ametumia hiyo kitchen kubake na tutorial zote. Taji! Aya, continue. Na si amebake.
Na by the way naona Wanjambe Janjaruka ameweka Safaricom home fiber. Alafu tukamalizia na movie night.
Visit My One app to get connected. Safaricom. Popote ulipo.
Na donisi ya modro maikora goke. De no kijana tutoke alie. Ni donisi onesi adira. Nilikuwa na aibu. Hata mimi nilishindwa hata kusimama Karatina kwa soko. Kwa kuaibika nitaambia kina mama nini? Kwa sababu mliniuliza, huyu Ruto si ndiye aliua watu wetu Rift Valley? Mkaniuliza si ndiye alichoma watoto kanisa ya Kiambaa? Na wewe unamwamini wewe Rigathi? Nikamwambia hii mtu ameokoka. Na ametubu dhambi zake. Si ndio nilimwambia? Na anaenda kanisa kila Jumapili. Na Biblia ile Biblia anasoma yote bila kuangalia. Sasa mimi nikamwambia nimekaa na huyu Ruto, mimi naona ameokoka, tumsamehe, tumchague akuwe rais wa Kenya. Sasa mimi nimekuwa nikiona haya kuonana na nyinyi kwa sababu nashindwa nitasema nini. Kwa sababu nitamwambia huyu Ruto hakutaka mimi nikuwe deputy president. Na angewacha mimi nikae Mathira, tungekuwa tumeendelea vizuri. Si kazi nilifanya? Kama vile hakuwa na haja na mimi, angeniwachia watu ya Mathira niendelee na kazi nilikuwa nafanya. Tangu niende kazi ilisimama haijasimama. Isipokuwa ile kazi nilianzisha hapa. Nimeona hii kijana akijidai ati Ruto kuna kazi amefanya. Hata Ruto alikuwa hapa State Lodge anadanganya watu atayari jenga hii barabara. Ni muongo si muongo? Hii barabara kutoka Maroa, Gatung'ang'a, Shieni, Hirega, Kiamariga, kwa Mukaburu, kwa Wamboi, Iruri. Sio barabara nilipewa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta mwaka wa 2021. Ikaanza nikiwa mjumbe. Sasa huyu kijana ya Ruto kuna kazi amefanya hapa? Kazi nilianzisha ya Slaughterhouse. Barabara kutoka Slaughterhouse kwenda Ragati, kwenda Karura, kwenda Gaikuyu, kwenda Kihore, mpaka Kabiroini. Ilisimama haijasimama? Kazi nilipanga from Unjiru kwenda mpaka Ragati, imesimama haijasimama? Sasa kazi ingine nimefanya ya barabara ya kutoka pale Kanyama kwenda Gandu, si mimi nilipanga? Barabara kutoka pale ukipita Kangosho hapo Mwanda kwenda Daroini mpaka Dimaine, si mimi nilipanga? Maji nilipanga ya kusaidia watu ya Ruguru, watu ya Kirimuko, ilikuwa haijakwama? Iko kazi Kasongo amefanya hapa? Kazi Kasongo amefanyia watu ya Mathera tu ni kazi moja, kufukuza Rigiji kwa kiti. Iko kazi nyingine amefanyia watu ya Mathera? Hiyo ndio kazi pekee yake amefanya. Kwa hivyo mimi niseme, watu wangu, mimi niko na shukrani kwa nyinyi kama viongozi, kwa ile mumesimama na mimi. Hata nilipopata matatizo hamkuwa na haja na kiti yangu, mlikuwa na haja na mimi kama Rigathi Gachagua. Na ndio nisikia pale mazishi captain nikiambia Kasongo, nikamwambia ulinitoa kwa kiti, lakini kunitoa kwa hii roho ya hii watu haiwezekani. Unajua huyu Kimani Ichung'wa ambaye ameoa hapa Itiati, hapa Kiamusheru, si ndio? Si ndio ametoa bibi? Alimwambia Kasongo ati Wakikuyu hawana haja na kiti, hawana haja na mtu, wako na haja na kiti. Ati huyu Rigiji akifukuzwa wiki mbili, hata matanga hata pewa nafasi ya kuongea. Sasa ni mwaka 2, Rigiji anavuma havumi? Si ndio mwenye kusema Kenya? Si ndio anaongelelewa na kila mtu, kuanzia president mpaka assistant chief? So mimi nasema nyinyi kama hamngekuwa watu wazuri,
içip sarhoş olalım gel gel. Hayatın tadını bulalım gel gel. Hayatın tadını bulalım gel gel. Vallahi severim, billah severim. Yar seni anamdan fazla severim. Vallahi severim, billah severim. Yar seni babamdan fazla severim. Yar seni anamdan fazla severim. Yar seni babamdan
Kama mlikuwa na haja na kiti yangu ya deputy president, mungeniwacha. Lakini hata nilipotolewa mumesimama na mimi. Na maombi. Nataka niseme asante. Nataka watu ya nyumbani niseme asante. Mimi najivunia ya kwamba ninapendwa nyumbani. Pia mumenipatia amani. Nimekuwa na wageni hapa siku 50. Hamujakanyanga hapa kwa geti. Mumeniheshimu, nasema malizana na wageni. Sikiza wageni. Na ndio nikasema nikimaliza kusikiza wageni niite nyinyi sasa tuongee. Si ndio? Kwa hivyo mimi nataka nitoe shukurani kabisa watu ya nyumbani. Na niseme sasa nimekuja kuambia nyinyi serikali ya 6 ndio mimi napanga nikiwa hapa Nyoro. Na nimuhakikishie, na mnanijua? Si mnanijua? Mimi napanga. Na itapatikana. Na hii jamaa ataenda nyumbani. One way. Mimi nataka niseme, nataka kuambia nyinyi, na niko na uhakika tutafanya mkutano ingine mmoja hapa wa Nyoro kabla ya kwenda uchaguzi. Mkutano ya baada ya uchaguzi tutafanyia hapa Sagana State Lodge nikiwa rais wa 6 ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Madera hoi! Madera hoi! Hii siasa nimeipanga na imepangika. Huyu Kasongo tumemfinya analia kama panya imeshikwa na mtego. Na hana pahali ya kupitia. Mlima imeenda haijaenda. Mlima imeenda haijaenda. Hii olokalao ilikuwa ni kijojo. Wewe Kasongo goja Madera. Goja Madera. Olokalao ni kionjo. Goja hapo Madera utaona. Siasa ya Mlima Kenya ile kali zaidi ni ya Madera. Na Madera ikiamua, Nyeri imeamua, Mlima imeamua. Mimi niseme huyu Kasongo, kwa sababu ni mzuri, niambie nyinyi watu ya nyumbani, alikuwa anataka Rigathi Gachagua akiwa running mate amsaidie kuwa rais. Lakini hakutaka Rigathi akuwe deputy president. Kwa sababu alitaka mtu mjinga, mtu pumbafu, mtu hana akili, mtu ya yesa, mtu ambaye hawezi uliza swali yeyote, mtu ambaye atamkubalia apore Kenya kama amenyamaza. Na alikuwa ameniona, lakini akajificha, akaficha makucha. Siku uliona mngangano pale at 17 hours, ilikuwa ni sinema. Alikuwa ameamua ni mimi, lakini alikuwa anataka kuniangaisha ati ndio nikuwe nikimwabudu. Ati alinisaidia. Yeye mwenyewe aliita huyu Soprano, akapatia yeye pesa kabla mambo ya running mate. Akamwambia patia hii wabunge wote waseme ni wewe. Na ni yeye. Sasa mimi sikuwa na habari. Mimi naendelea kumtafutia kura. Alikuwa amekataliwa na kila mtu. Mimi nasunguka na bebeleza wa Kikuyu na msemo wachana na Uhuru, wacha tukae na huyu. Mimi niko busy nikimsaidia. Yeye ananipangia huko nyuma. So lakini alikuwa ameamua ni mimi. Hiyo ilikuwa tu ni sinema, sarakasi. Anapatia Kindiki pesa, patia wabunge. Sasa mwisho akaambia Kindiki na ichungwa. Sasa ndio tumekuja kujua, nyinyi hii mtu sitaki, lakini ndio tufike tunahitaji yeye. Kwa sababu yeye ako na umaarufu ya kuongea na watu, ako na ulimi ya kuongea na watu, ako na bidii ya kuzunguka. Wacha tunyamaze tumpatie. Tukishamuingiza nitapanga vile tutamtoa. Hii si maneno imefanyika ati juzi. Ilipangwa hata kabla ya uchaguzi. Kwa sababu alitaka mtu nongwe, mtu ambaye hakuna kitu anaweza sema, mtu ambaye ataambiwa fanya hii, fanya hii, fanya hii. Sasa ndio aniangaishe, akaambia hii Kindiki, wewe nitakupatia docket ya interior. Kazi yako sasa ni kutengeneza maripoti ya uongo kuhusu Yuri Giji. Wewe Ichongwa nitakupatia leader of majority. Uhakikishe wabunge wote wako na wewe, uwatoe kwa Rigiji. So mimi nimepangiwa pale, sina habari. Kindiki naita mikutano ya usiku, napatia wajumbe pesa. Ichongwa naita wabunge. Huyu Kasongo kukiadikanwa kama ni jeshi, anatafuta mabarua, anaita wabunge ya Mlima. Anasema nyinyi wabunge wa mlima, niliambia Rigiji ampatie jeshi, amepatia nyinyi? Hapana. Ndio msiulize, wachana na yeye, chukueni. Wambunge wakaanza kunichukia. Unaona? Anakaa ambia ma PS na ma minister, huyu Rigiji akipiga simu msichukue. Wabunge wakija kwangu tusaidie barabara, nikipiga simu haichukuliwi. Wabunge wakaanza kuona mimi ni bure. Yangu ikosa kuchukuliwa, wanakimbia kwa Kasongo, anapiga inachukuliwa. Akaanza kufuruta wabunge, akawafuruta. Huyu Kindiki kila siku ni mikutano ya usiku akipanga vile nizatolewa achukue hii kiti. Sasa pahali Kasongo aliamua lazima atufukuze, ni uchaguzi wa kitu inaitwa IALA. IALA ni East African Legislative Assembly. Pale kulikuwa na viti 9. Hiyo viti 9 ikakuwa iende viti 4 kwa Azimio, viti 5 kwa Kenya Kwanza. Akapanga na Ichung'wa ati tukue na uchaguzi ndani, tuchague watu wetu 5 kabla ya kwenda bunge kupiga kura. Huyu Ichung'wa akakubaliana mtu ya mlima Kenya awekwe na mtu kutoka Ukambani. Ichung'wa akapanga na Kasongo. Wa Kalenjin wale wabunge wakaambiwa msipigie mtu ya mlima, mpigie ile mtu ya Ukambani. Na sisi ndio wengi tumeenda pale Ikulu kwa uchaguzi. Kila mtu ameambiwa aongee. Tulikuwa na kijana anaitwa Karobia, akaongea, makofi napigwa na hiyo Kalenjin, inapigwa pa. Nikajua basi hakuna shida. Kura kupigwa, kuhesabiwa, Karobia ameanguka. Na kura ya watu ya mlima na ya Kalenjin is a majority. So mimi nikauliza Ichung'wa, what is this? Akajifanya ati hata yeye ameshtuka. Nikaona amefungia Kasongo jicho, kumfungia. Nikauliza Kasongo, imekuwaje tuko na viti 5? Sisi tulikupatia kura 47% ukuwe rais wa Kenya. Ati kwa viti 5 mlima haitakuwa na kiti moja? Akasema si kura imepigwa wewe Rigiji. Sasa kama kura imepigwa nataka tufanye nini? Nikamwambia rais, lakini inaonekana watu yako ulipanga jama na hao wapigie yule mwingine. Wewe unani accuse mimi? How? Mimi nilikuwa na kura. Nikamwambia rais, how come mtu ya mlima amepoteza? Na wajumbe ya mlima na wa Kalenjin combined we are the majority. It means for sure uliambia wa Kalenjin wafukuze mtu ya mlima. So tukaletea shida, tukaletea juu sana. Akajaribu kuniongelea, nimwambia kwende, nikamtupia mkono. Si ndio? Mimi nikatoka nikaenda, hii wajumbe ya mlima siku hiyo walikuwa na akili kidogo. Nikawaita. Nikauliza sasa tufanye nini? Tukaongea, tukasema they are the majority. Kwendeni mpindue hiyo kitu kwa floor of the house. Wakasema tusaidie maneno kidogo. Nikapanga nikawasaidia. Wakaenda wakaongea na Waluya, Wajaluo nini. Asubuhi wakapindua hiyo mtu yetu, akapita akachaguliwa IALA. Nikamwambia hata hika nini Kega alikuwa pande ya Azimio na wagu wanataka Nikasema sasa bahali imefika, wacha tukufe na wetu. Hata hika nini Koru, pigia kura kaende huko IALA, kaende huko. Hii watu yangu wao wabunge siku hiyo walikuwa wazuri sana. They were good people. They were committed to the community. Wakaenda wakapindua hiyo uchaguzi. Ndio Kasongo akajua, hii mtu nikimwachia hii wabunge nitakuwa na shida kumcontrol. Ndio hii wabunge anafuruta moja moja, akawapatia pesa wanifukuze. Kindiki alipanga hii maneno na Ichung'wa na Ruto before the elections. So juzi nimeona akiongea, huyu Rigiji mimi nilikuwa na mshauri nikiwa minister. Ulikuwa unanishauri na ulikuwa unanipangia usiku. Mlikuwa mnapanga na Kasongo. Hii ni kitu mlipanga tangu zamani. Lakini sasa tukiwachana na Kasongo, kwa sababu lazima nimwambie. Tuliketi na for 4 hours. Kumwambia rais, nimeona umeamua kusaliti sisi. Nataka nikushauri. Wachana na hiyo maneno. Wacha kabisa. Hii watu wa mlima ndio walikuchagua. Na hao watu hawapendi usaliti. Wewe mwenyewe umefaidika kwa sababu hii watu hawapendi usaliti. Walipoona kama Uhuru Kenyatta amekusaliti, wakaamua kuchagua wewe. Waoneshe hawapendi usaliti. Wewe si mmoja wao. Uhuru ni mtoto wao. walimuumiza Uhuru Kenyatta wakakusaidia wewe na si mtoto wao. Ukisaliti mimi na jamii watakuumiza mara 100. So mimi na kuadvise achana na hii maneno. Akasema mimi niko na experience, wewe huwezi nifundisha siasa. Mimi niko na experience ya 35 years. Hii mimi sijawahi anguka uchaguzi, wewe unajua nini? Wewe umekuja juzi. Nikamwambia Kasongo, wewe uko na experience mingi sana ya Kenya. Lakini ya mlima najua kuliko wewe. Hii mlima I know it better than you. Wachana na hiyo maneno. Nilipoona haelewi, kwa sababu mimi ni mtu ya literature, nikamwambia nataka kupatia wewe mfano. Nikamwambia wewe Ruto, naona wewe ni mjenzi, unapenda kujenga manyumba. Iko sheria ya kubomoa nyumba. Ukijenga nyumba, baada ya miaka 5 upate pesa zaidi, uone hiyo nyumba unataka uipanue uerebishe, unaweza fanya. Roof unaweza badilisha uweke mpya. Ceiling unaweza toa TNG uweke gypsum. Madirisha unaweza toa uweke aluminium. Floor kama ni ya pake unaweza toa uweke tiles. Milango ilikuwa ya chuma unaweza toa uweke ya bao. Lakini foundation ya nyumba hapana guza. Unless umemalizana na hiyo nyumba unataka kuibomoa. Nikamwambia serikali yako, foundation ni mlima Kenya. Hapana guza hii mlima. Don't touch the foundation of your government. Na ukiguza hii foundation, hii serikali yako itaporomoka na utakuwa na amani na utakuwa one term. Nilimwambia siku hiyo. Akasema ati nikuwa one term. Nikamwambia ndio. Akamwambia decision yako. Wewe uamu? Nikatoka nikaenda. Tangu nitoke ako na amani. Ako na amani. Hapa mlimani alikuwa anatembea, watu wanamfurahia. Kuna mtu anaweza enda mkutano yake bila kulipwa. Pale Olokalau amefanya maendeleo ya 14.5 billion. Ametoa pesa taslimu 1.5 billion. Total 16 billion. Ameaibika hajaibika? Na bado hiyo kura 1500 si yake, ni hiyo kijana anaitwa Mushina. Alikuwa ofisi ya Keraho for 13 years. Kuna mtu alisaidia hapo, mwingine familia wakampatia. Kama hiyo kura ilikuwa ya Kasongo, hangefikisha kura 1000. Kwa hivyo mimi niseme, wewe Kindiki hapana sema ati ulijaribu kunishauri. Mlinipangia na Kasongo tangu mwanzo. Naye vile mlitupangia, tunapangia nyinyi. Si ndio tuko hapa? Mukugire ako leo. Mukugi ako leo. Hata sisi tunakupangia. Na we are working very hard. Na tunafanya kazi usiku na mchana. Sasa ile kitu ya kuhuzunisha ni kwamba huyu Ruto ameamua kutumia fujo kulazimisha watu wampigie kura. Hapa mlimani ametusumbua for the last 2 years. Kutuma wahuni kuharibu mali na kupiga watu. Pale jana Homa Bay watu wameuawa, watu 4. Wengine watu 20 wamejeruhiwa. Magari ya Linda Mwananchi karibu 7 imechomwa. Ati alazimisho Wajaluo wapende Sasa hata ndio ameharibu zaidi. Ile kura kidogo alikuwa naye Wajaluo yote imeenda. Hapa mlimani hakuna kitu. Kwa Wakamba hakuna. Pale kwa kina Sifuna na Wamalwa hakuna. Huyu mtu amekwama. Si ndio? Ya mwisho, mimi kwa sababu makosa ni yangu ya kuleta Kasongo, amehangaisha nyinyi, amehangaisha kila mtu. Nataka kuomba msamaha. Naomba msamaha. Munisamehe. Kwa sababu mimi sikujua. Lakini mimi saa nyingine nalia vile nimeweka watu wetu kwa shimo. Vile Kenya imehangaika na makosa ni yangu. Lakini saa nyingine mimi najipatia nguvu. Nasema kama alidanganya mabishop, mareverend, mapasta, hata huyu mke wangu, sasa mimi ni nani? Mimi ni nani? Huyu Pastor Dokas alikuwa anamuombea mpaka wanaongea in tongues. Huyu Kasongo si alikuja hapa? Mara ngapi? Mara 2. Si alikuwa hapa? Akilia tumsaidie. Juzi anasema ati alijileta kwa mlima. Si ujilete sasa. Si ujilete. Ya pili, msamaha ya pili nataka niombe. Ni kijana anaitwa Wamumbi. Huyo kijana alikuwa MCA pale Konyo. Si ndio? Wacha nieleze tu. Alikuwa MCA Konyo. So nilipopata nafasi ya running mate, nikaketi chini nikajiuliza, watu ya Ruguru wametoa wajumbe mara mbili. Wametoa gavana. Magutu wametoa. Kiremukoyo wametoa. Hii Konyo tangu zamani bado toa mbunge. Mpaka watu ya Konyo walikuwa wanapigiwa, wanasomewa na watu wengine wa Madhira wakienda Karatina. Hati kazi yao ni kutoa watchman. Na nini ingine? Na Gorino. So mimi nikakuwa muungwana. Nikasema vile Mungu amenipatia nafasi na niko na ushawishi na watu ya Madhira watanisikiza. Nikaomba nyinyi kwa heshima tumsaidie huyu kijana. Mkakubali shingo upande. Si mlikuja kuniona? Mkaniambia hii kijana si mtu mzuri. Mkaniambia hii kijana mlikataa baba yake mara 3. Si kijana mzuri. So mimi na ujeuri wangu nikasema hapana. Wacha hii kijana apewe. Kufika pale ameamua kuoa. Si ndio? Amekuja kwangu kama mzee, kama babake. Ameniambia msichana nimepata. Ni huyu. Si ndio? Akataka baraka zangu. So mimi nikamwambia vile umeniambia kiutamaduni unataka baraka zangu na nikuambie kama ni sawa, si unipatie muda nichunguze. Akaniambia chunguza. Nikaitana nikasema hii msichana anaitwa Mbeti kutoka Murang'a. Kwenda ati si msichana. Si msichana. Nini mama? Sasa mimi nikamwambia Harambe. Nikamwambia kwa sababu umekuja kwangu, siwacha nichunguze kidogo tabia yake. Alafu nikuambie, then uamu. Nikachunguza, nikaletewa report karibu peji 40. History. Nikamuita. Nikamwambia historia iko hapa, lakini uamuzi ni wa kwa sababu wewe ndio unaoa sio mimi. Lakini mimi kama baba nimefanya vile uliniuliza. Hii report soma. Kasoma, mimi naona natoa jasho. Akaniuliza nifanye nini? Nikamwambia utaamua. Mimi ni mzazi, sina shida. Ile umependa, mimi nimependa. Akaenda. Sasa makosa alifanya, alienda akaambia hii msichana. Ile report nimempatia. Sasa msichana akanichukia kutoka siku hiyo. Lakini nikasema ni sawa. Akasema basi. Ate shosho. Sasa nikamwambia umeamua? Akaniambia nataka unipeleke tukatoe mali. Nikamwambia twende. Unataka nikusaidie? Ndio. Namna gani? Akaniambia lete kiasi. Nikaweka kwa basha, nikampatia. Akasema nataka uongee na Kasongo pia akuje. Nikaongea na Kasongo, tukaenda. Ngoja kidogo. Tukaenda pale, tukafanya rurashio, nikaongea kama baba yake. Tukaoa huyu mama. Ati shosho. Sasa tukaenda pale, tukakaa hapo usiku mzima. Nilala hapo nikicheza dance na wamama the whole night. Hata huyu reverend aliona mapicha, nilikuta amefura. usiku nilifika saa 10. Hii Wamumbi akafanya mimi ni dance na wamama mpaka karibu asubuhi. Ati ndio nionekane mimi ni baba ya. Nilichukua nacheza mpaka na Karen Nyamo. Sasa mimi nitafanya nini? Wamejaa pale. Wamejaa pale wanawake hawa, huyu wengine tabia yao inajulikana, lakini mimi nasema haidhuru. Wacha tu. Sasa Sasa ile maneno iko. Kasongo kuamua kunifukuza. Wakalejini wakasema hatuwezi sign impeachment kabla Wakikuyu kusign. Wajaluo wakasema hatuwezi toa mtu ya mlima bila watu ya mlima kusign. Kasongo akasema Wamumbi mwenyewe mbunge wake ndio atasign kwanza. Ndio mjue ya kwamba hata kwao hatakikani. Sasa Wamumbi akaenda akaambia Kasongo, hii mtu amekataliwa nyumbani, hakuna mtu anataka kumuona, wacha tumfukuze. Wamumbi ndiye alisign list number 1. Nasikia? Bibi yake number 2. Yule ambaye nilienda kuleta kutoka Murang'a. Sasa kutoka hapo tumefukuzwa. Wamumbi amejitolea. Amesema hii mtu mimi ndio namjua. Nisaidie na maaskari. Nimuangaishe, nimfukuze kwa mikutano yake yote. Mimi nikienda mkutano Murang'a, Wamumbi anatuma askari wanatupiga. Wetima ACK Church pale Udhaya, hao askari walichinjiwa buzi asubuhi pale Kamunyaka. Beti mwenyewe ndio wako jikoni. Wamumbi ndio wanafanya briefing ya askari wakuja waniue. Kufika pale akina mama wakaomba na watoto. Wao askari wakachanganyikiwa. Askari wakasema hatuwezi ua yeye ndani ya kanisa, wacha atoke tumuue nje. Wakatoka. Wamumbi akapiga simu akasema murudi kanisani muue ndani ya kanisa. Hao askari kuseleki kidogo tukajificha tukatoroka. Pale Murang'a pahali naitwa Goda, bibi yake akaenda hapo na askari akaumiza akina Medho. Siku naenda Narok, Wamumbi na bibi yake wako hapo, wakaniangaisha mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Hapa Olokalau, Wamumbi ameenda hapo na askari, ameua watu 2 people wamekufa. Hao watoto wamebaki, mimi ndio nawasomesha. Akina mama wameshikwa na nguvu na askari na Wamumbi. Huyu Wamumbi ako na damu ya Wakikuyu, ameua watu wetu. Na mimi niseme juu ya hayo, wacha nimwambie nyinyi, ujue huyu Wamumbi ametuletea shida. Juu ya hayo, ameenda ametafuta bibi ya governor anaitwa Mama Kirigo na watoto wake. Wamumbi amewaketisha chini. Amesema mimi nataka nipeleke nyinyi kwa Kasongo, amusaidie mkuwe matajiri, muharibie huyu Rigiji jina kwa sababu sifa yake imeenda sana. Unasikia? Sasa Mama Kirigo na watoto wake 3 wakapelekwa na Wamumbi mpaka kwa Kasongo. Wakaambiwa sasa muwekelee hii mtu maneno. Nyinyi hakuna mtu anajua vile nimechunga familia ya Gachagua. Ndio familia haina vita tangu wakufe. Mumesikia vita kwa hii familia? Gachagua aligawa mali yake vizuri. Akagawia bibi yake Margaret 10%. No 5%. Huyu Karungaru 5%. Watoto wake 4. Susan 10%. Mercy 10%. Gachagua 10%. Jason 10%. Mamangu late mother Kirigo 5%. Mimi 5%. Reriani ambaye ameaga dunia 4%. The rate Wachira 4%. Sister zake kila mtu 1%. Gachagua akaandika will akasema, my brother, mshikane na wakili anaitwa Regeru na mtu anaitwa Madenge. Hii familia yangu kwa sababu iko mambo mingi. Na mimi niko na watoto huko nje na mabibi wengi na italete balaa. Na mimi sitaki vita. Muuze hii mali yo. Kila mtu apewe pesa lakini Mama Kirigo apewe nyumba moja Lang'ata. Margaret apewe nyumba moja Karen. Mimi nikaambia governor hata hii ya Nyeri mpatie. Alikuwa amekataa nataka iuzwe. Nikamwambia hapana, mpatie tu. Kwa sababu nilikaa na yeye hapo, mpatie. Karungaru akapewa nyumba ya Nyeri. Mama Kerigo akapewa Lang'ata. Karungaru akapewa Karen. Msichana naitwa Eva akapewa pesa 5% na mtoto yake. Mama mwingine naitwa Wanjiru akapewa pesa na mtoto yake. Gachagua was a fair man. Si ndio? Si was a fair man. Si aliangalia kila mtu. Hao watu hii mali yote tukajaribu kuuza. Ikakosa mtu ya kununua. Saa ile nimekuwa deputy president, wakakuja kwangu. Wakasema tumia hii kiti utafutie watu ya kununua. Nikatafuta watu, hizi vitu yote tukauza. Tukagawa pesa. Watoto wako na over 100 million. Bibi karibu 60 million kila mtu. Sasa wamekula pesa, imeisha. Wamombi amewatafuta. Amesema hii mali yote iliuzwa, Kasongo anaweza rudishia nyinyi muuze tena. Unasikia? Na hii Kasongo kwa sababu ni muongo, anandanganya hawa. Sasa saa ile tumekaa na mawakili, tumeandika report kwa gazeti, Kasongo ameaibika. Amekuta kujua ile mama aliletwa na watoto ndio wameenda na mali ya Gachagua karibu yote. Kila mtu amepata pesa yake, amepata mali yake. Wamumbi ndio mwenye kudanganya Kasongo. Na hii Kasongo ni mtu pia sijui ni mtu ya aina gani. Ako na watu ya National Intelligence Service. Akipelekewa kitu na wanasiasa, kuliko achunguze, anakimbilia kusema, oh, hii mtu amenyang'anya mabibi mali yao, oh, watoto yatima itarudishwa. Kupata report, wamepata mali yao. Mimi nimepata yangu 5% nilipatiwa na my late brother. Kila mtu alipatiwa haki yake. Na Gachagua alitupenda zote. Alipatia mabibi zake, watoto yake, ndugu zake na dada yake. Na hiyo ni haki yake kufanya vile anataka. Si mali ni yake. Si ni yeye alitafuta. Ikakwama. Hiyo Wamombi akarudi huko. Akaenda kwa Kasongo. Akasema hii mtu kwa sababu tumetafutia makosa imekosekana. Hajaiba mali ya mtu, hana kesi, hana chochote. Wacha tutafute maneno mengine ya kumpaka matope. Wakasema iko msichana anaitwa Maureen. Aliuawa na huyu Rigathi. Si ndio? Kuna mtu ajui Maureen hapa? Mama yake si rafiki yetu hapa? Huyu mtoto si mimi nilisomesha? Si mimi nimetafutia kazi kwa MCA? Kuna mtu ajui vile Maureen alikufa? Si huyu Jeridi alinipigia simu akaniambia amepigwa na gari pale. Wamumbi ameenda ameambia Kasongo, oh, huyu Maureen Rigijili aliua. Kasongo hata bila kufikiria, hata bila kusema ichunguzwe, ndio huyo juu ya gari. Oh, kuna watu wameua wasichana sijui nini. Hiyo maneno yote ni ya Wamumbi. Lakini ya muhimu, haya nimetoka hapo kwa sababu alikuwa mbunge wangu, nimemuonesha mambo zangu. Pahali yote nilikuwa nimenunua kashamba na muonesha. Meru namwambia hii shamba nimenunua. Hii ingine nimenunua hapa Kakure nimemuonesha. Hiyo report yote alichukua na pelekea Kasongo. Nilimwamini kama kijana ya nyumbani. Namwambia acha nikuoneshe niko na kashamba hapa, niko na hii, niko hapa, niko hapa. Hata ingine ni hapa Iroli ameonesha. Sasa ile tu imetuumiza, nilimuonesha pahali watoto yangu wanafanyia biashara. Saa ile nimetoka ameonesha Kasongo. Kevin na Keith wamefukuzwa na GSU. Wamefukuzwa, wamerudi kwa nyumba. Wamenyang'anywa mali yao. So huyu Wamumbi, mimi nasema naomba msamaha kwa sababu mlimchagua kwa sababu yangu. Kweli ama uongo? Katini damu ulilie. Ya muhimu zaidi, ametuaibisha kama watu ya Madera. Ati watu ya Madera wamepata kiti ya deputy president. Kiti haijapatikana. Na next kwa hiyo ni kiti ya rais. Ati mjumbe wamechagua ya nyumbani ndio mtu ya kwanza kutoa hii kiti nyumbani iende pale ingine. Sasa watu wananiuliza, hii watu ya Madera kwani mnakaa namna gani? Tumeaibika sana kwa sababu ya Wamumbi na Wamatinga. Huyu Wamatinga si nini nimwambia mchague? Si ni mimi niliuliza nyinyi? Sasa niseme nataka nimwambia, nimeita kumwambia nyinyi. Nimeita kumwambia nyinyi. Hiyo aibu Kasongo na Wamumbi wametia sisi watu ya Madera. Tutasafisha. Tutasafisha. Njia ya kusafisha Huyu Kasongo na Wamombi walitoa bendera moja kwa gari. Mwaka ujao nitarudi hapa na gari na bendera 2 kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. And nimeita nyinyi nimwambie, I want to promise you, nataka nimwambie na musikie, Rigiji amekubalika Kenya nzima. Ukienda Masaini hakuna mtu mwingine wanaongea juu yake. Sasa Wakanajin wa Kipsigis wameniita, walikuwa hapa. Naenda pahali naitwa Emurwa Dikil tarehe 21. Tulikuwa na by election huko. Bila mimi kwenda huko, mtu ya DCP akapata 11,000. Na mimi bado kanyanga huko. Mimi nataka nimhakikishie, siasa ya mlima nimemaliza. Nairobi nimemaliza. Nation wa Masai nimemaliza. Nataka nimalize hii ya Kipsigis. Nikimaliza niketi na akina Kalonzo na wengine, tuanze kuulizana nani ataongoza Kenya na ni kwa nini. Si ndio? Si iko namna hiyo? Sema mimi nimesanya kula milioni 8 ya Masai ya mlima. Nairobi niko na 1 million. Wa Masai 1 million. For Kipsigis 600. Mimi karibu 12 million. So tuongee. Tujue nani ataongoza ke? Lakini nataka kumwambia watu ya nyumbani, nyinyi mnishikilia hapa. Mtanishikilia? Mtanishikilia nyumbani? Watu wote wamefika hapa ndio nilipoti nataka kupea nyinyi. Wameniambia nisimame kiti ya urais. Si ndio? Wameniambia chama ni DCP. Wameniambia wasaliti wote wa jamii waende nyumbani. Huyu wa Mombi asifikize kula 600. Ward maximum gabi apate kula 100 kwa kila ward. Si tuko na ward 6 hapa Rogoro 100, Keremokoyo 100, Konyo 100, Iriaine 100, Karatina 100. Hakuna kitu watapata? Na Wamatinga waende. Ya mwisho, watu ya nyumbani. Hapa nyumbani mnasemaje? Nyumbani mnasemaje? Watu ya nyumbani mnasemaje? Madhera inasemaje? Bas, wacha tutangaze operation fagia. Ya kufagia wasaliti, takataka ya siasa, kasia ya siasa. Harambee! Wasaliti wote, Wilubaro, UDA, Tokonia, Kudagotome, Gati, Komerera, Wamobi, Wamatiga, Mokami, Saburano, Kasongo. Wangapi wanasema tufagie Kasongo, tufagie Kasongo, tufagie Kasongo? Mumeamua? Naomba watu ya Madera, aibu wa Mombi ametuletea kama constituency inaheshimika Kenya. Aende nyumbani asubuhi na mapema na asifikishe kula 600. Tumekubaliana? Huyu senata wa Matinga nilimsaidia hapa kupitia kwenu. Ametuaibisha kama watu ya Madera. Amefanya tuchekelewe, tuonekane kama sisi ni nongwe, ni watu hatuna akili. Aende asiende? Huyu Kasongo state lodge iko hapa Madera. Tumemchagua, tumemsaidia. Alikuwa amefinywa na Uhuru, anatoa makamasi. Nikamsaidia tukiwa na nyinyi. Ametudharau, ametutumia vita, ameharibu mali yetu. Lazima aende nyumbani. Aende asiende? Na mimi nauliza, 1992 Moi alitumia pesa hapa, alipata kura 800. 1997 akapata kura 911. Moi hakuua watoto, aliwapatia maziwa. Moi aliua mtoto? Aliua mtoto? Si alipea watoto maziwa? Sasa kama Moi na hakuua mtu, alipata kula 800. Huyu aliua watu wetu Kiambaa, ameua Gen Z, ametuletea aibu Madera. Mtapatia yeye kura ngapi? Yeah? Hakuna. Mimi nataka niseme, isipokuwa Dimaine polling station akuwe na agent wa Mombi mwenyewe. Si anapigia Dimaine polling station? Polling station ingine yote, hata Kasongo asikuwe na agent. Si ndio? Kwanza hapa kwangu Sagana Primary School, nikija nikute agent ya Kasongo tutakosana na nyinyi. Wapi watu ya Sagana Primary School? Wapi watu ya Sagana? Watu ya Sagana. Tusipate hapa akuwe na agent. Na hapa Irori na Karatina, kwanza kwa soko sitaki kusikia agent wa Kasongo. Anyimwe akose agent, si ndio? Ya mwisho wa Mombi, baada ya kumwaga damu ya watu wa Lokalau, ile vita imekuwa Karatina ya kuharibu mali ya watu. Si niwaambia anapanga? Siku yote kuko maandamano, anatuma wakora, wanaharibu mali ya watu. And he must be punished on the ballot. Sitaki yaulizwe huko nje. Wacha yeye na bibi yake wakae watafute mali. Lakini siku ya ballot, hawa watu tutadili na hao kwa ballot. Si ndio? Si tumekubaliana? Si tumekubaliana? Nitoiguze Nyero wa Madera. Hii wa mobili ya mwewe wega inywe. Hii ni ya mwewe wega. Niye kairede mwewe. Neude mori atiriri. Tondu kara ukurare marumeri. Madera ne marume kana githingithia.
Thank you so much, SG, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for turning up very early. It's because we thought that we should do this early because we have a very, very packed day of so many activities. There is that time in the life of a nation, such as we are now, when I think we need to speak to each other candidly and very sincerely about how we see the affairs of our country going. And most of what I'm going to do this morning, I believe I feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders as a political leader in a party, number one, and then secondly, as someone who had the privilege of serving as the Cabinet Minister for Interior and Coordination of National Government, and therefore sat in the apex of the national security infrastructure in the country for about 5 years. We have spoken about these things for a while, but it's now abundantly clear that the President and his government have chosen violence as a weapon for political survival and as a weapon for political engagement. And I'm not going to start where usually people start with these tired cliches about we condemn in the strongest terms possible, we ask for action. I'm not going to go that direction. Because what we are dealing with is abundantly clear to all of us that we have come to a point where certain serious conversations must happen in this country and choices must be made. This is not rocket science. You don't need a degree in geophysics to see what is going on in the country. This weekend alone, from the stoning incident in Mulot that affected my 2 vehicles, to the stoning incident in Nakuru Town West that affected DCP leaders, and then Salga, and then yesterday in Homa Bay. It's so clear to everyone that, one, there's a pattern to this. Second, there's very clear acquiescence of government in this because you look at the behavior of the security forces on this matter. And three, you can see, blatantly, a case of, determination on the part of government to engage in this level of violence. From my experience, I want to tell Kenyans very sincerely, I do not think and I cannot see how the scale of violence in Homa Bay and the activity that happened there could have happened without the knowledge of the National Security Council and without the knowledge especially of the president. Because I have been in that environment before. The president receives executive intelligence briefings wherever he is, even if he is in Greenland or attending the UN General Assembly. Such intelligence information is gathered and the president is briefed very regularly. So when you look at what happened in Homa Bay, it's crime at industrial scale. The planning, you can see clearly the choreography, the management of that, and the resources that could have been spent in that clearly shows you that this is something that was premeditated, it had been happening, it was planned. The next question you ask is, where was the county security team led by the county commissioner in Homa Bay? Where was the regional security team led by the regional commissioner in Kisumu? In most cases, unless the operations of government have changed in a very significant manner, and my dear Kenyans, listen to me, this is something I know like the back of my hand. Unless the management of government has changed in any significant manner, the situation in Homa Bay is one where even the regional police commander should have taken control and taken over the command of what was happening in Homa Bay and assembled resources. I am aware, because that the deployment has not changed. I am aware that in that region, the police have got even special resources. There are border police, there is a GSU. They would have been able to mobilize sufficient resources to address what was happening, but they couldn't, because clearly there was a sense of acceptance on the part of the security forces that ought to have happened. The tragedy of it all is that now we have been warning everybody, and that's why I'm not going to go into those, usual silly niceties of saying we warn, we condemn. We are already in a crisis. We have now begun our final descension into anarchy as a country. Let's not pretend about it. When you look at the scale of destruction, the pain and the losses in Homa Bay, into chaos. The president and his government have chosen, because ask yourself the question, you can go far back to the attacks in Odaya, when Rigathi Gachagua was going to church and he was attacked there by armed people and so on. All the way the 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, when Linda Mwananchi convoy was stoned in a place called Keumbu in Kisii. Those guys were arrested. They were to court on Monday. There wasn't a prosecutor, there wasn't a file, there was nothing. The magistrate released them, they walked away. When the local member of parliament was invited to record a statement by the DCI, he did not as much as turn up. We lost a life there, a gentleman called Mapinduzi. We buried him a while ago, and that story is gone. We are going on. No investigations done, no arrests, nothing. 2 weeks earlier, elected leaders, members of the county assembly in Kisii, were beaten up by thugs in the center of town at 9 a.m. in the morning. When I arrived there with a bunch of lawyers to see these guys in hospital, the police officers were telling me they don't have B3, all manner of these silly excuses you keep hearing all the time. To this day, no one has been arrested or prosecuted about that. The county government there in Kisii is running a militia, terrorizing people at night, going to estates, beating up people and so on, with the acquiescence of the police. Because the police know this. And everywhere in the country, you saw online last week what happened here in Hurlingham 1 month ago on Thika Road. 9 o'clock in the morning, thugs closed the road and terrorized people. We have begun our final descension into chaos. The question now for us as Kenyans is, how do we approach this and what are we going to do? So we are beyond condemning, beyond threatening, beyond asking for action. I think for me, beginning now, and I will consult with my colleagues in the opposition, we are going to have a retreat next week, and all Kenyans of goodwill, let us now engage our thoughts and minds on how are we going to deal with this government. Because This is not ordinary business. What you are seeing here is not ordinary business. There are no arrests. The political difference is not a good enough excuse to inflict the kind of loss and pain that we have seen this weekend. And while we are on that, and I will discuss more of this when I get another opportunity, there's stuff that people are not talking about. The government has decided to now begin, in addition to terrorizing opposition leaders, if you did not know, and some of my staffers are here, they will tell you, they began a new wave of digital terrorism against the opposition. They have acquired resources from some criminal groups in the nation country, and they are accessing social media accounts of opposition leaders. These days, we get trailed, and my staffers can bear me out. We get trailed by vehicles, I believe they belong to the state, with jammers. We stop to address rallies. Our Wi-Fi is interfered with. You cannot communicate. I was checking with my staffers who were checking with the team that Rigathi Gachagua was traveling with over the weekend. They began experiencing the same challenges on the trail. And these are jammers. I believe this is the work of the state. Who has the capacity to do that? You have seen unprecedented investment in propaganda, fake news, and so on. Last week you saw a letter purported, or a statement purportedly authored by Kanze Dena, the communication head of the fourth president, claiming that President Kenyatta has said he's not going to meet with Rigathi Gachagua and so on and so forth. All that is the work of the state. Now the state is investing huge amounts of money in propaganda, in fake news, and so on, targeting the opposition and so on, instead of focusing on the challenges we have as a country. All these are acts of a government that is not interested in the order and stability of the country. And let us not delude ourselves. Let us not delude ourselves. Countries that have begun this path this way end up like some of our neighbors. The level of anarchy in the country and the evidence of state failure is all over, is replete. And by the way, we talk to senior officers even in the security sector. They are demoralized, they are so frustrated. Where do we get some of this information? Is senior security officers, some of who talk to us, and they are equally demoralized. They are frustrated. They tell you all these things. They say, this is unprecedented. The level of state-supported or state-tolerated crime against the people of Kenya is unacceptable. So, I think the government has made its choice on this particular matter. It's now upon the people of Kenya to also now make their choice. And this is not going to come easily like that. It's going to require all of us to have conversations, consult one another, plan, and take a course that we believe, first of all, is lawful and preservative of our country, and then see how else we can address this problem. Otherwise, we are not going to reverse this. You know, our fellow citizens who happen to be in power, President Ruto and his colleagues, imagine unwisely that access to instruments of power guarantees you control and management of this for a long time. They are so wrong, and they will discover how wrong they are shortly. The unfortunate thing is that it will be at the expense of lives such as those that were lost in Homa Bay. Because none of us, you know, you can't terrorize the public as a way of surviving, because the repercussions are dire. When wananchi begin to respond to this terrorism, to this madness by the state, you will not be able to control the country. You are radicalizing the country to a point where you won't be able to control it. When people rise up against this, it's going to be completely uncontrollable. Because ask yourself the question, these people you are paying, these thugs you are paying and goons and all that, to terrorize your opponents, when they are done terrorizing your opponents, what are they going to do? They are going to turn on you, first of all. They will come to your houses. They will want this money. You are socializing them to a consistent supply of income through crime. And that is not going to be the way of sustaining our country. Finally, because we are in this, and then let's be very honest with each other. We've not been here before as a country. This is unprecedented. It's unusual. And I'm not going to waste my time saying we condemn this in the strongest terms possible. We are done with condemning. How many times are we going to condemn? Memoranda has been taken to the Inspector General of Police. Representation has been done to the parliamentary committees. Faith-based leaders. Because if I am in leadership and people speak to me the way the Conference of Catholic Bishops spoke, I would actually be worried. The PCA bishops and all these people, if you are a leader and your religious leaders in your country speak to you the way these leaders have been speaking, you of course to be concerned and do the right thing. But it's abundantly clear they don't care. They just simply don't care. They're playing for one thing, survival. And nothing matters. The independent institutions will be abused. Security sector institutions will be abused so that one end is achieved, political survival. Unfortunately, the cost is very high. So I take this opportunity painfully and sadly to convey our condolences as a party to those who lost their lives yesterday, including a Form 3 student. That's how low we have sunk. Then urge my colleagues in the opposition that time now has come when our sense of commitment to opposition unity is going to be tested. Our sense of patriotism is going to be tested. Our nerves are going to be frayed. Our patience is going to be taxed. And the temptations even to split us are real. What gift could you give this government than seeing opposition leaders either calling each other names in public? We as GP are determined to stay in this for the long haul. We will play our... We ourselves do not like, or things that discuss them. We will not fall into the trap of breaking the first commandment when you are at war. Thou shalt not turn fire on your compatriot. The challenges we have are coming from one direction, the government of the day, and now is the time for us to cross ranks, work together, and ensure that we do the right thing for the country. I pray that we fall into those temptations of focusing on each other and criticizing each other, and sometimes using language that is intemperate. Patience is being tested. Some of these things are done by government so that we can fight amongst ourselves. We must refuse to walk down that. We as Jubilee are going to refuse to walk down that path. We will work together to ensuring that unity prevails, to ensure that we stay together and move forward to deliver this country that now faces. The worst crime and insecurity initiated, supported by elements of government. Finally, before I finish, you wonderful people in the press, I want you to check this on your own. Over the years, when we were in government, we always periodically did a mop-up of small arms in the wrong hands because of where we find ourselves as a country. We have porous borders around us, and we have conflict virtually in every one of our neighborhoods. And because of that, we sustained that practice of mopping small arms and burning them every so often. What is harrowing to me, even with the knowledge I have on how the security sector operates, there were armed people in that Homa Bay meeting, some of them shooting. Nobody knows whether they are actually people from the disciplined groups. My sense and suspicion is that there are far too many small arms in the wrong hands in the country, which is now fueling up the confidence of criminals and criminal activity. Now, how do we go to an election in that kind of environment? I don't want to say we're asking the government. This is common sense. It's something they know they ought to do. It's something they know they ought to do. And if they are not doing it, they are not doing it deliberately because they have an end they want to achieve. I cannot imagine how, with the kind of security resources we have in the country and the kind of infrastructure we have, we could see the violence in the scale of what we saw in Homa Bay. For 2 days, a rural county in Kenya is actually under the spell and control of criminals. For 2 days. And we behave as if this is normal. I have done my duty as a leader on behalf of my colleagues. I have pointed out to the country and I have warned that we have begun our final descension into chaos and anarchy in this country. The question is, what are we going to do as a people? My suggestion is we will have to sit down, consult all actors and choose which path we are going to follow. Because we are beyond that idea of saying we condemn what happened yesterday. We are beyond condemnation. That's what we do every time. And they know, I want to tell fellow Kenyans, people know that I usually speak bluntly this way. Let's stop this pretense. You know, we are not dealing with a normal situation now in the country. We are not. Where? When you see those kinds of things happening, and who will tell me, who? The county commissioner or the regional commissioner to tell me that that kind of stuff would happen in your area of jurisdiction and you don't have backing from your bosses to witness that kind of nonsense going on there, where citizens are being hurt and being maimed because of politics in broad daylight? The government has chosen that. That's why it's happening. And the deployment of resources, you can see clearly this was very well choreographed, it was very well planned. You don't have to be you can tell the amount of resources being involved, the level of mobilization. The leaders in that area who are organizing that had been swearing all week. And no one is arrested these days, no one is charged in a court of law with that kind of violence. The level of impunity has gone to new levels. And so the question you ask is, do you actually believe that you can continue doing that in this country for the next 11 months and hope that there will be a country after that? The greatest question to Kenyans today and always is, which way Kenya? Are we going to allow our country to burn? Because it's clear, we have begun that path. Or are we going to allow our country to be destroyed? We must answer that question with a resounding no and follow it up with action. The action is we will sit together and figure out what legal way do we go forward, what do we do. All of us who are interested in the stability of the country, political power and all these things are secondary to the lives of our people, to the stability of our nation. Kenya is much more important than any one of us. This is something we have to think and act about. Thank you. Crispin, yeah, I'd say it, we are good. And unless there's something burning on this particular subject, please. We are having a retreat, an opposition retreat on 24th and 25th of this month. And among other things, of course, we are going to discuss the electoral environment and what we need to do as we go forward. And we are going to try to reach as many Kenyans as possible within the leadership and decision-making community. The focus being my brothers and sisters, and many of you who are here at this press conference are people, smart, very well-educated people. Do you actually think this is the way we should run our country? Do you think this is the way we should manage our country? I mean, how? I've said before, by the way, this is something I need to point out. You know, when we comment about things and on Kenya, in the countdown to elections, predict that we are going to have violence. The Kofi Annan Foundation, I mean, the report is now public, you can see it. I saw the other day a report that was done by private investors from EU are interested in Kenya. I even made an interview I did another day. All of them are raising issues about the security of the country going forward because of these wounds and the level of crime in the country. About the way we are managing our country, not necessarily in the build-up to elections, but the general attitude of the government towards the management of the country. You know, when you look at our leaders and the kind of speeches that come from their mouths, it's shocking. You wonder whether we live in the same place. And I'm saying this with all the seriousness I can master. We are destroying our country for politics. The president and the government are playing, you know, just for survival. And then because of that, anything goes. We can't lose lives day in, day out on simple matters. I mean, I've often asked the question, if from, for example, or you come from Muranga, and the UDA leader, why should you interfere with them? They're not carrying away the residents of Muranga, they are leaving them behind. You're not carrying away the residents of Homa Bay. They were coming to talk to the residents of Homa Bay. They go away. The residents of Homa Bay would be there forever to be talked to by anyone else who wants to talk to them, including their local leaders, to convince them and tell them Ndndi was telling them it's not right or wrong, whatever the case may be. That's how civilized people behave. Is that a good enough reason to cause the level of mayhem we saw? So we have a problem. You know, let's stop this pretense. We have a serious problem. And it's abundantly clear the government has chosen, the president and the government have chosen this as a way of life. Because there is no way, I can tell you, trust me, I have been a minister of security. There's no way that scale of work would happen without the knowledge of the president. Because the president is briefed, you know, regularly when these decisions are happening. So, and I've said before, I know these people. I know the Inspector General of Police. He was my GSU commandant for the 5 years I was a minister. Kanja was my GSU commander. He's a good police officer. I can't understand what is going on. It must be politics that is interfering with what they're doing. The question I keep asking myself is, I mean, what is it that is causing you to sacrifice even the years of your career and the service that you have rendered to this country to ignominiously and very miserably come to the end of your career in this kind of manner? Because when consequences and accountability is called on this kind of matters, all of you know what happened at The Hague. You know, when the warrants were issued, they went to the individual leaders. They didn't go to government, they went to the individual leaders, including those who were in government at that time. And you should meet General Ali to tell you about that experience and how frustrating it can be. So let's be responsible people. What has happened this weekend is horrible for a country of our size and so on. So for the foreigners, that is it. Everyone is surprised about why we are destroying our country. You know, to be honest with you, and I was telling some colleagues of mine the other day, you know, the level of responsibility in our society and moral responsibility is very, very low, especially when it comes to issues of politics. When it comes to crime, there are only two types of people. There is an offender and an innocent person. There is no tribe. There is no Kalenjin, there is no Kisi, there is no Kikuyu, there is no Luo. You are either an offender who has committed a crime, or you are an innocent person. Now, very basic things like those, you know, are always ignored. And sometimes the temptation, like I can see, is to try and introduce, you know, ethnic angles and innuendos to conflict so that you can split up the opposition and split up people in the opposition. And to your point more specifically, yes, it is this mobilization by politicians and paying people money that goes into this. Wananchi, on their own, really have no problem. I mean, they have never had problems all along. All these people, how many times has James Orengo gone to Homa Bay? We've always been visiting and working with these people. Why is it a problem this time that his motorcade has to be stoned, returned, and so on? I mean, how many times, honestly, let me ask you, how many times has James Orengo gone to Homa Bay in his life? It is this transactional politics where people think that to inflict violence and pain in the manner in which they are trying to do is the only way of asserting yourself, asserting your authority, which in my very honest opinion is very foolish. Because if you are leading people, you should care for their lives first and foremost. Because when you have killed them, who are you leading? And in any case, as I ask this question, if you pay those people, those guys who are paid, those goons who are paid the way they are paid, running around and so on, terrorizing everybody, when they are done terrorizing your opponents, what will they do? That's why I keep telling these leaders that, it's essentially you are living in a fool's paradise. Because this unexplained hubris, because of political power, I tell people, it comes and goes. Wengine tumekula salute sana, lakini we are here. Tumeangalia hii maneno, na hiyo salute utakula, na siku moja utashangaa vile you basically bure kabisa after you have messed up people and done all things. What are you going to tell your children? When so many lives have been lost in the manner in which it happened in Omagbe yesterday. You are turning people against each other because of politics. It's very primitive. But it's upon you, good people. Let's work together and save our country. For me, I'm interested in, let's talk about our country first, positions and anything else later. Thank you very much and do have a nice day.
Expediency and all that. And I think as a party, we are saying we must come together this time to stop what is happening. And our party leader, or deputy party leader, is speaking not as a party leader, but as a Kenyan. And we as a party are speaking as a Kenyan party and Kenyan people. So I don't want to take much time. I'd like to give a deputy party leader and a presidential candidate the opportunity to address not only the nation, but also the international community on what's happening now in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SG, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for turning up very early. It's because we thought that we should do this early because we have a very, very packed day of so many activities. There is that time in the life of a nation, such as we are now, when I think we need to speak to each other candidly and very sincerely about how we see the affairs of our country going. And most of what I'm going to do this morning, I believe I feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders as a political leader in a party, number one, and then secondly, as someone who had the privilege of serving as the Cabinet Minister for Interior and Coordination of National Government, and therefore sat in the apex of the national security infrastructure in the country for about 5 years. We have spoken about these things for a while, but it's now abundantly clear that the President and his government have chosen violence as a weapon for political survival and as a weapon for political engagement. And I'm not going to start where usually people start with these tired cliches about we condemn in the strongest terms possible, we ask for action. I'm not going to go that direction. Because what we are dealing with is abundantly clear to all of us that we have come to a point where certain serious conversations must happen in this country and choices must be made. This is not rocket science. You don't need a degree in geophysics to see what is going on in the country. This weekend alone, from the stoning incident in Mulot that affected my 2 vehicles, to the stoning incident in Nakuru Town West that affected DCP leaders, and then Salga, and then yesterday in Omagbe. It's so clear to everyone that, one, there's a pattern to this. Second, there's very clear acquiescence of government in this because you look at the behavior of the security forces on this matter. And 3, you can see, blatantly, a case of, determination on the part of government to engage in this level of violence. From my experience, I want to tell Kenyans very sincerely, I do not think and I cannot see how the scale of violence in Homa Bay and the activity that happened there could have happened without the knowledge of the National Security Council and without the knowledge especially of the president. Because I have been in that environment before. The president receives executive intelligence briefings wherever he is, even if he is in Greenland or attending the UN General Assembly. Such intelligence information is gathered and the president is briefed very regularly. So when you look at what happened in Homa Bay, it's crime at industrial scale. The planning, you can see clearly the choreography, the management of that, and the resources that could have been spent in that clearly shows you that this is something that was premeditated, it had been happening, it was planned. The next question you ask is, where was the county security team led by the county commissioner in Homa Bay? Where was the regional security team led by the regional commissioner in Kisumu? In most cases, unless the operations of government have changed in a very significant manner, and my dear Kenyans, listen to me, this is something I know like the back of my hand. Unless the management of government has changed in any significant manner, the situation in Homa Bay is one where even the regional police commander should have taken control and taken over the command of what was happening in Homa Bay and assembled resources. I am aware, because that the deployment has not changed. I am aware that in that region, the police have got even special resources. There are border police, there is a GSU. They would have been able to mobilize sufficient resources to address what was happening, but they couldn't, because clearly there was a sense of acceptance on the part of the security forces that ought to have happened. The tragedy of it all is that now we have been warning everybody, and that's why I'm not going to go into those, usual silly niceties of saying we warn, we condemn. We are already in a crisis. We have now begun our final descension into anarchy as a country. Let's not pretend about it. When you look at the scale of destruction, the pain and the losses in Homa Bay,
I did not think it would tell me that I need to prep better the day before.
Your lineup needs work. Yeah, it did call me out.
Can you repeat the question? All right.
Ask the question, how can I be more productive this week?
So within seconds, I'm seeing be more productive sounds simple.
Remove friction before it slows me down. Cool.
Wants me to tell it a bit more about my situation.
This doesn't seem to have any context on what I'm actually doing, so it's very high level.
It's all over the place. This is advising me to buy a Whoop.
This is way too much.
I didn't ask for that.
Go ahead and type that same question into Clicker Brain.
More productive this week.
Oh, okay, so it's looking at my calendar.
Honestly, Michael, generic productivity advice is useless without knowing what's actually on your plate.
And then it's also saying Tuesday's a war zone. I have 3 meetings that overlap. Didn't catch that.
Has a lot of that context of things that I'm actually working on.
Honestly, John, you called me by my name. What is this? It sounds like my dad talking.
And then it's giving me very actionable things that I can do.
So which would you say gave you the more helpful response?
I would say Brain.
Definitely ClickUp Brain.
Definitely ClickUp Brain.
There was actually doable stuff there.
Brain actually pulled in the information that I'm working on a day-to-day basis.
It automatically knew exactly what I need to focus on, the list that I need to focus on, and the priorities as well.
The other one just told me to eat the frog. I don't know what that means, and I'm not gonna do anything about it.
Yeah, I like this. I like this.
into chaos. The president and his government have chosen, because ask yourself the question, you can go far back to the attacks in Odaya when Rigathi Gachagua was going to church and he was attacked there by armed people and so on. All the way the 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago when Linda Mwananchi convoy was stoned in a place called Keumbu in Kisii. Those guys were arrested, they were to court on Monday, There wasn't no prosecutor, there wasn't a file, there was nothing. The magistrate released them, they walked away. When the local member of parliament was invited to record a statement by the DCI, he did not as much as stand up. We lost a life there, a gentleman called Mapinduzi. We buried him a while ago, and that story is gone. We are going on. No investigations done, no arrests, nothing. 2 weeks earlier, elected leaders, members of the county assembly in Kisii, were beaten up by thugs in the center of town at 9 a.m. in the morning. When I arrived there with a bunch of lawyers to see these guys in hospital, the police officers were telling me they don't have B3, all manner of these silly excuses you keep hearing all the time. To this day, no one has been arrested or prosecuted about that. The county government there in Kisii is running a militia, terrorizing people at night, going to estates, beating up people and so on, with the acquiescence of the police. Because the police know this. And everywhere in the country, you saw online last week what happened here in Hurlingham 1 month ago on Thika Road. 9 o'clock in the morning, thugs closed the road and terrorized people. We have begun our final descension into chaos. The question now for us as Kenyans is, how do we approach this and what are we going to do? So we are beyond condemning, beyond threatening, beyond asking for action. I think for me, beginning now, and I will consult with my colleagues in the opposition, we are going to have a retreat next week, and all Kenyans of goodwill, let us now engage our thoughts and minds on how are we going to deal with this government. Because this is not ordinary business. What you are seeing here is not ordinary business. There are no arrests. The political difference is not a good enough excuse to inflict the kind of loss and pain that we have seen this weekend. And while we are on that, and I will discuss more of this when I get another opportunity. There's stuff that people are not talking about. The government has decided to now begin, in addition to terrorizing opposition leaders, if you did not know, and some of my staffers are here, they will tell you, they began a new wave of digital terrorism against the opposition. They have acquired resources from some criminal groups in the nation country, and they are accessing social media accounts of opposition leaders. These days, we get trailed, and my staffers can bear me out. We get trailed by vehicles, I believe they belong to the state, with jammers. We stop to address rallies, our Wi-Fi is interfered with, you cannot communicate. I was checking with my staffers who were checking with the team that Rigathi Gachagua was traveling with over the weekend. They began experiencing the same challenges on the trail. And these are jammers. I believe this is the work of the state. Who has the capacity to do that? You have seen unprecedented investment in propaganda, fake news, and so on. Last week you saw a letter a statement purportedly authored by Kanze Dena, the communication head of the fourth president, claiming that President Kenyatta has said he's not going to meet with Rigathi Gachagua and so on and so forth. All that is the work of the state. Now the state is investing huge amounts of money in propaganda, in fake news, and so on, targeting the opposition, and so on, instead of focusing on the challenges we have as a country. All these are acts of a government that is not interested in the order and stability of the country. And let us not delude ourselves. Let us not delude ourselves. Countries that have begun this path this way end up like some of our neighbors. The level of anarchy in the country and the evidence of state failure is all over, it's replete. And by the way, we talk to senior officers even in the security sector. They are demoralized, they're so frustrated. Where do we get some of this information? Is senior security officers, some of who talk to us, and they are equally demoralized. They are frustrated. They tell you all these things. They say, this is unprecedented. The level of state-supported or state-tolerated crime against the people of Kenya is unacceptable. So, I think the government has made its choice on this particular matter. It's now upon the people of Kenya to also now make their choice. And this is not going to come easily like that. It's going to require all of us to have conversations, consult one another, plan, and take a course that we believe, first of all, is lawful and preservative of our country, and then see how else we can address this problem. Otherwise, we are not going to reverse this. You know, our fellow citizens who happen to be in power, President Ruto and his colleagues, imagine unwisely that access to instruments of power guarantees you control and management of this for a long time. They are so wrong, and they will discover how wrong they are shortly. The unfortunate thing is that it will be at the expense of lives such as those that were lost in Homa Bay. Because none of us, you know, you can't terrorize the public as a way of surviving, because the repercussions are dire. When wananchi begin to respond to this terrorism, to this madness by the state, you will not be able to control the country. You are radicalizing the country to a point where you won't be able to control it. When people rise up against this, it's going to be completely uncontrollable. Because ask yourself the question, these people you are paying, these thugs you are paying and goons and all that, to terrorize your opponents, when they are done terrorizing your opponents, what are they going to do? They are going to turn on you, first of all. They will come to your houses. They will want this money. You are socializing them to a consistent supply of income through crime. And that is not going to be the way of sustaining our country. Finally, because we are in this, and then let's be very honest with each other. We've not been here before as a country. This is unprecedented. It's unusual. And I'm not going to waste my time saying we condemn this in the strongest terms possible. We are done with condemning. How many times are we going to condemn? Memoranda has been taken to the Inspector General of Police. Representation has been done to the parliamentary committees. Faith-based leaders. Because if I am in leadership and people speak to me the way the Conference of Catholic Bishops spoke, I would actually be worried. The PCA bishops and all these people, if you are a leader and your religious leaders in your country speak to you the way these leaders have been speaking, you of course to be concerned and do the right thing. But it's abundantly clear they don't care. They just simply don't care. They're playing for one thing, survival. And nothing matters. Independent institutions will be abused. Security sector institutions will be abused so that one end is achieved, political survival. Unfortunately, the cost is very high. So I take this opportunity painfully and sadly to convey our condolences as a party to those who lost their lives yesterday, including a Form 3 student. That's how low we have sunk. Then urge my colleagues in the opposition that time now has come when our sense of commitment to opposition unity is going to be tested, our sense of patriotism is going to be tested, our nerves are going to be frayed, our patience is going to be taxed, and the temptations even to split us are real. What gift could you give this government than seeing opposition leaders either calling each other names in public? We as GP are determined to stay in this for the long haul. We will play our... Even we ourselves do not like, or things that and discuss them. We will not fall into the trap of breaking the first commandment when you are at war. Thou shalt not turn fire on your compatriot. The challenges we have are coming from one direction, the government of the day, and now is the time for us to cross ranks, work together, and ensure that we do the right thing for the country. I pray that we don't fall into those temptations of focusing on each other and criticizing each other, and sometimes using language that is intemperate. Patience is being tested. Some of these things are done by government so that we can fight amongst ourselves. We must refuse to walk down that We as Jubilee are going to refuse to walk down that path. We will work together to ensuring that unity prevails, to ensure stay together and move forward to deliver this country challenges it now faces. The worst, the crime and insecurity initiated, supported by elements of government. Finally, before I finish, you wonderful people in the press, I want you to check this on your own. Over the years, when we were in government, we always periodically did a mop-up of small arms in the wrong hands because of where we find ourselves as a country. We have porous borders around us, and we have conflict virtually in every one of our neighborhoods. And because of that, we sustained that practice of mopping small arms and burning them every so often. What is harrowing to me, even with the knowledge I have on how the security sector operates, there were armed people in that Homa Bay meeting, some of them shooting. Nobody knows whether they are actually people from the disciplined groups. My sense and suspicion is that there are far too many small arms in the wrong hands in the country, which is now fueling up the confidence of criminals and criminal activity. Now, how do we go to an election in that kind of environment? I don't want to say we're asking the government. This is common sense. It's something they know they ought to do. It's something they know they ought to do. And if they are not doing it, they are not doing it deliberately because they have an end they want to achieve. I cannot imagine how, with the kind of security resources we have in the country and the kind of infrastructure we have, we could see the violence in the scale of what we saw in Homa Bay. For 2 days, a rural county in Kenya is actually under the spell and control of criminals. For 2 days. And we behave as if this is normal. I have done my duty as a leader on behalf of my colleagues. I have pointed out to the country and I have warned that we have begun our final descension into chaos and anarchy in this country. The question is, what are we going to do as a people? My suggestion is we will have to sit down, consult all actors and choose which path we are going to follow. Because we are beyond that idea of saying we condemn what happened yesterday. We are beyond condemnation. That's what we do every time. And they know, I want to tell fellow Kenyans, people know that I usually speak bluntly this way. Let's stop this pretense. You know, we are not dealing with a normal situation now in the country. We are not. Where? When you see those kinds of things happening, and who will tell me? Who? The county commissioner or the regional commissioner to tell me that that kind of stuff would happen in your area of jurisdiction and you don't have backing from your bosses to witness that kind of nonsense going on there, where citizens are being hurt and being maimed because of politics in broad daylight? The government has chosen that. That's why it's happening. And the deployment of resources, you can see clearly this was very well choreographed, it was very well planned. You don't have to be you can tell the amount of resources being involved, the level of mobilization. The leaders in that area who are organizing that had been swearing all week. And no one is arrested these days, no one is charged in a court of law with that kind of violence. The level of impunity has gone to new levels. And so the question you ask is, do you actually believe that you can continue doing that in this country for the next 11 months and hope that there will be a country after that? The greatest question to Kenyans today and always is, which way Kenya? Are we going to allow our country to burn? Because it's clear we have begun that path. Or are we going to allow our country to be destroyed? We must answer that question with a resounding no and follow it up with action. The action is we will sit together and figure out what legal way do we go forward, what do we do all of us who are interested in the stability of the country, political power and all these things are secondary to the lives of our people, to the stability of our nation. Kenya is much more important than any one of us. This is something we have to think and act about. Thank you. Crispin, yeah, I'd say it, we are good. And I mean, unless there's something burning on this particular subject, please. We are having a retreat, an opposition retreat on 24th and 25th of this month. And among other things, of course, we are going to discuss the electoral environment and what we need to do as we go forward. And we are going to try to reach as many Kenyans as possible within the leadership and decision-making community. The focus being, my brothers and sisters, and many of you who are here at this press conference, are people, smart, very well-educated people. Do you actually think this is the way we should run our country? Do you think this is the way we should manage our country? I mean, how? You know, I've said before, by the way, this is something I need to point out. You know, when we comment about things and been written on Kenya in the countdown to elections, predicted that we are going to have violence. The Kofi Annan Foundation, I mean, the report is now public, you can see it. I saw the other day a report that was done by private investors from EU are interested in Kenya. I even made an interview I did another day. All of them are raising issues about the security of the country going forward because of these wounds and the level of crime in the country. About the way we are managing our country, not necessarily in the build-up to elections, but the general attitude of the government towards the management of the country. You know, when you look at our leaders and the kind of speeches that come from their mouths, it's shocking. You wonder whether we live in the same place. And I'm saying this with all the seriousness I can master. We are destroying our country for purposes of politics. The president and the government are playing, you know, just for survival. And then because of that, anything goes. We can't lose lives day in, day out on simple matters. I mean, I've often asked the question, if from Kiambu, for example, or you come from Muranga, and the UDA leader, why should you interfere with them? They're not carrying away the residents of Muranga, they are leaving them behind. They were not carrying away the residents of Homa Bay. They were coming to talk to the residents of Homa Bay. They go away. The residents of Homa Bay would be there forever to be talked to by anyone else who wants to talk to them, including their local leaders, to convince them and tell them Ndndi was telling them is not right or wrong, whatever the case may be. That's how civilized people behave. Is that a good enough reason to cause the level of mayhem we saw? So we have a problem. You know, let's stop this pretense. We have a serious problem. And it's abundantly clear the government has chosen, the president and the government have chosen this as a way of life. Because there is no way, I can tell you, trust me, I have been a minister of security. There's no way that scale of work could happen without the knowledge of the president. Because the president is briefed, you know, regularly when these decisions are happening. So, and I've said before, I know these people. I know the Inspector General of Police. He was my GSU commandant for the 5 years I was a minister. Kanja was my GSU commander. He's a good police officer. I can't understand what is going on. It must be politics that is interfering with what they're doing. The question I keep asking myself is, I mean, what is it that is causing you to sacrifice even the years of your career and the service that you have rendered to this country to ignominiously and very miserably come to the end of your career in this kind of manner? Because when consequences and accountability is called on this kind of matters, all of you know what happened at The Hague. when the warrants were issued, they went to the individual leaders. They didn't go to government. They went to the individual leaders, including those who were in government at that time. And you should meet General Ali to tell you about that experience and how frustrating it can be. So let's be responsible people. What has happened this weekend is horrible for a country of our size and so on. So for the foreigners, that is it. Everyone is surprised about why we are destroying our country. To be honest with you, and I was telling some colleagues of mine the other day, the level of responsibility in our society and moral responsibility is very, very low, especially when it comes to issues of politics. When it comes to crime, there are only two types of people. There is an offender and an innocent person. There is no tribe. There is no Kalenjin, there is no Kisi, there is no Kikuyu, there is no Luo. You are either an offender who has committed a crime, or you are an innocent person. Now, very basic things like those, are always ignored, and sometimes the temptation, like I can see, is to try and introduce, ethnic angles and innuendos to conflict, so that you can split up the opposition and split up people in the opposition. And to your point more specifically, yes, it is this mobilization by politicians and paying people money that goes into this. Wananchi on their own really have no problem. I mean, they have never had problems all along. All these people, how many times has James Orengo gone to Homa Bay? We've always been visiting and working with these people. Why is it a problem this time that his motorcade has to be stoned, returned, and so on? I mean, how many times, honestly, let me ask you, how many times has James Orengo gone to Homa Bay in his life? It is this transactional politics where people think that to inflict violence and pain in the manner in which they are trying to do is the only way of asserting yourself, asserting your authority, which in my very honest opinion is very foolish. Because if you are leading people, you should care for their lives first and foremost. Because when you have killed them, who are you leading? And in any case, as I ask this question, if you pay those people, those guys who are paid, those goons who are paid the way they are paid, running around and so on, terrorizing everybody, when they are done terrorizing your opponents, what will they do? That's why I keep telling these leaders that, it's essentially you are living in a fool's paradise. Because this unexplained hubris, because of political power, I tell people, it comes and goes. Wengine tumekula salute sana, lakini we are here. Tumeangalia hii maneno, na hiyo salute utakula, na siku moja utashangaa vile you basically be bure kabisa after you have messed up people and done all things. What are you going to tell your children when so many lives have been lost in the manner in which it happened in Homa Bay yesterday? You are turning people against each other because of politics. It's very primitive. But it's upon you, good people. Let's work together and save our country. For me, I'm interested in, let's talk about our country first, positions and anything else later. Thank you very much and do have a nice day.
Lovon is the app to make the best of every moment. Come on, the best Nama Choma to surprise the in-laws. My snacks and my drinks to keep cheering. I'm on a last-minute gift. Mbio mbio. Download the app, order Glovo, and get anything you want in minutes.
Now let's get into our conversation. Kwa maombi yenu na uwezo wa Mwenyezi Mungu, ako hapa kama katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, kiranja walio wachache katika bunge la Seneti na senator wa jiji hili la Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna. Good morning.
Good morning, Latif. And,
good to see you.
Mariam, thank you for having me on your show this morning. I don't quite remember the last time I was here. And with you, Latif, we used to have conversations across the city.
On the other side.
Yeah, so I apologize to your viewers for coming in a bit late. There was a bit of traffic that I ran into, but all's well that ends well.
You're here.
I'm here.
And the many people who are waiting for this conversation are saying, no, he's here, that's good enough.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's get straight into it. All right. So first of all, Janet, of course, would have been here. She'd be giving you the day's quote.
Yes.
But she's delegated it to Mariam.
Okay. Yes. In absentia. Let me see if I can hold down the fort. But today's quote is coming from someone who was the former president of the African Development Bank. His name is Akinwumi Adesina. And he said, if young people are not included in economic growth, they will reject the system entirely. If young people are not included in economic growth, they will reject the system entirely.
Yeah, I have had the pleasure of meeting him when he was still at in the office. I remember he came to the LSK annual conference last year, and he was a keynote speaker there. And what he says is actual fact, that nobody will accept a system that doesn't include them. We can't just be there to be your cheerleaders. You do your thing and we are just observers on the side, because it is acknowledged that we all have a stake in this country. And in fact, the younger you are, the greater your stake, because some of us have pushed the numbers a bit. We are not as young as some people think. And the people with the greatest stake are the ones who own the future. And those of us who have eaten salt, as they say, should also try and find a way to include the younger generations in every conversation, and especially the economic conversation. Yeah.
So it appears lately that younger generation, a sizable number of them who are active on social media, who are active on political spaces, who have actually also just been dormant on political spaces, but are coming out in support of this Sifuna movement, right? When you said, Mimi ndio Sifuna, they've said, Sisi ndio Sifuna. And sort of it brings in this whole new wave and expectation. Do you feel the weight of this moment?
Actually, I have been amazed by the outpouring of support from Kenyans of all walks of life. And I take this opportunity to thank them, that it gives great comfort to know that you are not alone. And it gives me great comfort to know that even if something were to happen to me, somehow they were able to tame my tongue or, derail me. There are other Sifunas out there. It cannot be about an individual. In fact, I have always argued, Latif, and these are conversations we've had with you, that this country is going to change not because of one individual, but building critical mass. You have to have people across the country who believe that things need to be done differently. You see, the problem with, one of the problems with democracy is that you have a limited time in office. You have, if God grants you the graces, you have a maximum of 10 years. You do 2 terms and you have to leave. And the unfortunate thing about that is that if you don't have critical mass of people who believe and think in the same philosophy, you will have one stellar president. For instance, when we had Kibaki and the economy was doing great, and then the next time you elect people who believe in a totally different philosophy, and then you find the country stagnating. So across the entire country, I want to encourage young people to participate in politics, to show up, to offer themselves for office, from MCA positions to the Senate positions, to the members of Parliament, all these positions. Nobody should threaten you that it takes rocket science or that some magic, that they're telling us we don't have money, we don't have whatever it is. But it's a different time, I believe, Eric, and I think what Kenyans are looking for is the message and the vision that this country can actually be different. When you read all these stories, and including the ones that you've just read this morning, it is quite depressing, and you can feel the yearning in the country for a different way of doing things. And it's not that people don't want, for instance, development, but when you read about a stadium being built, anybody can build a stadium. Moi is the one who built us Kasarani. But if you ask a majority of Kenyans, they don't want to go back to the life under Moi, this Talanta Stadium is being built. I mean, nobody can deny that there is a stadium there. It is a fantastic facility. But can it be built in accordance with the Constitution and in accordance with the law? That is what Kenyans are yearning for. So I have felt the love, I have felt the support, but I really pray that they don't make this thing about Sifuna, because one of the things I keep reminding people is that we are deeply flawed human beings. We are not perfect. I mean, we are not perfect. In fact, one of the women in my mother's Kikundi, you know that Kikundi for Catholics, St. Anthony's, that meet on Sunday, she called me and she said she was very disappointed in some of my utterances in Kakamega after the tear gas was fired. But you know, tear gas has a way of my son, hiyo maneno nakwambia, unajua ukipigwa tear gas hujuangi hata za ile machozi natoka, makamasi natoka, mambo ingine, you might shout one profanity or another. But we want to remind them that even with our shortcomings, I think we are focused and we are determined to be able to deliver a different Kenya than the one that we have.
So you're saying let them not make it about Sifuna?
No, it can't be.
So when you hear people saying Sisi ndio Sifuna, what's your interpretation of that?
I think they're identifying with a message. They're identifying with some of my trials and tribulations. You know what has been happening in the party. And I hope for the sake of the country, they agree that things can be done differently from the way that they are doing it. But I have been overwhelmed. I'm telling you, Latif, even from the support from some of my colleagues in the party, in the National Assembly, in the Senate, the people showing up to our meetings, because Baba used to tell us that the people are a leader's safety. For as long as where you are, the people are, then you are in the right place. And let the people themselves be the ones to guide you on what you need to do. So I just say thanks. I will try my best, and the entire Linda Mwananchi team, not to let anybody down, to remain focused, to be able to put in place a proper message for the country and paint a picture. Because one of the things that we appreciate as leadership is that we have a responsibility to also explain ourselves, explain our actions, explain our vision. We can't just be saying things. We need to show up for Kenyans, you know. Yesterday there was a young lady I saw on this show that I actually met her on TikTok.
Abby.
Yes, and she's been fantastic, and she said a few things here. One of the conversations we've had with them is that all of us who are saying Ruto must go must be available to go him. You must be when the going you must be ready to go him. So all of us must answer the call because we can hear it across the country that people are yearning for a different leadership in the country.
Are you giving these young people momentum, or are they giving you momentum?
They are giving me momentum. They are giving me energy. I mean, if I tell you the story of Kakamega, I mean, one of these fine days, I think some of us need to write books. It is just ridiculous. We shouldn't live in a country like this. So if it wasn't for those young people, we wouldn't even have shown up in Kakamega, because the machinations of the state were to ensure that the meeting does not happen. We were booked on commercial flights from JKIA. Somehow the airlines, which I will not mention because they'll start crying, they leaked our itinerary to operatives in the Interior Ministry. So those guys know Sifuna is landing at X time. They know Babu is on this flight, is landing at X time. And they mobilize goons to come and make sure that we don't leave the airport, you know. So at night, the good thing is that I have been at this job called Secretary General for so long that I know almost all of these people. So they are the ones calling me, you know. I didn't
goons,
even, yes, they are our boys. You know, we have done a lot of things together. In fact, I didn't even I had forgotten that I had built a shed somewhere in Kisumu. They are the ones who asked me. I don't know which year that was. I said, Sifuna, you know, Juena to pick up. I think it must be like 4 years ago. I only remembered when I saw clips that they were destroying that thing, which is okay. I understand. They are the same ones who tell us, oh, by the way, we've been told to go to the airport tomorrow to make sure you guys don't leave and to access Kakamega. So in the middle of the night, man, we are making frantic calls here and there to some of these air charter providers just to get us to Kakamega. And in the morning, we are sneaking into the airport like we are thieves or like we have done something wrong. Like we are fugitives in a country that is supposed to be free. To board an aircraft that we didn't want them to know, to land at an airstrip that we did not disclose. In fact, we were telling my colleagues, the ones who came on the flight, where we were landing, when they were on board. You know? So it is not supposed to be like that. So we land someplace, use some other back routes and get into Kakamega. And there were young people who had been mobilized. We shared even those clips with one of your producers here.
Yeah.
They can play them for the people.
Yeah.
And those young men, amazingly, they took the money, they fueled their borders, and then they removed those reflector jackets and banned them. And that is the only way we were able to get into Kakamega. And the rally begins, and I think the script is that immediately Sifuna takes the microphone, the tear gas has to be lobbed. And I'm surprised they didn't throw one here today. And if they are planning that, wamalize tu mapema so that we actually have a show. Watupe tu mapema. And it is quite unfortunate hearing the statements from Kenya Airports Authority. Kisumu is an international airport. Can you imagine a specter where an international airport can be blockaded and goons are waiting outside for a passenger, somebody who has flown into that airport? They are saying they will not leave that facility. And KAA is issuing a statement saying that's none of their business, that the area around the airport is not their business, that we should ask somebody else. That they saw the goons, yes, but that is none of their business. An international
It's beyond
airport,
their jurisdiction.
It's ridiculous, Latif, if you ask me. It's ridiculous. So the young people are the ones who have been the wind under our wings, and we thank them for showing up, for neutralizing all those machinations. And one of the things that was quite amazing is that, do you know the person who actually had that tear gas? There were two, and one had handcuffs. These are things that only police officers have. Our suspicion is that these were officers in plain clothes. The young people went and found these people. Of course, waliwasalimia kidogo. And if it wasn't for Babu Owino, because he was the one on the mic, those two gentlemen would have been killed. Because Babu told them, no, stop beating them. They were severely beaten. So when somebody says that I arranged my own tear gassing, then the young people caught my person who was supposed to tear gas me, giving him a beating like a dog, almost killing him. What sort of logic is that when Kipchumba Murkomen speaks?
Says like that.
Number two, Latif, all these devices, by the way, have serial numbers. And the general population, like an ordinary citizen like myself, has no way of accessing those things. We want IPOA. I wish that IPOA was empowered enough to be able to do some of these investigations. It is possible to get those fragments of those tear gas canisters and be able to trace which police officer, which police station those things came from. But I want to just send a general warning, two warnings actually. Number one, to the people who are being used to disrupt other people's political rallies. It is very dangerous for you. You can actually be killed. If it wasn't for us saving the lives of those two young people who had handcuffs and the tear gas, they would have been killed there. Number two, I want to warn the state that it is going to take more than tear gas now to stop the voice and the movement of the people. They have to try something else. Let them try bees from wherever it is they can get bees or something like that. But it is not going to be possible. The young people of Malemba coined a msemo on Saturday that kutupwa kwa tear gas sio mwisho wa mkutano. So let it be known that it will no longer be possible to stop people's movements using these things.
It will not. It be unstoppable.
It is unstoppable.
There's a question that Mariam asked Abizuena yesterday.
Yes.
With regarding that incident. And just in response to what Kipchumba and others are saying, that you may be knowing who were the perpetrators of this so-called violence, as they say. So this incident, now that you had the person who was suspected to have been involved in lobbing the tear gas within your custody, did you take them to hospital or to the police? Did you report this to the police? Did you or your members of your team report to the police? Because walizima yo kitu, did they take the canister and also accompany that?
But you are putting the responsibility on the wrong people. First of all, it is the responsibility of the police to protect those meetings. I shared a communication, the notification to the police that was done days in advance, to the regional commander in Kakamega. And I was very surprised that I saw the same gentleman on TV saying that he was not aware of any meeting. Number two, when this gentleman, actually the person who detonated that tear gas canister, there were two of them, and they had handcuffs. You saw them. The videos are there. They were put on a dais, and we actually told the people who were there, the local organizers, to take them to hospital. Now, I personally have not followed up to understand if they were taken to hospital or not. But the sort of injuries that I saw on that gentleman's head, I am sure he's in a hospital somewhere. So, unless he wants to die, he has to be in a hospital somewhere. But most critically, Mariam, you know, some of us are like proper students of Raila. One of the things Raila used to tell us that we are not going to be crybabies. You know, why am I going to report to the police who tear gassed me that there was somebody who was tear gassing me?
It's not to be a crybaby.
Yeah.
It's for an accountability thread.
There is not going to be any accountability until we have a government that is actually accountable.
Because then I can ask Kipchumba Murkomen, these people, Walinda Mwananchi, made a report at this police station. They said they had a tear gas canister with a serial number S blah blah blah blah blah. What have you done? Have you followed up? What police station did it come from? Who was seconded there? Who is the OCPD, and so on and so forth. We just have to go on a short break. Just hold the thought, hold your response, and then we'll take a short break and come back with Senator Edwin Sifuna. Hashtag is fixing the nation. We see all your comments and questions. We'll try and ask as many as we can.
Tuko hapa na masifuna wengi sana who are all sisi ndio Sifuna online. Hata wanasema wataki hizi breaks. How much is the commercial break? We will pay.
Break haishi woye.
Sabo Gemstone says, ask Sifuna, what's the end game? Does he think someone like Babu meets the constitutional test and threshold for integrity, cognizant of the case that he had earlier before him? Omanga Momanyi asks Sifuna, why was he comfortable swearing in Oburu as a party leader and then later complaining that it wasn't done according to the party constitution? Please, Sifuna, next meeting we want you people to come with a clear agenda, not just one term, that is Anne Gloria 2015. And tell Babu to stop the issue of Maandamano and give us a clear direction on what your leadership is all about. And Mariam Madli African says, we can't dalliance with your abductors. The same police that sent goons to harm them, they'll disappear the evidence given the propensity for lies. Let's go back into that because that was a question that you had asked the Secretary General before the break.
Yes. Why not?
In fact, that is a point that I was making, that once you notify the police, they are supposed to be present there to be able to provide security, not only as a deterrent, but as actively involved in investigation of incidents such as those. To my recollection, I don't remember seeing any uniformed police officer at Amalemba, despite the fact that we had given notice. And if they were present, they would be the ones to arrest the person and to take them in. But we live in a country where we have to accept certain realities. This is the doing of the state and the doing of the police. So it's like going to report that your chicken has been stolen to the person who stole the chicken. Yesterday, when we were visiting with Vincent Ayomo's family, we gave them an assurance that because of the history, for instance, many young people were killed in 2023 demonstrations that we took part in 2024, despite us writing down an MOU and saying, we need to sort out reparations, not only compensation for the loss of lives and injuries, but also to bring the officers who are responsible to account. And we told the family of Vincent that given that history, because it is now less than 2 weeks to the expiry of that MOU, none of those things have been done, and because it is clear William Ruto never had any intention to be able to do any of those things that he agreed with Raila. So you started by saying we need to keep hope alive in this country. And the hope that we want to give Kenyans is that things will not always be the same. In under 18 months, we have an opportunity to put in place an administration that is based on the values in the Constitution that will bring all these things to happen. So it is difficult for me to look Vincent's widow in the eye and tell him that this government will actually do something about killing her husband.
Yeah.
It is not going to happen.
It's
You know,
really not.
we cannot get accountability out of William Ruto's government.
It's not
you know?
even the hope of accountability.
Yeah.
It's giving people something to work with. Because
Absolutely.
you're absolutely right. This government won't always be in
Yeah.
power.
Yeah.
If there comes a time
Yeah.
when there are people in power
Yeah.
willing to fix injustices
Absolutely.
and
And
the
which is
wrongs of
why,
the past,
Mariam,
then it's good to have like that trail.
allow me to
It's
just
the reason-
segue into that question that came from one of the viewers there
Yeah.
on the vision that we want to build for this country.
Okay.
And
but
this is
let me just finish my
Yeah,
thread,
all right,
my thread of thought.
Yeah.
I was thinking through the same reason you lose your phone, for example, it gets stolen.
Yeah.
You write an OB. I don't think you ever write an OB with the hope that those police will bring back your phone.
Yeah.
It is so that when that phone is used in a crime or some other thing,
Absolutely.
you can come and say,
Yeah.
I lost it, OB number ndio hii, I reported it lost, and no. It's for posterity and for future accountability, not so
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
that anything will happen now, or that
Yeah.
there's a hope that something will happen now.
Yeah, okay, for me, first of all, you know, they have turned it around and accused us of being responsible for, I don't know, I saw a statement from the DCI saying we are arming our supporters, we are tear gassing ourselves. The entire Linda Mwananchi team is available for the police if there is any evidence that Sifuna or anybody else has been doing any of those things. We are available. We can be summoned. We can even be arrested if they have evidence. Let them show the evidence. We are prepared to face them in court. But I want to make this assurance here that you cannot go to the people who are. They do it, they accuse you of doing it, and then you expect me to go and report to them. Our hope is entirely on the people of Kenya to be able to appreciate that this country can actually be different, you know. And this is the reason why when people say, oh, we want to hear a clear agenda,
Yeah.
I want the people to understand that we are not going to talk about shiny things, you know. We are not going to talk about stadiums. Previous politicians in campaigns have actually engaged people box using shiny things like laptops and Barabara and stadium. I remember those billboards of the 5 stadiums in Mombasa, in all these places. I'm telling you, Mariam, anybody, any person can build a stadium. Moi build stadiums. But what we are looking for is something higher. Kenya has what I describe as a software problem. And you have to go back to the preamble of the Constitution. This Constitution has a history. There was a life we used to live that then we said this has to stop. And going forward, this is the life that we want to live. And if you go back to the preamble of the Constitution, it tells you the aspirations of Kenyans, the kind of government that they wanted. And our message to the public is that that is the government we want to form. And if you read the preamble, it says, recognizing the aspirations of all Kenyans for a government based on essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law. Those 6 values are more important than stadiums. You understand? Because everything that we do, we're not saying we don't want development. Because any government, a democratic government, will still collect taxes. And they will still have a responsibility to build roads. But in what environment are they building? So if you see somebody telling you, this constitution requires, for instance, when you construct anything, or any expenditure of public money must be done in a transparent manner. So you have a choice between somebody building you a stadium, and then the Auditor General tells you the costs were varied, 11 billion, no explanation. There was no consultation of the Attorney General, that they refused to use open tender, which is the transparency that we're talking about. And we understand the exasperation of Kenyans, because Kenyans have been yearning for these things. There are those who will be tempted to say, sisi tunataka tu stadium ijengwe. It's okay. It's okay because of the history that we have. People are feeling, wacha tu barabara ijengwe hata kama mtu amekula 20%. At least kuna barabara. But we are telling them, even a Democrat can do that. I was giving the example of those young men who were beaten up for no reason while playing pool in Nandi Hills. So mtu amekuletea pesa ya Nyota Fund uanzishe pool. Alafu umeanzisha pool. Usiku hujafanya makosa yote, polisi wanakuja wanakupiga. That is the value system that we want to fix. I want to tell Kenyans that we need to go back to the original idea of the sort of government that we wanted to be able to implement this. And there's a reason, you know, in constitutional and legal interpretation, when you have words following each other and there's a comma,
Yeah.
the order of the words is not it's not a fluke. It's not happenstance. There's a reason why the first value there is human rights.
With Deep Freeze, exercise is not a punishment, but something to enjoy. Whether you like running, gym, cycling, or any sports, always use Deep Freeze to instantly cool down overworked muscles. Deep Freeze provides an instant burst of cooling relief during, after exercise, and on fresh impact injuries. Effective anytime, all seasons.
Roto.
There is a reason, you know. Then we go to equality and freedom. When you talk to many of these young people in this country, people want to live in a country that is free. It's free. I might not have something to eat, but I am not fearful that the police will knock down the door the next minute. I give people the example of us. You know, me, I was born and grew up entirely under the Kanu state until I became an adult capable of voting. I was born in 1982 when the Kanu state was now becoming the Kanu state. You would be sitting in the village under a tree with your father. And when you hear the sound of, they used to have Land Rovers and they bought Mahindras. I don't know if people remember Mahindras. I'm an old man. So this Mahindra had a very specific sound, distinct signature sound. So your father akisikia yo Mahindra pale kwa mlima, anakimbia kwa miwa for no reason. Because those guys would pick you up and 6 months later, your family doesn't know where you are. And there's no explanation that is given because during the Kanu regime, detention without trial was actually law. So nobody wants to go back there. Moi built as a fantastic facility for the All Africa Games, I think it was in 1989. But under what circumstances were people living? So we grow up and we get to 2002. And it's the first time my generation who were born in 1982 have an opportunity to vote. You should have seen the enthusiasm with which we went to the polls. Because we want to be free. I don't know how I can explain it. Above everything else, I want to be free, to be able to wake up, to say whatever it is that I want, because the Constitution guarantees me the freedom of speech. If I am going to jail because I tweeted and said, I don't like Latif's nose, that is not the freedom that we fought for. If I cannot assemble somewhere with people because I'll be tear gassed, that is not the country we want to live in. We want to be in a country where people are free to be able to express themselves. And then there is something called rule of law. You know, these things, they're not just, fanciful terms that we throw around. You visit countries, Eric, and they are Kenyans, my friend. People who have slaved away in European countries, in places like Seattle. I met Kenyans who are doing jobs that many Americans will not want to do. In these old elderly care homes. Yeah? And they tell you that after going through all that, doing all these menial jobs, you have saved up some money. Yeah? I want to buy a piece of land in Nairobi. But I don't know whether, once I have put all my entire life saving, after doing all these menial jobs, somebody will come and tell me, by the way, hii ploti kuna title mbili, ama ni ya mkubwa. Usikie hii ni ya senator wa Nairobi. Anakuambia utoke. Na anakuambia, even if, for instance, the rule of law means if there is a dispute between me and you, Latif, and you go to court and you get a court order, everybody, including wakubwa, will respect that court order. So somebody sitting there in Australia wondering, hey, Maze, I want to come home. Lakini, which home am I coming to? We want a home that is governed by rule of law. That if an order is issued against Sifuna, it doesn't matter if he's the president, the order will be respected. No investor will come and invest in a country where they are not sure that if a dispute arises between them and the government, that, there are stories, I don't know if we have time. No commercial breaks. So, an investor comes to Kenya, and before they put their mradi here, everybody from the local chief to the MCA to the president is saying, "Bi usiponipea shares." They want something. I mean,
it's essentially how almost every project works.
So the message here from Edwin Sifuna is, I want to be part of those that create a government that recognizes the preamble of the Constitution. The preamble of the Constitution is the very beginning of our Constitution. You can go and look at the Constitution of Kenya. It has those...
It gives you the reasons.
Those loyally words.
Not loyally words. This is actually a summary of the reasons why we chose this one.
It's the heart of the Constitution.
Yes, it is a reason.
Acknowledges the supremacy of the Almighty God, honoring those who heroically struggle to bring freedom and justice to our land.
Correct.
Proud of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation. Respectful of the environment, which is our heritage, and determined to sustain it for the benefit of future generations. Committed to nurturing and protecting the well-being of the individual, the family, communities, and the nation. And this is Sisi Ndio Sifuna's main one.
Correct.
Recognizing the aspirations of all Kenyans for a government based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law. And you say the sequencing of these words is deliberate by the drafters of the Constitution.
Correct.
And it stands for something. I wonder, how do you get this?
Now,
how do you deliver this to us?
Now, those people who ask us, this is the entire manifesto of the Linda Mwananchi Group. This is the manifesto we will give to the people of Kenya in 2027. That it is possible, by the way, Latif, to live a life that captures all these aspirations, because there's a history to it. There was a time, I've given you stories here. There was a time when none of these things were possible. Even just sitting here and having this conversation, it was not possible. So you will see at the end there, it says, exercising our sovereign and inalienable right to determine the form of governance of our country, and having participated fully in the making of this constitution, we adopt, enact, and give this constitution to ourselves and to our future generations. These words are profound. They mean something. So let us discuss the software of the country. One of the things that we must accept as leaders, you must accept that you also have blind spots. But Mariam, you know, when somebody says, Sifuna, sit here and give me economic policy. First of all, I'm not an economist, and I must accept that I don't know everything. There are these know-it-all leaders who is farmer number one, Nisijui is the expert on ICT expert, Nisijui Nini. That is not who we are. We have to recognize that we don't have everything with us. But we have a country where this expertise exists. I was driving on a road from Mbita.
Homa Bay.
Yes, in Homa Bay. You know, I took my family for the Christmas break, not the Christmas, the New Year's Eve, in some fishing village there in Homa Bay. And you drive along that thing they call the Lake Victoria Ring Road.
Oh, no.
The Lake Victoria Ring Road.
Okay.
Beautiful views. I dare anyone who has traveled anywhere else to tell us if they've seen something more beautiful than that road, the views on that road. But the road is terrible. Then I remembered, I visited a city in South Africa called, it's called what? East London. Now, East London is also a coastal city. There is a proper boardwalk there, where people come with their families and they chill on Sundays, they do roasts and other things. That thing was designed and built by a Kenyan from Bungoma, called Wafula. So we are telling you, but the problem with Wafula is that he doesn't believe that there's a system of meritocracy in Kenya that would actually give him the opportunity to do these things. He has to go to build these things in South Africa. When you have a government that is based on these values, everybody gets the comfort that they can come and render their expertise. We reintroduce a system of meritocracy. I can admit as president that I don't know how to build boardwalks, but there are Kenyans who are able to build those things. So we have to be able to harness all the talent that we have in the country. But to do that, you have to give them confidence that there's a country that works for them.
That's a tall ask from the citizens and from ourselves, like leaders, journalists, everyone. But let me just go into a few things before we even go into the machinations of exactly how to do that. The question on believing in or swearing in Oburu while, not, I don't know, either fully believing him as, you know, party leader, or what was happening there?
As Secretary General of the party.
First of all, I was presiding over the meeting of the National Governing Council.
Okay.
That's not to say I was the one swearing him in.
Okay.
Now, the story of how Oburu becomes a party leader is a very emotive story for me, because Mariam, you know, nobody prepared us as a party, as a country, as supporters of ODM for the death of Raila. You know, this guy, he used to walk around like he was immortal. And the thought never crosses your mind. Then I wake up one morning and there's a message on my phone Amolo has left us. And I remember I was dressed in orange because we had an activation for a by-election in Kajiado. So we divert the convoy, we go to Mama's house, yeah? And there, whatever happens. And we find ourselves in State House because the announcement has to be made by the head of state. By the way, I was very angry even just that morning because I didn't understand why it had to be the head of state to make that announcement. Because we sat in that house from, I think, the time that I arrived, waiting for Buru because he was in Kisumu. My understanding was that he, as the head of the Jaramogi family, would arrive and make that statement. But then, state protocol takes over and we all are told to go to State House. I was just wondering, like, why, And at State House, they say, because at the house, the Raila's lawyer had told us his will that he wanted to be buried within 72 hours. Yeah. And then at State House, they tell, we need a delegation to go to Mumbai and come back with Mzee's body. And I wasn't even on that list, by the way. But I think one of those CSs who came from ODM noticed that the list was very government heavy. It's like, but Sifuna is here. Let a passport yako patia sijui nani. That's how I find myself on the flight to Mumbai. Okay. Yeah. So we go to Mumbai and actually it was one of the most difficult moments in my life. And that image can never leave my head because, we found Mzee's body on the air side. They had already transferred him from where he was. Yeah. And now the body was in the back of a truck, a canter, just waiting to be wrapped with that paper that they wrap it with, so that they could put it on the plane. So the indignity, man, like you can't believe this is Baba. So while we are going through all these emotions, people are meeting somewhere to feel his position. Can you imagine that? Mzee had not even arrived in Kenyan airspace. Yeah. And they're already doing that. I wasn't present in that meeting. If I was present in that meeting, I would have told them that the constitution of ODM, which I brought a copy of, I walk around with it everywhere so that when clever journalists like Latvia want to challenge me on provisions of the ODM constitution, I can show them. It requires that you elect a party leader at a national delegates convention. Now, Raila had 3 deputies. And you see, some of these people, I have asked Ososi, do you people understand what the word deputy means? Like, when you offer yourself for that position, you should be prepared to be able to act in that position in the event that your boss is unavailable. That's true. So my expectation would have been that the 3 of them would have said, let Ososi act for the month of January, you act for the month of February, then you act for the month of March, and in March we call an NDC. Now, there is a way in which the emotional blackmail on members of the Central Committee, on members of the, the National Executive Committee works. That now we are brought back and all of them, we just told, okay, let's just go along, we need, at least in these moments of grief, some level of stability and leadership, and, he's an old man. And the initial pronouncements by Oburu were very encouraging. If you go back to the things that he was saying in the initial days, saying, this thing has just fallen on my lap, my job is just to steer the party through this difficult period and hand over the party to young people. His own words. He said it himself. That's true. He said it himself. So you must understand everything that happened in the context of that there was a very solid drive to be able to not unnecessarily stir the waters and to be able to allow time for us to be able to do these things. That does not mean that the constitutional responsibility to be elected at an NDC is ousted. And the reason why we were insisting on doing things properly, one of the things why the Central Committee of ODM used to make decisions that would they would be readily accepted by the membership. There's a reason. It was because that is the only organ of ODM that was chaired by Raila Odinga. He was the chair of that committee. Central Committee. Yeah. All other organs of the party are chaired by the chairperson. So meetings of the Central Committee would be chaired by Raila. And Raila had legitimacy. He had been to an NDC. He has been the presidential candidate of a party. So when you start hearing a different tone from Oburu, then it worries us. And we're saying, hey, boss, see, you go then get the legitimacy from members of the party,
So
and then you can be able to make some of those critical decisions that you're making.
Just jumping in because before we take a break. So the leadership of the party meets and says, let's appoint Oburu as interim party leader.
Correct.
And because that was the communication.
Yes.
I remember Abdul Somad reading that at the airport and saying interim party leader.
Correct.
And the messaging from the interim party leader was, I'm a caretaker here for this. And then again, you met at the point now where you were chairing that meeting that endorsed that decision.
Yeah.
So, and that's when now he came in and took in the oath and said, I will be.
Yeah, but you see the constitution of ODM, even I went through a similar process, that you are an interim official until elected by the National Delegates Convention. I was appointed in an interim position in 2018. It was not until 2021 when we went to the NDC that I was elected unopposed and unanimously as SG of ODM, you know? So these things, it is when we say, please do the right thing, it's not to say we want to remove you as party leader.
Okay.
You see, and the question you have asked is very interesting. When did he transform from interim to wakudumu wa milele?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah. Has he?
According to him. Okay. But according to the constitution of ODM, the only time you become substantive is when you are elected at the NDC.
But as the custodian of the party's ideal, the Secretary General, right? You know what the party constitution says.
Yes.
You were there, you chaired that meeting that endorsed him as interim. And therefore you know this is the position. He is interim until an NDC is held.
Correct.
As far as I remember, there were conversations around when the NDC is going to be held.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There was no argument that there is going to be an NDC or not. So at what point did Edwin Sifuna, as Secretary General, start feeling like the interim party leader does not want an NDC that will elect him? Or start feeling that this one is usurping the powers of a substantive party leader? What made you feel that?
Now, first of all, our calls for clothing the party leader in legitimacy were misinterpreted as disrespect.
Okay.
You know, young people know exactly what I am saying. You know, these conversations we have with our grandfathers, they are very interesting. You say something and they think, oh, you, first of all, you are a child, sit down, you should not be saying those things. It is not disrespect.
You want to inherit me when I'm alive.
You need to guide people. You need to guide. In my position as SG, I should be able to offer free advice on my understanding of things. It is not to say that it is disrespectful. Number two, if you look at the gravity of the decisions that are being taken, my view is that some of those decisions can only be taken when you are clothed with that legitimacy. For instance, you want to tell members of ODM that you are beginning negotiations to form a coalition government with Party X. That is something that requires a mandate of the people. And that's what we are saying. There is no rush. Let's do things by the book, and then you can be able to have the mandate and say, now I'm going. The reason why Raila used to do those things the way he used to do them is because he always went back to the people. Even doing something as innocuous as signing an MOU. Baba went around the country. Just, you know, sometimes we in ODM, there are things that we know. Sometimes Baba would want something. We know what he wants. Sindio? But at least he used to pretend to consult. Just even if it's just for sure. Like yes, you know, like I remember he came back from the first 3 consultations he did. He did, I think, Mombasa, then he did Kwale, then he did, I think it was Kilifi. You know, he came back, he told us, but there's Sifuna. Of all these meetings, the only people, he said the only people who were genuinely giving me proper advice, not proper advice, but saying what they truly feel about this thing were the people in Kwale. I can tell when people want to please me, there are people who don't want to offend me, there are people who are just saying, you know, Musisumbwe mzee. He used to be able to tell. But he used to do it. He used to do it. He said, come here, Nini. And I mean, one of the things that people will come to understand is that, you see, when the party leader, Raila, because of the legitimacy he had and the support of the people and the heart of the people that he had, everything we used to do in ODM, including our rules, our constitution, was in order to facilitate him to be able to achieve what he wants to achieve. Now, we have to ask ourselves if any other leader in ODM has that level of legitimacy. Correct. Even Sifuna. I mean, you have to have the heart of the people before they can trust you and say, Sifuna it looks suspicious, but we trust Sifuna knows what he's doing.
It's a democracy and should be following the democratic processes and in your constitution as well. We'll go on a short break, but when we come back, we'll also talk about the charges, or what we want to call them, against you, that were preferred against you as far as issues party related. Do they hold any water? Are they substantive? Court case still ongoing, but we'll try and do our best to cover it. Hashtag is Fixing the Nation NTV. We'll be right back after this.
Every day begins with decisions, and empowered teams make better ones. When information is easy to access, you stay ahead of developing trends. We unpack the business environment shaping Kenya and the region. We follow the money so you understand opportunity, risk, and impact. Daily Nation delivers trusted, real-time reporting as events unfold. Business Daily gives leaders the insight to plan, not just react. See East Africa as one connected economy. Subscribe to Nation e-paper. Empower your team. Inform smart decisions.
Professionals that attain world-class skills in nursing, counseling, and physiotherapy, community health, clinical medicine, and medical laboratory, imaging science, human nutrition, and dietetics. Join us today and become a professional. Thika School of Medical and Health Sciences, nurturing professional excellence.
Welcome to the final hour of Fixing the Nation. We're live on NTV, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram. Msini chape, tunaendelea na conversation. Let's just do one news fix for the hour. Now, ex-Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero and 10 others are in a graft case that is entering day 2 of the defense stage. The corruption case against former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero and 10 others moves into the second day of the defense phase, making a critical turn in the long-running trial. The charges stem from alleged procurement irregularities, with prosecutors accusing county officials of flouting public finance and tendering laws during Kidero's tenure. Now, at the defense hearing stage, the accused will seek to counter the prosecution's case, testing the strength of evidence presented over the years. The proceedings are closely watched as they speak to accountability in county governments and the pace of high-profile anti-corruption trials in Kenya. Further, the outcome of the case is likely to be viewed through the lens of political affiliation, given Kidero is now a member of UDA. This is the second news fix on former governors being indicted for graft issues. Definite, again, if we actually see this through towards the end, it sets a great precedent.
We shall never give up hope. One day, things will go right. Bro, Omwami Sifuna knows this thing. This man is a true future, as Professor Nyong'o once said. Keep that brain fired up, Omwami. That is Lago Steve. Frederick Omondi says, we can pay for the show so we don't have many breaks here. I'm Jatuma Bado. We can't tell the boss, Walisema Watatuma. Still Mike the One says, this is Sifuna Nation. The Pioneer says, we as Gen Z, it's either our parents choose between us or Ruto. We'll walk with them to the polling station and make sure they vote Ruto out. That is the view of the Pioneer VG8. And then we have very many people who are saying, declare your candidacy for president. Where are we going for president? The wisdom in you, Sifuna, is on another level. Don't team up with mediocrity. Tuchukue kura na hiyo siku twende tupige kura tusibaki home. We'll come back into this, into your journey. You said it's 18 months. These 18 months, you'll map out the 18 months for us.
Yeah.
But before that, Mariam, we were talking about the ODM, the tussle within ODM.
Yes.
So you've said, yes, this is what the issues that you raised within the party about the legitimacy of the interim party leader and the powers of the interim party leader, to what extent it goes to.
Yeah.
Then we had the meeting in Kilifi, which you did not attend, despite being a member of the National Executive Committee. And the issue of your public utterances was raised. We spoke to the deputy party leader, Abdul Somad, the following day. And he told us the matter was raised by a member, it was discussed, and your public utterances were discussed. And they found that this is an official of the party who is going against the dictates of the party, the good manners of the party. Those are my words, not the words of the meeting, right?
Yeah.
And that's why they said we ought to put in somebody who communicates what these organs of the party decide.
Right.
And that's why your deputy was elevated to the position. You've taken this matter to the political parties dispute tribunal.
Absolutely.
Which has said, halt everything, Sifuna will still be Secretary General. How far will this go? What is the due process?
So first,
everybody.
And you know the ODM constitution very well, being very critical of yourself. Did you break party rules, and did you act in a capacity that was unlike that of a Secretary General with some of your utterances?
Now, Madam, there's a rule that he who alleges must prove. They are the ones who have made the allegations. As far as I'm concerned, no one has ever told me what my mistake is, formally. So, one of the arguments that I have refused to accept is that Sifuna is no longer an individual. I don't have any individual capacity. I don't have any individual view or personal views. That even when I'm talking to my 9-year-old daughter, I am the SG of ODM. And that the things we discuss between me and her, she usually comes to give me tea from school. Oh, today there was a frog that jumped on someone. You know, they are saying, that's the argument. Does that make sense to you? That in every space that I sit, I do not. That's a minute. You just follow their logic. They are saying Edwin Sifuna Watenya has no capacity to give personal views anywhere, including in my bedroom. Can you imagine? I asked one day that ati hata nikifail kwa kitanda nimeangusha mbogi mzima ya ODM.
We asked that
Wacheni
question.
bwana.
You're extending it.
No, I have to make it very clear how ridiculous that argument is.
But when are you speaking as a SG?
That is their problem. You know, I don't know if I should introduce every statement that I say. Now I want to say this thing as Sifuna. Then I say no. Now I want to speak as a senator of Nairobi. Now I just want to speak as a Luya man. Now I want to speak as a friend of NTV. I mean, it's ridiculous. So
in some instances, you know you're being flippant.
No.
Okay, if when you appear to a media interview such as this one,
yes,
we have advertised and said the Secretary General of ODM is coming. The name that we are putting on the screen is the Secretary General of ODM.
Yes.
When you appear with Yvonne Okwara, it is the Secretary General of ODM that is speaking. When you go to parties and say, kwa maombi, kwa baraka za Mwenyezi Mungu na maombi yenu, nasimama hapa kama
nikiwa bado.
Even before the bado, it was nikiwa katibu mimi ndio Sifuna, katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM.
Latif.
In church, in the places that you spoke.
Latif.
You spoke as ODM Secretary General.
Latif. Mimi, do I work in your graphics department?
No, you don't.
You had a choice to write on your poster there, Edwin Sifuna appearing as a Nairobian.
Nairobi senator.
Yes, or Nairobi senator.
But we did not invite.
You did not. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah. So the truth is, I wear all these hats, right? But that does not oust my freedom of speech to be able to, and conscience, to express myself on the things that I see. Now, Baba himself in Kakamega, he said, Sifuna has a right to say what he wants to say. You can also go to Yvonne Okwara's show or to this one and say what your piece is, you know? So I need to be, like in this case, what we are looking for, I don't want to go into the details, is to be shown the accusation. So, for instance, Mariam, when they say that your public utterances are contrary to a resolution of a party, you have to demonstrate to me this is the resolution of the party and this is the public utterance that goes against it. For instance, when they read the resolutions in Kilifi, they said that they are mandating the party leader to begin conversations with all political formations, beginning with UDA, right? They read it, and I have a copy of that resolution here. I walk around with it everywhere. So, when somebody who was a member of that meeting comes and says, we will not talk to party X, isn't he the person in violation of that resolution? Isn't he the one in violation of that constitution? But Sifuna saying, mimi mambo ya Ruto hapana, is where they draw the line. And suddenly, it is a ruckus. And what I said is this. Our expectation as members of the party is when you do these negotiations, you come and talk to Mariam and hear what Mariam has to offer the party in terms of the conversation that we're having. And I have insisted that that conversation has to be about values. Right. Then you come to Latif. And then you bring all these conversations that you've had back to the membership and let the members say which offers the best path for ODM. Now, unfortunately, in these conversations, and surprisingly, they have taken a very surprising turn that these negotiations are happening on podiums. I remember when Raila was doing coalition negotiations with this Kina Kalonzo, they used to go to some place in Zanzibar, wanajificha huko, wanaongea kama wazee. You never heard him saying, oh, tunataka deputy, umesimama kwa podium Kondele. Who negotiates like that? So, when we raise these objections, wanasema ati tunaenda against the resolution of the party. Secondly,
that thing of if you start negotiating a deputy,
Kwanza,
you'll end up.
You start negotiating by saying the things you don't want. Ati sisi hatutaki. It's quite interesting. But secondly, we are insisting on saying, Baba used to tell us that you walk this journey with people who are like-minded. So when I ask the question, when you're going to speak to Mariam, you have to demonstrate to me how Mariam is like-minded to me. Would an ODM administration, for instance, countenance the tear gassing of a church? And that conversation has to be a values conversation. We are not saying that these political parties must mirror each other in terms of their values, but at least get me somebody who we can close ranks on some of his values. So if Sifuna is a member of a government that is shooting people in Kitengela, that is killing young people all across the country, does that sit well with me? It doesn't. That is the reason why when we wrote that MOU, I have a story. I don't know if we have time.
If you can,
the background of that MOU.
Yes.
When Raila lands from Addis, you remember he goes straight to Mombasa, State House Mombasa.
Yep.
And he has told this story publicly that he arrives there and he finds a coalition agreement prepared. And he says, no. You know me, I don't do things like that. I have to speak to my people, right? And he embarks on these consultations. There was a meeting of a central committee that we did in Kisumu at night. And Baba tells these people, okay, we have had suggestions that we should do some form of agreement with UDA. So there's a technical team that is working on it. When you finish drafting that document, give it to Sifuna. And everybody's like, oh, okay. Then I remember some of these broad-based characters saying, oh, but Baba, can we form a committee? Why just one person? Then I remember Mzee just asking him, how many people do you need to read a document? And he banged the table and the meeting was over. Now, a week goes by. I'm calling these guys. I'm like, hey, see, muletele draft.
Document.
Nothing. Until the morning, we are sitting at KICC there. The day of the signing of that document, we are sitting there at KICC. The entire central committee is there. And the president's team is across the floor. And then these guys shuffle in with a laptop bag. And there's a screen like this one there. And then they start projecting the agreement. We didn't get even to the third paragraph. Raila stops them and says, but by the way, is this what we agreed you go and prepare? Then Mzee says, no, this is not it. Then he asked me, Sifuna, have you read this thing? I'm like, Mzee, in front of God, they are here. I have been asking this gentleman to show me this document. This is the first time I'm seeing it with you. The meeting stops. We are sent upstairs. I have an office on third floor. We sat there. Nyongo was sitting in my chair with Nyongo and the others. We wrote this thing from scratch. And there is a reason there is a reason. Because Mzee used to say, you must put the people first. This issue of conversations with these other parties is not about who's getting which position. You know, it's about, can we fix the value system in the country? Nice. So that document, we prepared in my office. I printed one copy, went and showed my boss. He's like, yeah, this is now what we are about.
The MOU that we now have publicly.
It is us who wrote it.
Okay. What was the initial one?
What?
The one that Baba said,
the one that Baba
paragraph
rejected.
3.
We didn't even get to paragraph 3 because we could see where the conversation was going.
Where was it going?
You know, it was about this conversation they're talking about. How we are going to work together, who gets what. That is not who ODM is. So we show Baba this agreement, and he's like, okay, take it across the whole there. If they're in agreement, we go and sign. Do you know those guys never read that document? Yes. I was in that room for literally less than 3 minutes. I showed them because, and I had warned the party in the beginning that William Ruto was not interested in the text. We would have written, even if I wanted, I would have written in there paragraph 3, Ruto must go. He would not have seen it. He would have still have signed it. He was not interested in the content. He was interested in the optics. So that tukitoka pale nje, asema wangapi wanasema tuungane, tutembe pamoja, and he has achieved that largely because you can now see the confusion between the MOU and broad-based and the others.
Which also says that there was never any intention of implementing.
Absolutely, there was no intention. Look at the provisions of that constitution, the MOU. We said he must stop killing young people. Since the signing of that agreement to date, Mariam, the government of William Ruto has killed more than 20 people, including Kina Ojwang. Now, I ran into problems on that famous Yvonne show because I said, the moment Albert Ojwang dies in a police cell, to me, that agreement is of no use. And say, oh, how can Sifuna declare this MOU dead? It's only Baba who can declare. I'm like, boss, if someone is in material breach of an agreement with you, basic law, that breach is so egregious because you cannot bring back Albert Ojwang's life to be able to enjoy any of the other things in the agreement. You know? So we have to agree that the conversations that we have for us in Linda Mwananchi are totally opposite to what these guys are looking for. So if they say they don't want president, they don't want deputy, maybe if they added the Ministry of Agriculture, they will be happy.
They'll be happy. So let me ask this question. This matter is before the dispute tribunal of the political parties, but the leadership of the party, the other leaders of the party, from the party leader to the deputies to the chairperson and the others are proceeding. They are talking about, we are going to enter into these negotiations. We are organizing an NDC which we shall bring together people and so on and so forth. It appears that they are moving, whether you are in it or not.
It's okay.
To what extent are you prepared to fight for the soul of ODM? Because I hear this is what you're fighting for. You're fighting for the soul of ODM and what you're calling the spirit of Raila Odinga. To what extent are you prepared to fight for this thing? At what point
I gave an undertaking to my boss at on the day of his burial that it will not be me to break up or ruin his party. They are the ones who have begun a war. We have to defend the values of the party until the logical end. You know, at the end of the day, we said during our presser there that we will defend the values of this party in whatever way that we know. Every legal means is available for us. We will speak to the people, we will use the courts. At the end of the day, it appears that they have made up their minds and we don't begrudge them. We only pray that it is possible to follow the constitution of the party. It is possible for you to call a properly convened NDC. And I had said even previously that the schism between the leadership of the party can only now be resolved by the membership of the party. Even if you brought Kofi Annan, I don't know which mediator there is out there, to sit me and the other side down, because they are so entrenched in their government position. God knows what they get from there. It is almost impossible at this particular stage to convince some of them to beat a retreat. And it is also public knowledge that it is impossible to convince Sifuna to see Ruto as somebody who's fit for office. It is just impossible. So the way that you resolve that conflict is to allow the membership of the party to give clear mandate to one side. And I want members of ODM to understand that the confusion will not end if you have a one-term party leader, Apaju, and a two-term SG. It is not going to be possible. You know all of us now. Just pick a side and say, sisi, kama wanachama wenye chama, tumeamua kwamba tunaenda na hawa watu. And once that mandate is given, then the rest of them The whoever remains, whoever leaves.
If the Chama gives the mandate of 2-term?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. Let them give a clear mandate. But we are saying follow the constitution. Give the proper delegates an opportunity to say, sisi tunaenda na 2-term. Sawa. Then the rest of us now can make our own decisions going forward. Yeah.
Afixa had asked and saying, don't wait until 2027 to form our party. Our kama sisi kama Sifuna party.
You know, I want this the public to understand that institutions such as ODM belong to all of us. Mariam, the reason why you, as I don't even know which party you belong to, but you are a taxpayer. Maybe you are not even a member of any party. You are a taxpayer. Your funds, your resources, your money funds ODM. Therefore, you have a stake in it. There is a reason why political parties are encouraged to exist and to grow. I would not want an institution as big as ODM that has taken so long to build, with tears and sweat and deaths, to collapse or to die. I want members of the party and the public to understand that we are all invested in this institution. We must fight for it. And Baba did not grow people who run away from things. You don't run away. You have to stand your ground and say, this is who we are. This is our property. This is ours. So that person who's saying our party should be calling ODM our party. You have invested in it. Yeah, you have invested in ODM.
I think they're probably coming from the point of view of
Emenda.
Might as well start.
No, one of the most interesting things, I want to assure members of ODM. I had one of the Linda Ground people saying they have more leaders on their side. We are not interested in leaders. We're interested in the people. Let them count the number of MPs who are there. And I am sure the attrition rate of the National Assembly and the anger that is out there about some of the decisions that these members of the National Assembly have taken. You remember, Mariam, there were people who voted for the finance bill in 2024. I see some of them gallivanting around here saying, Sifuna must go. They have. I'm telling you, Kenyans have not forgotten. They will hold them to account. So let them count the leaders on their side. We will count the people. In fact, we are setting up a mechanism. When I hear people saying Sisi ndio Sifuna, we want to conduct census of these Sifunas. Right. How many are we actually? Yeah. Once we know how many we are, we will take certain steps that will be, in the right direction.
Some of them are saying that they are Sifuna, they are not ODM. If Odette says, I will not fight for ODM, I will fight for Sifuna.
I appreciate that. It's a democracy, but I am saying she must understand that ODM as an institution is funded by taxpayer money. All of us are invested in that party. And we have a responsibility to fight for it because it is our party. Nobody should be claiming that it is not our party. Yeah.
Let's get into matters national now, outside of ODM. Presidential ambitions, yes or no?
Now, I said at the beginning of this show that all of you, if you have ever uttered the word Ruto must go, you must be available to go him. You understand?
Yes.
And therefore, it is not about Sifuna. Personally, I have a lot of faith especially in the young people of this country. You cannot tell us that in a population of over 50 million people, that only 10 people are viable candidates for president. It is not possible. It is just that the system has succeeded in scaring people into thinking that you have to have billions of shillings to be able to run this campaign. It is a tactic that is used to scare, especially young people from office. One of these fine days, I will run the numbers for my senatorial campaign here. It is nowhere near the figures that people throw around. You know, they are saying, who is financing these rallies? I will give you a breakdown. In this city, goodwill is more valuable than money. I can be given something for free, which you cannot be sold.
True.
Where utakuja na pesa wakatae kukuuzia na wanipay for free. So Latif, for instance in Kakamega, we have the reason I bring up goodwill. You can see the sort of infrastructure that is coming with us. That gentleman who provided the dais and the sound has worked with Mzee for years. So he's not going to hassle me, The entirety of that setup cost us 500,000 shillings.
Right.
Alone. So I want young people to understand this thing is not about billions. It's about goodwill. Then,
Senator.
Yes.
It was a yes or no, President.
No, I want you to understand something. It's context.
Okay.
It is important.
Okay.
So first, they use figures to scare people. Number two, when you have goodwill, so 500,000 and you saw all the members of parliament that are there, the amount of money that I spent, me personally as Sifuna in Kakamega, is 100,000 Kenya shillings, and I'll give you the breakdown. So all of us contribute for the stage and the sound. 50,000 shillings each, right? When they messed up our travel plans, that charter to and from Webuye was 500,000. So the plane has a capacity of 14 people. We went 10, we came back 14. Each one of us gave 50,000 shillings. I was offered the chicken in Kakamega and said, Sifuna, we are giving you 20 chicken because we know you guys have to eat lunch. Another person says, they can be brought to my hotel for us to be able to do what? To cook for you and you eat and you go. People are offering expertise. We are overwhelmed, I'm telling you. So, in fact, our challenge here is to be able to harness all this expertise.
Now, those people,
and I'm telling you,
those people who are offering expertise,
that's what I'm saying,
and support, want you to answer this question.
I am answering the question. All of us in Linda Mwananchi have been saying, even in our rallies, even in Kakamega, that all of us have the capacity to be able to send William Ruto home. But there are certain things that have to happen first, including that census that I spoke about. We need to know how many we are. We need to know how many of these people running around saying, I am Sifuna, what are the numbers? And the sort of infrastructure we need to put in place to harness all this support. And then when the day comes and they say, oh, by the way, we want Mariam to be the candidate for president, because you have said Ruto must go, you must be available to go him. Let us proceed, you know? That is the answer that I will give to that particular question.
Are you hesitating or are you being strategic?
It's not about hesitation.
Because people are asking, is Sifuna going to run for president?
I have answered the question. I have said, when the call comes, you cannot run away.
They're calling.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot run away. All of us in Linda Mwananchi understand and appreciate. Yes.
They are calling.
And this is what I'm saying. This is not how to call. This is not how to call. We want you to register to vote and show me that I am a registered voter. I vote at Embakasi Garrison, and I am Zifuna. And then we look at the numbers and we see we are how many? 5 million of us, or 10 million of us, or 20 million of us. It has to be a structured process. You know, just about shouting. Number two, Eric, we have started a conversation. This conversation is not an easy conversation, you know. We have the duty of a lifetime to be able to rescue our country. Don't make this thing about Sifuna, because I spoke to you in the morning when we began this show about critical mass. If it is just you alone at the top here shouting, it is very easy to be knocked off the patch. I want us to grow this movement to a level where there is like 10 viable candidates for president, you know, so that if they somehow go after one, you have 9 other people who can run for president. You people should protect us by not, you know...
exposing it.
Yes, absolutely. So protect the movement by not making it about any one person. And then we will succeed.
And let me ask this question this way. So you've said that first you want to understand the numbers. You want to do a census of the Sisindi or Sifuna, so that you know how many we are, and let those Sifunas then decide who is the lead Sifuna among us.
Absolutely.
What is the mechanism that you want to use for
now
this?
We are going to
tell these people, because they want to volunteer to be counted.
These young people,
that's what I'm telling you.
Let us census your Sifunation.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. We are working with amazing young people who are developing for us a platform to do some of these things that can answer the question, how can I help? Because that is the question that I am asked the most. How can I be part of this? How can I help? And this is the fantastic thing about it, is that people are not just offering. It's not about money, you know. It's about time. It's about expertise. It's about like now we were offered sound because people saw, like in Kawangware, sound yetu ilizima. And then we went to Kitengela, and once the dais was destroyed, we were struggling with sound. And I can show you, like even in Kakamega, we had been offered 3 podiums for free, and 3 sound systems for free. So we want to be able to develop something that somebody can say, me, by the way, I have new tires for vehicles. Can you come and pick them at place X? These young people are putting together an amazing platform. I just want people to be patient. We will use this break that we have taken for Ramadan to be able to do some of this backroom stuff and be able to push this movement to wherever it is that it will go. We are painfully aware that there have been movements like this before, and they fizzle out when you leave the people behind, you know. So this has to be a movement that is people-centered, people-driven. Whatever it is the outcome, I will continue to insist, please don't make this thing about Sifuna. Make it so that the public can be able to own it and say, hii ni yetu sisi wenyewe tunafanya, you know. And you'll free us from a lot of things.
True.
And that is what we are hoping to do.
You've even hinted at what was going to be my next question, which was how to keep up this momentum. I think we see this sort of need for change come in waves. June 2024, June 2025, and so on and so forth. And now I think your ouster, or attempted ouster, it's still in court, as SG has become another, you know, ignition. But then there's the fear that it'll fizzle out, and then we're back to a level of complacency, to go too sour, or because we're going into an election year, an election cycle, there'll be a lot of goodies, a lot of gifts, a lot of and then again we find ourselves complacent.
Yeah. Now, first of all, the consistency is what keeps a movement going. In our view, we will consistently continue to agitate for a different Kenya. And I want Kenyans to have that software conversation, you know. Please don't ask me how many kilometers of roads I'm going to do. Can I just guarantee you that I will not kill your children? Can I just offer that guarantee? That we are not going to compete with William Ruto on how many markets he's building, you know, and how he's building them. We can build markets. I mean, I've told you that we have expertise. There's people who can do wonderful things for this country. You hear people designing metros and rapid bus transportation systems. In other cities, they are Kenyans. Can we create an environment for them to say, I want to go back home? And because I can see that the environment at home is enabling for me to be able to offer my expertise to my country, you know? So we hope that we can persuade Kenyans that the software is the problem, you know, and then put in place systems of meritocracy to be able to tap. You know, I receive complaints, Bana, my sister, many people who are never promoted, people who are overlooked in the public service itself, in the police itself. The pensioners are crying, everybody's crying. Can we build a country that works for everyone? I gave you the story before we started, that I went home in December to see my mom. And we have brothers, we have sisters, we have cousins who graduated as teachers 8 years ago. And you know what they do in parliament so that they have members on their side? They give them these employment letters. I don't know where those letters come from. They never give Sifuna. In fact, somebody posted in a group there, a leader in the National Assembly, saying these letters are only going to broad-based people. So my mom, being a mom, we are sitting at home and she says, Bana, my son, why don't you just keep quiet and let your brothers get employment? Those are the things we struggle with, and it's actually painful. It's my own family telling me, Sifuna, we do unyamaze tu bwana tupate hizi mabarua pia sisi tumeteseka miaka 8. My answer is always very simple. Like, give me 18 months. You have waited for 8 years. You can wait for 18 months. When we put in place a system of meritocracy at the TSC that guarantees that nobody can skip. You graduated 2 years ago, but because you know Sifuna, you come and get a letter from my office. And yet the person who graduated 8 years ago has no chance because they don't know Sifuna. We want to destroy that entire ecosystem to rebuild our country. So those of us, we will keep at it. We mean well for this country.
You'll push it.
We are hoping that we are able to persuade the public that this country can actually be run different in accordance with the law.
On Sunday, at a rally in Nairobi, Eugene Omalo, the leader of DAP-K, among the other leaders of the United Alternative Government, as they call it now, said, we'd like to reach out to Sifuna and the others who were in Kakamega yesterday. Let's work together, because all of us have the same objective, one term for William Ruto. Will you reach out to them?
I think there is a general acceptance, if you speak to ordinary Kenyans, is that we need an overwhelming repudiation of William Ruto and everything that he stands for. You know? It has to be overwhelming. We must beat William Ruto by at least 5 million votes. Just Kenyans to demonstrate we reject this sort of thing. So that it is a lesson and a precedent for the entire country that if you ever build a government that does not listen to the people, we will send you home. That precedent is critical for the future of this country. So in order for you to achieve that overwhelming repudiation, there is a common understanding amongst the population that we must approach this election as a unit. We must be one force against William Ruto. I want to give this assurance here because there's people who think that our movement is going to split the vote or anything like that. That is not what our intention is. I want to assure anybody who believes that our country cannot afford another 5-year term for William Ruto, we will not be the problem. That's what I'm telling Kenyans this morning. We will not be the problem because I can't countenance waking up and hearing William Ruto has won elections by 100,000 votes or 200,000 like he did last time. So the members of the united opposition, let them keep doing what they are doing. I said one time that when you go hunting for an animal, that is dangerous because we are not under any illusion that it's going to be easy. This guy has the state. He has proclivities, inclinations to violence. You have seen it. It is possible for him to manufacture situations such as we've seen in Uganda and in Tanzania to ensure that we don't campaign, you know. So we know that we are up against it. Let nobody think that we think it is an easy thing. No, we are up against a very wily politician. You have to give him his flowers. He knows his stuff. So we must accept that he has certain strengths and then agree that those strengths that he has does not allow much room for sentiment within the opposition ranks.
Right.
All of us must be able to agree and say, this is the formula that will take this gentleman home. When you are hunting an animal that is dangerous, you don't all come in from one direction. You know?
Approach it from different angles.
Yes, you approach it from here. So I'm happy that now we are seeing them in Kisii, we are seeing them in other places. All of us must wake up the spirit of the nation and say, this is a moment that we need to set that precedent, that the people are supreme.
Somebody's asking whether you have had a conversation with the chairman of the Azimio Council, Uhuru Kenyatta.
No, I have not had a conversation with him. He was, you know, first of all, people expected that because Sifuna is SG, I am a member of the leadership of Azimio. Actually, I'm not on the council of Azimio. The council of Azimio, the representation of ODM was Honorable Junet Mohammed and I think Oparanya and a few other people. So much of the things that happen in Azimio, really, me, I am only focused about ODM. So now you can only ask me questions about ODM and you can ask me questions about the Ndndi Nyoro group. We will give you, you know, we will give you a breakdown of our expenses. I've given you here now.
Yes, you've given for one, like Kakamega, for example.
Kakamega,
yes.
Total 1 million. 500 for the charter, which was totally unnecessary because we had tickets, and 500 for the stage. Na unajua tunafurahia sisi tunapewa vitu tu na wananchi. Tuko mpaka na DJ, tuko na stage, tuko na sound. That's all you need. And then the people show up.
A few questions. One, this idea of going at it, you know, as one group, eventually to get William Ruto out. It's noble, but co-option is part and parcel of our politics. How do you foolproof yourself in case someone somewhere in the united opposition, united alternative government, gets co-opted? And it's incredibly likely, and it's not just
so
one.
We are painfully aware that those are possibilities. I have been in movements before. You remember Kenya Moja. And then even the current one, there's people who will pick up, there's people who will fall off, because sometimes personal interests, you know, they take precedence. But the assurance that I want to give Kenyans today is that many of us, in fact, many of us in the Ndndi Nyoro group are extremely focused. I've told you there is nothing you can offer me now when I've been shown what the future looks like. We can see a free country in less than 2 years. We can see a country of merit in less than 2 years. Those places where they go and get money to bribe people, we are the ones who are going to be in charge of those places. So what can you offer me? There's nothing you can offer me, you know? And I know, like, the fear is there because Kenyans have been through this before. Kenyans have been through this cycle before. You put your faith in someone, and then the next day, the thing you see is he has done the thing. So as a movement, you just look at all those people who are on that dais. Mariam, it is practically impossible to guarantee that all of us will get to Canaan together. The possibility is there, but keep praying for us. I mean, keep praying for us for the temptations of the devil to just fall by the wayside.
Okay. Let me ask intrusive thought. And this was something I think we were even discussing yesterday with Latif. As far as this tear gassing of your rallies and the violence, whether it's goons, all of this, who does it serve? because I think about the kind of political mileage it's given you.
Yeah.
On one hand, it makes zero sense that the state would be doing this. On the other hand, it's like, who does it serve? This is me thinking out loud, not inferring, not trying to hint at anything. Just
no, you can just be forward. You know,
no,
I am your friend.
It's not the question
Don't
I'm
fear.
asking.
Don't fear to ask if I tear gas myself.
No. That's not the question I was asking, by the way. And that's why I'm very careful to say, this is not me trying to infer.
Yeah.
It's literally thinking out loud. I am very direct if you watch the show. If it was that, I would have just asked you to tear gas yourself. I'm really just trying to figure out who does it serve to essentially, give this, because they know exactly what they're doing.
The lionization of
the
Sifuna.
lionization of Sifuna, that's the word.
So, unajua, I one time I told President Ruto, he's very good at kushika handball. He's very good at those things, and I trust William Ruto to mess up. You know? Sasa, for instance, mumeandikishana mkataba, mmesema mtaua watu. Polisi wako watoke Nairobi, waende mpaka Homa Bay, wachukue mtu, wakuje wamuue. Hiyo ni handball umeshika ama hujashika. He's prone to those things. Somebody is in a church somewhere worshiping. You yourself rose to presidency on the back of a church, of the church in Kenya. They supported you. How do you countenance sending people to tear gas a church? Who does that benefit, by the way? Who does that benefit? It is him. He's prone to making these errors. So for me, my explanation, and I've talked about this before, is that we have won everything. We have won the argument. The ideology is with us. God is on our side. The people are on our side. Even the DJ is on our side. So they are saying there is only one fight that is remaining, and it is a physical fight. Because they can't send those broad-based people here on TV to debate us.
Yeah.
They can't. They can't explain to the people, for heaven's sake, what sort of negotiation style they are using to negotiate with William Ruto. They can't explain to the country what values UDA shares with ODM. So wanasema sasa hii mtu ni kupiga tu. Hii mtu ni kupiga tu. The sort of threats we received even in Kakamega. I have people saying, oh, so now Sifuna needs a bulletproof jacket. For what? You can even be poisoned. You can be shot like a dog in the streets. They killed Ongondowere in the streets. They killed Musha in today's papers. I was surprised that case is still going on. How many guns were in Mushai's car and bodyguards? He was killed right outside here in the streets. So let them not try and sell us fear. Their aim is to make sure our message does not go out. So we announced we are coming to Kakamega, and you hear people saying, people in leadership, people we even helped ascend to those leadership positions. I campaigned for that county governor of Kakamega and his deputy. You remember it was like a by-election. All of us had been elected, then Kakamega and Mombasa remained.
Yeah.
The things I went through personally, the resources that I spent personally, at least just leave me alone. But you cannot threaten me in Kakamega. You cannot threaten violence in Kakamega. Why can't you allow me to say what I have to say? You hold your rallies, nobody bothers about them. Nobody comes to Vuruga you. We don't even care where you're going. Or the frequency of your meetings. Can you please just respect my right to also hold political rallies? So this is the reason. This is the reason. And I'm telling you, I spoke at length about the worrying situation in Dar es Salaam and in Kampala. Because this thing is like a disease.
Yeah.
Like when COVID started, people were thinking, oh, Wuhan is very far away.
Yeah.
Did not come to our shows. Those things that happen in Dar es Salaam and in Kampala can happen here because a regime that is scared, power does not cede easily. When they will try to make sure that our message does not go out. And that is because the message we carry is the message of the people. You come and tell me why you killed Albert Ojwang. And I can come and tell you, and he doesn't want people to focus on the software. So he says, oh, we are building a market in Gikomba, a market that Albert cannot go to, So for us, we are saying, let us have a debate. Let us have a conversation. You say your piece and I say my piece. And let the Kenyans decide.
Make a decision.
What sort of country do we want to live in?
Okay. Throughout our conversation today, Edwin, I've heard you saying that you will stay the cause.
Yeah.
And that the people are propelling you through this cause.
Yeah.
But that's sitting in numbers.
Correct.
Now, for sitting in numbers, it means that you're saying if you want people to say must go, they must be prepared to come out and go him. Obviously, there you're talking about people being armed with a voter.
Correct.
With a vote in the next election. From the IEBC numbers so far, are you concerned about...
No, personally, I'm not concerned. Personally, I'm not concerned. My biggest problem You know, I've been SG bana. This is my 9th year. In fact, yesterday was the anniversary of my appointment.
Happy
So I am now year 9. Bado katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM. So we have done all of these things. We've run voter registration drives. Some of the lessons that we've learned is a person who needs to be convinced to register is a problematic voter, because on the day of the vote, they have to be persuaded to go and vote. If you look at the elections last time, Kenya does not have a registration problem. It has a turnout problem. 8 million people registered. And I am sure it was out of these voter registration drives that we pushed.
Yeah.
And they did not show up to vote. What we need to understand is the reason why these people did not show up to vote.
Yeah.
In Nairobi alone, we have 2.5 million registered voters. 1 million people did not show up to vote. And we lost the election. This is a stronghold of Raila Odinga. We lost the election by 200,000 votes. What I would focus on, me personally, is the people who are already on the register. The people who are already on the register, I think we're doing 20 million.
Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
We are upwards of 20 million voters. Now, we
about
need
22 million.
Yes, we need to be able to persuade these people. Why it is important? Persuasion. You know, I have done so many things, man. And I have stories for days. In by-elections, for instance, I have run by-elections. You know, I had people crying, oh, Sifuna is not campaigning by-elections. When I was almost dying in Bonchari, I was alone. In Msambweni, I was alone. We ran Matungu alone. They almost killed us in Matungu. What are these people talking about by-elections? But the most striking thing is, you would find, for instance, when I'm moving around the polling stations, you'll find people chilling at the gate there. Then you're like, have you guys voted? Tibado. Munangoja nini? Ati wewe. You know, I just walk away. I'm just like, boss. Hamjaelewa ni nini tunajaribu kufanya. Even when people say, oh, the turnout in the by-elections, we didn't see young people voting. May I have understood the young people are telling me their gripe, their beef is not with the member from Mbeere North. No. That one will be sorted out in the general election. Their beef is with Ruto. And we should be able to mobilize these people to show up by painting to them a picture, like I've tried to do this morning, on the sort of country we can actually have. It is an option that is available. I don't know why we insist on bad things.
I hear you on that.
Yeah.
But then I think about the voter registration being like, when you miss out on registering, there's a big constituent there that is young people,
so,
that essentially then doesn't make
Agreed.
it to the ballot.
Agreed. Now, there is the portion of people who have just turned 18, or those who turned 18, they didn't after the last election. Yeah, there will be voter registration drives, especially the mass voter registration drives. We will do our best. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I can tell you. We will do our best with the limited resources. We have the numbers. I'm telling you, we were spending upwards of 3,000 shillings to register one person. I'm telling you. We have done these things, and if we have a commission, because a commission that is interested in having people registered, they cooperate. So I remember, like last time, they would say, well, Sifuna, you organize your thing, we'll bring you BVR kits and registration things, and it worked. But the same thing I experienced. One time we put a BVR kit outside a very famous bar in Otiende there. One of the locals, I go there to eat matumbo. So we put the registration kit outside there. And because I had various drives across the country, across Nairobi, so I started in Eastlands, went and saw people, the registration going on. In Kibra, we had a nice kahol there, and people were registering, especially women and young mothers. They turned up to vote. So when I go to Otiende, can you imagine, the kit is outside the restaurant here. There's people standing on the side. Actually, many of them were lying on the ground. So when they saw my car is when they ran to the line. So I asked them, what were you people waiting for? And you know what that means? So I said, I want to speak to the ones who have registered already. If you are waiting for a politician to mobilize you to vote, then you don't understand the assignment that is ahead of us. That's not to say we will not try. We will try our best. I said in Muranga, tutaingiza kit kwa Quiver huko. Quiver lounge tukuanzia, unajua they have more facilities than the Nairobi County government.
Right.
Speaking of which, as we're going to get a few calls, and people are going to, Sifunas are going to talk to Sifuna.
All right.
Nairobi City County.
Yes.
This partnership agreement that was signed. Of course, you addressed a press conference the other day.
Yes.
What next steps are you prepared to take? So what's the beef with the agreement?
Yeah.
And what are you prepared to do for this?
Yeah. So now, let me explain the beef. I want to make it very clear that nobody is against development. We have not refused roads. We have not. God knows we need roads in Nairobi. They have been terrible.
And sewer systems.
And sewer systems and all the other things. We appreciate that. My gripe, and I will always go back. I will always go back to this document. The Constitution of Kenya has to be respected while doing these things. I have explained even as we started in the show that I feel the exasperation of Kenyans. They're just like, let the road be built, bwana. It doesn't matter if the procurement laws were flouted, if people are bribing each other, let the road be built. I appreciate where you're coming from as a Kenyan when you tell me those things. But it is possible to achieve development in the context of the law. So in this particular case, the Constitution allows the county government or any level of government to cede certain functions to the other. But because these guys are trying to be clever, they don't want to follow the Constitution on how that is supposed to be done. They go and do something which they are calling a cooperation agreement. Now, there are a few problems with that cooperation agreement. Yesterday, I sent to your producer something called the County Government's Additional Allocations Act, which we pass in order to send money for specific functions in the specific need of the counties. I don't know if you guys project things for your viewers, but for instance, there are counties that when they started, we gave them money specifically to build county headquarters because they did not exist. If you go to Mandera, there is a beautiful complex that was built by Governor Roba, the initial governor there. There was no county headquarters. So what we did is we passed a law saying we recognize the special need of Mandera. We are going to send you X amount for county headquarters. In that same bill, when you go to the column for Nairobi, you will see it is empty because Nairobi had already a headquarters. Number two, we are building these things they call county aggregation parks in the counties. That, if you look at that schedule, you will see Bungoma has received money for that. Kiambu has received money for that. Nairobi has not received money for county aggregation parks. It is in recognition that this is not a need for the city. Now, in that same bill, it is possible for us to give money to the Nairobi County government to do street lights that maybe a place like Turkana does not have a similar need. If you look at the bill for electricity for Nairobi, it is the highest, actually. It is higher than some of these allocations we send to other county governments. So the law is there, the Urban Cities and Areas, Urban Areas and Cities Act, that says you recognize the special needs of the cities and send money to the duly elected county government to do the jobs. Once Latif, you say, we will do this thing
jointly.
Not even jointly. If you look at the implementation committee that has been put in place, Musalia Mudavadi is essentially sneaking onto the governor's seat. Instead of akuja apambane na wanaume kama wengine, achaguliwe kama governor. So he's the one who's going to do that job. That is different from sending money to the county government and telling them, you build your county headquarters.
As a conditional
Correct. You know, so that is the first problem.
We have
Number two,
we have a call on the line. So just tell us what is the next step.
So already the matter is in court. We don't even need to belabor it, you know. And once the matter is in court, you know, like now we have the sub judice rule. We don't speak about it in detail, and I cannot also not bring it in the Senate because the courts are already taken charge. That is the respect for constitutional order. So once the courts tell us the propriety of this matter, we in the Senate will also take up that cause.
Okay.
Sawa. Jaka in Busia.
Oh, Jaka, okay.
It's Jaka, right, Philip?
Okay.
Jaka in Busia. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm calling from Busia.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm calling from Busia.
Asante sana for calling. Wewe ni Sifuna?
Mimi ni Sifuna. Mimi ni by the way.
Ongelesha Sifuna hapa.
Aya, bwana Sifuna mheshimiwa.
Sema bro.
Poa sana. Mimi ni alumni hapa ya Msingu.
Wewe ni Jombi.
Wewe ni Jombi ya Msingu Open Bank.
Asante.
Nilikuwa naomba hivi. Every time I've loved the way you approach your leadership.
Yeah.
Let party politics not erase you. Be focused on national.
All right. Tumekupata Mike. You should not lie.
Party politics is good. Wewe ni kiongozi.
Asante.
Thank you.
Sasa naomba sana kila mara.
Yeah.
Let us be talking national leadership. Wewe ni kiongozi basi.
Thank you, Jaka. Thank you very much. We have James from Nairobi. James, good morning.
Thank you.
James Geshuru.
Yes.
Good morning. Please speak to Senator
Good
Sifuna.
morning.
I think
Amepotea huyo.
amepotea. All right.
Amepotea.
Hao watu wananipea wasiwasi, wanajiita Sifuna hawana airtime. Tutawezana hii maneno ya Ruto must go kweli?
Cross call.
Ama ni nini yenu hii?
Cross call. Someone from Marakwet?
Hillary from Marakwet. Good morning. Hillary, good morning.
I am still on air. Was that deliberate?
Oh, James is still on air.
Okay, James.
Hello, yes?
Yes, please go ahead. What were you telling Senator Sifuna?
Mr. Sifuna, good morning.
Good morning, James.
So now that it is a few months since Omondi, the Honorable, passed away, is it okay if I read something that shows in my world gauge the political atmosphere of the country at the moment?
Proceed.
Since the Ndembele had been less severely crushed in the course of the rebellions than the Shona, and their own political system had survived to a considerable extent, it was natural that they should be first to recover their political awareness and confidence. So, Sisi Sifuna this is from Zimbabwe. This is a reaction of us recovering our political awareness after the Honorable Raila. So you should vie for presidency like Jordan Bardella of France. You guys are age mates. He's even much younger than you. The Netherlands has a new prime minister.
James,
sorry for talking too long. Yes, you respond.
That was good message, James. Thank you very much for the message, and I think it has landed. He's basically telling you this is the moment.
Good morning, Mariam Bishar.
You
Good morning,
represent
James. Thank
the
you so
nation's
much.
consciousness. Thank you very much, James. We can drop him so we can hear. We had somebody from Marakwet. Hillary from Elgeyo Marakwet. Good morning. Hillary.
All right. No, that message from James. Yeah.
All I can say is that first for Jaka in Busia, I will remain eternally grateful for the support from Busia. Even in Busia, we had been told that we were not going to be able to get into Busia, that they had put guns, that the police were going to interrupt it. But to their credit, the police in Busia, you know, this thing is not, the police are not entirely the problem. There's people in the hierarchy, in the police command structure, who misuse some of the police officers. But you saw that in Busia, they just stayed away. In fact, they were giving us escort into the town.
Yeah.
And you know, the young people who were there escorting us, providing us with cover, because as the young people were saying during Maandamano, seeing in numbers, you must overwhelm these people. If they plan 1,000 goons, then 10,000 of you must show up to be able to allocate yourself 10 people per goon, you know, and then you will overwhelm them. So I thank the people of Busia. You guys, this movement was birthed in Busia, and it has been taking on a life of its own in Kitengela as well. James, I hear you. I mean, we have gone through these conversations. Yeah. I have pleaded with the country that this movement cannot be about Sifuna, even though you're calling yourselves Sifuna. And he has rightly said that it is an awakening of, or what did he say?
Political consciousness.
Yeah, the awakening of the political consciousness.
Yeah.
And I hope that because all of us now are Sifunas, it should not be this Sifuna, or it can be any one of us to be able to deliver the moment that we are living in. So we hear all of them.
Look at that camera 3.
Which one?
Camera 3.
Yeah.
Speak to Sifunas. All right?
Yeah.
In a minute.
Yeah.
Speak to Sifunas. They are speaking to you here, and they are expressing hope.
Yeah.
You represent their aspirations.
Yeah.
Some are hesitant to support you.
Yeah.
Some are doubting your sincerity and all. What message would you pass to the nation?
I think first is to thank the country and everyone who has expressed support. I have felt the love, I've felt the warmth. You know, sometimes politics can be very lonely. And the sort of solidarity that has come out, especially from members of ODM, after what has happened and what we're going through in the party, it has given me strength. Sometimes, Maria, can you imagine if the people were not with us? It would have been quite devastating. But I just want to say that I have said even on this show that I am not perfect. But I will endeavor not to let anyone down. If you have ever put your trust in me or faith in me, I will not let you down. Let adversity bring us down, but it will not be us selling out. We will stay the course. We want more and more people to show up. For these things, we will find a way to allow everybody to be involved. It is something of a challenge that we have thrown to young people. They're telling us it can be done. And I want people to have the confidence that this thing can be done, that the country can actually be different. It doesn't have to be like this. We will still build your roads. We will still build your stadia. But we can assure you that we will live in a country that observes, a government that observes these 6 critical values. And we will all be free, you know. So despite the challenges, the threats, everything that is going to happen, I usually say even during maandamano, you know, you would leave parliament as 20 members of parliament. The first tear gas inapigwa pale nje ya bunge. When you turn back like this, there's 3 of you. Ya pili kikuja, umebaki wewe peke yako na OCS. So I want to tell these Sifunas here, the day I turn back and I find you people have disappeared, I'll also be very disappointed in you. Wanasema mnanichocha. Actually, that's what they are saying. They are saying I am the Peter Kenneth, moto ya gazeti itaisha kama nyongi ya jana. So hizi vitu zote zinasemwa. That's why I said we must conduct a census so that hata nyinyi mkiniwekea expectation mujue pia niko na expectation na nyinyi. Tukubaliane ya kwamba hii safari tunatembea pamoja. Nataka tujue hawa Sifuna ni wangapi. Tunataka kufanya hiyo census. Na nikigeuka nikute umenitoroka. Wewe ndio utakuwa umeangusha mbogi, sio Sifuna.
Katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM ambaye pia ni naibu wa kiranja walio wachache katika Senate na senator wa jiji la Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna has been our guest. Thank you very much.
Asante for having me.
Creating a lot of content, and we want to end with that one of those.
Oh yeah, they have been amazing. Kwanza I need to shout out those TikTokers, man. They are doing fantastic work, and I have been moved. I wish I could reach every one of them. But you see, I just want to tell them that, you know, I fear sometimes that if we make contact with these people, it will interfere with the spontaneity and the creativity, the organic nature of so msinipe pressure sana. Najua mnataka tukutane, lakini sasa sintaharibu mambo.
Kila mtu
unanipata
kona yake.
Bana, it has been amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, it has been amazing.
One of them is this one. As we close the show, what's coming up next?
Your World is coming up next. Open relationships and polyamory, part 2. Remember, it was spicy the first time around, but there's a few guests coming in, and they'll be talking about multiple partners, one family. Can children thrive in those situations?
Indeed. So Sifunation has apparently gone even into church. So as we are closing the show, we are closing with this particular one. Wanasema wameingia mpaka ndani ya kanisa. Kwaherini, tuonane kesho.
Kiitikio siku ya leo, sisi ndio Sifuna kwa kuimba. Sisi ndio Sifuna. Sisi ndio Sifuna. Ndiye mzaza kimewalamba, hatunjui cha kufanya. Sisi ndio Sifuna. Sisi ndio Sifuna.
You work so hard. You show up every day. You do what's expected of you. But deep down, you know the truth. One paycheck shouldn't decide how your life turns out. But what if your evenings meant progress? What if your weekends built freedom? What if your laptop became more than just a screen? This isn't about quitting your job. It's about giving yourself options. While others crawl, you start building. Quietly, consistently, and on your own terms. No pressure, no guessing. Just a clear system you can run after work, before work, or whenever life gives you a turn. That's what Goldmine on hustlesafrica.com is for.
Tuesday. Haikuzo makasi ni watafute uongozi pamoja wasitafute. Kweli una maana gani? Una maana wewe ni binadamu ya mavi ya kuku. Mashamba yetu harambe. Nguruwe kujikanga na mafuta yake. Na Afrika itakwisha. Padhani ya gosho. Ngai no mwega. Naende shode. Wakati hiyo ilikuwa ukisema ngwe ndani. Ngwe.
In our first 100 days, we will implement the constitutional requirement of a police service commission to have its own budget. We are also going to operationalize on our first day in office the judiciary fund and as established by the Constitution. That will end all unauthorized evictions and property demolitions. Kenya Kwanza will end ethnic profiling in the issuance of identity documents. Of course, we will appoint all the judges nominated by the Judicial Service Commission to the Court of Appeal. Kenya Kwanza will ensure that we respect, we protect, and defend freedom of worship. We will complete the transfer of all functions constitutionally earmarked as devolved functions to counties. On public service and our security services, we will ensure that there is a contributory benevolent fund for families of fallen and terminally ill officers. For we will ensure that within the first 100 days, the Kenya Kwanza administration will commission a review that will consider improvement of remuneration and terms of service for all officers in the security sector to be commensurate with the current cost of living. We will deploy robust, creative, and engaging foreign exchange policy to raise Kenya's profile as a regional anchor state and amplify our partnership with the rest of the world.
Tutafanya kazi na wale home developers, wale wanatusaidia kujenga manyumba. Serikali itashirikiana na wao ili tuwasaidie watujengee manyumba ambayo ni ya bei ambayo inatoshana na wananchi, ili wewe ambaye unalipa rent leo ya shilingi 8,000 ama shilingi 10,000 ama shilingi 5,000, baada ya sisi kushirikiana na hawa wanaotusaidia kwa ujenzi wa manyumba, tutahakikisha kwamba hiyo rent utalipa, badala yake utalipa mortgage. Alafu baada ya miaka 10 ama 15, hiyo nyumba iwe ni nyumba yako. I, William Samoei Ruto. I, William Samoei Ruto.
In full realization of the high calling I assume as President
of Kenya
of the Republic of Kenya,
do swear
that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
to the Republic of Kenya,
to the Republic of Kenya,
that I will obey,
that I will obey,
preserve, protect,
and
defend this Constitution of Kenya, as by law established, and all other laws of the Republic, and that I will protect, and uphold the sovereignty, integrity, and dignity of the people of Kenya. So help me God.
Mimi twende. Boss, uko sawa?
Niko sawa, ni vile niko na calls mingi. It's a busy day, you know.
Kazi lazima ichape.
By the way, nice background.
Faster speeds, safe and secure, better experiences. Over 50 million Kenyans. One network. Safaricom. Popote ulipo.
Right, hello there, people of the internet. My name is Ndndi Nyoro, and my camera is not looking good. I don't know, the hood of my camera is not looking good. Are you the one who has done that? The hood of the camera. The hood of the camera. I don't know what's going on there, bro. Now I see the eye of the camera. All right, hello there, people of the internet. My name is Ndndi Nyoro, and this is Political Headache coming to you live at 7:30 from the City of Glasses. I am in the studio with Mr. Odhiambo Otieno, a communication consultant, a political analyst. He does not agree that he's a political commentator. The other day I was looking at the meaning of political commentator, and I realized that they're just people, reacting to politics.
Correct.
So it's not the correct term. I'm having Ambassador Kachola here. I'm having Jimmy's right-hand man, or shall we say body man, Mr. Joachim Simiu. He's here. I was thinking that he would be sitting here next to me, while Kachola this time round you'll be. But yesterday, considering that we had a bromance, it's not a very big deal. It's not a very big deal today. So I think that is okay. Mr. Real Guna is saying, do you think it is possible to have a receipt based stock with a full like Joachim? Ai bwana. Hii mtu ameanza kupiga.
But look at the name.
I
look at the name of the person.
Okay.
It's a Real Guna.
Mr. Lochinos is saying politics is not easy, guys. Brian Ucheng is saying, don't come here with your abuses. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. Puga. Oh, he's responding to that. He's responding to the other guy. Okay. This time around this day is very difficult to read anything from the comment because you don't know what you're about to read. Yeah. This is my biggest fear with these guys. All right, Mr. Matthew Kobo is saying that is Mwami, Mr. Ruto taking oath in 2027. No, they're saying that he's Ruto taking oath in 2027, which is not true. That is Ruto in 2022. Okay. So we have Ambassador Kachola. When things have to get heated, one warito. All right, Guna, your abusers betray the depth of your mental faculties. All right, that should be nice. All right, Jagero, say hello to the panelists. People have gathered here. I don't know who is on this camera because I want you to turn this camera to the two gentlemen that are seated there so that people can.
There's a lady.
Yeah. Vash, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Vash. Don't be worried. Don't be worried at all. Don't be worried at all. Hii kazi ni ngumu na wewe unajua. Nasumbuka na ile yako ya asubuhi. This work is very, very hard. So allow me to say, Mr. Onsongo is today on the audience seat. I want him to be telling me as a Gen Z what he thinks about Ruto at 4.
That is going to be very interesting. This light is hitting Kachola in a very bad way. We need to figure it out. Mr. Onsongo, I am so happy that you've joined us today. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for hosting me.
Who are you, by the way? Can we know who you are?
I'm Onsongo Momanyi.
Okay.
Of course, a Gen Z.
Okay.
As introduced.
2000 or 98?
No, that's early. That is not the age of revolution.
That's early?
Yes, that is so early.
Really?
Yeah.
What is the year?
And 6.
2006?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Such a baby.
2006?
Yes.
So when we were having this in Amachungwa, you were nowhere.
No, I was somewhere. I was conceived.
Oh, you were conceived? You was,
yes.
In the referendum.
You were,
yeah.
It's a referendum baby. He was 6 months or 6 months. The mother was 6 months. Okay.
Whatever it is, yeah?
Oh, that's great. Yes, considering that he can hold onto a microphone, it's a big deal, right?
Yeah. No,
But
just
anyway,
before you move on.
Okay.
You know, a few hours past 20.
A few hours past 20?
Yes.
Today's your birthday?
Yesterday.
Yesterday?
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, my brother. 20.
Thank you.
I
This
think
is his
he's doing fairly well.
He's doing very well.
This is beautiful. I love it.
20 years.
Yes.
He's the youngest we have had at the podcast.
Yeah. It's impressive.
How old
I'm
are you,
making
Vash?
history this early.
Yeah?
I'm making history this early. I mean, I'm the youngest.
How old are you, Vash?
24.
24? Okay,
she's
great.
Mother hen.
What
Oh, yeah, man, she's so sweet today. Your lipsticks look. Okay, you're the one who was going on. Tell us a little bit about yourself, brother.
Yes, I'm a international studies student.
Okay.
Aspiring to be a diplomat.
Mhm.
That is one. Number 2, I'm a political analyst.
Okay.
As young as I am, I love knowing the landscape, the political landscape,
Mhm.
because I've got ambitions.
All right.
Number 3, I think you're conversant with Osiemo.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm one of the people in his team in charge of his campaign.
What is he campaigning for? Osiemo is campaigning for something.
Yes.
I've never known. That is strange.
Yeah. It's never said. David Osiemo, right?
Davis Osiemo,
The
yes.
lawyer.
Oh, he's
Yes.
becoming an MP in Kisii.
An MCA, Borabu Chitagoko ward.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful.
So you are what are you guys going to change there in that ward?
There are many things. I think the first thing we have to agree on is that we have to give people dignity.
Okay.
We come from an area whereby most of the politicians are there for the campaigning time, and then after that for the next campaigning time, and if not that, wako hapo mazishi. So it's time to give people dignity because the people are suffering under a leadership that is not as considerate to them. Number 2, we have...
So the preamble.
Yes, that is the preamble.
Mambo ni mingi. Very nice.
Yes. Number 2, we've realized that there are a lot of things that we can do based on legislations.
Okay.
And that is why we are pushing for the guy to get into the seat so that we can actually work on the legislations getting Kisii County in advance, to help the people,
All right.
Yes.
And how much do you like this country? How is it going for you? Is it going well? Ruto has just finished his 4th year, and everybody's wondering, did he do well? Odhiambo will tell you that he's done excellently well. Kachola will tell you that he's done very well. Mr. Joachim would tell you that he has completely failed. I don't know what Vash, your fellow Gen Z, will say. But what do you think about Ruto? Has he done well?
You started by asking, what do I think about the nation currently?
Yeah.
Regardless of the president, regardless of the presidency, I'm a patriot. That is the first thing.
Okay.
Number 2, I'm used to my dad telling me, Mgala muwe na haki yake umpe.
Okay.
But to Ruto, I think he's more of dying before nimpe haki
Mugala
yake.
ambaye anakufa.
Anakufa.
Okay.
So ni mugala ambaye hujaua.
Bado naendelea. Yes.
So that means he's a bad person, right? Miss Swahili.
Ni mgala.
Mgala. All right.
What is mugala?
Mgala muwe. I've never known what mugala is. Mgala muwe. Mgala ni mtu mbaya.
No. Wagala massacre.
No, but in
Mugala
Odhiambo's
muwe
defense-
na haki mpe. Mbala is somebody who has done something wrong or is
Me have always known it to be Wagala massacre.
No. Mugala muwe.
Well, the origin of the
haki yake
word.
mpe.
On the origin of the word, Odhiambo is right.
Yeah.
Odhiambo is right.
I think so.
Because that comes from
how long?
the massacre.
How long ago?
1984.
1984.
I think it comes from there.
So wahenga walifikiria nini kutumia jina Mgala?
Doubt.
No, let's find out. I mean, we have the fact.
internet. We can find
Mgala
out.
sasa imetoka Wajia.
But again,
yes,
it is mtu mbaya.
all right.
On the other hand, yeah.
It is mtu mbaya, sindio?
Yes.
Yeah. So then Ruto is not doing well for 4 years.
Looking at the time that he has had and his manifesto, I don't think he's a man that we can give much credit to.
All right.
But that does not mean that he has done nothing.
All right.
We also have to consider that.
I will ask you about the things that he has done later. Vashti, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, you want to put that close to your to the mouth when you are talking so that people can hear. We are Odhiambo is celebrating Ruto at 4. Joachim isn't. Are you celebrating Ruto at 4, or you are like, okay, something has gone terribly wrong?
I don't know. For me, I'm very pessimistic. About this country.
All right.
And it's not just Ruto, because even if we say we make Ruto go and we bring someone else, I don't think much is going to change anyway, because the presidency, Uhuru was there, nothing changed a lot. Kibaki was there. So our country is just, I want to use the word shitty, but muliniambia language, I should mind my language.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm pessimistic generally. I don't have hope.
Yeah, but I'm asking specific questions, Vashti. I'm asking about Ruto at 4. Are you happy with how he's doing?
No, not really. By saying I'm pessimistic, I mean he has not done a lot, because people are still...
She's not happy with the state of affairs.
You are not happy with the state of affairs?
Yeah.
Okay, that is good. Welcome to the program, Mr. Onsongo.
Thank you.
And again, happy birthday. We'll be talking about the issues of our country, and that I'm hoping that you will be contributing to the conversation that we are having today. Mr. Odhiambo is here, Mr. Kachola is here, but there is an issue that is going on. We want to start with a little bit of political temperatures. Today, we had PS Raymond Omolo assuring peaceful Linda Mwananchi rally in Homa Bay. Are we able to play that so that we start with that?
Everybody has a right to go to any part, any corner of the country and canvass their issues. And the public, I think, are also smart enough to read between what the political players say and do. As a PS in charge of internal security, the position is very clear. Everybody is free to go anywhere. And while at it, the expectation is that we must observe law and order.
There is the issue, Mr. Kachola, you were not here yesterday, but you were talking about Homa Bay. Odhiambo was giving a word of advice to the people of Homa Bay that they should come and see, other Kenyans that want to take over, that are interested in taking over this country or making this country better, quote unquote. What do you think about this issue of Homa Bay? Do you believe that that the security apparatus have been deployed to make sure that Linda Mwananchi, group do what they want to do in Homa Bay, talk to the people, celebrate with the people, and look for votes, assuming that Honorable Sifuna has decided to actually run for presidency?
Jagero, this is a home stretch.
Okay.
Home stretch for President William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza administration. It's a home stretch for any politician who is running for any office, because it is now 63 days or so to the next general election. I want to only reiterate the statements by PS Dr. Raymond Omolo that any Kenyan is allowed to be anywhere, any day, to campaign, say what they want, and they go. In that very breath, I think the governor of Homa Bay County, who has largely been accused by the Linda Mwananchi Brigade, equally made an official statement by saying anybody, anywhere, as ODM, what they truly believe in is giving everybody an opportunity. That's not the politics that were taught by the late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. So it is Linda Mwananchi to go and say what they want to say, who the people. If the people love it, fine. If the people don't love it, fine. But again, the people, at least now, a majority of people in the larger Luo Nyanza have made up their mind. So
right.
It is.
Why do you think? Why do you think a lot of leaders in Luo Nyanza are continuously becoming selfish with that geographical location, that they want people to go there and add their voices to what everybody is talking about in as far as the country is concerned? What do you think is the biggest fear?
I would borrow that aliumwa na nyoka kiona ngongo shtuka.
Okay. In English.
Are you lost?
Once bitten,
twice shy. Very good. Go ahead. Very good. Go.
So people from largely from Luo Nyanza have tested the good of the government, and for the first time they are seeing real things in terms of development, and the fear that many leaders have. Should someone who the people otherwise, are we still entitled to this kind of goodies we are seeing? Knowing very well the kind of politics in Kenya is, for the longest time, has been who is in government gets to enjoy some level of goodies and benefits. So I think if you see any leader reacting in any certain way, it's only informed by the fear of moving out from the government which they're already into. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Odhiambo.
Yes.
Do you believe that Raymond Omolo and the government are ready to protect, Homa Bay? And how do you think they're going to do it?
Yes, they're ready to protect it, and there's evidence. One, that previous campaigns by Linda Mwananchi have not been interrupted, because initially they were accused, the government was accused of interfering with them, throwing tear gas at them, etc. I think the last 3, 4, 5 rallies, or even more, have not been touched by the government, interfered with in any way, which is a beautiful thing. So it only needs to maintain consistency. I also love the boldness that is coming out from the state and also the county government, that let us practice politics of free will, and let us not cajole people into particular quotas of saying this is a particular zone. It's not open for. We are not in that area or that era. I think it's a beautiful thing. So you protect by providing security, of course. Wananchi are prime. Yeah.
The question also I wanted to ask about Homa Bay, about the government and Linda Mwananchi, is that it looks like at the beginning the government was a bit, afraid, or shall we say, spooked by those large, the masses, converging around Sifuna and so forth and so on. Politically, why do you think they have decided that they want to leave them alone to do their thing? What is the real politic around that?
Yeah, from a strategic point of view, and that's a very good question. From a strategic point of view, I believe that there's a balance out kind of calculation which the regime is looking at. They need to balance the opposition, and bring up another crop. We always say chinja bata kuku fanya nini?
Aone
wivu. I don't know how to put that in English.
Yeah. I imagine the audience will understand.
Exactly. if you introduce a competitor, then there's going to be issues. So I believe the regime is strategically also giving prominence to this other wing of opposition, so that we have strong 2 sides or 3 sides of opposition. Because if you just suppress one or suppress all of them, then you end up being anarchist. But if you leave both of them to thrive, then you are most likely having 2 bulls in the same kraal, and you know what that means. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is what is happening. Mr. Joachim, what do you think about this whole thing of Homa Bay? People were complaining that I never asked you, by the way, yesterday about what you thought. Yeah, they were in the comments saying that why are you not asking that Bukusu man about Homa Bay? What is what is your problem with him? Yeah.
With him and Homa Bay politics.
Yeah. What do you think about it? They went to to Luhya land, basically Western Kenya, and they did it was extremely peaceful. They were not throwing stones. It was celebratory, to say the least. Why do you think that suddenly the issue of Wanga is coming out? You know, by the way, do you know Wanga properly?
The first time I learned of the name Gladys Wanga.
Okay.
Was in 2017, on the day Baba was coming back from Boston.
Okay.
And we had people had been, we were going to receive Baba at JKIA, but we were stopped and we couldn't be allowed to receive Baba. But Gladys Wanga was charging towards the airport and saying, shoot me if you can, but I have to go receive Baba.
Okay.
That's the first time I learned of the lady called Gladys Wanga. And because we were compatriots, we were fighting in the same trenches.
Okay.
I developed...
You on one side?
Yeah. At that time, it was actually a miracle that we worked with Baba from JKIA up to CBD. And that is the day
This is the day that 67 people were killed?
Yeah, a friend of mine was shot along Lanthis Road.
Really?
Right in the chest. And the rest of us did not run. And we asked the police, how many can you kill? And the spirit on that day, I have never seen things like that. Not even the day Baba was sworn in at Uhuru Park.
Really?
Yes.
This is when he came back from Baba
when you were away.
Baba when you were away.
Yes. You see, after the 2017 elections, he decided to go and take some time off.
This is when we were told that he was back to some university or sorts. I think he was giving speeches.
Yeah, he was at the JF Kennedy School of Government. Talking about intra-African trade and the issues that have been a hindrance to African development.
Yeah.
So he was talking about infrastructure as one of the issues that are an impediment to Africa's development.
Okay.
He also talked about corruption and dictators in African countries. He made an example of J. Rawlings of Ghana. He made an example of Idi Amin and Moi. So he was traversing American universities, giving lecture on how to better the African development. And that's where he talked about the paradox of African poverty, despite it being the continent with the most number of resources. So he was talking about, in his typical manner of explanation.
So this is where you met Wanga for the first time?
Yeah, this is the time I met Wanga for the first time. And because we were in the same trenches, although a very little known young man, I think I was barely 20 years.
Yeah.
So we had strength on how to valiantly defend Baba.
Okay.
It's what made me love Wanga.
Okay.
But things have changed right now, now that we are on opposing sides.
Yes.
I feel like we are now, you see, when you see one of the deacons in your church, or the church elders who has been spreading gospel about purity of the human body, that you have to keep yourself for marriage before you engage in sex. And this particular elder in the church has been very strong about it. But later on you realize that she's now living a life that is different, opposite to what she's been preaching. Then as a member of the church, you are like, okay, am I even supposed to trust what you used to teach me before you began behaving this way? So I do not think the place Wanga is consistent with the things she has always preached.
Yeah.
I remember her on Citizen TV in the run-up to the 2022 elections. And she was asking of the one thing that William Ruto stands for in this country.
Okay.
She was asking, what does William Ruto stand for? What is that one thing that he has done and the country can actually enjoy based on his sacrifice as an individual politician? And none of the people on the panel at Citizen TV could point a finger to one of it. But today she's also very passionately saying that William Ruto is the best thing that have ever happened in this country after sliced bread. So I think that's not consistent. So as far as politics of Homa Bay is concerned, you see, politics of Western Kenya and Luo Nyanza is, they are twins who are fraternal. Twins born of the same mother, but behave very differently.
Okay.
Western Kenya politics is more of gentleman politics. Vita haikuangi mingi, apart from the bad manners of Wetangula na Mipini na huko Matungu. Huko Matungu pia unaweza pigwa panga. But largely we are the gentlemen of Kenyan politics. But when you go to Nyanza, it's now abrasive politics. You have to actually elbow your way in. And they are in unfamiliar territories. The people of Homa Bay are not used to defense. They are used to attack. And today they find themselves in an environment where they have to defend the government of the day. And the prominent people in that area who are now beneficiaries of the breadcrumbs that are falling from the table of impunity are stopping every other person from coming to speak a contrary language. You see, like when you see a terrorist, terrorists hate teachers. Do you know why? Because teachers enlighten your mind, and you will start questioning the cultic way of how terrorists behave. So that is basically what is happening in Homa Bay, trying to control the area. And again, when you claim to have sealed off some geographical area in support of the president, but then again there is insurgents from other areas, then the president will be like, have you actually sealed off that area for me? So those questions.
That's what I was asking Odhiambo yesterday, you know. And so knowing the Wanga that insisted of getting into the airport and the accusations that are leveled against her, you are not surprised. You actually believe that she's the one who is making all the moves to make sure that Linda Mwananchi do not actually end up there with a substantial crowd that will spook the president and say, look, come on, what are you guys telling me?
Maybe the weekly stipend can be cut off.
There is a weekly stipend?
Obviously.
Okay.
Yes. I think the apologists will be better placed to tell us.
Yeah, Mr. And there is something that you said that is very interesting that I would like Mr. Ambassador to chime in.
Yes.
So the breadcrumbs that fall from the table of impunity. Beautiful statement. At first hearing, what do you think?
It sounded very derogatory. The statement sounded very derogatory.
Okay.
And I wouldn't really want to belabor it because...
You don't want to belabor it?
Because it doesn't make any logical sense in all this conversation. I think...
I mean, Kachola.
Oh, yes.
Breadcrumbs.
No.
Well, it's nothing, it's Paya.
Those are neither here nor there statements.
Yeah.
So we don't really...
Kabunde Airport. Not breadcrumbs?
Let me ask you.
Okay.
They were called shiny things.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
So those shiny things are some of the things that this country needs. And everyone uses those shiny things.
Yeah.
They actually elevate the economic status of every county, every place that they are in. The expansion of those shiny things, including the roads, the airport, the airstrips.
But do you think he means the money that is given per week among the projects that President Ruto has done?
I think that's a good narrative, at least to help the opposition, to help fuel the opposition.
Okay.
Yeah, so at least it's something good for the opposition, yes. But if you go deep into realities of life, I don't think that is something that is neither here nor there. It doesn't make any sense. Who has the money to keep dishing out to politicians every weekend? And what does it say even about those politicians that are accused of getting money from somewhere every weekend? It's more or less much of disrespect to some of those politicians. That's why I didn't really want to go deep into it, because it doesn't make any logical sense in this conversation that we are focusing on Ruto for.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, Mr. Joachim, you can't talk about breadcrumbs. Odhiambo, how does that make you feel as a big Wanga supporter and the president supporter?
Feel about what?
About the breadcrumbs that you guys are getting down there at Potato Republic.
Oh, no, there are no breadcrumbs we're getting.
Huh?
We're not getting any breadcrumb.
You're getting what belongs to you.
It's a right. Development is a right of every human being in Kenya. Yeah. So that's a branding question of people who have no knowledge on brand identity, brand position, and basically the brand promise.
Jagero, when I talked about breadcrumbs,
okay,
I was referring to a particular thing.
Okay. You mind expounding on it?
Yeah, I can chime in a little bit.
Okay.
Breadcrumbs are things that are appeasing in the moment,
okay,
but not helpful in the near future.
Okay.
I believe that the shiny things my brother talks about, that is allegedly now in the area where we are talking about, these are things that are in the hands of a handful of people that have access to the high echelons of power. Because when we talk about development and transformation, then we must be talking about an ordinary Kenyan. The fact that there is concerted efforts to stop people from Homa Bay from attending opposition gatherings, it tells you that there is that urge to attend opposition gatherings. And why should you attend to opposition gatherings? To see if the message they are selling is directed to the problems you are facing today. And therefore the breadcrumbs are the small monies you dish around to the people.
Okay.
Awanga is heard speaking loudly that if it's about money,
yes,
if it's about money, then just come to me, I will give you money instead of going to Linda Mwananchi gatherings. So those are the breadcrumbs that I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're not talking about Kabunde Airport.
So if there is an airport and a road, it is good to have a road. And there is nobody in their right senses who can trivialize the meaning and the importance of a road and an airport. But the breadcrumbs are the things meant to make you look important, like the lunch you buy for a lady you are not really in love with.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is clear enough. Thank you very much. Don't you think that's now better? I think you are very offended, but now that's now better, right?
There's nothing better at all, Jagero. I think the governor herself made it very clear and made it official that. And nobody has done anything to stop anybody from doing anything in Homa Bay County.
Okay.
No, I think that notion is being championed by Linda Mwananchi, at least to make the leadership of other people from Homa Bay look bad, which is not the truth. The truth is, as it is now, everyone is campaigning. Though it is not official campaign time, they're having those development tours, they're having one. So if Wanga is making inroads here and they are having to talk to our people at the county, does it really stop someone from going to the county?
Have you seen that video where Peter Kaluma is banning the word one term in Homa Bay? Have you seen that video?
What does really one term means?
Have you seen that video where the MCA is saying that if you are found here speaking the language of one term, then you will face it very rough? Statements that is very similar to what Kagushia made the other day.
If you go to language, if you go to the intrigues of language, one simply means we.
So let me ask. When Kagushia,
let me just explain.
No.
Let me just explain.
Yes.
One in Luo language simply means.
Don't take me for a fool. I know what I'm saying.
You can ask Odhiambo.
Yes, I know. And you think I don't know?
I'm just explaining to you.
No, you need to know that I am.
Semantics can really vary.
You need to know that I am a very good person when it comes to linguistics.
But to crown it all.
No, I'm saying there are statements that have been made by leaders from Homa Bay.
There is no statement that has been made.
No. So when I tell you about Homa Bay,
that is creation. That is creation, purely creation. Kaluma did not make such a statement. Not any that I know of. At least Wanga did not make such a statement. Not any that I know of. I think let us spare some of our leaders' rhetorics and focus on.
So whose creation is that?
I think it's just your creation here.
So so there is not that video. So what happens when I produce that video here?
Please do. I
very
really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. There is a. What is going on?
Phonetics.
Phonetics. Yeah, it's he's saying that one term means one.
One thumb, meat. We are sweet.
You don't bring your linguistic challenges.
Yeah, well, this is a gentleman that speaks Luo. So when you come around like
that's
that,
the only disadvantage with Joachim.
Yeah.
He knows almost 6 languages. So
yes.
you cannot even gossip him.
You can't. There is something going on with the Ndia MP, Mr. George Kariuki, in Mount Kenya, that seems to be saying that there is a third movement. All right, in Kirinyaga County, where Ndia MP George Kariuki comes from, an ally of President Ruto has kicked off what he calls consultative forums at his home in Gasharu. Okay, he says he will invite residents from the region and other parts of the country for the next 90 days to chart the way forward for Mount Kenya region, after which he will make the Gasharu Declaration. Okay? His speech, this is his speech when he addressed women leaders from Othaya constituency on Monday, gave pointers as to what his next move could be, with the political pundit saying the MP is being groomed as a preferred point man in Mount Kenya West region, and probably a possible Dr. Ruto's running mate in 2027. By next year, I will have served the people of Ndia for 10 years. Am I not fit for a bigger role? Can I play part in national politics? Mr. Kariuki said. You should not elect leaders based on political parties. Assess their spirit and responsibility and its commitment to the people of this region and Kenyans. Don't be deceived by political announcement that will make you elect bad leaders. So
he's bringing what?
He's bringing new breath.
New breath
into the leadership of Mount Kenya West. That is the Kikuyu nation.
So this guy voted how in the past finance bill?
This guy?
Yes. If we can follow up and see how he voted, then we can know if he's fresh breath or bure kabisa.
Yeah, you don't want him to say what he's saying?
No. I know I'm not Peter Kaluma.
Yeah.
Yes, so I can't say I'm stopping people from saying particular things.
Yeah.
The way he has said that when you go to Homa Bay and say one term is a provocation to violence.
Okay.
So he's free to say everything, but I'm asking the merit.
He might have voted for the bill or not, but there is an issue in Mount Kenya.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Joachim, what is going on in Mount Kenya? A lot of moving limbs in Mount Kenya. We see, Mr. Wanjigi going there, visiting the king of the mountain, in the middle of the night. We are seeing now Kariuki coming out and saying that he's going to make a Gashama declaration. Gasharu declaration.
Okay, Gasharu declaration. He's a UDA member of parliament?
Yeah. Most of them were.
So he has not defected?
He has not defected.
But he wants to make a Gasharu declaration.
Gasharu declaration. Mr. Ndndi Nyoro is pulling away with the other cake. We have seen the cake icing falling on the road. So things are happening. How excited are you?
I do not think there is any region in Kenya where things are not actually happening. This is where all the cooking is done.
Okay. The
realignments will come. This is where politicians are looking which side of the aisle do I stand a chance to survive.
Okay.
So every person, every region, every group of people is actually looking out for themselves.
Yeah.
And so it is not a unique thing about Mount Kenya people. And therefore, Mount Kenya takes, when Mount Kenya does things, they capture our attention because this is a community that has a peculiarity that no other community has.
Okay, which is?
They are on top of both politics and the economy. And that is a community, that is something that puts them on the corner just themselves. So it is in their best interest to talk about the things they want to be and the things they do not want to be. But and again, I'm not their spokesperson. This is just pure speculation.
Yeah.
So things are going to happen, and I told you in confidence that this is the time for confusion. You better be confused now as a party, as a political movement, because you will not, it will be untenable for any political formation to be confused in May next year.
Okay.
That will be...
It appears to me that Ruto, for the first time in the history of this country, is trying to make serious inroads into Mount Kenya. He started in 2022 and make serious inroads and actually persuaded the mountain to come on his side.
Yes.
But then after Gachagua has been booted out, the mountain shrunk, and decided that we are going to shy away from this man. But it looks like he's still trying to force his way in through proxies and so on and so forth.
Let me ask.
What do you think about that? Yes.
Between Gachagua and the people of the mountain, who joined the other?
I think Gachagua joined them.
So the people of the mountain started raising voices before Gachagua. So is it truthful to say that the mountain took a back step after Gachagua's impeachment?
That is not true. But also, I have a feeling that what has also happened is that even though they shied away from the government, even when Gachagua was still in government, but it looks like when Gachagua was thrown out of government,
they found another reason.
He has recaptured them, because we could say that they could have gone to anybody. Why have they gone to Gachagua? If Gachagua is somebody that if it is true that they did not like Gachagua's government when he was deputy president, so why are they with him now?
When I want to look at it this way. Gachagua comes out as a disgruntled person.
Okay.
And he trains his guns on the person that the whole community thinks he is not a good person.
Okay.
So in Gachagua, they find a weapon against their enemy.
Okay.
And
so they do not necessarily love the man.
That's not for me to say, but in Gachagua, they have a very good weapon against their enemy.
Okay.
Yes.
But you don't know if they love Gachagua or not.
That I do not know.
Yes. Odhiambo, politically, what is going on? It looks like Mount Kenya is having serious trouble being a loaf of bread. It looks like there is somebody slicing it, and somebody saying, okay, put it together. Somebody slicing it, put it together, but somebody slicing it. Who is slicing Mount Kenya?
Mount Kenya is suffering identity questions.
Okay.
Mount Kenya has been a 45 or so, or something-year-old gentleman or lady who has been working together with all parts together.
Okay.
But now incontinence has kicked in, and old age diseases are kicking in.
Okay.
And the identity then becomes a question, because you realize that it was not fully a homogeneous body.
Yeah.
You realize that kumbe the hands do not really speak a particular language, or the hands were feeling left out, that it is only the chest that was growing, and the hands were not growing. So the hands are protesting against the chest. Yeah, we are together, but no, your chest has grown bigger, but my hand is not growing any far. But on quite a serious note, Mount Kenya must be sliced as a political strategy, not because there's anything wrong with them, but because it is important for them to be sliced at this moment by giving the identity, because I've said before that President Ruto needs at least 13% of Mount Kenya votes.
He needs 13% of Mount Kenya votes?
Yes, at least, for him to jump above the bar. He has to get 13%. If he doesn't get 13% in Mount Kenya, then he'll be facing quite a trouble in his re-election bid. And this 13%, he does not need the whole of Mount Kenya. He knows he's lost it, but he doesn't need the whole of it. He needs to get at least this other side of the Mount Kenya East, Merus, Embus, to work with him. And whatever is happening is just political strategy at work, and there's nothing wrong with it.
When I look at people like Ruku, I wonder how life would be like if we had no fools.
Yeah, but how is Ruku a fool though? He's just speaking his mind. He's saying
It's
that.
not his mind.
Whose mind is it?
When did he get that mind?
Who is Ruku?
Ruku is CS for public service.
No, and before that?
He was a member of parliament.
And that is somebody that doesn't have a mind? Somebody that can take a control of a constituency? Are you kidding me?
The foolishness I talk about is I believe Ruku will have big ambitions more than being just a CS. At some point, he will need positions that he needs the whole mountain behind him. So when you slice the mountain,
okay,
let's say you've succeeded, and Ruku is left with 1 million votes.
Okay,
if he can consolidate them, then the other part has 3 million. So is the mountain important to him as a united front or a split faction? I believe he needs it more together than when it's split.
Yeah.
So if he's actually pushing the narrative to split the mountain, that qualifies him to be referred to as a fool.
Yeah, but I am thinking that he may not be looking to be president, and he's just decided that, okay, why do I have a feeling that if, for example, a lot of people that are in Mount Kenya East that are speaking for Ruto are being classified as fools? It's a bit strange.
No. Have you ever heard me refer to Kindiki as a fool?
No, but how is Ruku foolish?
I have just qualified the statement I made and referred to him as foolish. And I told you something here, and you seem to have forgotten, so willfully, that the direction the mountain takes, the mountain takes the direction of the east. It's not the other way around.
The mountain takes the direction of the west?
No, the east.
Kwa kina Kindiki?
Yes.
Okay.
In this case, let me say when Meru County decides they don't love Ruto,
okay, the
whole mountain will make that decision. So at the end of the day, despite the indicators that there is some kind of split, you'll be shocked. Because these people have been together for decades. They have faced an existential threat together. And I don't think there is anything that is so powerful enough to split them. And
but Kindiki is not interested in the oneness of the mountain, I think.
Who told you?
Ruku is not.
And Ruku is
Muturi is making noise.
I can tell you 100%. Go and check Kindiki's statements in the past few weeks.
What has he said?
They are neither here nor there, and that's a dangerous statement from a person who is a sitting deputy president. That he's making aloof statements.
He's making aloof statements?
Yes.
The deputy president?
Yes.
Kachola wants to say something.
You believe what he's saying?
No.
You live in this country.
Yeah,
you've seen.
I don't know who he's speaking for today. It's a bit strange to hear him talk about Mount Kenya. I think Mr. Joachim is in a very tight spot talking about Mount Kenya. He doesn't even believe what he's saying.
Definitely.
Really? Yeah, you don't seem to believe it. Look at yourself in the mirror. You don't.
I don't make statements I have no belief in.
No.
I just stop making those statements.
Okay. Now Jagero,
I can tell you 100%.
You can tell me 100%.
100%. And Jagero, the predicament of Kenyan politics, and more so for us who come from Western Kenya, Nyanza, and like Coast.
Okay.
We have always wanted to live in this country in a way that the mountain does not exist. That we can still live as if they don't exist, and push some things through. But this thing has proved to be futile for a very long time, and it's important for us to recognize that we have these people here, and when it comes to politics, and the economics of the country, we have to figure out how we live with them. Because
why don't it be the other way around? They figure out how to live with the rest. Is that a possibility?
Jagero, Let me give you a very realistic personal example.
Okay.
When in a family you are the one with the money.
Okay.
In your own family, you are educating your brother's children.
Okay.
You are helping here and there.
Okay.
Who is more likely to turn down and work with the other?
The poor one. So you are saying that the rest of Kenya is poor. Mount Kenya is the richest kid in town.
Is that a lie?
How is it true?
No, is that a lie?
Okay, so let's go to the specifics.
Yes.
What exactly are you saying?
I am saying.
You are saying that they own the banks.
Is that a lie?
But those are individuals.
So when we have majority of individuals from a particular area in one area, can we classify that whole community as a producer?
We could. My problem would be, okay, you have the money, and you know I'm living in Nyakach. I mean, why should I be working together with you?
Jagero.
Yeah.
When you walk around this country, and you walk into a business installation,
right?
Let's say a mall.
Yeah.
Who is more likely to own that mall?
That is a Kikuyu. But the question I'm asking you is, so the Kikuyu feel like they own the country.
Is that what I'm saying?
That's what you're saying.
No.
No. Because the child who has the money in the home is the one ordering people around.
That happens all over the world.
Yes.
Yes.
So then it appears to me that because the Kikuyus have the money, the Kikuyus have the resources, they're looking down at every Kenyan saying, look, you better work with us.
So let me
because that's exactly what you have said.
Let me respond to that this way.
Okay.
Now, wear the shoes of a disadvantaged family member.
Okay.
Who has borne the brunt of being looked down upon by the well-off doing brother.
Okay.
So and you are tired.
Okay.
Of how you've been treated. So what do? You come up with ways of making yourself better.
Okay.
So that you no longer depend on your brother who is doing well. So from where I sit, is that what is happening?
Yeah, but the question I'm asking you is, Asudwur Jagero, why should I say that Kikuyus are more superior than me in economics? So how do I do it? So, I mean, what do they want?
Jagero.
No, that's a question I'm asking you because now they're saying that they have the money. They have all the posho mills. They have all the potato farmers. So what do they want? Because if I am renting from a Kikuyu, I am paying them the money.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
If I'm going to the supermarket, I am paying them the money. They're not giving me anything for free.
Yes.
All right. So what is the respect you want? I have the money, you have the supermarket.
Yes.
I have the money, you have the house. So why should I respect you?
When you have products in the market, you need to be able to control the market.
Yeah.
So that the people who are buying from you have the need to come and buy from you.
Yeah.
Jagero.
And this is my problem, that my brother who has the money is coming and saying that the tent has to be there.
Yes.
No.
And you have to
No.
Because the function is yours.
Yes.
You have guests.
No. It is not his function. When we are having a funeral, everybody has contributed.
Yes.
Right?
No, we umekata kuni.
No, okay, go ahead.
Joachim has taken you into some trajectory that I think he enjoys most.
Yes.
But I want to pull you out of that trajectory by saying, whatever Joachim is saying is a bad narrative, a narrative that doesn't deserve in this country. Every Kenyan pay taxes, whether you're a millionaire or you're not a millionaire. At least every Kenyan contributes to the well-being and to the growth of the economy of this country. So the narrative that there are people who contribute much more than the other shouldn't suffice as far as the building of a nation is concerned. The building of a nation should concern us to the extent that are we all contributing towards the building of this nation. I think that is the most pragmatic way to look at it. We shouldn't look at it that there are people. It's like giving someone entitlement.
Yeah, and it is the
dangerous thing.
It is the entitlement that Joachim agrees with. That yes, they are entitled. And when you now go to the conversation, they're saying, no, we are not entitled. But Joachim is saying, yes, they're entitled, that they have the markets, they have the banks, they have all these things. But we have never questioned history as to how they became to be the ones who are having those banks. Where did they get those banks from?
So
the land that they are saying that they have at what is it called, Northlands, where did they get that land? So that is the question. When somebody comes and tells you that, look, I have all these things, and you can't ask them, okay, how did you arrive at it?
And that is the trajectory I want to pull you away from.
Yeah.
You did mention something about Ndndi constituency and the current member of parliament, George.
Yeah.
And what he's doing. You look at the matrix of Nyeri, of Mount Kenya.
Yeah.
Rigathi Gachagua is very abrasive kind of leader. He is that leader who is all out. He will say what he wants, how he wants it, and he wants his way. It's either his way or the highway.
Yeah.
Here comes a gentleman from Ndndi, and you know Ndndi has a history of producing these not so abrasive leaders, but have depth. You look at the likes of Nyeru Gidai. They were leaders who were very silent in nature, but they have a lot of depth in them. So, as Odhiambo said, it's a political strategy. I can agree, because the mountain, especially Mount Kenya West, are beginning to see themselves being alienated from the rest of Kenya. So the like-minded Mount West characters are beginning to call themselves to order and asking themselves, should President William Ruto get his seat back? Are we going to stay out in the cold completely? And that is what they want to run away from. In the coming days, I will not be surprised if you begin to see more and more leaders, past and present, beginning to coalesce around George's idea, MP George's idea, so that they can begin to become an alternative voice away from the abrasive nature of Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. I think that is where we are headed to politically with Mount Kenya West.
Yeah. Odhiambo.
But avoid where he was taking you.
No. I think I like that. I like that place where he was taking me. I liked it a lot.
I'm interested in Joachim's answer.
You are?
In Joachim's answer.
Yeah.
The question that you were asking him, where are these people getting all this money?
Yeah.
What is the history of it? Is it because they're just good business people? Is it because they're just good people in their DNA? No matter they're economically better than the rest of the country.
Yeah.
So is that a question?
Yes,
yes.
How is that even a question?
It is. It's a question. But and it's a question that I asked you. That how did you arrive here? That they're the ones who are economically better than everybody. How did you arrive here? How does history answer that question?
I don't know how to answer that, but let me give you a good example.
Yeah.
Today, when you give, let's say today, Jagero has 80 billion.
Okay.
And this 80 billion, he's giving out loan.
Okay.
To start a business.
All right.
On that line, ya watu wanakujia loan.
Okay.
Majority of the people will be who? Because it has happened once.
Let me hear your answer.
Because it has happened once.
Yeah.
And the government had to intervene and reduce some people, saying, no, this is bad. It will look like we are feeding one region. You understand that?
Yes.
The reason why I said that we have to realize and change how we have been existing in this country, these questions of getting, where did they get the money from? We've asked since time immemorial, because I have also been asking.
Okay.
And I've realized that the answer will never be forthcoming.
Okay.
So instead of sitting around and continuing to ask these questions, then how do I put myself in a situation that I'm not the one asking a question? This is the reason why I've always talked about.
No.
Yeah?
You are deflecting.
How am I deflecting?
You are deflecting. You are the one. You are the originator of that question. You are the one who said that the ones that have the money, you said that they have the ones that have everything.
Yes.
And she's asking you, how did they become to be the one having everything? That's the question she's asking you, because it's coming from you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's coming from you.
let us look from the texts of history.
Okay.
at the time of independence, who were the owners of shops in Nairobi?
I don't know.
They were Asians.
Yes.
How did it transfer to other people? It was around Kenyatta's clique.
Yeah.
Kenyatta's clique came from where?
Okay, yes.
So when you look at history from that trajectory, you know where the wealth came from.
All right.
Which is not a just history.
It's not a just history?
Yeah, it's not just. Because people have huge trunks of land and people are squatters. Majority of squatters in this country come from where? When you meet a person who doesn't have land, most probably, anatoka, he comes from Mount Kenya. Ama, do you have a Luya who is a squatter?
Yeah, in Kitale there are so many squatters.
Luyas?
Yeah. Both Luyas and Kalenjins, I come from there. There's always talk about squatters.
In Kitale?
The settlement schemes, they exist.
The settlement schemes. Then we need to study the history. How did it happen? Because I come from Bungoma, and the majority of the Bukusus from Bungoma were called by Dr. Elijah Mwangale that come. There is land here that has no one. That's how Bukusus found themselves in Trans Nzoia. So I wonder how did they become squatters at the same time?
That's not how they found themselves in Trans Nzoia.
How did they do?
During the Bantu migration, Bukusus and Luyas were migrating through Mount Elgon, which you know is between Trans Nzoia and Bungoma. So some went to Bungoma, others walibaki hapo Trans Nzoia, and that is how.
But a paltry number
and that's how they found themselves.
No, a good number of people in Trans Nzoia have their ancestral homes in Bungoma, because at the time Elijah Mwangale was in government, I don't know whether he was a member of parliament, and Bukusus who remained in Bungoma and didn't go to Kitale, they regret up to this day, because they were saying we cannot live here and go.
So that's
but those who went got huge tracts of land, and they are the wealthier people in Trans Nzoia, and their counterparts who remained in Bungoma are poorer. So this land issue, I need to be educated more on how we have Luyas in Trans Nzoia who are squatters. Because if, according to your migration story is true, then how they settled in both Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, then how comes they find themselves in settlement schemes? So that's a history we need to be educated more, because the issue of land in Kenya is a big wound. And we were talking about it yesterday when my brother talked about conservancy, that out of the Kenyan landmass, only 20% is titled. 80% of Kenyan land has no title deed.
Yeah.
And when we are looking for power, for example, when your leaders from a particular region, let's say Western Kenya, we are sending them to parliament, what is the common problem of the region that they have come from that they need to address? If that group of people we've sent to both parliament, county assembly, and everything, they are not addressing the problem of their people where they come from, then I do not think it's a reason for us to blame any other person who is thinking about solving their own problem.
Yeah, and this is the problem that I keep having, and you've been saying it a lot, that there is this understanding that somebody, a particular group of Kenyans, are the cleverer ones, that they're the sly ones, they're the slickest, and they sort of know how money is made and how business is run, and therefore when it comes to elections, then they have to tell us that, look, we lead, you follow, and that is the vibe that I'm getting from you.
Because it's true, historically proven.
No, it's not true. I don't think it is. When you keep saying that it is, when you put a line for people to get loans, that it is only Kikuyus that will be the first 100 people on the line. It's a complete lie, because then even the banks that are giving those loans are not from other tribes. So they can easily choose who to give those loans.
Why is it that there is no bank from any other place?
The first bank was by Luos. If you didn't know,
where did it go?
It was struck down by Kenyatta.
So, but how comes that up to today we don't have another one?
I can tell you the gentleman that died the other day, what was his name? Dalmas Otieno had a bank that was struck down by Kenyatta.
By the Kenyatta.
Yes.
Then I think our problem is this one.
Yes.
Our problem, I agree with all those things.
Yes. So you don't become suddenly clever.
No. I have always been clever.
You don't suddenly become clever.
I have always been clever.
That these ones are the ones who know how to start a posho mill. Sisi, we can only come with our maize, whatever.
Jagero, why do you think the predicaments of Raphael Tuju are possible to him?
And not to a Kikuyu? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if it was a Kikuyu facing those problems.
But we have another one that is there's an Apollo hotel the other day for 3.5 billion. It is on the papers.
And I don't know.
The lady, on the lady you know the lady.
The Glee Hotel.
Yes.
There is politics. When you look at
it. So that is politics.
No. Remember, I am giving you.
So that is now politics.
Jagero, I want you to listen for a minute.
Yes.
When you find yourself that you are the only person of your kind in an area, you can easily be targeted. There is a day we were having tea out here, and I asked you, who else from Nyanza, not Nyanza, Siaya, has land the size of Tuju's land in Karen? What did you tell me?
I told you that I don't know of any.
Why do you think I asked you that question?
Why did you ask me that question?
Because we need to move in herds.
I think that is neither here nor there.
No.
Because honestly, you won't know of any other Luo. Unless a Luo is in trouble and is in the papers, how do you know?
Jagero, look at all communities that are in control of any sector in any part of the world. When you look at Jews, Jews control what? They control tailoring. They control banking. There is nowhere where a Jew is working alone.
There is this guy, Otieno Dongo. Do you know Otieno Dongo? Who's got lots of land in Karen. You know that. But you don't know.
No, I am agreeing.
Yes.
I am agreeing.
There's engineer Nyamunga.
Yes.
I am agreeing with you. Yes. But let us not, you are more secure. When you are working together in herds.
But you see now you have taken off from the original.
What is the original?
I think we need a consensus over here. Now, the first question that I will ask, Joachim. Are we all building this nation? That is the question.
Yeah, we are.
We are. Yes. Then the next question is, who is supposed to benefit from development?
Everyone.
Everyone, right? So when you come about talking of these specific people, these peculiar people, being the people that help us around with our economy, finances, and are smart. Don't you think that is a case of structural violence? That is the predicament that we've always been facing. Because when Ambassador was speaking, he was saying that the nature of Kenyan politics dictates that whoever is in government benefits the most, right? And that is a very retrogressive kind of politics. It is the reason as to why we are not yet as developed. There are many areas that are still marginalized.
Yes.
Right? Now, if we proceed and continue with the notion that you're bringing about, don't you think then we are getting to question the consensus that we are having that we are supposed to have a unified form of development?
Joachim knows all these things. He's just pulling our leg because his party leader is
Goja. There is nothing with my party leader here. This is not a conversation sanctioned anywhere. But look, for you to solve any problem, whichever problem you have, you must first of all be aware that problem exists, however painful it is. So the importance of this conversation is to lay bare the problems we have in our society.
Now that we know what is the way forward.
So the way forward, I have always said, because Kenya is a country of many nations, that we are not the same people. And every group comes as a group. That's why we talk about Nyanza. And in Nyanza we have Luo Nyanza and Kisii, which is not really a very united front. Western Kenya, we have the Luya Nation. You come here, you find the Kalenjins. You come here, you find Mount Kenya, the Cushitic group, and the coast, and the lower eastern, who are Kambas.
all these regions have their unique problems. When you go to Taita and you ask them, what is your problem? They will tell you land, that our land is not titled. And it's difficult for you to even access financing to do any project. You understand? So once you realize that this is the problem that we have, my problem has been this, that we have been decrying and being victims for far too long. And my issue is, when we are electing leaders from our respective regions, then they must be aware of the problems their people are facing. That when we elect people from Western Kenya, I expect the people of Western Kenya to be cognizant of the problems, particularly for the people of Western Kenya to be solved, so that when we meet at the national table, everyone is coming with the solutions of their own people. Because for a very long time we have been saying, these ones are the reason why we are this way.
Yeah.
But we have been also contributing either passively or actively in our problem.
I think that
You know the danger to what he's saying.
Yeah.
Is that when you elect a leader from a particular area, what they bring on the table is only problems from that particular area. I think that could be one of the most dangerous ways to look at it. When you elect a leader to the National Assembly, they should be able to do
National
representation and a national job. So, for instance, if you realize there's a problem in Tarbaj and you're a leader from where? From Nyateke, you should be able to address that issue.
I agree with you.
To the full length.
I agree
without
with
just skewing your view to a particular region or to a particular area where you
I admire your ability to choose how to misunderstand a simple statement. I am saying this, that let me use myself as an example. Now, I am in the Senate representing the people of Nairobi, and there is a petition that has been brought by the senator of Tana River, particularly addressing the issue of Tana River. That petition shall not go through if all the senators in that house supports that petition and votes for its ascension. That is where there is nationhood. But identification of that problem is solely the responsibility of that leader from Tana River, so that he brings it to the national table and say, these are the issues we are facing, and therefore we need a conversation. The other day I saw a petition by Sifuna from Taita Taveta, presenting it in Senate, because as an individual leader, there is nothing he can do. There is need for consensus in the House. There is importance. That is why there is called representation of every group of people in that House.
I think, and I understand you, Joachim, and I think you are interrogating two issues.
Yes.
And I see also people in the comment keep saying that somebody is blaming Mount Kenya. It's a very tired argument, and it's annoying. You know, nobody's blaming the Kikuyu people. And there are two issues here that I'm talking about.
Yes.
Number one is the idea, and you're the one who has raised it, that these people are coming with economic might, these people are coming the numbers, and they are going to set the agenda. That's what you have said, that I completely disagree with. Then then there is the second part that you're saying that I completely agree with.
Yes.
The part that each and every representative of this country has to take care of their country. And they are part of that country. And there is a question that the Western leaders have not done enough to uplift their people. That is a completely different issue, for which I completely agree with. But there is a narrative, and you are the one, and you have said it a lot, that we come with the money, we come with the cleverness of business, we come with the inferiority. Then we are the ones that are going to set the agenda of this country. And you have said pretty much a lot of times to me that the Mount Kenya people will always decide who becomes the president of this country. And that is why I was saying that should it perhaps be the reason why there is a lot of inroads and a lot of rebellion in Mount Kenya, and Mount Kenya is not sitting pretty, because now we have a Gasharu declaration coming up, and now we have...
we don't know what we
Yes, and now we have Kindiki saying, look, the other day Kiragu was here and Mugendi was there, and Kiragu looked at Mugendi in the face and told Mugendi that the reason why Mount Kenya West has not been in the spotlight because you guys have never saddled. You have never been on the saddle, taking that bike. And he looked at him and told them that that is true. And that is why from today, we are going to be saddling alongside you. When you are looking for presidency, we are already in the presidency. That's what he said to him.
And I agree with part of your sentiment.
And when you talk about Ruku being a fool, and I ask you to explain why he's a fool, and the only thing that you come up with is simply because he doesn't like Ruto. That is perhaps why he's foolhardy.
No. Ruku has always been one. You can go check his...
but what is foolish again about him?
So when I refer to you as a fool, then your capacity of reasoning.
Yeah, well, what is his capacity of reasoning?
Which you emit by speaking.
Yeah. Specifically about Ruku, what has he said? That is foolhardy.
Anybody who champions division is a fool.
Which division?
Division of any sort.
Yeah, but why are you insisting? Ruku is coming from the west of Mount Kenya, and he's saying that as the west, this is the direction we are going. Why are you insisting that they're not that they have to be together?
They have to be together.
Why?
Because I'm a victim of division. I know how it feels.
Who?
Me.
A victim of which division?
I come from Luhya.
Okay.
And we have always talked about an elusive Luhya unity. That's why, despite our numerical superiority, we count for nothing.
So when Wetangula and Mudavadi comes together, what does that give you?
That's not unity of the community. The community doesn't even trust
Yeah, but
them.
The reason why you are against Roku is because he's not wagging his tail behind Gachagua. That's the only reason.
No.
What is the reason?
The reason I have is anybody championing.
Because I can imagine that from Ruku's place to Murang'a is probably 100 kilometers. And they have got different problems. So if Ruto is taking care of their problem...
You have decided to understand the things I have said in your own way. And I want to guide you slowly. That I am a victim of disunity. I know.
In Luhya land?
Yes. I know when it comes to a point where a community does not speak in the same direction. Do you know Luos who are close to the same number of Bukusus have a bigger voice than us in the Kenyan politics? Do you know why? Because we are divided among all sorts of division. We are natokea huku amekuja na Eugene.
So you are divided on what?
We are divided.
Kwa sera ama on what?
We don't trust each other.
And why should you?
Kwa hiyo sera.
Why should you?
I know what division means.
Why should you trust Wetangula, for example?
Because he is not trustworthy.
That's the thing.
Yes.
And so that is why Mr. Funa does not like him.
You remember there is a time where Wetangula was the sole giver of direction in Bungoma. Because he had been given a chance to lead Ford Kenya. And there is an attachment that a Bukusu person has on Ford Kenya. So Wetangula was our darling. Personally, he was.
Okay.
I remember in 2017, when they had come to campaign in my village, I looked at Wetangula wearing that shirt of Ford Kenya, and I said I would want to be like that.
Okay.
So later on, when I realized what it means to be like that, I said, no, I don't want to be like that.
No, the only reason...
Can we allow the young man? Yes.
I think the only reason Joachim keeps bringing up the issue of unity in Mount Kenya, I can only attribute it to his party leader.
Okay.
Because he's also coming from Mount Kenya.
Okay.
And if the mountain stands united, then he stands a very big chance of being a beneficiary. When you go to his homeland, the Luhya land, talking of the division that they have, first let's agree, Joachim, you have not been a victim of disunity as much as you've been a victim of bad leadership. Let's start there. Okay? So the problem that you are facing in Luhya land is your leaders. Admit it to Songe.
Do you agree that this unit is a consequence of bad leadership?
No.
How can it be? If you keep on holding on to a person who has always treated you not right, who has not treated you right as a people, then how can you stand to say that the disunity is a consequence? I think as a people, you should have the grounds to stand and say that we think he is doing us well, he's not doing us well. So what should we do? Do away with him, or let's proceed with the guy?
That's why we have Tawe movement.
Yeah, exactly. So then do you want to say something before we...
I don't understand this notion of we all have to be united as Luyas. What is unity giving us, really? I understand that the presidency works in a way that when you have unity, mnapata kitu. But really, why can't we just be democratic? We live in a democratic country.
We have always been democratic.
Yes, we are democratic.
Has that been the problem?
So is
there
that
is
a problem?
no better democratic community than the Luya community.
I will argue the Kisi, but let's proceed.
No. Luyas, we are the best democratic people.
And it's a good thing.
Japheth Kaluyu, as a presidential candidate, who never campaigned in Western, they don't even know him, but they saw his name on the ballot paper, and he got 40,000 votes. Japheth Kaluyu, Abdu Badida. There are areas where you don't get a vote if you've not been there. When we complain about these issues, and I gave you an example, all over the world, people that control the world are united in some kind. When a Jew leaves Israel and comes in Kenya, he knows the hotel he's coming to sleep in belongs to his fellow Jew. When they find that there is a business sector doing well in Kenya that is not owned by a Jew, they buy shares there. They make sure that their money circulates among themselves. That's how they win. For us, we do not have that.
But Luos have been united for a very long time.
That's why they
No, Luos are not ahead of you.
Wait. United as who? As Kenyans or as Luyas?
As Luyas. That's what he meant. And this is the problem that I'm having with this unity. That you keep shouting about. We have every electioneering period we have always voted as one. Always. Lakini bado Wakikuyu ndio wako na pesa vile umesema.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Okay.
In his book, Things Fall Apart.
Okay.
Chinua Achebe in chapter 4.
Yuko na kitabu umepata wapi?
Of course.
Amebeba Biblia.
Chapter 4.
Okay.
Allow me to read it because it
no
is...
No worries. You can read it.
Go ahead.
Looking at a king's mouth, said an old man, one would think he never sucked at his mother's breast. He was talking about Okonkwo, who had risen so suddenly from great poverty and misfortune to be one of the lords of the clan. The old man bore no ill will towards Okonkwo. Indeed, he respected him for his industry and success. But he was struck, as most people were, by Okonkwo's brusqueness in dealing with less successful men. Only a week ago, a man had contradicted him at a kindred meeting, which they held to discuss the next ancestral feast. Without looking at the man, Okonkwo had said, "This meeting is for men." The man who had contradicted him had no titles. That was why he had called him a woman. Okonkwo knew how to kill a man's spirit. Now this is the crux of why I'm reading this.
Yeah.
Everybody at the kindred meeting took sides with Osugo when Okonkwo called him a woman. The oldest man present said, and I quote, "Those whose palm kernels were cracked for them by a benevolent spirit,
yes,
should not forget to be humble." End of quote.
Okay.
Why am I reading this excerpt? Muktadha wa Dondoo.
Yes.
It's because we are talking about the establishment of economic superiority in Kenya. First of all, before we come to the trivial talks here about unity and disunity, Mount Kenya did not make it because of unity. Neither will they not make it because of disunity. There's something called structural adjustments, structural inequities that happen within government. The reason as to why people go for power, if you go by my favorite writer again, in an introduction to politics for African students, Nobuzo, he says that politics is the advancement of a group's or a sect's interest towards government. And that is why you find that Kikuyus, for example, understood that concept long ago. before everybody else. For example, you look at their culture.
Yes.
Because before you look at development, the first question you must ask is what's the mentality and culture around development? And development does not just occur in a vacuum. Development has indices that will tell us that this is how we can predict these people can grow or not. For example, when the whites came, those who decided to collaborate with the whites, the colonialists, had an advantage nationally. I can tell you, most people who are learned today, very learned, especially those who are born in the 60s or thereabout, you find that their fathers were collaborators of the white men.
Yeah.
Okay? If you look at Kikuyu land, most of the most successful Kikuyu people were home guards and children of home guards and not the ordinaries. Why? There is some power in mimicry that the Kikuyus learned long ago. They mimicked what was happening there and learned the art of deal making early enough. Okay? And they learned a culture of doing business without emotions. Unfortunately, there are some cultures, I don't want to mention which communities in particular, which bring a lot of emotions in business. Business does not need emotion. Business is business. Okay? And I'm sorry. Business is business, and there's no emotion in business because your emotions are not going to deliver any result. What delivers results is the agreements that go. Now, look at the founding principles around development. One of them is communal approach towards particular things. Lifting a brother, picking a brother. Again, I will refer our audience to go and listen to the CBK podcasts. You will realize that 90% of the CBK governors were Kikuyus. To date, 90%. That informs you on something. Most of the financial institutions, which means the capital, because the biggest capital you need anyway is land, okay? Mau Mau was not formed to just chase away a white man. It was formed to reclaim land. Because the new land is capital, the biggest capital. Then once you have capital, what do you move to next? You move to advancing or provision of loans that will help these people do what? Up to date, Jagero, I don't know if you know. If you don't know, I want to tell you here today, because I've spoken about it before, that Kikuyus, Kalenjins, even in agriculture alone, are some of the people who are benefiting highest in terms of government structured loans or advancements. Last year, the Advanced Coffee Sherry Fund, which I've always talked about here, disbursed 10.9 billion shillings to coffee farmers. Out of this 10.9 billion shillings, 7 billion shillings remained in Mount Kenya. Advanced Coffee Sherry Fund. Unapewa pesa, you farm with it. Plow your land, buy your seeds, do it. Weed, whatever. Once it is up, Kikuyus again and Kalenjins have some of the best tea auctions and coffee auctions, attracting international market access. So these guys understand the market culture. Some cultures, I'm not talking about community, some cultures over-concentrated on the wrong things. Instead of concentrating on business, they focused on education, for example. I'm not saying education is the wrong thing, but does education have a compounding effect on the net value of a community? Yes, comparatively to people who do business and look at profit or income. You can't compare, because education, you're piped into salary. When you look at business, you're not piped into salary, you're piped into building capital. How many days are you going to take, or how many months are you going to take to become a billionaire, earning 1 million per month? It's shitty calculation. You may never get to billions. But what do you need to get to billion if you're doing business? You just need to expand a good cash flow inventory and go to the bank, and the bank gives you. Do we also have questions where some of these banks advance loans to people based on faulty papers? Yes. Faulty statements. Jagger, do you know in this country today, you can be cooked for a statement of your cash flow and you gain money from a bank in terms of loans? Have this happened before? Yes. Now look at those lending institutions. Who amongst them, even the private capital owners, who among them are leading in terms of ownership? Do we have, for example, Western Kenya, somebody owning a bank? We do not to this moment. Even those with private capital, like Mudavadi, like Koparanya, instead of even taking this capital and investing in things like insurance, where they can now proceed to even invest in banks, they're instead investing their monies offshores. So there's capital flight basically. Money does not live there. Now, if you come to the Jew concept that my brother here was talking about in terms of economics, Jew concept is not even about coming to buy specifically from a Jew. It's about money retention once it gets into the community.
Yes.
The Jews bounce money 12 times before it leaves the community. 12 times. It implies the media, the banks, agriculture, you name it. transport is owned by. So when money gets in, Jagero is in media, Kachola is a diplomat, this guy is in hotel, I'm in communication as you.
Every area of expenditure.
So money comes in, and we sit as a group and conspire. So look at that concept in Kikuyu versus other cultures. Luyas and Luos are some of the most jealous people of each other. They can never sit down to speak on anything important, to grow themselves. That's the reality of things. In fact, where a Luo is, he will not want another Luo to come. Especially within government ranks, especially within capital access. Luos and Luyas would rather have themselves being the Lords being praised. But Kikuyus, I will tell you about the story of River Road again. And I need one day we talk about the story of River Road. How those guys from Muranga came and bought the whole of those buildings you see on River Road. Okay? Kikuyu sees an opportunity, brings another Kikuyu, and they develop. You and your brother, Mr. Ochieta, who the other day I texted me on LinkedIn, by the way. What did he do for you guys? Has now made you somebody in Nairobi. If you came to a selfish uncle who you could go to and chases you and tells you you're only here for 2 days, go back to Nyakach. You'd be poor in Nyakach. Okay? So what am I trying to say in short? That there is a level of a mentality and cultural organization around capital that most of us don't have. And it is true that of these titles, because I've said it to you before privately, and I think also on the podcast, that if you look at the land regime across Kenya, the people who have access to titles in their generation as present are more of Kikuyus than Luos.
Why?
Because, one, they've understood that for you to get loans, you need to have security. How do you get security? You ensure that the transition on land, succession is done very quick. Today, in Luo Nyanza and Luya land, people are living in the third, fourth generation on their ancestral land, but they've not done succession. You cannot use that land to go and take what? Security. That's why young men are here in Korogosho, in Kibera, in Dagoretti, Kawangware, wherever, suffering, but they have 2-3 acres of land at home because that land is useless as long as it does not have a title.
And that I agree.
Yes.
And that is one part of the conversation that I agreed with.
Yes.
And
you see,
so we have a problem.
And I told you that yes, Odhiambo has talked about exactly what you're talking about.
No. Even the area where you have vehemently disagreed with.
No.
He has made it very clear.
No, I did not disagree with that part of the conversation.
So
yes, Odhiambo has talked about the culture.
Yes.
Of making money, the bouncing of money.
Yes. And in different communities.
Yes, in different communities.
Yes.
I totally agree with that. The part where I disagree with is the political part. Okay?
Yes.
You have been clever.
Yes.
Right? You've done everything.
Yes.
But what I do not agree with is coming to us and telling us, having done all that, having had all the title and have all the money, that you're coming and telling us that if we don't say this in politics, then it doesn't work. That is the part I disagree with.
Can I chime in?
I'm not understanding that point completely.
Jagero, can I tell you something?
Maybe you can help me understand it.
The diplomat might understand it better.
I think, Jagero, there is no wrong in a people deciding their course.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The only, and there is no wrong absolutely in a people sitting down and saying, because we have the resources, because we have the most educated, we have to take leadership. There's nothing absolutely wrong with that.
Yeah.
The only
and do we have the right to call it out?
The only
no. Do we have the right to call it out?
Call it out. Why?
Okay.
It's a competition.
It's a competition.
Yes.
It's about competition.
Yes, but when people call that
you
out,
take advantage of what you have.
When people call that out, you say no. You hate.
Jagero,
you hate us.
Jagero, as a Luo, what is your
Let me just
advantage?
Finish.
Your unfair advantage against others. Do you have it?
Let me just finish, Jagero. Politics is about who gets what, when, and how. So if that is the whole essence of power, everyone wants power, and every community has had an attempt on power in this country, at least to get it. If someone has due or undue advantage over the other to get it, so be it. The only problem is if you have undue advantage over others and then you want to load it on them by telling it to their face that we will do this whether you like it or not.
Yes.
I think that is now being derogatory.
That is what I was saying.
So, but
That is what I
Any
was
community.
saying. And that is what the gentleman keeps
No,
repeating.
I have a question to you, Jagero.
Yes.
There's a point where I'm getting lost. You're saying calling out what exactly?
You see,
Yeah.
even in the comments when you read it,
Yeah.
And even you have said it, that there is a particular part of this country, and you're referring to the Kikuyus, that believe that everything belongs to them.
No,
the
I haven't said that.
Of course, you've said it.
No, I haven't said that. I haven't said that. I've never said that. I've never said that.
Odiamo, you said that.
What I've said, because I'm here, I can talk for myself. What I've
Yes.
said before is that there's a part of this country that has benefited from power improperly as compared to the other parts. I've never said that they feel like they own.
And this
Never.
gentleman has said that they will decide
Jagero.
on what they will, on that they are the owners of this.
Can I
And
hammer
he has
that
talked
point?
about those things.
Can I hammer that point?
Yeah.
As an individual and as a Luo, what is your unfair advantage against others? Your possible competitors in this game for power.
Yeah.
Because every community has the desire to sit on that chair to lead this country. Even an Ogiek.
Of course, we know that's not true.
Odiamo, you know we are going around this point, and this is why I kept saying,
Odiamo, you are saying
that
there
if
is
you,
no
if, you,
other
if you think that you have the power
Yes.
and the cleverness and the slyness,
Yes.
then why are you crying foul that Mount Kenya is being divided?
So who is crying for?
You've just done it.
I was responding to assertions you people were making, referring to Mount Kenya East and the West. I have never done that. And I was just telling you that that might never happen, based on my reasons.
I think
Now, this is the issue. Before my brother chimes in,
Okay.
what the diplomat has said, and in this case, when we are looking for power, what enables an individual or a community to sit on that chair? What is their fuel? Is it money?
It is the ideology
Is
and
their
the
ideology?
organization.
It's their money? What is it? So as a community that feels disadvantaged, why don't we study the patterns?
So let me say this. Allow me. So that we move on. I mean, we need to move
Yes,
on
yes,
to
yes.
the main topic of the day. Look, first of all, once you taste power, or once you taste an experience, then you know what it is. You know, when somebody tells you that, for example, driving a G-Wagon, they don't know how it feels. Okay, so they may not know what a G-Wagon is. They may only admire it. Oh, G-Wagon, vroom, passing by, that's it. But once you get into a G-Wagon and drive it,
you are like, oh.
And you're like, oh, so this is how this thing feels. Kisumu, Nairobi, it's 3 hours. It's no longer 7 or 8 hours on the road using my Demio. Okay? So
You start hating a Demio.
you start looking at Demio like this is nothing. So then you will organize yourself to maintain that status of being in a G-Wagon.
Yes.
So I don't blame Kikuyus. I don't blame Kalenjins. I don't blame the Luos. I don't blame any tribe for trying to get to power. The reality is you must organize yourself around power once you know what it is. Now, I want to say this. Luos maybe for the first time today are testing what power looks like. Because there's a time where Raila gave some Luos ministries, Orengo being one of them, quite a joker in that Ministry of Lands. Otino Kajwang, the Ministry of Immigration, quite another joker in
That's
that ministry.
where we got a problem.
Yes, that's why we got a problem of immigration actually during under his tenure.
So Kajwang was singing.
So yeah, he was only singing Mapamba. Now, if you look at today, why do you think, for example, Kikuyus are 10 ministers in the government?
And they are quiet.
And they're quiet. There's something about it. Why do you think President Ruto is not moving them out of that space?
Yes.
There's something about that stabilization or something that he understands about it. And why do you think that the presidency of Kenya remains to be a duopoly between Kikuyus and Kalenjins? There's a great pattern that these guys have mastered economically.
Wow.
That maybe even in the quest towards 2027 may never change, in my view, and even beyond 2027. Unless something miraculous happens in this country.
Might this be the reason why? Might this be the reason why Ruto is saying something has to explode? Might this be the reason why he's barreling into Mount Kenya? That's the question I was asking you.
And what I'm telling you is that there's a front face of politics,
Okay.
and there's a back end of politics.
Okay.
Now, most of us are discussing the front face of politics.
I am restraining so much because I peep through the windows of back-end politics.
Yes, and you know what happens there.
No, I can't.
So I can say this. The front face of politics is very idealistic. but the back end of politics is very dark. If actually Kenyans will be exposed to just a third of what the back end of politics of this country is, they will stop this talk that we are having all the time, and they will start realigning themselves to the realities. And that's why you find that those people who are aged above 40, 50, 60 going forward, they are not very idealistic. Those people are very practical because they look at politics in the practical sense. Now, that said, the politics of this country moving forward in terms of economy, etc., those who own the production means or means of production, unfortunately, also dictate the intellectual capital of the country. Yeah. And when you dictate the intellectual capital, it implies that you control the policies.
And I believe something is happening.
Now,
somebody is not happy.
Of course, believe there's some shifts.
Yes,
the oligarchy is being shaken somewhere,
and that is what I keep saying might be happening.
And that's what I'm saying.
And I believe that Ruto knows this thing and is trying to destabilize everything, and people are making a lot of noise.
And that's why I could tell you this.
A lot of noise.
And that's why I could tell you this. That maybe you are looking at it from the front face of politics. And I'm telling you today again, I've told you before, that you could be shocked if you see Gachagua enter a deal with Ruto.
I will not be shocked.
Okay?
Because Gachagua looks like somebody who can work with Ruto.
Because it is not just about the interest of the people. The interest of the people is a very small percentage if you compare it against the interest of the leaders when they sit and talk. Okay? Now, when we go to... You heard of something, it was rumored about 2013, 2017. Eti tunapea maskini power nafanyia nini? Did you hear that narrative?
Yeah.
Do you remember it? That's how dark it happens in the back room of politics.
I was seated on this chair.
Yeah.
And I told you.
Buana, you know.
Jagero, it's very easy to manage in this politics.
No.
A person of your personality.
I'm
being very brutal
that is
to
the
you.
cleverness. But look at Europe. Look at what is happening in Europe right now.
Yes.
So there is a lot of shift, by the way.
Yes.
And I think, and I want to tell you that in the next few years, people are going to be very clever than the people that have always maintained that they are clever ones.
I agree.
You remember, and we were with you.
Yes.
Were we not with you with Boniface Mwangi? What were we discussing about what was happening?
Yes.
In Europe.
Yes.
The gentleman that was fresh from you was with us. Did you hear what he was telling us?
He was coming from Serbia.
Yes. And there are things he told us. What did he tell us?
Mambo imechemuka.
Yes.
So Jagero.
So you guys can keep talking about this front end for as long as you think. But even Ruto himself knows that what happens in 2020
that with this personality. Let me be very brutal. You can easily be managed.
I can be managed, I am sure. But I also know that there is a shift that is changing.
I agree.
This idea that everybody keeps saying that we are in some kind of shackles for eternity.
No, Jagero. The shift is for whose benefit?
For
whose benefit?
It's very defeatist if you ask me.
Jagero.
A shift for whose benefit? Are you part of the people causing the shift? If you are not, forget about
but the problem that I keep having with you, that you always believe that there is somebody that is superior somewhere.
That is the reality of life.
No, but that is defeatist. No, because I believe that you as Joaquin can also change.
I agree.
Because even where you are right now, where were you? You were a son of a Ken Carter.
Yes.
How did you find yourself at Kwacha House?
Because of the shift.
Because even today something crazy can happen.
Yes.
And things will change. So you can't just keep saying that there is somebody somewhere that is bigger than life that is going to
I agree.
You believe that without Wanjigi sort of you cannot do anything in life.
Jagero, just a minute.
Just a minute.
Yeah, Ambassador, go ahead.
Because I have to.
I feel him.
Yes.
I agree with Jagero that times are changing and changing fast.
Yeah, right.
And the conversation we had ahead of 2022 election really upset so many people. It went deep into the dark corners of politics of this country and upstaged almost half of it, and people were shocked. Moving into the future, we already have a population that is woke. You listen to someone like Alionya, for example, yesterday.
Right.
And people are beginning to ask the most fundamental and critical question as far as their economic well-being is concerned. Something that maybe members of parliament haven't been talking about, leaders can't speak about, now the young generation is beginning to ask them boldly without fear. When they say, well, we are the producers of maize. Why are we having all milling factories elsewhere, hundreds of kilometers?
That's a good question.
We are the producers of fish. Why are we having fish processing farms hundreds of kilometers away? Those difficult questions are beginning to resonate with the masses. And moving into the future, the politics of the country might greatly change based on what kind of leaders are going to be elected.
Yes.
It might not happen overnight, but in the next
gradually.
15, 20 to 30 years, we are likely to see a shift in terms of leadership of this country.
Very nice.
Let's go to the meat of our conversation, which is Ruto at 4. And Odhiambo, I don't know whether you are starting. I don't know whether it is Joaquin that is starting.
Let me start to give a record.
So that we respond
that they
to
can
his
critique.
record. You don't start by...
You don't respond to his record.
No.
You
You don't just start stating things.
Okay.
Because my speaking today is based on what he says.
Thank you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
I am here more to respond.
react.
Why are you becoming so defensive?
No, I'm not defensive.
Okay.
I'm laying facts.
No, I think that is good. It's very good.
It is good.
Yeah.
It is good.
But
All right.
set the bar too high.
There is no bar that is higher than me.
Why do you as government people don't agree on how bad how far the bar is supposed to be? Go ahead, Mr. Odhiambo.
All right. So we're having Ruto at 4 years.
Yes.
We are going to do
But
this.
this is where I write.
Yeah. We are going to do this in the most objective way.
Okay.
And in this sense,
objective in a way.
no, I'm going to be, and I promise you, I'm going to be objective.
Okay.
Because I do a lot of insights.
Okay.
And so I cannot put my farm at risk. This is what I eat.
Okay.
So when I'm going to share this, I'm not sharing because I hate particular offices in
Yeah.
the government or particular people. But this is because we have to look at ourselves in the mirror. Then I want to urge Joachim and the two Gen Zs that even as they react to this, let us do this with objectivity so that we also inform the people.
You know,
So
I can be when I decide.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm urging for objectivity.
Yes.
Now, so Africa Insight Partners.
I think Vash has had that.
Vash is what?
Don't get salty.
She's jittery?
She's very
She gets very salty.
You're salty? Is it?
She's very salty, yes.
You're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. Okay, so we want to look at Ruto at 4. And in my preparation, I did prepare to look at Ruto at 4 based on 11 points.
Okay.
That is based on his manifesto.
Of his manifesto.
And assessing the progress.
Yeah.
Has been. I have reference points which I have relied on. And one of them, of course, is the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which is my favorite. We have the National Treasury. We have the Central Bank of Kenya, Controller of Budget. We have the EPRA, KNHCR, IPOA. We have Mzalendo Trust, IMF, Infotrack, and Kenyan Press in general. Okay? So these are very credible referral points. So if you're going to object, I also urge you to object from a citation. I know it's not an academic thing, but I urge you to object from a citation.
He's saying no.
Jackie is already disputing.
He's already disputing.
People have no money in their pockets.
That is the biggest citation. if you have it, you can cite it. My M-Pesa balance is 56 shillings.
All right.
Good, yeah. So it's a data-driven audit, yeah, of President William Ruto's first term. Of course, I hope that after this, he can check out himself. We're looking at 11 performance pillars, and we're looking at the key indicators that we've charted. We're looking at fiscal trajectories that are projected, and we're looking at the implications of the same for 2027 election model. I will not do that first. I will first concentrate on the former before we come to the latter. So the first pillar, which I'm looking at, is macroeconomic stability. This is a promise that he made during his campaigns, that he needed to stabilize the economy. Inflation was at 9.6 by the time that he was taking power. 9.6%. Today, inflation has reduced by more than half to 4.4%. That has stabilized our shilling at 129 versus $1. We have record reserves of up to 15.1 billion US, which means we can trade internationally for exports without requiring
reserves in how much?
15.1 billion US dollars.
I heard him say that.
That is there. Of course, we have 9 straight Central Bank of Kenya rate cuts. You must have been seeing Central Bank of Kenya reducing the interest rates. 9 straight meetings out of Central Bank of Kenya has given us this confirmation. We are, of course, at what I call a fragile state, okay? But I'll give it a stable end of the fragility. It is not fragile bad. It is fragile stable, okay?
What does that mean?
That means if you look at the spectrum of bad, there is bad that is stable and there is bad that is dangerous.
So it is bad, worse, and worst. So we are at bad.
No, I'm saying you're introducing a new measure point. I'm just saying that if we look at
we took on a metrics in being bad.
Yes, so I'm looking at the metrics of being fragile, and there's fragile where the glass can still stand, and there's fragile where the glass is definitely going to crack. Okay.
So we are fragile, but we have not cracked.
We've not cracked. Okay, and that is for macroeconomic stability. He has delivered. The data speaks for itself. Okay. Then 2, we have agriculture and food security.
No. On bank reserves.
Yes, $15.1 billion.
The next point was
we have we have the 9 straight cuts of the interest rates.
The best lending rates.
No, the interest rates by the banks.
Isn't that the best lending rate?
It's not the best lending rate. The best lending rate is different. These are the interest rates that have been earmarked for the banks, where you can't go beyond. There have been 9 straight meetings, one after the other.
The maximum or the minimum?
The maximum. Of course.
Okay.
Good.
Oh, I was talking about the best.
Yeah. And you see, once we have good, you remember issues such as Anglo-leasing, etc., the big corruptions that were there before came from the issue of lack of strong dollar reserve, or where we could do business easily with the outside world. But now we have very strong dollar reserve of up to 15.1 billion shillings that has been projected that can take us beyond 1 year, which is a very good headroom for us to trade within. And that means even if President Ruto exited power, we still have a very good headroom of having our export-import business going on very well. Now, if you look at agriculture and food security, we have fertilizers which reduced from 7,500 to 2,500. That is farm input.
Is it the same fertilizer we are talking about?
Yes, the same fertilizer. We're not talking about any other fertilizer. Yes,
the mythical Inturi fertilizer.
We're talking about the same fertilizer. The mythical Inturi fertilizer question was of course an unfortunate event, and of course I'm not going to.
An unfortunate event.
Yeah. I'm not going to be a silly debater.
Very regrettable.
Very regrettable. and I'm happy that administrative action was taken against him and his home. Peacefully cooling his heels. That is what happens if you touch the people's lives. His home.
So is home based on the fertilizer?
Of course, all of us know that.
Okay.
Yeah. So fertilizer reduced to 2,500, which means we saved each and every farmer about 4,000 shillings.
Fertilizer subsidy.
Fertilizer subsidy. Now, what were we doing about agriculture and food security? We simply subsidized production instead of subsidizing consumption. Okay. Maize, that out of that fertilizer price reduction and seed price reduction and farm inputs taxes being reduced. Today we've seen, for example, in the last data from the National Cereals and Produce Board, that we have moved from 38 million bags in the last harvest to 61.8 million bags today.
Is it the same data that Boss Cholet was saying on Citizen?
Of course, but Boss Cholet did not have.
But Odhiambo, why are you getting this misproductivity? Because my research is saying that is unverifiable. No Pike Africa published anywhere.
What are you using? What system are you using to check?
Yeah, I'm using the ones for the Nini because not there.
The KNBS, just as according to KNBS.
Which is government,
of course.
but
you know something beautiful, Jagero.
Yeah.
If you can fault any other data point of a government, but one thing that you can always be certain with is the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Do you know why? Because there, as much as the government, in fact, as any politician wants to be a bright, quote unquote, bright politician, just go to KNBS asking for their data. Then model your manifesto alongside KNBS data, because they already have the projections.
So,
what will be needed, what amenities will be needed in what community by what time. They already have it.
Do you have the data of maize consumption in Kenya?
I don't have maize consumption. I looked at the production. Okay. Now you can give a citation against the production.
Production is
61.8 million, which is sufficient for our consumption. We can check it. You have a tablet in front of you. You can place it in there and see. Let's see.
Very, very nice.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Yeah, check, please. You're allowed. Yeah. Then we also have the sugarcane question.
Yeah.
In the last harvest, we were having the last harvest before the immediate former harvest. We were having 485 tons of sugar being produced in this country. Now we have 845,000 tons. Yeah, from 485,000 tons to 845,000 tons. That is a very good improvement. And you are aware that this government has reduced, if not blocked, import of sugar to this country. There is a moratorium in terms of import to this date. And that's beautiful. It is improving local production and providing a market for the local production, ensuring farmers and factories from import competition. That's a very beautiful step that this government has taken. Now, unga prices is down by 40% from the last time Ruto took power in 2022. That is a very big step. We have weather-assisted, of course, circumstances where food security, we cannot just say all of them is because of Ruto. We also have climate that has favored us, of course, right? And of course, we are also looking at the subsidy end of this production. It is not entirely because of a very stable economy. And I'm very fair on that.
Are you nitpicking what Ruto has done well against his entire manifesto?
Of course.
You are nitpicking.
I did my analysis properly, and I chose the points which I'm going to tell you. You can also tell me.
You chose the points.
Yes. Yes. You can also
your
tell me.
Your objectivity was to choose the best one.
But I'm still not finished. I have 11 points. I'm at number 2.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Relax.
Because according to what I have here, our consumption is 90 kilograms.
Don't jump.
No, I have the data correct, because on data we will just go with the facts, not propaganda. Yeah.
It is AI.
It's AI. You can check. AI also gives you sources. Just check out the citations. There's a place where they're...
they are deriving their data from somewhere.
From somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah. Ensure that you give it a correct...
Why are you embarrassing yourself?
yourself. Okay, now, infrastructure and the digital network. It promised,
this
actually.
Is which pillar?
This is the infrastructure and digital... let me go back to the pillars. Just allow me a second.
Because I'm not sure which pillar you are according to his manifesto.
I want to give you
infrastructure and development.
Yes, I want to give you against the. Let's go there.
Talanta
at 4. Just wait. I'm not even talking about Talanta, etc. Those are very, very small things.
In digital superhighway and creative economy.
Yes, exactly. It is right there.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So has he scored? Let me come back to my data. You know when you
it's fine. No, I was just asking where you are.
So according to
so we are together. Yeah.
Step by step.
Step by step.
Up to this date, we are having 2,100 kilometers of tarmac roads having been constructed under President Ruto from 2022 to date.
2,100
kilometers.
Tarmacked,
what I call blacktop roads.
So we are excluding the painted ones in Migori.
Painted?
Yes.
I think you're being trivial.
No?
No, I think you're seriously being trivial, and that's what I don't like.
No.
But we're talking about serious things.
No.
Painted road. Can you paint a road?
No,
there is something I'm referring.
His language is dubious, but you also didn't go to school, so.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean by painted?
Painted roads are the road from.
No. Let him explain.
Yeah, you're not joking.
Okay.
Painted road is where a grader levels the road, then you put tarmac.
Yes.
Then it looks very beautiful for a few months.
Yeah, like the Ngong Suswa road.
Yes, it's a painted road. So I'm looking at the layer of tarmac as the only thing that is proof that this road has been built.
So what do you say is low cost tarmac
Yes,
roads? Yeah,
yes.
You use accurate terms. Low cost tarmac roads. Of course.
Low cost tarmac road.
Yeah, low cost tarmac roads.
You'd rather it is called like that.
But that is what it is.
And out of your kilometers, which ones are not painted?
What is painted?
What is painted?
No, but
you and Nani, stop being dumb.
No.
Okay. Odhiambo.
We are cleverly done.
There is no need of using unsavory language.
No, but that's your word. I'm just carrying.
You are referring to a serious parliamentarian.
So is it about the length of roads or it's about the quality of the roads?
No, the quality is where there is an issue.
Joachim is successfully derailing us. Let's
continue. Okay, go on.
We will attack them viciously.
Exactly. So then we have the bit of the new power connections. From the time President Ruto came to power to today, we have new 1.2 million households connected to power. 1.2 million.
1.2 million people connected to power.
Yes, that's KNBS data. That is not data of my the hair of my nose. Yes.
Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
Good. Then we have 30,000 kilometers of fiber cable that has been
30,000 kilometers.
30,000 new.
How much did he promise?
Fiber cable optics.
Yes, fiber cable optics.
How much did he promise?
He didn't have to promise.
He promised 100,000 kilometers of fiber optics.
Okay, so now we're at 30,000. He still has 1 year to go.
100,000.
Yeah.
30%.
But he has done only 30% of it.
382
years.
382 ICT hubs constructed.
382 ICT hubs
constructed. Okay. You remember there's a time he was moving around and talking about people made fun of him. He was saying finya na pesa inakuja.
Yes.
Kaptengele. Thank you.
Against how many that he promised?
You have it. We can compare. My job is not to compare. My job is to give you what has been done.
Odhiambo, that's. I thought that our agreement was that you are going to say what he pledged.
And I said I will give what has been done. Then you can give the contravention, and we.
No. I'm not supposed to give the contravention.
Joachim is here. He's the chief of opposition.
I was just thinking that you'd be honest.
I'm honest, of course.
No,
I'm coming to it.
I feel like you're very. You are.
No, I'm still.
You are very clever.
No, I'm not clever.
The way you are doing this.
It's very subtle.
Yes, it's very clever. But go on.
Right. So the ones that have been delivered strongly is macroeconomic stability, agriculture and food security, infrastructure and digital, services, etc. Now let's come to the ones where he has performed worse than. Where I'm saying average performance. In healthcare, we have had a registration of 20 plus million people on the new system, that is SHA. We have had that introduction of SHA. We have chronic diseases now onboarded and they are accessing insurance. We have the emergency fund, or the emergency component of this SHA, which is taking care of every person, be it a person from outside, so long as you are within the territory of Kenya. Within 24 hours of suffering an accident, SHA covers your bills. Okay, beyond that, you have to transit to SHIF. Now, if you're not registered, then it brings the questions now of you starting to process your registration, etc., etc. Now, can it be done better? Yes. Has he done something about it? Should it be done better? Yes, of course. I agree with that. And of course, we have a lot of issues around SHA, but at least there's an attempt towards achieving this. And currently, in your phone, in his phone, in Kachola's phone, and everyone in this room, we are not having very many health arambes, as was 6 years ago or 5 years ago. I think these are facts, Joachim. Being a politician right now, you'll be in very many health committees.
Actually, I am.
Even if they're not very much, right?
So I've never been in any. I've never been a politician before, so I don't know.
Good. Being that I've been around there, I know what it means. Honest for once. Yeah. So if you look at SHA, it has been riddled by some questions. We have the 11 billion fraud claim. We've had about 43 billion NHIF legacy debt, which up to date stands unresolved. And we have so many other questions around the efficiency of SHA, but does not take from it that it exists and has been delivered by President Ruto.
And the existence is what carries the day.
Yeah, and the establishment and the success of this being done also sit side by this. And that's why I said it's an average performance for me, but good track record. Hustler Fund and credit access. Hustler Fund for me scores a D+.
A D+?
Yes, because it was not bad. It was not properly structured. Hustler Fund.
What? I mean, you talk a lot about what you call it, economics and so on and so forth. What, if you were to be asked what was wrong about it, what would you say?
The structuring.
What do you mean?
Exactly. Now let me explain.
Okay.
We've talked about this with you again.
Okay.
If you go to Rwanda, we have the Rwanda Development Board.
Yes.
That has some money that is meant to develop businesses there. And every single business in Rwanda is registered somewhere at the Rwanda Development Board. That they are easily connected to people who come to do business there.
Correct.
Okay. So I've said this when I was in Kigali last year. I suggested to the conference that can we now move as African countries to establish something called the National Sovereign Venture Capital. How does this work? It helps us to meet the gap between education and the market.
Yeah.
Because we have a big gap in terms of skill matching, etc., access to finance, everything like that.
Yes.
Hustler Fund was political signaling. And that's why it failed big time for me.
Okay.
Because 70 billion shillings was
political
disbursed.
signaling.
Yes, it was political signaling.
Okay.
70 billion shillings was disbursed to
Where
26
political
million
signaling
borrowers.
is trying to make people happy.
It's trying to satisfy a promise. So did he satisfy the promise? Yes. Was it effective? Silly. It wasn't. Because 70 billion being disbursed to 26 million borrowers, but 60% default rate. 60%. And this is not a mistake per se of the government. It also shows you the culture of the people. Because why are we having a 60% default rate on something that in their structuring or in the government structuring should have been acceleratory? That ukipata, ukilipa,
It
unachukua
would be
ya
very
juu.
interesting with them. I don't know whoever has this data about the default rate in other micro-lending institutions such as Zenka.
Yes.
I don't know, is it 60, is it 40?
We can check
that would be very helpful.
We have AI that can help us quickly check that.
Yeah, probably.
Wacha nichungulie.
Yeah, chungulia.
Kwa sababu nyinyi mnapenda vya bure kama wadudu.
So 104,000 loans were given to invalid IDs. That is a very black hole.
How much?
104,000 loans were given to...
So you realize it was a political handout?
And that's why I said it was political signaling.
I don't think it is political handout. I think it is fraud.
It is actually fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's need for this. The worst of all was to take somebody who campaigned against Hustler Fund and told people, mukichukua hiyo pesa msiwai rudisha, taking him and putting him in charge of Hustler Fund. He's never been able to collect because he lacks the legitimacy. On how to
Akituambia tulipe na mwambia rudi kamukunji uambie.
Why now? Okay?
Yeah.
So that is, I give it a D+. Jobs. It promised about 1 million jobs every year. Okay? Up to today, we have 822,000 jobs that were created in 2025. That is...
How do they arrive at this?
Of course, they calculate the new registrations, they calculate the transactions, they know. They have the indices that they use to say this is a new job that is created. Furthermore, you look at it in terms of the formalizations, and I've told you here before that up to 87%, 83% of our economy is informal. So the more formalized they are, then I think it's an indicator of what jobs are created.
Umesema default rate in Hustler ni gapi?
60% plus.
In the digital lending apps is from 15.9% to 40%. With the macro loans under 1,000 hitting staggering default peaks of 83%.
Now when you look at cost of living, unga is cheaper, fuel was cheaper. It has come back to somewhere, but it has not reached the heights where President Kenyatta left it. It is still within very good margins, although people are stretching.
This is comparative performance.
Comparative performance, yes. But has it delivered in terms of reducing the cost of living? Yes.
So what's the cost of living?
So the cost of living, we have energy first. You must first look at energy. What is the unit price of something like electricity? What is the unit price of fuel? Because those are the drivers of the cost of living, because everything else rides on energy.
So the cost of living is cheap because of energy.
It has reduced significantly, not entirely.
When you're talking about the cost of living, all you say is unga, and what else?
It is the most notable or the most significant indicator when you talk about, okay, like if you talk about a cheap cost of living, what will you be looking at as your most formidable or significant indicator?
I think a lot more sugar, oil. Oil has jumped a lot.
So let's look at a basket, shopping basket.
Yeah.
That's a good indicator. So a shopping basket ordinarily carries what and what? Basics: sugar, soap, flour.
Yeah, oil, bread.
So the determinant factor of the price of these products in a shopping bag,
is energy.
Is energy in its production and transportation.
And yes.
So you are saying, according to our energy production, we have cut the cost of these products.
we have reduced significantly the cost of production, and furthermore, we have moved from subsidy-based consumption to subsidized production.
So when you subsidize production,
yes,
the production side, you subsidize what?
Which means you give incentives, for example. That is a subsidy. If you give incentive, for example, like giving tax breaks for particular energy products, that one then lowers the cost of each unit when it is being sold to a consumer. So then it goes very, very low. So there are some things where you just needed policy proclamations.
So as we speak,
on
what's
VAT.
the price per unit?
I haven't checked. You can help me check, and we can have a discussion about it.
Maybe just to help Joachim, when we talk about the cost of production.
No, don't explain as if I am a toddler.
No, you. What is your problem? If you are asking a question, you don't want anybody to explaining. What is your problem?
His choice of words. Usually,
he said,
these are people who think.
No, he has said, let me explain this to Joachim. So why is a toddler there?
That's not something I disagreed with.
Okay.
But ameanza kwa kusema when we are talking about cost of living. So what is that?
No, I think it is the problem of English. Yeah.
The tone and the choice of words.
Have you listened to your tone yourself? The kettle calling somebody black.
We can't measure the minors. Let's proceed.
When Odhiambo talks about the giving incentives to production rather than the consumption, for example, we had the fertilizers, that there was an incentive on fertilizers, and you've seen the cost of fertilizer go down. There are over 10,000 tractors, I think, if not 10 to 23,000 tractors that were brought into the country. They were brought nearly at a zero-rated tax at the cost. Not entirely, but the
tractors to plow the land.
Plow the land.
So it is the same promise Ruto made at KICC.
Yes.
So that 20,000 tractors.
Yes. So that,
and they are here.
They are here. So at least the cost of production is made easier for you and I who are in the production sector. So when that is made easier, you eventually, the selling price to the consumer is not what it used to be, because at least you have a reprieve in production.
So right now, if I have a tract of land, I want to grow maize, there are tractors to come and help me that.
Actually, most counties, and this was targeting counties. So most counties today, whereas you could plow with over 4,000 shillings, today the cost of plowing in many of our counties and brought down to sub-county level has significantly reduced. It has been done so to ensure that local farmer, and that's why there was registration of farmers.
Yeah.
If you check in the data, and I will share with you some of this data, which Odhiambo has gladly shared, over 7.1 million farmers were newly registered. Why were they registering these farmers? At least to understand
how many tractors are needed.
No, who is farming or who is doing agriculture, where, and what are they producing. So in that alone helps the government to also understand which aspect of our production needs a boost, which one needs to be revamped in one way or another. Maybe just to give a responsibility to what Odhiambo said, in terms of Hustler Fund, if you check per county, you again realize that there is a culture
of borrowing.
There's a culture of borrowing that has made others grow and others stagnate. For example, let me give you statistics from PS Susan Mangeli. Susan Mangeli gave these figures that Nyeri County alone, for example, 420,000 people got the Hustler Fund.
Yeah.
And cumulatively, they borrowed 1.8 billion Kenyan shillings.
Who borrowed 1.8 billion?
420,000 people from Nyeri County.
You're not listening to
No,
what
I was
reading. 420,000 Kenyans who are from Nyeri County borrowed cumulatively 1.8 billion Kenyan shillings from Hustler Fund.
Yes.
And in that alone, it presents nearly half the
Are
population.
you
of
reading
Nyeri.
a Facebook post?
No, this is from Susan Mangeli,
problem.
the
As long as
PS.
from my-
Yes. The top borrower individual from Nyeri actually borrowed 2.06 million over time.
Kutoka kwa Hustler Fund.
Yes, kutoka kwa Hustler Fund.
Ajabu. Okay. Tuendelee.
So in
So how
this
do we
alone,
verify
Nyeri,
this?
in Nyeri County alone, let me just say this, the repayment rate in Nyeri, and that will speak to why the amount in which they have borrowed is over 1 billion. The repayment rate is 88%.
Very good.
88%.
That's high discipline.
So yes. And followed closely by Muranga,
Confirms my point earlier.
Muranga and Kiambu, that the repayment rate is at 87%.
Which is way above excellent.
Yes. So if you go
What
to
is
other,
the repayment rate in Nyakach?
so if you go to, please do not vilify so if you go to other counties, can you say the same about them in terms of this?
Yes.
Certainly not. Without mentioning which counties or which regions.
You can mention, because we mentioned the Nyeri. We can
So I think Hustler Fund has succeeded majorly to those who understand the aspect of borrowing and repaying of loan. And that's why in one county they can borrow 1.8 billion. And in other counties you can't say the same. So I think in this aspect of Ruto at 4, the first part of his presidency is always and must be judged on what he promised.
Yes.
And how many things he has initiated among those things that he promised. The last aspect of his presidency, therefore, must be judged, or the home stretch of it, must be judged on what people can see and can point at as part of his delivery plan. Thank you.
What people can see.
What people can see
and can feel, yeah.
and can feel and can point at.
Yeah.
Like the tractors.
So, for example, if you move further to something like education, there's mass teacher.
Ngoja kidogo,
I want to say clarification here.
Yeah.
That
So what you can see, irrespective of what you decide to see, that is now what you can see. Now you can
It's not
judge
about
him.
decision.
Yes.
Not to see. It's about whether it is even there to be seen. The tractors part of it. Do we have them?
The structure part of what?
Tractors, 23,000.
Oh yes.
Okay, let's proceed.
No, do we have them?
Let's proceed to education of Yambo.
Education.
Yeah.
The president.
Hakuna tractors tuendelee.
Yeah, I mean simple. Why you?
But why are we listening for things that are not there?
Why is Odhiambo agitated about the lack of tractors?
No, I'm not agitated at all.
Okay.
Because I mean, come on, you know, education. I'll give the president a C. A C plain.
A C plain.
Yes.
A C plain is a pass.
It's a pass. Yes. I'll give him a pass for the following reason.
Okay.
One, mass teacher recruitment. Since independence, under President Ruto, we've had the biggest number of teacher recruitment.
Okay.
Currently, we are having a 14,000 phase 1 and a further 22,000 phase 2 coming.
Okay. He has done what?
JSS teachers.
JSS teachers, of course.
Being
and the
paid 17,000.
No, come on.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. There's no harm.
Okay.
They're being paid
So how
17,000.
many has
That's
Ruto
fine.
recruited?
He has recruited above 40,000 teachers.
40,000.
Above, way above.
How much did he
Actually, I
promise?
can't
How
really
many did he
confirm.
promise?
Check.
He
You can.
promised 116,000.
Good. So he's way above 40.
interrogate
I'm certain.
something
Let's
here?
just check.
He's way above 40.
Let's just check. I mean, we are here to. We can fact check. I don't have them here.
Can we have a conversation here, Kidogo?
We will come to that.
Because I am saying time is really running.
Okay.
When we have given someone, what is the primary purpose of a job? So when we say we have given this number of people somewhere a job,
yeah,
the primary purpose of a job is what?
Is to make their lives
yes,
livable.
to earn a living.
Yeah.
That is commensurate to their cost of living.
Correct.
So that their income can be able to help them live comfortably. So we are talking about a JSS teacher who, since independence, we've never employed such a huge number.
Correct.
But are we setting now a case of underemployment? Is it called underemployment or what? Underemployment, where you are employed but the income is not enough for the needs. What is the economic term about it?
I don't know.
Now, so far, under President Ruto's administration, 76,000 teachers under his administration.
Good.
76,000 teachers.
That's a very high pass.
Have been.
That's a very high pass.
And they are being given 70,000.
Okay. Before we proceed.
Can you say something?
Before we proceed, on the issue about teachers. When we talk about mass teacher recruitment, we have to attribute it mostly to the JSS absurds. You know, we are adapting a new form of education, right? Education model. It's a different education system. Now, once we have this, that dictates that we must actually cater for the needs of the students that will be there. That dictates that we must have teachers that are specially trained for that system, right? So when we talk about the mass teacher registration, I think I'll attribute it to two things. Number one, the current exponentially growing populace, because we have a growing populace. Number two, a change in the economic, in the education system. A change in the education system. The two of them actually push the government to have these people. In our bidiisha, it is not like it's very passion-based, passion-driven, but it's because of, they are pushed towards. There's the need, actually. Thank you. There's the need for that. So instead of actually giving all the credit to one part, we must also consider the other side of it. That actually there's a change in the education system, and number two, the population is growing, and we need people who are specially trained to cater for this population in this system.
Are they really?
I think he said something important.
Yes.
But let me just challenge it by this. When you talk about the population, if you look at the census report, since the inception of this country called Kenya, we've had in average of about 10 million growth in number in terms of population.
That is within the census periods.
Yes.
Yeah.
Averagely 10 million. So with that alone tells you the population has been growing, but there has been a stagnation in terms of teacher-student
ratio.
Besides, we've had a change in curriculum system. In the past, did the change in curriculum system really see an upside in teacher-student ratio? Absolutely not. Those who have been hired recently are people who were trained for the old system. Nobody among those who have been hired was specifically trained for the JSS system. So that shows
we still have a problem.
So that shows you clearly the intentionality by the government to do what? To upscale the numbers, to try and bridge the gap of teacher-student ratio.
And there's something.
Wait, I just have a question on that.
Yes.
On that. When is the last time we had that change in the education system, the model?
Just the other day. It is not more than 5 years ago.
Before CBE.
It was around
1984.
1984.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So in 1984, what was the rate? Okay, what was the percentage of the populace that were still going to school at that time?
You can tell us if you have the figure. I don't have that.
Yes, I mean the number of children that were going to school at that time, can it be tantamount to the one that we have currently?
No.
The rate
Of course you can't compare the two. That is comparing
exactly, and that is why that is why, as much as I agree with whatever you said, I think on this beat I don't that there is a change in the rates of which people are seeking academia. And with that, the populace of the people who will require education in schools also grow. Okay? So the teacher-student ratio, we cannot equate the current one that we have and the one that we had in 1984 solely based on the population, not regarding the rate at which these people were going to school.
My issue is this.
Now, before you just as I let you come in, we had a change in By when Kibaki came into power, 2002, and then introduced free primary education, there was a high numbers in primary.
Very high.
We see the intentionality to push the number of teachers upwards? No. What was the end result? Teachers went on strike at some point.
Very many times, actually.
At least to complain about the
workload.
Then we had the 100% transition by Uhuru Kenyatta, where they ensured that we want to see every student or every child transition
where
to the
Matiang'i
next
was
level.
working with
Exactly. Did we see the intentionality
to hire teachers,
to employ teachers massively? No. With all this in view, we have seen the intentionality by this regime to push up the numbers to try and match teacher-student ratio. You can now
So
continue.
the JSS teacher is trained to do what?
Of course, they're trained for secondary schools,
but not CBE.
CBE is a refresher thing that now they have to do.
Yes.
Okay.
So that we need to.
So yes,
train
there's that bit. There's that bit. But first of all, let's look at what has been done. That's what we're looking at, right?
We are looking at it.
Ruto promised,
and I'm looking at the qualitative part of it.
I'm looking at what he promised.
On the quantitative part of it.
What he promised versus what he delivered.
Wacha endelee.
Yeah.
So
And what,
kitu ataendelea mpaka we are just how many minutes?
the developments
He's
are too
brushing
many.
over them.
Yeah,
Quickly,
actually, I'm not going deep, by the way.
Quickly.
No. The issue is you are on the quantitative part. What was promised
Versus
and
what
the
was
figures.
Exactly.
So mine
and we can even go to the quality if you want to.
Yes,
I'm not
that's
afraid.
That's what I am asking.
So what is your question
And
on the quality?
I'm not even intimidating you to discuss.
Okay,
let's
you want us to go to the qualitative bit?
It's okay.
We go back to economy.
Yeah.
On the qualitative bit of it.
Yes.
Now, when you talk about the economy, you've talked very well about macroeconomics, right? Now let's consider microeconomics.
Yes.
90% of the jobs that came up in 2025.
Are you talking about teachers? We are specific on the teachers.
No.
Wait, you said let's discuss.
just proceed.
No, I would like to stick around the teachers so that we
you-
exploit this beat. We don't come back to education.
Odhiambo, we have already covered education and you covered the economics.
No, we've not
bit of
finished.
Yeah, but give him grace.
Of course, I want to, but I want to ask you that on that line, can we explore the quantitative bit
The
of the
qualitative
education?
bit. Let's proceed.
Yeah.
Now, on the education bit, what incentive do these teachers have being paid? You know, it is very basic payment, 17,000. What incentive do they have to perform their duties well?
Which cadre of teacher is being paid 17,000?
The JSS.
Which cadre of JSS?
I don't get it.
The cadres.
I don't know of cadres, but I know of my sister.
So 17,000.
17,000 is my sister. 17,000. So let's work with that.
That's an intern JSS.
Okay.
It's paid 17,000. Okay. But a JSS who is employed on PNP receives between 47 to 56,000 as gross pay.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yes, depending on where you are.
Exactly. And you have a surveillance allowance of 10,000 shillings.
Okay. What is the ratio between the ones in internship and the ones that have
Very good
passed?
question. Now, I like your line of questioning. Recently, the current group of intern JSS are the ones who are now being onboarded on P&P. You remember teachers went on strike and they had a collective bargaining agreement.
The question is how many have?
And that's what I'm telling you. That currently we have up to 14,000 new absorptions, okay, of the interns to P&P as phase one. We're going to phase two, which has an upwards of 22,000 teachers being what? Being onboarded. So this is something that is already ongoing. It is not something that they're talking about it in hush-hush. It's on and working.
But according to these figures,
yes,
the economy is doing wonderfully.
Yes.
According to these figures, the economy is. But where is the mismatch? Because
you tell us.
Because when you now look at the effect of these things as they work out here, there is none. Because on the macro part of it, when we reduce inflation, when we have dollar reserves,
yes.
What is the trickle-down effect of it?
Now, good. Now, if we go like that, you're going to find very interesting points.
Yes, very important.
We have them here, and I told you, for me, it's objectivity today.
Yes.
There is no partisan things here.
But
and I'm happy that all of you are on your phones and you can check whatever we're talking about, if it is true or false. Now, let's continue. When you come to the question of, let me just display this. My apologies in a minute, because I'm referring to it. Good. Where were we? There we go. Now, we're talking about education, and I wanted to exploit it fully There's mass teacher recruitment that has been delivered, 76,000 so far as he has confirmed. They're going upwards of 80,000. By the time we reach 2027, we'll be at least, we shall have hit 90,000 new teachers hired, the biggest in the history of Kenya since independence. Then we have a university funding model which was questionable, okay? Which the banding was very wrong. And recently, the president made a pronouncement that every student who is joining university must not pay any fee. He made that pronouncement. I hope all of you heard that. And that is a very important step, which means parents who are going to struggle with their Rambes now are not going to struggle with their Rambes. You are aware of that pronouncement?
Pronouncement. On that pronouncement,
yeah.
I have an issue.
Yes.
I have another.
So we are going to do away with scholarships and introduce loans, student loans, right?
He made a pronouncement that every first year that is joining is not going to pay a cent. As we review this, just I think not more than
when are they going into school?
They're starting the end of this August.
August 24th.
That is not what.
Wait, the president says.
So he has got only 4 months to go, and he's promising free education.
It's not only promising; it is being actioned. It's being actioned. Once the president says it is that in that manner, the Ministry of Education, especially
Ruto is the same guy who decided to completely disrupt education.
And that's what I'm saying, that he realized, and all of us saw, that the funding model is not working.
Yeah.
Of course, Jagero. It's better late than never.
Aye.
Okay, so let me ask you, do you have children who are going to university now?
No.
Can you call a few people of your
I do
community
not disagree with the fact that Ruto is taking children suddenly to school.
It is
4 months into election.
It is beautiful.
But
which is unsustainable.
The issues that
it is sustainable, yes.
It's not.
It is.
Maybe.
What happens to the issues that were happening before he made this pronouncement?
The banding.
Yes.
The reason why I was suspending for new students is so that it is reviewed. As it is reviewed, of course, the status quo is maintained. But the review must be done quickly, and I think it's in a timeline.
Suffered through the system.
Of course, it has to be reviewed. We must
the implementation and assessment of the program that he's trying to bring about. When will that be done?
Of course, it's immediate.
It's immediate.
It's immediate.
How many months does he have to see how sustainable it is?
Okay, you want to look at the predictive end of it, or you want to look at the action point of it?
Because this is the same
so for the predictive end of it,
we are very objective.
Yes, and I agree with you. For the predictive end of it, we must then wait and see how sustainable it will be.
Wait, because
okay, then what do you want us to do?
No, we are just telling you it will not work. Just like we've told you so many things.
I don't know what you mean it will not work, Joachim. Whereas he has already given an order.
What is the reason why Ruto decided to mess around with what Uhuru and Kibaki had put together?
Let me ask you, Jagero, is there a right time or a wrong time to do good? Just a moment. Is there?
That the problem that the people that are supporting this government find difficult to hope over is the fact that Ruto is suddenly becoming clever. Like right now, he's decided after 4 months election, he's suddenly gathering people at KICC and having a beautiful conversation about 2060. Yeah. He's suddenly realizing that, look,
give us a break.
You will remember
let me just
how loud we were with this banding thing. We were everywhere making noise that this thing.
So now he has realized that the parents are going to be choosing to vote for him. Now suddenly he's taking their children to university for free.
Okay, so what is your problem? That he has said this is going to be action, or that you hate what he has said?
There has been a huge burden that he has not listened to.
He has listened. That is why.
4 months to election, he suddenly now now you can go to school for free.
Let me just say
this sudden sinister realization, we are not going to buy.
You people are now running away from real issues.
Exactly. Okay, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you something.
It
is a fact,
it is very condescending of the government to be playing with our minds and saying that, look, I need your vote. Now I'm going to give you free education. We don't even know.
Can I respond to that, Jagero?
Yes.
And respond to it with clarity.
Okay.
And I want to give an example of people I know. When there was this new model of funding, which many people made noise about, to me, it wasn't a bad thing. It was starting. All we needed to identify are loopholes. And then rectify.
So he has.
Just wait. But then we made so much noise, and
and made this thing look like the worst thing that has ever happened to this country. Did you know that I know of children who are from very poor backgrounds, poor, leave alone humble background, very poor, and I know children who have no parents, who are paying, or who are rather paying only 5,000, around 5,600, 5,500 and around 50 shillings per semester. Meaning in a year, this child is only paying 11,000. And this child is getting help for sustainability in school. I don't know how bad that was. And this thing was, the only challenge that was there is it was new, it only needed to be reworked on.
So
but because Joachim and his ilk made sure that they made so much noise about it.
When Ruto was talking about education, he did not say that it's going to interfere with the way
in fact, he did not interfere. He only made better. He only made better.
So he said he's going to improve funding for universities and other tertiary education institutions.
He has done it.
Then he took away the money.
He has done it.
Let me talk. You know, I'm the student over here.
Yes.
In this funding model ya tunaumia. Wacha niongee.
Okay.
Wacha mwanafunzi
yes, tell us. Hii watu ya masters.
Wala ameona mfangano wa Island.
No, the problem is,
okay.
My number one issue.
Can you explain to us what Ruto did?
You know,
when he changed the funding model to these bans and everything, it brought around.
Not this one.
No, not this one.
Nyuma.
Ni hii yenye mimi niko nikiongelea hii
ya nyuma.
Okay.
When I went to university, I was only paying 35,000 per year.
Okay.
My annual fee was 35,000. But then wakati hii new funding model ilikuja, kuna wale watu ambao hawangeweza kulipa hiyo 35,000. So kwa sababu waliweka kwa ile nini band ya juu, now unalipa 100,000, unalipa 80,000, and you cannot afford it just because you are maybe one of your parents has a pay slip. So you are forced to now pay a lot of money for that. And one of the problems.
So Ruto government realized that some people are defrauding the system.
Yes, that was the,
which is okay.
The philosophy. Yes, that was the philosophy behind it. But now, let's say someone who maybe their dad died and their mother is a teacher. So the mother has a pay slip. You see. So kwa hiyo banding wanaangalia now this mother has a pay slip. So she's able to pay for these things. But this mother has other responsibilities. Maybe ako na watoto 5, wote wako shule. Ama hata kama wako kwa shule, kuna shida mingi. So hiyo payslip yake ni kidogo. Maybe hata huyu ni mwalimu wa primary. Wanamweka sana alipa 90,000 ama 100,000. Ile yenye yeye inafaa alipe. So it becomes a problem to the payslip of the mother. But that is neither here nor there. Another problem enye huyu ataongelelea ni government is supposed to be disbursing funds to universities, but it does not. So you are supposed to pay a certain amount, HELB is supposed to pay a certain amount for you, and then there's the scholarship, your government. But now because the government disburses this money very late, hautafanya exam, because now when you go to school you are supposed to register for units. You cannot register for units if you have not paid school fees. Na hii school fees natoka wapi? Si niyo scholarship na hiyo HELB. But now government is not doing their part. So kuna a lot of disorganization now. People are not doing exams. Watu wanataka kuandamana.
So let me say this.
To pick up from there, to understand the funding model. Now, imagine I'm being placed in band ya juu. You don't understand my socioeconomic background.
Exactly.
All you know is that my mom is a teacher. Do you know how many cousins I have that are orphans that is supposed to pay for, facilitate and everything? Probably they might be at the same level as I am. Do you know of how many people within the village don't get to access such things? We did not take that into account. And even when kina Joakimu alikuwa anapiga nduru about it, you are not very keen to listen to whatever they were saying. That is the problem.
I want to say this.
Number two,
they are reviewing.
Suddenly you have reviewed. Now that you are bringing on a new model, you've not
sudden.
No, simngoje. You know the government.
Kijana ya 20 years.
Doomed if you don't. That's Joachim's philosophy.
No. If the government has promised to actually pay for the ones who are coming fully,
You know, the only problem that I have with that is that the government has not provided information as to why, as to how. You know, they have given us the what. Now, the government has not given us the how they are going to sustain, you know, that funding model. And as long as they have not given that to us, and we want budget ilishasomo, how are we certain of this thing it'll work?
Yes, because walisema universities are bankrupt. That is one of the reasons.
So let me.
Second thing, watu wa JKUAT.
Yeah.
What's niongelea watu wa JKUAT? If you go on social media right now on TikTok, JKUAT is having a lot of problems with the people that are supposed to graduate. It's because of the fees, right? The problem yenye iko is the one that she talked about, the disbursement of the funds. Na inafika time yako unataka kwenda kuchukua gown unakatazwa. Na utavaa gown lini? Labda so ulewe ndio vae gown.
Yes. Odhiambo, you can pick it from there.
So let me say this.
Yes.
That one from a data point of view, I've always said this before, that the reason why the banding model or the banding whatever would not work for me from a professional standpoint is that we don't have a digitized registry in this country. And most of these students, because nobody places you somewhere, it is you who fails. That's right. You're the one who fails as a student. And most students fail incorrectly. Okay? That's also a thing, because you may be filling your application, then you find yourself stating an untruth or stating something that you imagine has no mass effect.
Can you substantiate that? No, can you substantiate that?
Like, for example, I can tell you, about 3 weeks ago, I was at home. And I went somewhere called Nyangun, next to the river Miriu. And I was meeting a group of students who were calling me for Arambe this Sunday. Okay? And one of the issues they were talking about was that they were placed in the wrong band. Then I asked one question, because I was not very aware of this. I asked them, who placed you in the band, or how did you arrive in those bands? And they explained to me that the people were filling the what? The requirements as they were being, as they were filling for this placement. Now,
just fill it and then the government will place you in a band.
Correct.
You don't have the capacity to place yourself.
So which means the information that you give sometimes could be inappropriate.
Cool.
And that is not a very big mass.
Are you able to say that, look, there is a mistake here?
And that's what I'm saying.
After you've been put in whatever band.
Yes.
You don't.
Yes. No, yes, you can.
You
do. You do. Be honest, young man. Be honest, young man. Is there a chance to? You want to say there's no chance to correct?
No. Why are you arguing with us?
No, I'm asking him.
Odhiambo, you don't intimidate me by
asking me. No, I'm not intimidating you. I'm asking you. Come on, Bwana. There's a chance.
Prime Minister, this is a student.
You can appeal, but
you can appeal, Bwana. You can appeal.
It's intricacies. They have bureaucracies.
But you can appeal.
It's a very long process, and you know, Odhiambo, when you talk about the processes over here,
how long does it take?
Utaenda shule, utumwe nje, ukitumwa nje, urudishwe shule. You know, the circles when you ukienda kwa county.
Nje wapi?
Utaambiwa enda kwa ofisi zenu.
Whole semester. Unaenda tu
Okay, so Jagero,
that's bad.
My point is this, that this banding model, cannot work. That is my review for this. It cannot work for one reason, that Kenya to this moment does not have a digitized registry. We don't know who is
Odhiambo, do you know the problem with also this thing?
Yes.
It's also in SHA.
Yes, of course.
Whereby you can actually scam that system.
Yes.
Sometimes that system can give you outrageous fees to pay per month.
As long as we don't sort the issue of a digitized registry,
in the village was given a higher fee than me. And that is the problem with these banding things.
Like even you on SHA, you are paying 657 shillings.
Yes.
I am paying 1,000 bob per month. You are earning more than me. You see?
Banding.
Yeah, banding. So
you have been banded. But again, look at the proposal that has been given. That now you'll be given a loan. All right? Is it 25%?
It is 25%.
Yes. In calculation, some student will graduate with a loan of 4.2 million. So you are already indebted in an economy that has no guarantee for a job.
Can you justify that 4.2? Can you justify that 4.2?
Yes, the highest course.
Which is?
Which is?
Kwani nyinyi mlienda shule gani?
Tulisoma shule
you are always saying, can I ask you?
Yes.
So you can't be asked.
I can't be asked. I'm the one asking. So
justify that
4.2. It's interesting.
Very nice.
Because when
Jambo continue as he looks
anyway,
for whatever.
So are there loopholes in the education sector? Yes, and I was saying that one of them is the university funding model, which is faulty and needs a review. And the president has already taken that step to go into a review. Okay, and furthermore, before we move into any other social program that is huge, such as education, we need to first digitize the registry. Okay.
But Odhiambo, can I ask, as they are reviewing, what happened? Because I know a lot of people when waliacha shule because of this new funding model. Walikuwa na shida, they could not do exam. And some schools, once you don't do an exam, hakuna special exam. Kama Maseno, there's no special exam.
Maseno has special exams.
My sister is there
I've been
right
teaching
now.
there. Which department?
And hakuna special exam.
Which department? I can confirm for you now.
Biochemist.
I'm confirming for you before we leave here, because I've been teaching in Maseno and there's special exams.
Anafaa kupewa special exam.
No, I'm just saying.
Shida ni kwamba wewe ulikuwa Maseno siku gani?
No, I'm still called to Maseno. We even went with you to Maseno just the other day.
Okay, anyway, as you are confirming.
Yeah.
Because now there is no special exam. How kufanya exam?
No, there are special.
Let me just say this.
Let me just say.
Okay, let her finish. Let her finish.
Ndawajia mmeongea sana. Sasa mtu
you continue talking.
Because there is no special exams, una give up. Hautaki, mmeenda sasa inafaa ufanye retake. Retake, it's a lot of time wasting. Now you have to do another semester. Ama now inafaa urudie the whole academic year. It becomes a problem. What happens to those people?
Let me respond to that as someone who has been an adjunct lecturer at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching Science and Technology University. This is what happens. There is no university in this country that can absolutely say they don't have special exam. How do we arrive at special exams? One, when a student is sick, when a student has genuine concerns why they cannot sit for exam at that particular time when exam is being administered, they have the opportunity. The university must give them opportunity to do so, because at times this student is sick. At times this student is bereaved. How then do you deny a student who was sick and may be admitted in the facility within your school, if your school got those facilities, whereas a student was bereaved and the institution is aware that this student lost a parent or a guardian and has to go home for burial? How do you miss out in such instances? It is not possible in this country that an institution cannot give a special exam.
But umesema vizuri, special exams huwa zinapeanwa when you are sick ama when you are bereaved. Na kuna process yenye inafuatiliwa. Saa zingine the university administration inakataa tu, wanakuwa watu wagumu. I've been in university and I know these things. So you are forced to now uende tu urudie shule. So hiyo kitu yenye unasema
but are some of those things problems of the government?
No, inakuja to now disbursement of funds.
Which problems are purely for government?
let me request this. Let me request this.
Jagero. School fees hauwezi fanya.
Jagero.
Yes, there are special exam.
I've just confirmed from the administrator from the Department of Communication that they have retakes and receipts. So if
are those special?
The retake is special exam.
No, that is not.
Okay, what is special exam?
Weka karibu na
what is special exam?
In multimedia, if you are sick or if you are bereaved.
Yes.
After watu wamefanya mtihani.
Yes.
Usually maybe April, after that April exam. Unaweza apply for a special exam which itakuanga either June or July, and you can do those papers. A retake, you are retaking a particular unit. Maybe
that you did.
Yes, you are now retaking the whole semester. Unalipa kama that unit is 10,000, unaenda una retake that unit. That is a retake. Yes.
So I think
can we go on?
So we are going on.
Let's go on.
I think the end result is
that can we move away from education?
Yes, I want us to move away from education. I want us to go back to SHA and microeconomics.
Tonight is
no, I want us to go back to SHA and microeconomics.
Special sitting. I will ask you to sit. So I was saying, whatever Vashti is saying, some institutions I think will call it special exams, others will call it retakes and receipts, because What happens in Maseno, what he has told me, Odongo, it's called Odongo, what he has told me is this, that when you don't sit for an exam during the term or during the semester because of any reason, okay, then the following semester, you take it just like you're doing a whole new semester.
Yes.
Okay, which is a standard procedure of the university, and I think it is still an exam that you're given. You're not denied a chance to do an exam, and you're not told redo it like you failed. You're not redoing it like you failed.
Yes.
It is a retake, and not a receipt. A receipt is you failed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
You are going through the unit
That's
again,
fine.
and you are paying for it.
Okay.
Let's go to microeconomics, please.
Yes, no.
Okay.
Let's go on. Let's go on. Hey, Onsongo, lower your mic.
No, microeconomics.
Microeconomics is different.
But microeconomics, what I started with?
Wewe kwenda.
Education tuko nje.
I started with macroeconomics.
Tunaenda devolution bwana.
You started with macroeconomics.
Yeah, started with
right?
macroeconomics.
Yes, now I had a problem with whatever you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying inflation has reduced by more than halfway since Ruto came into government, right?
Yes, from 9.6% to 4.4%.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, that is no problem.
Yeah.
Now, tell me how we are supposed to feel the effect as citizens, pesa ikue kwa mfuko, when we have, the formal wages have stagnated, right? That is one. Number two, we have the tax rising.
Yes.
We have weak productivity. You see, the cut by to a half mark will sound very good, Odhiambo. It's such a headline you can hit. But the thing is, how are we supposed to feel it in our pockets with all these other factors taken into account?
Okay, you've asked a very good question. So one, the fact is there's been a reduced inflation. When we have high inflation, what happens is that our currency loses value. That means you have a lot of money that can buy nothing, okay? So when we have a stabilized inflation or reduced inflation like we're having it right now, it's an indicator of a growing what? Economy, or of a stabilized economy. Now, in stabilized economies, what happens? It means the cost of purchase is hedged. You are sure that you can purchase things at a particular rate, that you don't have to be afraid that tomorrow the cost of inflation could be 200% and will lose value.
Rise, yeah.
Now, how do we then arrive at the point where money sits in the pocket of the people?
Exactly.
That one is a whole different question that goes back to the money available in the markets. Okay? When we're talking about, first of all, we need to have low-cost borrowing on domestic banks or domestic markets. Okay? Which we have failed in as a regime. That is a fact. We're not going to deny it here. That the regime has done so well, it has not borrowed. And I have it here. I wish we were just patient a little bit. I could come to it. Now, when we stop borrowing from the local market, what will it do? It will leave banks with money. And the banks will have to sell that money to the people through loans, etc. Okay? That is not happening at this time. And I'm coming to it. Until that is sorted, this question of how much money needs to be in the pocket must then arise. The number two, you've asked about the tax question. It's also here. The president promised that the tax will reduce heavily during his campaigns. But now, when he came to power, it was an inverse of what he promised. And we're not going to lie here and say, there's no payslip that is being touched. No. Payslips have been touched, tax has been increased for various reasons. We don't want to go into the justifications because even for me, they are painful taxes and these things need to be reviewed. Have you answered?
Now that you admit.
Yeah.
So can we agree that, the headline of inflation being cut down by half?
It's not a headline. It's a fact.
Okay, it's a fact. Let's call it a fact.
But with
it's being cut down
effect.
with a half. How do we feel the effect, wananchi? Pesa iko kwa mfuko. You're still saying it's a question. Now, you see, the main reason we have a regime is that so that these things can be taken care of. So, if we don't feel the effect...
So macroeconomics have an effect on the microeconomics, right?
True.
So when we're looking at the macroeconomics, especially on the question of inflation, it's going to have an effect in terms of our currency stabilization. When our currency is stable, now we can look at the other things like what is the availability of that money in the market. And that's what I'm saying. That's a whole different discussion. Then when we want to look at the debt question, it then informs us why people still don't have the money in their what? In their pocket.
So should we agree on macroeconomics? You've done very well, but on this other side you failed.
Of course, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
so what is the essence of macroeconomics if micrally we are doing this much?
Okay, it's like doing this. You have a manufacturer, a wholesaler, a retailer. Okay? When the manufacturer produces, he produces at a low cost so that he can give the what? The middleman, who is always a wholesaler.
Yes.
Or a distributor who will then take it to a wholesaler.
Yes.
The wholesaler then chunks it further into smaller pieces, affordable pieces that will be given to a what? A retailer.
Yes.
They will then chunk it further to
the final consumer.
The final consumer.
So
the point is the richer get richer, the poor get poorer.
But now, when you reduce
you're
cost
down
of
the
production,
point. Yeah.
I'm expecting a knock-off effect at the final consumer.
Exactly.
But we are not seeing it. And what you have
that's what I'm saying.
described
Yes.
as areas that we've not done well
Yes.
are actually areas that stimulate an economy. Because if we have done all these things, but we still do not end up with money in our pocket, then we are
No. Can we agree on something?
we mark timing there?
Wait.
Okay, so,
just
yeah.
a minute. Can I explain something here? According to you, Joachim.
So that is according to me. So the economy is doing well, but according to Joachim, it's not doing well.
No, just hold, my
Okay,
brother.
let me hold.
According to you, what are some of the end products that causes or stimulate the micro?
What have I talked about before you came up with that question?
No, I'm just asking.
No, it's pursuant to what?
I'm adding there. So you just respond.
No,
so that
I do not respond to questions that I don't know where we are headed.
Don't be afraid. I will not corner you.
No.
I'm just
No,
I love
it's
that.
not cornering me. It's not cornering me. You are asking as if I have said that we have particular end products that stimulate an economy.
What
Is that what I
the,
say?
what are the end products
Yes.
that stimulate the micro economy?
When we talk about microeconomics, what are we talking about? Aren't we talking about the smaller chunks my brother talked about? That what the decisions we are doing at the micro level, what are their effects on the micro level?
And that's what I'm trying to explain.
Yes.
That we must look at these things separately and in a correlated manner. First of all, in a related manner, that macroeconomics influence microeconomics. The same way microeconomics influence macroeconomics. These are undeniable facts. Okay? Now, the biggest question that he has asked is that why is it that the end product, which is money, disposable income, I believe that's what we're talking about, disposable income being with the people,
Yes.
and improving the marginal propensity of consumption,
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
Being a question here, it pushes us to ask ourselves one question. Can we view this first macroeconomics as an independent fact? That yes, there's been stabilization, okay?
Of the macro
Of the macroeconomics. Now, if we come to microeconomics, where now we are looking how much money is in the pocket of the people. There are some other factors which are beyond the macroeconomics.
Like what?
Like one, the lending question, the debt question. The debt question, it is related, but out of the analysis that I was giving. How is it related? That when you borrow from the local market, when you overborrow from the local market,
You crowd out.
You are crowding out. Exactly.
Yes.
When you crowd out, you're starving the market of what?
The needed
Of money.
circulation. Yes.
Exactly, circulation. So which means,
So-
and banks are always looking forward to loaning the what? The government.
Yeah.
Why? Because government is a sustainable what? A sustainable lender.
It's a less riskier.
Less risky. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because when the economy is doing bad, as ours is doing, we are not denying that. We are not saying economy all of a sudden is doing. No, it is doing bad.
So,
And we have things that we have to sort.
You are now in agreement that all this economic jargon cannot solve our problem if we don't deal with the domestic borrowing.
Exactly. Now, I think absolute agreement that we have to deal with the local borrowing. We cannot continue crowding out the local citizen from borrowing from that bank because the government has taken it
Najua
on.
unangoja sha.
Mimi.
So wacha tufanye
I have
hivi.
a premium private medical cover.
Wewe watu wa Nairobi wakisikia utapewa kura sasa. Mimi
Wacha School of Economics is not telling us.
Let us agree this. I've agreed with
So he has
Odhiambo.
just come to Kwacha School of Economics, domestic borrowing.
No, I've always been.
Let's agree.
I've always been consistent.
That's Kwacha School of Economics.
Let's agree that I've agreed with Odhiambo that
Yes.
when it comes to macroeconomics,
Yes.
the government has tried.
Yes.
But when it comes to microeconomics, the government has failed. Terrible.
So which means-
and microeconomics is the one yenye inatuhusu hapa.
Yes.
The one that sisi hapa
This
tuko very involved.
microeconomics you are alluding to that the government has done extremely poor. What you're saying is entirely not true. Because there are stimulus programs that stimulate the microeconomics of every individual or of the country.
Like what?
Now, for example, how many hours is Mama Mboga doing her business? If Mama Mboga was doing her business for 7 hours and today she can do a business for like
10 hours, there are 3 more hours. Meaning, this Mama Mboga is able to cash in,
make more money.
To make
all
more
these,
money.
all those things don't matter. Kama bado nimesota.
Yes.
Haimati.
It doesn't matter if you sell
Wekeza
sukuma for
mwa.
24 hours. If the buyer, the person who is supposed to buy, is still having a thought that I don't need sukuma today.
Yes.
You see, you are 24 hours, you will go home with the swollen feet, with no money. The biggest stimuli, and your brother has agreed, that you need money in the economy.
His brother.
Yes,
okay.
you need money.
We need
And where
money in
is
the
it?
economy.
Where is it? The government is taking up, through domestic borrowing, so that a business person down there cannot access venture capital to carry out their business.
Do you know why the government did put, it's called the borrowing cap? The borrowing cap.
55% of the GDP.
Yeah.
Aren't we above the ceiling?
Not foreign borrowing.
No.
Even the domestic
locally.
borrowing.
Yes.
Do you know why banks today cannot give money at their own discretion, percentage discretion, interest rate? It is to encourage you and I that we can have that money from our local banks,
so like
at moderated interest rate.
Like which interest rate?
So that is why there is that capping.
No, tell me
on-
one
on
example of an interest
rates.
rate that is encouraging.
You know, if you
what is
want
the
to
best
borrow, for
lending
example,
rate according to the Central Bank of Kenya?
Maybe you check.
No. You've been pushing me
I'll
to check.
just
Why
check
are
for you.
checking?
I'll just check
Just
for you.
check. Even the other one you were checking and you didn't.
No, it's okay.
succeed.
It's okay.
I
We'll
will
check.
substantiate it when I come next time, and the people will.
So you
will
didn't get it.
substantiate.
So that,
let me
I
ask
am
you.
saying that yes, the government borrowing heavily from our local banks, to some extent,
It's
has denied
8.75.
you.
8.75.
But what is the normal lending rate?
The other day I was told by the bank that they're going to charge me 18% if I take a loan from them.
Yes.
18%.
Why do you think? But the best lending rate is 8%, a single digit. But the bank is unwilling to give you a loan according to that rate because they have a big customer who is willing to borrow at any percent.
And that is Ruto's government.
That's Ruto's government. So, however, this jargon, the
It's
macro,
actually
the micro,
14%. The maximum banks are allowed to charge interest is 14.3%.
14. But they are charging 18.20.
Maximum they're allowed is 14.3. You are allowed to lodge a complaint, by the way, and that bank gets
so-
fined.
and then they will give you that
people,
bank.
people have received money. These
then
banks
they
have played
and then they
control
will give you
business
bank.
before.
But
of course, you
but
got
Jambo is lying to
look,
me.
their intention, they are achieving it because at the end of the day, you don't access that money. Why are they telling you 18? So that you don't take
There's
it.
a time I talked with
But
Zagero.
is it really wise to ask a loan from the bank and then they tell you 18% and then you run to some government to complain? Then you come back, then they give you the money.
Of course, it is. I love your pedestrian logic. It's amazing. That's very.
Joaquim, is that pedestrian?
It is not pedestrian.
Okay, it is Harvard.
To me,
Yes.
It is Harvard level.
You are coming to me to take a loan.
Yeah.
Government is saying 14%. Me nimekwambia 18. You have shown me that you are a hostile customer by going to study me somewhere. Can I really give you money?
No way. This is problematic before we even give him.
So at the end of the day, a business person will not get the money. It is discouraging. So we are already done with your encouraging bit. So the issue is, what is encouraging banks to lend money to people, private sectors, at those exorbitant rates? It's because there is a customer who is willing to take such a loan.
The risk. I talked to Jagero at length about risk factor in banking, and the reason why banks today will require you to give a host of documents before they give you any money, because you've been crowded out. Basic.
Yes.
What
They
you
don't
simply-
need you.
They don't need you. So what you need to do, or what we need to do in this country, so that we don't dance around this point forever, is we need to reduce the borrowing from the local market.
Yes.
Easy, simple. Next.
And that is-
because of
next thing.
that is the fifth agenda.
Let's go to the next thing.
So you are speaking quite
Odhiambo, can we leave it for today?
Okay, if you want to.
I think it is.
Me, I still have a lot of points to
Vijana
make.
wanaenda
Hata
shule.
mimi nilikuwa nataka kwenda lakini tuendelee kabisa.
Mimi niko na time. Mimi niko na time kabisa.
You have a lot of energy.
Yeah, a lot of energy.
Vijana wanaenda
Yeah.
shule.
We will Jagero, you.
What do you propose?
Ruto's, Ruto at 4 I've sent you a document.
Okay.
Acknowledge receipt.
Yes, I've seen it.
But
I'm not under obligation to open it.
But the juror in this court case has made a verdict that despite all those documents, if we still have domestic borrowing, the documents are invalid.
Domestic borrowing is problematic. Even the government, the government supporters, have accepted.
How this domestic borrowing is going to be capped moving forward?
Can you learn from that?
I agree, and I'm in concurrent with what he said.
He's in concurrence that Ruto at 4 is a dismal performance.
No.
You are refusing.
Don't put words in my mouth.
No. But he's in concurrence.
No. Joachim. for your own political...
Can you accept, for once before you chime in, that we at Kwacha Economics have done a proper diagnostics of Kenyan economics?
To what extent?
To this extent that domestic borrowing is our deathbed.
That does not need any magic in economics to understand.
But your PhD holding president is not understanding.
No, however, how do we then deal with this?
You just stop the government from domestic borrowing.
Exactly. Stopping the government from domestic borrowing must have some sense of where do we get this money? We don't want to borrow from the banks, right?
Yes.
So where do we get the money? Or what do we even borrow this money to do? If we are borrowing this money to do infrastructure, now we must have some fund where we can now get that money from.
You seem to know. Or you can even freeze development and say we don't borrow more.
Infrastructure fund, for example.
The guy from Fangano seems to know a lot of economics, and I want to ask him one question.
No, I'm not an economist.
No, I have not called you an economist.
Yes,
but you have knowledge of economics.
It's just a matter of reasoning.
Yes, and that is what I'm basing on. It's a premise on which I'm asking your question.
Proceed.
Now that we have said that there are things that have to be considered before you stop domestic borrowing, according to us at Kwacha Economics, it is because we are spending much of our revenue to pay illegal debt. You stop it, you stop domestic borrowing. What is your PhD holding president proposing?
Thank you. The PhD holding president proposed that after the 10-point agenda. You know the 10-point agenda?
The hawks that is walking around.
Let him answer.
But when you start answering by saying 10-point agenda, you've already lost. Java's Bigambo is just going to hotels.
You can't have your cake and eat it. No, if that's what you do at Kwacha House,
it's my cake.
It is. You didn't go to school.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love
it. It is my cake.
It's like that saying that if you tell somebody, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
Then they'll tell you, what do you mean? Is that arguing with you?
No, sometimes you have to be very
Amma, do you mind?
No, it's my mind.
So,
under the
10-point agenda, there was the issue of auditing of debt.
Yes.
And what did the president do? He constituted a team. However, the courts came in,
stopped it,
and said no. Now,
God have mercy. Do you know why I'm saying God have mercy?
Can we? We can actually have a part 2 of this.
Let's have part 2.
Let's have a part 2 of this thing. This thing is too sweet. And tomorrow also at the town hall, we are going to be discussing Ruto at 4. So we are going to be having a lot of issues. This thing, I think, Odhiambo, we are going to pick it from where we have left, or we will skim through what we have done tomorrow.
Right.
And then because we are going to be having an audience, these guys are also coming. People of the internet, that's been beautiful, Mr. Kachola. You have sweated, but it's okay.
No, your knees are very hot.
Nothing. It's just Kwacha Economics. That is giving you trouble.
No.
Kwacha Economics.
Kwacha Economics. Thank you, Joachim. Thank you, Odhiambo. Queen Vashti, thank you very much. Mr. Nsongo, thank you very much. I love that education exchange between you and Odhiambo. Beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Frank, for being on the deck. People of the internet, thank you very much. You stayed with us for more than 3 hours. It's been amazing. It's wonderful. Tomorrow we'll have our town hall. You're welcome. Until another episode. Bye for now.
Where is the town hall?
The town hall. Let me give them a link. I actually gave them the link yesterday so that they can have a look at it. Hey, that was beautiful. Hii Kwacha housing.
Kwacha economics.
Kwacha economics.
Yeah, it's a good selling point. Kwacha economics is the antidote. Waja kwanza ni post sahi.
Iruto at 4 is very beautiful. I love it.
It's beautiful.
Very beautiful. It calls for a lot of sobriety. You cannot just discuss it with
you have to be very objective.
Yeah, but you're cherry picking. People of the internet, I sent you guys the link to the town hall. Until another episode, bye for now. Beautiful. All right, people of the internet, I hope that you're enjoying this episode very much. And I just had a break to tell you about my new book. You know, everybody says that there is no job, and that is true. Also, that was me 10 years ago. The problem is that everybody is trying to get a job in their town, in their city, in their marketplace. They ask friends for jobs, mothers call uncles, uncles call brothers, but there are no jobs. Let me tell you what no one is telling you. Jobs migrated online. What I actually mean is there are many, many jobs around the world, and there is no one to do them except you. I work for Americans myself. I work for Europeans. I work for the Chinese. I work for the Australians. I work for the Canadians. And so, because I have done so much for myself, I said to myself, you know what? I should compile what I've been doing for the last 15 years. So in 2024, I wrote a digital book called Goldmine 18 Hustles for Africans. And then in 2025, AI came. People say AI is taking away our jobs. And for me, I'm going to say false. There are actually AI jobs. Jobs are not being taken by AI, but there are new jobs online that are there because of AI. Now, mimi ni nani? I created more jobs. And for now, in my new book, we have 25 online and offline jobs that you can leverage on if you do not have a job. So in this powerful volume 2, I share 25 new actionable online hustles specifically researched and tailored for Africans. My new book provides clear step-by-step guidance drawing from my extensive experience and research, including the mistakes I've made and lessons I've learned over the 15 years that I have worked online. So, what can you do online? You can become an executive assistant for busy folks in Europe, America, Canada, and get paid for tasks like watching videos and taking online surveys. Okay? You can build a lot of things. Build a business as a virtual assistant, start an e-commerce shop without capital, be an affiliate marketer, or you can also become actually an English tutor and tens of AI jobs. If you have a job, that is fine. But I also know that you can buy this book for that brother, for that sister, for that mother, for that cousin, for that husband who is watching Netflix all day at home. Buy it for your friend who is always asking for cash. You know that friend. Now, all the information is on the description below. You can also inbox me, you can WhatsApp me, or go to my website, which is odworjigero.co.ke.
You work so hard. You show up every day. You do what's expected of you. But deep down, you know the truth. One paycheck shouldn't decide how your life turns out. But what if your evenings meant progress? What if your weekends built freedom? What if your laptop became more than just a screen? This isn't about quitting your job. It's about giving yourself options. While others scroll, you start building. Quietly, consistently, and on your own terms. No pressure, no guessing. Just a clear system you can run after work, before work, or whenever life gives saves you a tar. That's what Goldmine on hustlesafrica.com is for.
Tuesday. Haikuzo makasi ni watafute uongozi pamoja wasitafute. Kweli una maana gani? Una maana wewe ni binadamu ya mavi ya kuku. Mashamba yetu harambe. Nguruwe kujikanga na mafuta yake na Afrika itakwisha.
Padani agosho ngai no mwega na endesho de.
Wakati hiyo ilikuwa ukisema ngwe ndani ngwe.
Oh my gosh, Jules. That is so
Okay. Roll im Bentley, 34 Überflutung. Pech was Beton, 357 Alkohol, ich trag sie am Kilot. Gib mir keinen Grund, sonst zück ich in Druck. LDG Bella Boys Komplo, Pronto, Autokontroll, links, rechts, Combo wie Con Jones. Big Bang, lass wieder dancen, erste Kugel ist Reklam. Echt kalt Pass, stell das Okular scharf, sie bekämpfen auf Distanz. Eure Abis am Zittern, deine Knochen am Splittern. Lass dich liegen am Waldweg, Big Gun, Big Dream, Big Plan. Cashflow, Orta, Wasty, Crazy. Cashflow, orta, wasty, crazy. Cashflow, orta, wasty, crazy. Cashflow, orta, wasty, crazy. Mahalle gençlik, geldim bloktan. Meine Bande zieht die Rock an. Halt die Glock an, deinen Kopf dran. Und dein Boss fängt an zu stottern. Gangster çekmez, Selfie Baby. Zarar varsa kendi maybe. Hab die Waffen wie die Navy. Cashflow, ortak, wasty, crazy. Mahalle gençlik, geldim bloktan. Meine Bande zieht die Rock an. Halt die Glock an, deinen Kopf dran. Und dein Boss fängt an zu stottern. Gangster çekmez, Selfie Baby. Zarar varsa kendi maybe. Hab die Waffen wie die Navy. Cashflow, ortak, wasty, crazy.
Paris'te gebersin Jay-Z. Sokakta sanki bir racing. Ortak cashflow racing. Sürpriz motherfucker facing. Kerisi ezmiş ezgin. Olmuş bayağı bir zengin. Her yeri yakar bir litre benzin. Dünyayı Dogecoin'la ezdim. Restine rest, festival ace, protest. Rap dediğin satılmış 2 patates, 1 kömür, 3 domates. Yalaka sesini kes. Rapime yüksek ses. İstersen dayınla, amcanla, halanla gez. Araçtan gez, göz arpaçık, yes yes yes.
Cashflow, orta, wasty, crazy. Cashflow, orta, wasty, crazy. Cashflow, orta, wasty, crazy. Cashflow, orta, wasty, crazy. Mahalle gençlik, geldim bloktan. Meine Bande zieht die Rock an. Halt die Glock an, deinen Kopf dran. Und dein Boss fängt an zu stottern. Gangster çekmez, Selfie Baby. Zarar varsa kendi maybe. Hab die Waffen wie die Navy. Cashflow, ortak, wasty, crazy. Mahalle gençlik, geldim bloktan. Meine Bande zieht die Rock an. Halt die Glock an, deinen Kopf dran. Und dein Boss fängt an zu stottern. Gangster çekmez, Selfie Baby. Zarar varsa kendi maybe. Hab die Waffen wie die Navy. Cashflow, ortak, wasty, crazy.
And Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency, Mr. President, many people admire us. They want to copy what we are doing. But we deliberately and consciously decided that our country will not go to the dogs when some people went to the streets to try to change the government through the streets. We said the government should not be changed through streets, through demonstrations. Government must be changed through the ballot. And we believed in the stability. So when there was a little shake, we said, no, let us come in and join President Ruto. Because looking at the options then, there was no anybody who was better than Ruto. Even if we still thought he was a devil, he was a better devil than the other devils. Yes, yeah. So Your Excellency, we moved on. We moved on and we joined through the leadership of our late great party leader of our nation, the party leader of the ODM and the leader of this country. I think he was a statesman in our country and we respect him for that. And we say, may God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Us in ODM did not find it any difficult when we decided that we were forming a broad-based government, because in the agenda we were implementing, they could see their own plan in ODM, the plan they had gone to the election with, being implemented in part by our administration. And I want to say to my friends, my brothers and sisters in ODM, thank you very much for putting the interests of the nation ahead of other interests. I stand here today to say I am very, very proud of my former party. Yes. And you, led by my brother Raila Odinga, and now my elder brother Oburu Oginga, will go down in history as a party that when the nation was at crossroads, you chose to point forward for the nation.
Easier to speak truth, no lies, no chase, 100 proof. Solid in his legacy, a man without excuse. A leader and a father plus a to the culture. Not looking for returns on the knowledge that he brought you. A doc with the clips that specialize in lines that define the whole time. Really here trying to elevate the mind of the guests and the listeners. This promotes change, rule phase that he's giving us. No holds barred, best believe Doc gon' take it there. It's going down from behind his chair.
Hello, we want to thank you guys for tuning in, and I'm going to introduce you to a few of my friends that I've known for many years. Barry, I remember when you questioned me about me being in a magazine.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful thing, right? Because you let me know I was alive.
I was homeless, so this article kind of touched me where I was maybe 6, 7 years out of losing my mother, and it was an article about him promising his mother on her deathbed that straighten his life up. So it kind of touched me, and I was like, wait a minute, that's that, I seen that face, that's that guy over there. I was in the same neighborhood. So one day, I got enough courage to just come and introduce myself, and I said, man, your article really touched me.
And I promised my mother that I would learn to read.
And also, and he was the author of 3 books at the time, or 4.
And I'm glad that my struggles and my fight to get here, you know, was viewed by people like you.
Right.
So that you guys could see that nothing is impossible.
Right.
Right? I never dreamed that I would become an author because I struggled so as a child. But what I can say is that the struggle was worth it, you know?
Right.
It was worth it. Mr. Pierre.
Yeah.
You want to go?
Hello, everybody out there in podcast land. My name is Jean-Pierre, and I was raised in East Palo Alto. I raised my own children there, My mother raised me there to be one heck of a good person.
That's right.
And homeless or not, I would still probably be as strong-willed and awake to let you know that all of us out here are not bad people. And just because where I was from and where you want to classify my upbringing is, and my drugs of choice or not, or whatever else I've done, see me now and hear me now. I'm here to live my life as a very peaceful person. If you need help, I'm always there to help. And if you see this man, hug him, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Doc, you are an inspiration, though.
Yeah, thank you,
brother.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
No, you already done.
But guess what? You guys mean that much, right? We got to answer those hard questions.
I need a haircut, and this guy gets me a haircut. I aced the job, and I kept it for 9 years after that.
That's great.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the cut that did it, but...
It had to be, because, hey, man, I was really shabby that day.
Yeah. You guys are an extension of who I am. I mean, you know what I mean? I just think that you're beautiful, right? Your struggle is one I can really relate to. I don't know how long ago it was when I found myself homeless. I know how I felt. I remember my lowest day on earth. It started like about 3 or so in the morning. Now I laid there, it was a very cold night, and I remember laying on the floor. I was in a hotel room. It was a room of my best friend's brother, and he allowed me to come in out of the cold. And I remember turning to my left and turning to my right in hopes of getting the cover to cover me. I looked over, and there was a glare coming from the window, and then I saw something that scared most people. But I was so tired I couldn't move. And it was a big rat, right, on the floor. And I saw the light, the sun, or the light, some light coming from the outside and into the rat's face, into his eyes. I wasn't afraid. I was more fearful of giving up the warmth of that blanket, right? And he began to walk towards me. And God took the fear out of me, you know. And before I knew it, I could feel his feet walking on my back to the other side of the room. But I did not move. And I'm asking you guys to know that I didn't get here by happenstance. I got here because I happened to stand, right? I just need you guys to know that I'm in the same army.
It's all right. It's all right.
I love you.
Love you too, brother. Yes.
My stripes may be a little different, you know, but I'm one of us.
Yes.
I'm one of us. And it'll never change.
Right. No, thank you.
I'm not afraid of you guys. I love you.
Yes, sir. Love you too.
You ain't gonna see me watching you walk down the street and not duck. You know, look at you in a ooh kind of way. You're my brothers.
Wow.
From another mother.
Brother from another mother.
From another mother.
And that's why I want us to reach out to our families, right? I want us to reach out to our families if we can, right? And I'm glad. I'm glad that I don't have to wish no more. Right. Today the camera's on, and I would like for you to, if you can, you know, say hello to your loved ones.
I'll go first.
Go first.
Okay, my name is Michael Love, originally born out of Florida, Tallahassee. I came out here when I was 10. And so my daddy came out here and he opened up a janitorial business, okay? Mm-hmm. My mama, she was out in East Palo Alto. She was the police officer. I was here for 7 years. Mm-hmm. So then my mama didn't really like that type of job, but that was her skill. Mm-hmm. She liked to be around the people. Mm-hmm. So then she went to the VA hospital for 33 years where she retired at there. Mm-hmm. But as far as my mama, may she rest in peace. May Allah bless her soul. Mm-hmm. She was a very unique woman, just like his mama too. I didn't get a chance to meet his mama, but I got a chance to meet her. Mm-hmm. But these were some very unique people. I mean, it's kind of hard to describe because it was a soul that it's embedded in you. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And so when they talked, you listened.
How did you get to a point to one day you went from not listening to then saying, hey, I get it?
I went to San Quentin. I got 21 years and I did 11 flat. So when I went in there, my mama said, Mike, I want you to learn something. And I didn't know what she really was talking about because in there's all different types of people that you're gonna deal with. I mean, from real Crips, real Bloods, real 415, real mobsters, real gangsters. I mean, I'm only 17, turning 18 years old. Okay, so when I get there, I know I'm thinking, yeah, okay, all right, but I didn't really know where I was. I didn't even know where I was at the time. And now, this place, it helped me to grow up. You know what I'm saying? Because at that time, I lost my kid. And that time because my kid was just being born. You know what I'm saying? So out of that 11 years that I was gone, my son didn't have a father.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, and my mama always said, you know, if you're going to go somewhere, you know what I'm saying, I want you to listen to me. And I know it's going to be hard, but I didn't really start listening to when I went to the pen.
Right.
So then when I came home, right before I came home, my mama said, I don't want you to go back no more.
Right.
I don't want you to go back no more, son. I'm tired now. And my mama said when she was tired, she was tired. I could see it because I could see the facial expression and everything. I said, Mom, I won't go back. I've been back in 27 years.
27 years.
27 years I have
so
not back.
You learn to listen.
Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying, real quickly. You know what I'm saying? Because in there, it's a totally different story. It's a totally different world. You know what I'm saying? So then when I come home, I came home to these two brothers because I did. You know what I'm saying? Because I had nowhere to go. Right. I had no one to listen. I needed a father figure because I was born without a father.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So my mama was everything to me. Yeah. I mean, everything that I know, from sewing to cooking to, I mean, anything. But my mama.
I guess I was there because that's where I was supposed to be. And as I'm growing up, see, World War I, World War II, all that, the Vietnam War took the men away. That made me the man of my home, my mother's household, you know. So I learned very fast how to be a grown man. My brothers and sisters, to the neighbors' kids, I was pretty much the oldest one around during that time too. When they had to go to work, you know where the kids were at, was me. I never really realized why I couldn't go out and play because I was with the other kids. That was my latchkey my mother put on me.
If your doctor has told you to pay attention to cholesterol, listen up. More and more people are looking for gentler ways to support their cholesterol health, and that's where Dose for Cholesterol comes in. Dose for Cholesterol is a clinically backed cholesterol support system that supports triglycerides, LDL, HDL, and total cholesterol. It's just a daily shot that tastes like mango, no capsules, and no powders. It uses ingredients like turmeric, CoQ10, amla, and other plant and mineral forward ingredients. And I only like talking about products on this show that people around me actually use and are excited about. They deliver it right to your door, making it easy to build healthy habits and stick with your routine. They also, by the way, have a lot of great products over there. New customers can save 35% on their first month subscription by going to dosedaily.co/Carlos or entering Carlos at checkout. That's DOSEDAILY.co/Carlos for 35% off your first month subscription.
Now, can anyone of you guys tell me what the biggest myth is about you guys, about homeless people, period?
I'm gonna say one, and this is when I came home, and it started off with ML.
What's ML?
ML to them was a major league. I did things on a major league scale.
Is that your street name?
It was my street name, because my name is Mike Love, but I changed it into a major league. Whatever I did, it was on a high scale. You know what I'm saying? If I had to go do something, I did it. I used to work for a car wash. I was a manager, and I brought him on. So one day, I said, we're gonna have a manager's meeting at Ringster Park. Well, long and behold, I get there when everybody's already there, and then so when I get there, these three ladies that came up to me, and youngsters, they said, Mike, can you help me? I said, yeah, come on. So I get over there, and they explain it to me, and when I got there, and I hate to say this because it haunts me every time, and it was like a Spanish guy, and so he goes, and he goes, I said, why did you do what you did to my homegirls? He goes, fuck you, mayate. I said, whoa. Hold on, partner. I come to you on some good sense here. So then I lost it. So when I lose it, I literally lost it. I mean, it wasn't me. Right. Because the only thing in my mind was, just take him out. You know what I'm saying? Just take him out. But I didn't want to do it like that. But so everybody got into it. So when I got there, I only hit him one time. And this is my mama. I only hit him one time. And when I hit him, I didn't know how much anger that I had in myself. Because these are my friends. I'm going to take all my friends. You know what I'm saying? Female, your mama, I don't care. I'm going to take you out. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I did. You know what I'm saying? And then I played the repercussions afterwards because I did. I got 21 years behind it. But I'm going to say this. That person is not me no more. Okay?
So that's the person that you ended up getting 21 years.
Yes, I got 21 years behind because I took it and I ran with it. You know what I'm saying? Because this person right here, he was unstoppable.
Yeah.
I couldn't be stopped by no police. I had police from Sunnyvale to Mountain View scared of me. I mean, literally scared.
We're going to move right along a little,
yes, sir.
Right? I think that what I want to know is, can you help me dispel some of the thoughts that people have about homelessness, because I think it's wrong for people just to look at someone homeless
They always do that.
and say, negative things.
I don't know why people always talk about homeless. That's a soft touch for a black man to have. I'd rather be called homeless than that N-word, or even be shunned because of my color.
Right.
I've had that all my life. So being called homeless is almost a treat for me. I've never been homeless in my life. I'm a California boy. I'm born and raised here. I raised my children here. I've been in the street more than most people that they call homeless. It's not hard to be homeless if you actually have some support. And first it's got to come from your own self. Your own self being, people will put you down all day, call you homeless and push you away. I can't nothing for you, get a job, get this. A lot of people, like you said, can't read.
Right.
They don't know how to write. I know a lot of those people.
Now, I could pick this up because I went 26 years without it, right? Yeah. And it was just, people would think I had a gift. Like, no. I just want people to know that God gives us, even when we're weaker than others and when we don't have or whatnot, but He can give us that intestinal fortitude, right? And I know what it's like to see hunger in a man's eyes, because my eyes wore that same, that hunger, right? Yeah. I didn't ask you guys to come here today, to put you down. You know, I asked you guys to come here because I wanted to include you.
Right. Actually, you lifted me up.
Right? I want us to pay tribute to the mothers.
Okay. I'd like to thank my mother. Even though she's been gone a while, she went to heaven. She left 2 minutes after midnight on the day the Freedom Train was supposed to leave here. Mom took the chariot out, and it was a beautiful thing. One of the best things that happened to her. She died of pancreatic cancer. She was in pain. She kept me. I want to thank her, even today, for raising me to be who I am. Because I have a good heart. I've always had a good feeling about people. And don't look at me when you see me on the street as a homeless person, because I'm not homeless. I'm at peace. I'm at home. This is where I was born and raised. This is where I love to be. Even if I don't have a roof, I'll never change my honesty and my integrity at one iota. I was raised by a very good person, and I believe that she done a very good job to have me say this on this camera. I love my mother.
And me, I'm gonna say this to my mom. I got it right here. It's Roots of Made Love. You know what I'm saying? It came in 43, you know what I'm saying, died in 2020. Okay? This woman right here was the structure of us all. I mean, my brother, because we was raised up without a father. So my mama took initiative to make sure we had the best of schools. I mean, from me, I went to all private school, you know what I'm saying? And I wasn't used to that, but I did. Like he said, the integrity, the honesty, the love. And my last name is Love. So she gave us these things, these tools to use to give to
You
other
say
people.
that one more time, I'm gonna hug you. You keep telling me your name is Love.
My last name is Love. You know what I'm saying? So,
that's right. Hug on you.
So that love goes a long way. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And it's a beautiful thing, because if you look at the heart of it, it's what makes it deep.
Yeah.
And again, when it makes it deep, you know what I'm saying, and that's the blood of it, you know what I'm saying? So that's the blood that comes out of us, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, Mom, thank you for everything that you've done for me. I mean, I probably didn't come out the best way it was, but I'm sorry it didn't go to FAMU, but I love you, you know what I'm saying? And thank you for everything you've done for me, and thank you for everything that you gave me real life. You know what I'm saying? So I love you, Mom.
From Behind This Chair is proudly brought to you by the Black Business School, because some of life's most valuable lessons happens through conversation. Founded by Dr. Boyce Watkins, the Black Business School offers practical courses in stock investing, real estate, entrepreneurship, credit, and wealth building. Join more than 300,000 students and members who are taking control of their financial future. Go to theblackbusinessschool.com/chair today and receive 35% off their prime course. That's theblackbusinessschool.com/chair. The Black Business School and From Behind This Chair, where great conversations inspire smarter decisions and stronger financial futures.
Okay, oh man. Georgia Hudson. Wow.
Yeah.
The year I was born, I was in ICU, and my dad, I'm dying, and my dad's dying. Stanford Hospital.
Right.
So, and my mom was drinking one time. She said, you know what? She always felt guilty. She made this prayer, like, don't take my big, and she kind of, she had a guilt trip about that. But of course, that's not true. But
she was drinking.
No, it hung with her because she made a prayer.
Right.
Like, kind of, don't take my baby. If one of them got to go, we were both dying in ICUs. So I made it through it. My dad passed away. So I made a single parent home, but it was 2 incomes. My dad's job, he was a longshoreman. So I got raised financially by my dad till I was 28, 30 years old. With checks from the government. He was a longshoreman. He had a great job. For a black man in those days, we talking in the 50s and 60s. Yeah.
If you had one more shot tomorrow, where you could make that wrong right.
Oh, that's easy for me.
Okay.
I would listen to my mom more.
Listen
But
to
I'm trying to grow up. I'm the only son, so I'm trying to not be soft. So I'm listening to the streets more. I ain't got no brothers, right?
Right.
And yeah, I would listen to my mom.
You
more.
would listen to your mom. What would you have done if you had an opportunity to come back and do it all over again? All the other stuff never happened. What would you do different if you got one more shot at it?
More education.
You would have got more education.
I wish I had a little bit more education. Even though I went to college, more education would have been better.
So
I don't see nothing change.
Nothing change.
What's the change? Everything I've structurally done and what I've been through in my life, things I've seen, I'm on the right path. I'm still on that learning curve. But I've learned to endure all the prejudice, all the hateful thoughts people have about homeless people. We're not all bad. Most of them are really good people, and some of us are out here because of government, bureaucrats, or just people that are not willing to see us in a better light. Not in the street anymore. I finally got 4 walls around me again, and I'm doing the same things I've done every other day since then. I had a wife, me and her separated. My kids are grown and they're doing things that I do. They're doing great. Ain't nobody in jail, ain't nobody hurting nobody. You know, I'm happy. I don't say I'm overjoyed and got $1 million. I'm content in my life. I'm 64 years old. Even when people put me down, even when they come and raid the little camps that I did have and take everything I got in the middle of a goddamn winter in the rain, going, I'm sorry, you couldn't be here, you can't be here. Well, you let me stay here all summer, and then you kick me out in the rain. And then if I don't get going somewhere, you're gonna come and arrest me, but you just took everything I own, and I gotta go figure out how to find that again. And there's no finances for that. And there's no get back. I could be angry at you, I could shun you for it, I can cuss you, and I don't like the police, I don't like these people because they did this to me. You know, I've looked at them every time and I look right up to Jesus and says, man, I know you're late and I know you're on your way.
I know you're late, but I know you're on your way.
And he's always been there.
Wow, that's beautiful, man. I thank you for coming into my life.
Thank you.
I thank you for loving on me, for believing in me when you heard about me and never let me go. Okay?
Thank you, baby.
I need you to know that I love you.
Love you too, sir.
And I'm not playing. When I told you I would do what I was going to do, I did it. I don't have to let the world know, but I did it. And I did it because you deserve that, right? All my brothers. Right. And I just wanted to do my part.
I want to thank you.
I want, yeah, thank you. You're
a stepping stone to a better me. You just don't know it.
I wanted to do my part. You know, I just, you know, and I promise you, I don't think I did enough, right?
I think I got a good part of this, because you wanted me to come and sit with you when you were writing your books and everything else, and I didn't show up. I was busy in the street doing other things.
That's okay.
Right now is that moment.
Yeah.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Hey, you know what? I got on road anyway, right? Right. Because, you know, I think it was through our mothers, right? I didn't really know my dad either, but
never met them.
Yeah, I never really knew, you know, I never knew some of the hugs that I see people get from their fathers, you know.
Yeah,
but my mother, you know, she was forever there, right? And we have that in common, okay? And I don't know what to say to you guys to encourage you to keep fighting, but you encourage me because of what I've seen y'all do so far. I know what it's like to hear the rain, but not always to feel it. You know what I'm saying? And you guys deserve a second, third, fourth, fifth chance in life, right?
I tell you, anybody that's out there homeless this year, if you see me, You know me? Ask me. I got blankets. I have coats. I collect them all the time when I'm out there doing my thing, recycling. I wash them. I keep them clean. If I'm proud of my trailers, most likely I got something to eat. See me. I will help you.
For people that's going through homelessness, try to stay positive.
Yeah.
Keep your circle kind of small. I'm talking to the homeless person.
And use the things they have out
and the negativity, you kind of want to
shift that to the left.
Yeah,
All
you
the
want to
community
sift through
services, please use
because
it.
you're going to be going through a negative thing anyway, right? And you don't need those vibes around you.
Right.
Anybody with quick money schemes that's not legal, you want to leave that alone.
Yeah.
And just stick in there with your heart
Don't
and
think that
pray.
alcohol and them pills are going to save you
And
in the
me
cold.
personally-
They don't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the liquor store and the drugs ain't gonna save you either. But you're gonna go through it because you're gonna be looking for escapism.
Thank you for being my first.
Thank you.
Thank you for being my friend.
That's it.
Amen.
I would like for you guys to like and subscribe. We cannot do it without you. It is very important because we would like to keep these type of messages going. We would like to keep these type of people, illuminated in life as opposed to, pushed in out somewhere and cast away, right?
That's a blessing right there. Yeah. That's a big blessing.
Let's give it up for
Yeah, that's a big blessing.
You at war with yourself. Who the hell gon' win the battle? My thoughts begin to wonder.
My name is Anthony D. Hamilton. This is From Behind This Chair. We gon' talk about the things you never thought you'd hear on a podcast. Come watch us cook.
That's why this meeting is very crucial. Because the plan that was that is why.
All right, hello there, people of the internet. My name is Ndndi Nyoro, and this is Political Lady coming to you at 7:30 in the evening from the city of Glasses, Nairobi, Kenya. I'm in the studio with the government apologist. I'm in the studio with the audience debt apologist. All right, so Odhiambo, how are you doing? Nice. That's a half jacket. Is that a half jacket?
No, I don't know.
What do you know?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a half jacket.
It's a half jacket.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to call it.
A half jacket.
I know it's part of a three-piece suit.
But it's half jacket.
It's a half jacket, yeah?
I don't know.
All right.
He should watch Raymond Reddington a lot. He knows
that's my favorite.
That's your
character.
Oh, really?
It's my alter ego.
Raymond Reddington.
Yeah,
I love that.
Who is that in our politics today? Ruto?
The Raymond Reddington.
Yeah.
The person who was Raymond Reddington was Raila.
Oh, really?
Yes.
And who is Ruto in those drama things that you guys are talking about?
He is Neville Townsend.
Neville Townsend?
Yes.
Tell us about him. A house in Kilgoris? Well, tell us about that guy. What is he about?
He was the most serious villain in the blacklist. Serious villain. His job in according to the script of the movie, is to extract people from non-existent outposts.
Yes.
You see, like the CIA have a base
in
that
Nairobi.
is off the radar.
Okay.
His job is when you are detained there, you pay him, he comes for you there. And he will take you from that outpost.
He gets you from that outpost
Yes.
when you are, even if it is under attack.
He's the one attacking.
Attacking the outpost.
In fact, if Raymond Reddington was going to a space or wanted to save himself, he would go into a police station to save somebody, then tell the police, the president and the officers, run.
Yeah.
The person who is coming is going to kill all of us.
Yeah.
He kills.
All right, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. And who might Gachagua be? Which character do we?
The rescue maker.
Hey, that is too aggressive. That is too aggressive. No, it's not. You know the stew maker? No.
Oh. The stew maker's job, it was a clean.
Yeah, you know I'm talking about serious movies, and this guy is not getting it. Kwani huyu jamaa anaangalianga soap operas.
He watches a horror movie. The wrong time.
Wrong time. Scream. Unajua kuna ile inaitwa Scream. Then there's another called Saw.
Yes.
So 1 to Saw. Did you watch Saw?
No, I do not watch horror movies.
So 1 to Saw 7.
No.
Wonderful movies.
I do not watch horror movies.
Wrong turn.
Wrong turn.
Will traumatize you.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah. So anyway, how are you, Mr. Kachola? What do you think about ODM?
It's called Ambassador Kachola.
Ambassador Kachola.
Have some respect.
Yeah. Show some respect. You know the problem for us who didn't go to school, we are really struggling with the
prefixes.
Prefixes because
you know,
you don't find them very
Ambassador yesterday was calling Professor Kindiki at Mr. Kindiki.
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah, you can fail to call him deputy president.
Yeah, but professor?
Prof is fine.
Yeah.
Prof is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's worked for it.
So, Ambassador, what do you think about, ODM? ODM is now turning a leaf. They have decided to go into a conclave and talk about how they are going forward with the 2027 elections. Going forward, what do you think is the biggest thing that is happening at ODM right now? Do you think they are cordial amongst themselves, or what do you think is going on? I'm going to ask Mr. Joachim about this thing, and probably when they're having their own Safina conclave.
Do we really have to call it a conclave?
Yeah.
Going by the description that one day my good brother Odhiambo gave you here about a conclave and what it means, I don't think this is a conclave.
Okay.
This is a meeting of the mind, trying to chart a way forward. Let me take you back a bit. Somewhere in 2023, while President William Ruto toured Mfangano Island, the only president who has ever set foot in that island since God created planet Earth.
Oh, is the one that has ever set foot there?
The only president who has ever set foot there.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking about with Odhiambo, and we were saying how much Ruto means to the Luo people, and people were saying that we are beating drums of Totam too much at political day, and we were telling them that this is not true. Odhiambo, do you have a problem with something?
No, you go ahead.
Yes.
I think going back there.
Sound ya huyu jamaa ifanyi?
Niko chini.
We are having a problem with this sound. I don't know whether
mine or his.
Mine.
Frank, is it?
Check.
The stew maker.
Yeah. Yes. Check mic.
Are we there? Who is sabotaging me?
Iko sawa. People of the internet, can you hear the government apologist? The one in black
is the interior apologist.
Yeah, the interior apologist.
Actually, the interior operative.
Yeah, can you hear him? Iko sawa. Evans Odhiambo anasema iko sawa. Can you hear his laugh? The laugh of money.
Yes. Hello. Who knows how to operate this thing?
What do you want?
I need to see what Kenyans are saying. Yeah, it can't bring it here.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Ask Odhiambo to.
All you need to do is to communicate.
Mike, ambassador very low. Wanasema it's good now.
The feedbacks.
The challenge is
good now. Good now.
You know, Kenyans will think.
Hey, wanasema iko sawa.
They will think that I came late.
Yeah.
That my mic was not tested.
Anyway, all right. Yes. So
you did ask about what I think about what has happened in Naivasha today.
Yes, exactly.
So I began by giving you a background.
Yeah.
When President Ruto toured Mfangano Island for the first time, the only sitting president who has ever toured that island since God created planet Earth.
Okay.
He said something that I think those who are keen enough must have picked it from there.
Okay.
That there is something extraordinary between Raila Odinga and William Ruto.
Okay.
He reminded we, the people who were there, that they began this journey of looking for presidency with Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga went on the other side, he took the different route. And they agreed. He said, we agreed, whoever gets it, we all get it. And President Ruto is now there. I can tell you, President Ruto, having been a member of ODM and a ranking member for that matter, founding member, there is nothing new in this. All what they're doing is just agreeing on terms and conditions on how to move forward, knowing very well that he now leads a different party. ODM is a different party, but they need to pull together their strength so that they get victory in 2027.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that this is a house of cards. It's a house of cards, basically built on sand.
It's the meeting of the minds. I don't think that is true, entirely true. It is wrong because we have seen before when how coalitions are built. ODM being the largest party in the country, UDA being one of those largest parties with numbers. You know, when you talk about parties, you talk about numbers in the houses, and then numbers in the county assemblies, and then registered members and party structures. I don't think there is any other party in this country today that has structures than ODM.
Okay.
Yes. So UDA and ODM coming together is harmonizing their way forward to victory. Yes.
Okay. Udhiambo, what do you think? He's afraid, Mr. Kachola is afraid of saying the things that have gone wrong in this coalition because they've always fought and said that, okay, right now they're looking for to boot out Professor Kindiki and install their own Mr. Oparanya to be the deputy president come 2027, correct? There have also been problems that they have not been really respected in this coalition, and so on and so forth. They have not been sitting pretty. They have been complaining a lot and throwing a lot of jibes at UDA, which is, always looking like the bigger person in the room, and is not being dragged into those fights. However much ODM wants to drag them into this fight, they are not getting into these fights. What do you think is their future?
The future of ODM?
The future of ODM plus these other guys, because remember there is also the issue of zoning that keeps cropping up in Luo Nyanza.
I'm happy that this morning we did talk about this somewhere else, and it's come to pass as we discussed it. One, the thing that we expected was that there's going to be a coalition being built between ODM and UDA that is now formal. It has received a formal endorsement from both parties, and we are going to have the broad-based alliance, which will of course have another name that will resonate with many Kenyans. Two, in that alliance then, we must look at it from a polygamy family or a polygamous family analysis.
Yeah.
That these are two wives with one father, and there's a question of how do we live in this polygamous family. And we look at ODM being the younger wife, the sweetheart, and UDA and its original setting being the first wife, the original wife. And of course, there's something that goes ahead in polygamous families, that there's always a natural respect towards the first wife. And there's always this bias in terms of gifting and loving towards the second or the younger wife. And so the question that comes in is, how are we going to live in this house? And how are we going to live is inclusive of and not limited to the question of positions. Because now the man who is polygamous here must understand how to balance his homes, his wives. And here we're looking at, are the children in ODM and the children in UDA are going to fight over division of parties, or are they going to division of positions, or are they going to contest on unitary tickets? And we see that almost coming to pass now. The question of zoning will no longer be a question, because the alliance will have a candidate per contestable elective post.
What do you mean? We are no longer going to have ODM at the ballot?
We will have ODM, of course, as an individual party, but UDA will not field candidates in ODM zones.
So there is going to be zoning?
Correct. There's going to be zoning. It will be passed in the most subtle way that does not sound like zoning. They will say we are having one candidate for the coalition. So now it's not zoning. Because ODM, UDA is one thing. From today it is.
No.
Because they are developing a manifesto, a unitary manifesto, that has both the ideas of ODM and the ideas of UDA, just in one document. So it means ODM is not going for a seat independently. whatever ODM goes for is going for it on behalf of the coalition. Whatever UDA is going for it on behalf of the coalition. So you're going to see campaigns where UDA luminaries and ODM luminaries joining hands to campaign for one candidate. For example, I come from in Kabondo Kasipul. If they decide that area is ODM, of course, they say it is ODM, then we are likely to see UDA people coming to campaign alongside ODM people for this particular candidate.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think that, and Kachola is very dishonest. Kachola, can you please be bold when we are talking about Luo Nyanza? For once. Anyway, let me go with Odhiambo. When
You've said for once.
Yes, for once.
So he's always been aloof.
Yes, he's always been aloof. And I want you, Joachim, also to help me because Odhiambo is lying through his teeth.
Yes.
Right? Because
he's saying what?
He's saying that we are not going to be, we are going to have, so this is what ODM and Luo Nyanza has always been. Everybody that wants to be anything in Luo Nyanza will love to have that orange certificate.
Yes.
At the ballot.
Yes.
Okay, that is what everybody wants. Even Odhiambo, who is in Kasipul, a Potato Republic, would love to have that color. Because that color is indicative of something huge. And he has told me himself that when you have that color,
yes,
you are already guaranteed about, did you say 25 to 30% of the votes?
About 25 head start.
25% head start.
Even in the absence of Jacom.
Yes.
All right.
The spirit
not necessarily.
The spirit still lives.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Okay, bring the number.
Yeah.
With the absence of Jacom, bring the number.
With the absence of Jacom,
okay,
it will be at about 10 to 15%.
Okay. Still
a good considerable level.
Yeah, as a senator, imagine somebody handing you 15. Now you answer.
Just like I posted on Facebook and I have 4%.
So he will be already moving from his notorious 4% to 15.
Yes.
Imagine I have 4%.
Yeah.
I have not campaigned.
Yes.
I only say it here.
Yes,
Imagine me on top of an SUV.
So, Odhiambo,
yes,
saying that, when you say that there's going to be subtle kind of zoning in ODM, it still means that where in Luo Nyanza we will have ODM members. So, for example, in Kabondo, we are not going to have a UDA candidate, and then everybody else following that UDA candidate, correct?
We will not have a UDA candidate in Kabondo.
Neither will we have one in Eldoret North.
Yes, neither will we have an ODM member or an ODM candidate in Eldoret North.
Yeah, but then the question is, when it comes to nomination, UDA is not involved.
Yes.
In the nomination.
Yes, it is ODM that is involved. Now, and that's where the juice starts flowing. That's
what
how
are you
people.
saying?
I want you must have a
Get out of
understanding.
TikTok.
Yeah, you must have an understanding.
I'm not getting.
You must have an understanding, Joachim.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, and I want you to be in class.
Yes.
So that you understand.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is very contextual. That ODM and UDA are going to have united candidates or single candidates for particular elective seats or all the elective seats that they have strongholds over. For example,
so they will be
there's
like
not going to be
coalition.
Yes, coalition candidate.
Okay.
So we're not going to have a UDA candidate in Kabondo Kasipul. Automatically, you'll be told in Kabondo Kasipul it's an ODM stronghold. We are going to give who? The ODM party to give us a candidate. Right. Now, ODM's failure or success in that front is highly dependent on the strength of the candidate. Like the one that they will give me that I will wash my mouth with in the morning will be a very weak one, I know. I'll wash my mouth with her in the morning, very early.
So you know it's a she?
I know it's a she, of course. And I want them to hand over the ticket to her so that she goes home with the ticket of the party.
Don't give them hints.
No, we must give them hints. The best strategy is the obvious strategy.
But Odhiambo, and this is why I want this guy to be honest with me for once.
Yeah.
Because when you say that we are subtly zoning ODM and UDA, battlegrounds or bases, it means that while you are saying, as Udur Jagero wants to be Nyakaj with a UDA ticket, I am being told by UDA that, look, we are not going there. So you go and fight within ODM.
No, you come to the presidential because you're a UDA member.
Huh?
You're not an ODM member.
Who?
You.
Don't be dumb.
I'm not dumb. I'm saying what I'm saying. You're the one who's dumb. You're not getting the point.
I know. Kachola ngoja. Kachola ngoja.
Okay.
My problem is, I am going to be handed, UD is going to hand me over to the sharks of ODM to teach me politics. You understand? They're going to hand me over to Joachim.
Yes.
I'm going to be handed over as a UDA person in Nyakach. I'm going to be handed over to the sharks of ODM to deal with me. Na wakiniangalia macho hivi wananiambia wewe tunajua mali unatoka na huku si kwenu.
Yes.
So we are going to give it to Joachim, who has been working with Orange Democratic Party. Wewe, it doesn't matter how much you are known in Nyakach. Sisi tunajua watu wetu ya ODM na ni Odhiambo. Huyo ndo tutapatia ticket. What do you think, Kachola? Please be bold.
Boldness is a virtue.
You know, Jagero, you're speaking like we've never had any member of parliament in Luo Nyanza win without ODM.
Yes.
That is your assumption. But the truth is, we've had nearly, is it in 2017 when we had nearly 5 from Luo Nyanza, 5 MPs win without ODM. We had Awendo that went to Wiper.
Okay.
We had Nyakach that went to, I think it was Ford Kenya, or Ford people. We had Alego Usonga that went without ODM. We had Kisumu where Shakil comes from. It wasn't ODM. We had Olagalua the other time. Not so. It is.
Okay, but why don't you go back to the numbers though?
Now,
because the numbers, how many ODM MPs finally ended up in parliament? More than 70, right?
And that.
And you are talking about 5.
No,
which 70?
That is.
ODM had how many MPs?
Which year?
The last election.
No, that less than 7. Let me check it up for you.
No, let us not even check last election. Let us check 2017.
Okay.
2017, you realize Homa Bay alone has 8 constituencies. Kisumu has how many? You come from Kisumu?
Kisumu was, Odhiambo knows 7 constituencies.
7 MPs. We have Siaya that has almost between 7 and 8. 8 constituencies. Then Migori.
8
Migori minus 2, which is
Kuria.
Luo Nyanza. That is 6. So 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus another 8, it doesn't make even 40.
Okay.
And when you have 5 out of ODM in one region, it tells you that from 2017, people had already accepted the fact that they can elect someone without ODM.
No, but
so
no. But you are deflecting from a question, and this is the kind of dishonesty that I don't like from you, Mr. Kachola. I am asking a very specific, and you are deflecting again. I am UDA.
Yes.
And I'm told that I cannot stand with UDA.
Yes.
And so then you are telling me that I go and look for nomination at ODM. And I'm definitely going to fail there because Odhiambo is the one who is holding Wirwa.
That's why I said Jagero is dumb, because he's asking a question that is really stupid.
Yeah.
Ask the question correctly.
Okay.
The question that you should ask is this.
Okay.
Kachola.
Okay.
I want to contest as a UDA member.
Okay.
In Nyakach.
Okay.
But the coalition is saying that Nyakach is ODM stronghold.
Yes.
So you, since you're a UDA member,
okay,
you cannot contest. So the option that I have as Jagero is then to contest with ODM and leave alone UDA.
Okay.
That's the way you should ask.
Okay.
So now ask him, how do I move around this?
Correct. Thank you for helping Jagero on this.
Yeah.
And remember,
this school.
This Kabondo politics.
Remember, Jagero.
Joachim, if you are listening, you would have known that I'm still right. No, the question I'm asking is still very right.
No, you know, it's what you're asking. It's like you are fixed and you cannot move.
Exactly.
No, but then, if so let me ask you a question then, because if they're telling me that I have to go and go and join ODM, right? But I know that ODM is fixed. There is no room for me in ODM, but there is zoning. So do you think that as UDA person, I'm going to look for Ford Kenya?
No. I think
this is what happens.
Yes.
This is what happens. Let me
just chime in before you finish. You are a UDA person.
Yes.
But you want to run in Kabondo.
Yes.
And there is zoning, so
yes,
you can't run
on UDA.
Yes. You either get ODM.
Yes.
And I think there will be a nomination for ODM ticket.
Yes.
So, as an individual candidate, it's your duty to mobilize votes during the nomination.
No, it does not. That is what they are running away from.
Now, let me
it does not matter how much you mobilize. Yeah, that ticket is not going to you. So Wanga says no, it's not coming to you.
Who says no?
Wanga says no. It's not coming to you.
Why is she saying no?
So you are going to be like the way Junet was.
Yeah,
Junet. The first time he ran for office.
Okay.
Now remember what happened?
Yeah.
He followed Raila usiku. So it becomes worse.
Yes. Exactly. This is exactly my point.
Now let me explain to you.
Okay.
Once referee amepuliza kipenga.
Okay.
Wakati ni sasa, mpira uko katikati ya kiwanja. Jambo ambalo litatendeka ni kwamba kila mmoja ataenda kuwania katika nyadhifa, ataenda kuwania nyadhifa tofauti katika chama chake. Na endapo yule ambaye anahisi kwamba hawezi akashinda kupitia chama fulani, akona uhuru kupitia katiba na kupitia kwa sheria za vyama, anaweza akatoka katika chama chake na aende chama kingine, ama ajisimamie yeye mwenyewe
kama independent,
wale ambao tunawaita independent candidate.
Okay. So now after I've been removed by zoning from UDA, I go to Ford Kenya or go independent. Now I am partyless.
No. This is what happens. Unapotoka katika chama, tuseme umetoka katika chama cha ODM.
It does not get Kiswahili. It does not get. It's floating.
Nyadhifa. Nimesikia nyadhifa.
You're stuck with nyadhifa.
Wewe akili kaishia hapo kwa nyadhifa. Hiyo hiyo
Joakim told me the other day that alipelekwa kwa Kiswahili. He really suffered. Huko kwa TV47 sijini wapi. He really suffered.
I saw him sitting on some couch.
Yeah, he was suffering. But I thought Joakim is also supposed to suffer in as far as Swahili is concerned. Sempuse mie.
Lakini tulikuwa na hepo momoro. Mambo ilikuwa imechacha. So I'm thinking in English, but I have to say Kiswahili. Sasa hiyo translation, kama una argue mambo ya pesa, how do you say exempt in Kiswahili? Ama zero rate.
How do you say board in Kiswahili?
So tuseme hivi Jagero.
Yeah, but why are you speaking in Swahili though?
Kwa niaba ya wale ambao labda wanatizama na
no, we have an international audience.
Yes.
We are not talking to people in Kabondo.
No, it doesn't come from Kabondo though.
But he's talking about Kasipul Kabondo. Ama ni Kabondo Kasipul. Naomba usilie.
Okay. Finish so that we go to the next one.
So wakati unapoenda kuania kwenye wadhifa tofauti, unaweza ukatoka kwenye chama chako
katika hali ya umoja.
Unaweza ukatoka katika chama chako uende katika chama kingine, ama ujisimamie. Haujawekwa hapo kwamba lazima ugombanie kiti fulani kupitia chama fulani. Nao sasa ni vyema ujue ya kwamba wakati unapotoka katika chama cha UDA, kwa sababu huwezi ukaruhusiwa kuendelea kugombea kiti hicho kupitia chama cha UDA, unaweza ukajisimamia ama uende kwa chama kingine.
That I understand, but my problem is that you're now taking me away from my chama. You're taking me away, telling me that
those are the consequences.
You have to move on, Jagero, from your chama.
Those are the consequences of having coalition. Coalition come with consequences.
Okay, let me ask Joakim, what do you think about what is going in Naivasha today? Are you guys looking at how beautiful it looks and you're saying, oh my God, I wish Wanjigi, Matiang'i, and everybody else could go into something beautiful like that and talk as Kenyans? What do you think what do you think about your own coalition? Your own Kenya Moja, what is it called? What do you call it?
We, as the opposition, we are not yet homogeneous yet.
Okay.
Everyone is pulling their own cut.
Okay.
And I think it's the right time for us to be confused.
Okay.
In the opposition, this is the time for us to fight, get as confused as we can. But by next year, by May, there should be a concretized formation. So whatever that is going on, it's happening at the right time within the opposition. because it's a race for the person who is best suited to take over and the person with the best idea to develop the country.
Yeah.
As for what is happening in
Naivasha,
it has nothing to do with any Kenyan.
Oh, really?
It's a self-preservation case.
Okay.
It's a discussion of moguls
on
how they perpetuate themselves in power. And they are talking about God's grace. I heard the head of state talk about God's grace that should help him win
the next election.
I wonder how can you have grace of God when on your hands we have 67 young people who lost their lives.
Joachim.
No.
I am giving commentary. Can he finish? Can he finish?
What is happening?
Be tolerant to opposing opinions.
But you know,
yes. But can he finish?
Jagero, we truly appreciate.
You were talking about potatoes and Kabondo, and he was quiet.
We truly appreciate the happenings of June 24th.
Okay,
it's a dark period in our lives. And invoking the name of the dead is for political expediency is not fair.
Is that what Joachim is doing?
That's what he's doing. The 67
so
who
what's
died.
Fair? We forget about them.
No, we
so what do we do?
Can we be graceful enough to the dead and let them be?
No. When I remind the people of circumstances that led to their death,
you know, people change. People change. Okay, unless you were once a goon. And now you're not a goon.
But there is evidence of my change.
Yes, there's also change. There's also evidence of change.
Where?
Here in President Ruto. The evidence of change is number one, political rallies are no longer being tear gassed. They're going on peacefully. Abductions that were being done brazenly have been stopped. There's even the United Opposition bigwig Gachagua saying that those who used to do this thing are being accosted. And he said something that went really viral this morning, that they want to be murdered.
So this young guy who died in
let me just finish. Let me just finish. I'm just correcting you. I'm just correcting you on something.
Correcting me?
Yes, I'm just correcting you. And we can guide each other. Even you can teach me something. That yes, these things happened in there, but they're regrettable. Dearly, loss of life is not something we want to celebrate.
Yes.
And let's not utilize it for political expediency. Let's have them go.
Yes.
And as the compensation is going on and forgiveness and the reconciliation process, let's not scratch wounds. Let's let the wounds heal.
He's now speaking as a bishop.
Yeah. Odhiambo is saying forgive and forget.
Yes.
No, that's what Odhiambo is saying.
That's even a better statement.
Yeah.
Just forgive, don't forget.
Accept and move on.
No,
that is what he's saying.
I think you understand.
No, I'm Kachola Odhiambo.
You are a Kachola Odhiambo.
John Kachola Odhiambo, yes.
But I think for this, let him go on.
Yeah,
let him go on. Yes. Yeah. Wacha ongee kutoka kwa roho yake.
Do not impute improper motive against a member.
Yes.
So what I am saying is as far as the happenings of Naivasha are concerned, I started by saying that as a people of this country, as an ordinary Kenyan, it's nothing about you. It's about some group of elite in a conference discussing how to perpetuate themselves in the power that they have. They're asking themselves, what could threaten our existence? What is it out there that's a danger to our power? And how do we deal with it? That's the clearest essence of that conference. And so they have to come up with ways to make sure that they have preserved themselves and they have emerged victorious, which there is nothing wrong about. I have nothing wrong about it. I'm only saying that let us not be excited about conferences, however beautiful they are, that have nothing to do with us. It's everything to do with them. And for that's why I started by saying that in the opposition, we are not as homogeneous right now, which is also okay. It is the best time for us to be confused and not speaking the same language, because I feel like it is too early to speak the same language. The winning coalition for the opposition will come later, not now. And I'm just speaking my opinion, not as an SG of a party. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
So as far as the happenings in the current affairs are concerned, the issues of the people remain there. However, how many conferences the broad-based have, how many rallies we have in the opposition, there are things that are waiting for us to deal with.
Why is it a good time for you guys to be confused?
Because
do you think that's what the Kenyans want, the confusion?
The Kenyans do not want confusion.
Okay.
But for us to get the right result for our politics, it is always better to start with chaos and end with organization.
Okay.
But to start with organization and end with chaos is tragic.
You know, Jagero, one thing that
yes, go ahead.
seems to have learned from history is that he's learned nothing.
Okay.
Yes. Perfectly. The best he has learned from history is that he has learned nothing.
It appears that you don't want Joachim to be talking about the 67 youth people dead. What is wrong about it?
It reminds them of the evil they are in support of.
Okay.
Yeah, so they don't want to look at it.
That's what makes them angry.
Yeah. It reminds them that, look, what you are supporting is an existential threat to the lives of the innocent citizens. And I had forgotten what my brother had mentioned.
Okay.
Forgiveness, what? Kurudishia pesa inaitwaje?
Yes, compensation.
Compensation.
Yeah.
And harmony.
Okay.
Let me tell you. In case of an atrocity, where an innocent Kenyan has lost life, the best way to start by looking at it is by offering justice before we talk about compensation. Compensation is a good thing.
Okay.
It's a show of remorse and regret that what we did was wrong. But before we compensate you, the people who are culpable to these acts have been dealt with.
Okay.
They are here with us, they are in prison, and they have been incarcerated. And therefore we are saying, sorry, we cannot bring your child back to life, but shika hii. You do not come and tell me that you are compensating me, and the person who killed my child, I don't know where he is, he could be enjoying a promotion somewhere, and you want me to forgive and forget. Forget what? That's a life that cannot be reclaimed.
Yeah.
And these are things that we are talking about.
Yes, Kachola, go ahead.
See him fidgeting in his seat. He's totally uncomfortable with these things.
Yeah, and
he wants us to forget about them. But we will keep reminding the devil of his evil deeds until the day of Kiyama imekuja.
Yes.
Yes, the devil must be reminded that he's a liar, a murderer, and a destroyer. Until the day the trumpet will blow and the people to be taken to heaven. Thank you very much.
Yes, Kachola. Should we exchange seats?
No. You know, Odhiambo did mention something very important.
Yeah.
There are things that are regrettable.
Yeah.
And
even yesterday he said the same.
Yes.
It's very regrettable.
They are very regrettable. And we don't need to use them for political expediencies.
Okay.
It is very sad because, you see, when we begin to talk about them for political gains, what are you doing to a mother, to a father, to that widow who lost someone dear to them? I think it is just wrong. What happened was unfortunate, and the government, in its own wisdom, has done what shows that remorse, that, well, this is unfortunate. We cannot bring back these lives, but we are saying we acknowledge this was wrong, and already the compensation is on. Besides that, there is the law. Justice got to be served. At least, if not served, then got to be seen to be served. Reason? There is what we call due process, Jagero. We say, and in the opposition, they say all they want is law followed.
Yeah.
You can't get someone who killed or who is said to have killed and straight to jail. Put him, lock him behind jails forever. You have to take them through due process of the law. That due process, Joachim, is very important. And you've seen that even those who killed baby Pendo, They have been taken through due process. Those who killed MP Mushai here at the CBD, they have been taken through due process. You've seen those who are involved in the killing of young people during the Gen Z protests. They are being taken through that due process.
Like who?
So, if you don't follow news, please just
mention the names of the people who are being taken through due process.
Due process.
The people that killed Denzel Omondi.
Okay. You know the officer who is saying
killed Rex.
Rex?
Yes.
Now, due process is being followed, and not just that alone.
I remember what the police said.
Just allow me continue. So there are a number. So that due process is very necessary, so that at the end, justice is served to the late, and justice is equally served.
We are not newcomers
to
in
the
this country.
So
and I just want to paint some picture for you to realize
allow me finish.
that you are defending the indefensible. No.
We are at a state where we know what happened. We acknowledge, and the government is doing what is necessary as a responsible government. Therefore, Joachim, I would beseech you that moving forward, as a leader, as a young leader, one who wants to go into leadership of this nation, you will. If you get a chance to go to Senate, Joachim, you will be dealing with the real issues. At that point,
so this is fiction.
You must begin to converse.
No. Let me ask you. Are we dealing with fiction? Some science or view move
national view, not just.
Okay. You and Joachim apparently. Odhiambo, do you want to add something in 1 minute before we go to the next thing? Because Willis has got something very urgent that he needs to tell the country, and it's on cue. So do you want to talk a little bit? I mean, Joachim is
right in whatever he's saying. It's a fact that it is regrettable, and it's a fact that justice should actually come before compensation. And is there processes that are being followed in that regard? Yes. Are we going to wait for us to resolve all the 7 murders in terms of taking each and everyone to court as their parents, as their widows, etc., remain as they are? No. Let's do it united. Or how do you call it? Concurrently.
Okay.
That as we follow the wheels of justice, let's also follow this compensation. There's no harm. We are all right. Joachim is right. We are right. And the only thing we're saying to Joachim, please, we appreciate this thing. It is painful, Joachim. And I agree with you that Satani lazima ashindwe. Hiyo ni sawa. Sasa, but also wewe pia ulikuanga goon. So wale watu ulipiga ukaumiza, the people you bludgeoned, the people you maimed. Okay? We will never forget to remind you.
I have a clean conscience.
You maimed people,
I didn't maim anybody.
The people you maimed. We know them. Okay?
I can raise my hand and swear that I have never caused pain on a person.
You have caused a lot of
monetary
pain. He has caused a lot of pain. He's the one who self-confessed. We didn't ask you to tell us that you are a goon.
Yes.
You are a self-declared goon.
Yes.
And goons do not hold Bibles and pray. Goons bludgeon and maim. And you executed well. So we don't want to remind you. See how you're struggling to defend yourself.
In that statement, I gave a past tense reference to my actions. That I was once a goon.
And goons do not pray.
I gave precise and practical events that surrounded that occurrence.
So should you be arrested today?
No.
Reference to what?
I am ready. If you can bring,
would you wish at least due process to be followed?
Yes, I agree.
So that due process is what everyone wishes for, not just.
And I agree with you. And I have a reason why I don't believe in that due process. Because the person.
Because you don't believe in the law.
No. Due process is
Joachim,
about remorse.
You know when you came here and told Jagero about you being a goon, we didn't expect you to tell Jagero that you killed somebody.
No, if I killed anybody and I'm still here, that's whose failure?
You see, you get the point.
Failure of government.
You get the point, and that's what I'm saying.
You understand?
That's what I'm saying. Don't be subjective.
That's why I'm saying this.
Let's be objective about the discussion.
The person who is the leader of the country. The person who ordered the young people to be shot in the leg. Was asked on BBC, was it BBC or CNN? A very precise question that, Mr. President, do you regret making those remarks that young people should be shot in the leg? Do you know how he answered?
No.
He said, I don't regret making those remarks.
But you see,
no. I'm still making. I'm still pricking your conscience. I just want to keep on pricking your conscience.
The context.
Kachola. You cannot be the owner of all contexts. And I'm telling you that was wrong.
Yeah.
Because how did Rex die? I remember very well, vividly. On that day, I was on Muindimbingu Street, and somebody passed by and said, there is an order to shoot to kill today. Please leave town. So I was with my people and said, shoot to kill. It was around 5 in the evening.
Yeah.
So we decided to go down street to Toke Town. Later that day, in the evening, just around Union Towers, there is a bar, a club there. It was playing loud music. And because the town was filled with Gen Zs, they decided to anguka nayo. Nakumbuka your time. It's on that day in the evening that we got a report that a young man has been shot on his upper thigh. The thigh is part of a leg. I just want to know. I want you to see the consequences of these statements. Rex Masai was shot on his upper thigh, and he died out of that gunshot wound over bleeding. So the president who said that shoot them in the leg was in other words telling the police, you have the right to kill anybody who has divergent opinion against our regime.
Well, that's not true.
Let me contextualize.
Now you said your thing. Kachola, 1 minute. Joachim, we're not fools in this country. And neither were we born yesterday. We must understand the context. Of course, there are a lot of idiots in the world who you can talk to in the way you're talking to, so that and that thing goes unchallenged.
Yes.
We all know that when people were demonstrating before 25th of July in 2024, those were genuine demonstrations. Even the statement that the president made about people who are being treasonous, etc., I found a little bit heavy and inconsistent with how we were practicing our democracy up to that level. But past that day, we saw people coming to town to break into shops. Apart from the genuine people who were coming to town to demonstrate, we saw this thing. I believe you also saw that shops were broken into.
I didn't just say
yes.
I was part of the protesters.
And you know that there were elements who were breaking the shops.
And I want to...
You know.
I want to agree with you.
You know or you don't know? You know.
And I want to tell you that the accounts you are giving are half-truth.
No, there's not half-truth.
No. I just want to remind you. The day after now, June 25th.
But Joachim, don't you think we should now move on?
No. I just want to close this one.
Let me finish this.
Yeah.
Let me finish this.
Because Odhiambo has overestimated your goonism, I think. Because what you said was it was only one incident.
Of course. I've overestimated it is fine. It's a goon. Once a goon, forever goon. Goon has never changed.
Okay.
So, what I'm saying is this. If we understand the context of what was talking about, the president was talking about. Of course, there are statements which the president has made which are also regrettable.
Okay.
And me, I'm not shy to say these things. That, for example, saying...
And you think that was a very good opportunity for him to say that I regret?
I also...
Do you think so?
Yes. I thought he should have said, either it was taken out of context, that's how we always say it, or just apologize and say, I'm sorry, it was misunderstood. It was not the intention of my heart to state that people were to be shot in the genuine protesters, okay? But what if I understand the context, and my understanding must not be the same as Joachim's, because communication happens at the terms of the listener.
Okay.
My context in terms of the understanding of what the president said, he was saying those elements who are breaking into people's shops should be shot. If you break into somebody's shop, somebody has, I don't know if they saw that gentleman who was running a laptop electronic shop here in town. His shop was broken into
at Kimathi Street.
And everything was swept. And it was alone.
I took that video personally.
You don't took it.
Yes,
it was alone, Jagero. Imagine your studio here, having these cameras of 1.5, sijui ni pesa ngapi, and all these things. Somebody breaks in and takes them under the pretext of a demonstration. Won't you want to shoot somebody like that?
That is regrettable.
It's regrettable.
I agree with the things they are saying.
It is regrettable.
I agree with the things they are saying. That when goons break into a shop, they are supposed to be accosted heavily.
Yeah, heavily.
And I want to tell you that these goons had the luxury of stealing from one shop for more than 1 hour. And I can tell you today, there is no single goon who robbed any shop that was shot. No one. The people who are nursing gunshot wounds were unarmed protesters. Unarmed. A shop was broken into at Bazaar Building, and the people stole from that shop for 2 hours. 2. There was no police who showed up and tried to stop those people from stealing.
Why?
We the people who are
why were they not showing up?
No. We the people who are protesting with a bottle of water, a flag, and Colgate, we were shot at. The ones for us who were uptown, Muindimbingu Street and Koinange, we are the ones who died. The people who are looting at OTC, you can remember Quickmart, no police officer showed up. It tells you that this was systemic to label the protest out of hand.
I think
and that's why there is no
yes.
I think we
there's no thing that was killed.
For sure. But
as we move on, this fellow must not take us down.
Don't call me a fellow.
You are a fellow. A fellow is a respectable term. You can Google who is a fellow.
I don't find it respectable.
Okay, Mheshimiwa. Chef.
Just call me Joachim.
Joachim.
Yeah, Joachim. But why are you guys suddenly so angry at each other? I mean,
because Joachim,
they are defending the evil.
We're not defending the evil.
No.
Joachim, what Joachim is not doing that is what Joachim is doing that's not right.
Okay. Which shop did Denzel break into?
Joachim.
Which shop did Rex Masai steal from?
Joachim, excuse us.
Which shop did Kennedy Onyango steal from?
Joachim,
don't tell me.
Joachim.
Because these people have to be shot because they are goons.
Joachim, a minute. Be a good debater.
Yeah.
Some of these things it's not
what
about
Joachim is saying.
Joachim is angry at the way his comrades.
What Joachim is saying is right.
Okay.
We are not denying that people were shot. I've said it repeatedly that these are regrettable incidences which should never have occurred in the first instance.
Okay.
There were police laxity.
Okay.
There was a lot of laxity in terms of the supervision of the security provision during these demonstrations. These are regrettable incidents.
We
cannot say...
We were called anarchists.
Of course, Joachim, these things are regrettable. All of them. And we're asking for forgiveness.
These things are regrettable.
And if you cannot forgive
about that young boy who was shot 11 times.
Can we move?
We want to move on, but you should. Why would you want to take it upon yourself to apologize to Joachim so that we can move on? You can't apologize. Mr. Kachola, you can't apologize to Joachim. Odhiambo has apologized. No. Why don't you apologize to Joachim?
Jagero, the president asked when he was told that a young boy has been shot 11 times. Is he alive?
Okay. Still remaining on Safina Party. They are saying, Odhiambo, and we want to listen to Willis talking, at Spice FM about something that he believes tomorrow President Ruto should not be president. Let's hear him.
34 of our constitution is very clear. Yeah. I don't know. Kenyans don't like when lawyers say the law is very clear. That's when Ruto becomes a temporary president. A temporary incumbent from tomorrow midnight. That is what he becomes. Whichever way you look at it. Because the election's date remains solidly the 11th of August 2026. That's the election date. And what we are going through now from tomorrow is a temporary incumbency. And we need to read Article 134 of the Constitution on what a temporary incumbent can do and cannot do. Because on the 11th of August 2026, William Ruto and the members of parliament and the governors, they lose the sovereign mandates that they were given. That sovereign mandate was running from the 9th of August when they celebrated it. And that sovereign mandate ends on the 8th. It ends now on the 10th of August, midnight.
By virtue
of reading the law. So having ended on the 10th of August, midnight, he moves into a new phase of being a temporary incumbent, what we call a temporary incumbent. Those now become transitional government that exists by accommodation of the courts, not by the sovereign mandate of the people. In my local language, they'll call it Rais Kojolo. Dennis will understand. In Kiswahili, it will be something close to Rais wa kushikilia.
Okay.
Because we are going through a transition.
And Mr. Joachim, that is the deputy party leader of Sapina Party saying that Ruto becomes a president that cannot do anything, absolutely nothing. He should be sitting in the State House taking tea and waiting for August 10th of 2027. But Faith Odhiambo disagrees heavily with Mr. Willis. She says that the court suspended the declaration of invalidity until the next general election, expressly so that IBC may correct the defect. A suspended remedy is not an invitation to manufacture a vacuum in government.
Correct.
All right. No part of the judgment removes the president from office, converts the presidency into a caretaker arrangement, or restricts any enumerated presidential power. Constitutional authority cannot be diminished by interference where the court made no such order. Under Article 142, itself supplies continuity. Therefore, she says the president remains in office until the next president is sworn in. The constitutional order does not collapse merely because a court identifies a contested interpretation of an election timeline. The court was equally clear that declaratory relief clarifies the law. It does not, without more, compel a specific act or make disobedience contempt. That distinction matters. A declaration is not mandatory order in disguise. So I want to go to Director, because this is united opposition going directly against you guys, and both lawyers. I don't know who is senior amongst the two, but tell us, do you disagree with Faith Odhiambo? Vehemently. Yes. Okay, let's hear what is going on. What do you suppose the president should do from tomorrow? Take tea at State House?
So when a constitution is violated,
okay,
according to the interpretation of the High Court,
okay,
an election should happen tomorrow.
Okay.
So what should happen, because tomorrow is the day that the first ballot should be cast. And what happens to the incumbency when you cast the first ballot?
Okay.
It reduces their power. It comes to a point where now you are a temporary incumbent. You cannot appoint a judge. You cannot transfer anybody. You cannot hire or fire. And those are the effects that have been enumerated by my deputy party leader on the consequence that the election date as stipulated in the law should be tomorrow. So why did the court suspend that judgment? It's simply because of the logistical nightmare of arranging an election. And that's why we are going to court to appeal that you cannot give someone a year to prepare an election. That's too long. We are saying an election date as stipulated in the Constitution is the second Tuesday of August in the 5th year.
Okay.
Now, when we hold an election on the 10th of August next year, will it be in the 5th year or in the 6th year? Now, if we are not going to follow the interpretation of the High Court as it's been stipulated, then it means that even as we claim to follow constitutionalism, we have failed. In terms of constitutionalism, we are not just advertising that we will follow it. We are actually taking practical steps to show the Kenyans the difficult job that should be done in following the law. Because in looking at election cycle, how do you count an electoral year in office? When does it begin? And what time does it end?
I think that is pretty clear. Yes. That everybody agrees, and I think Odhiambo here the other day agreed that okay, it actually should be this year. The election should be this year.
Yes.
I think the contestation is what happens to the president from tomorrow. That is what everybody is contesting.
So
He is contesting it.
If it is true,
that
the election should be this year,
tomorrow.
This year, tomorrow.
Okay.
That alone is acceptance that the power of the president is given by what? because his mandate given to him by the people ends tomorrow. Because that is what the Constitution says, an election cycle.
Yeah, makes sense.
You understand?
Yeah.
So after tomorrow, he's in office because of what?
Yeah.
Because of a court ruling that we can't hold an election today because we have logistical nightmare. We need time to prepare.
Okay.
And that's what we are saying now. You do not have the mandate of the people. You are in power because of a court order, a suspension of an election because of administrative issues.
But I understand this idea, the fact that Ruto should be basically a citizen tomorrow. Okay, fine. But why do you think that the court was silent on what happens to him tomorrow? Because that was that before the court? Or that is what you have gone to the court to look for? That was not before
the court.
Okay, but I think it was...
as we submitted in court,
okay,
they were all answered. And the reason why we have to appeal is for us to come clear that what are now the consequences of the president,
okay,
and why do we need a whole year to plan?
All right, so what do you want to happen?
What we want to happen is fidelity to the rule of law,
because let's look at the specifics, because it cannot happen tomorrow.
Yes.
So okay, be human.
We are being gracious.
Yes, gracious. That's the word. Gracious. Okay.
And we also recognize the logistical nightmare.
Okay.
And administrative issues of running a countrywide election.
Okay.
Then, and this is purely my opinion, we've not had this discussion as a party. We can be generous.
Doesn't matter anymore, but go ahead.
We can be generous enough to say,
okay,
we are demanding that an election is held in 120 days.
120 days, that makes when? That makes December, Odhiambo.
Yes.
Odhiambo, is that December?
Yeah.
That is December. And you disagree?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because the law,
okay,
one, we must be looking at it in a curative manner.
Okay.
And not in a complaining manner.
Okay.
The complaint is deserved. But me, I like let's move to what is possible.
Okay.
And what should be done. Do we have courts of law in this country, or do we have courts of justice? It's a question that now we must ask ourselves.
Courts of, because somebody was asking them, why did they take off to Malindi to prosecute this case in Malindi, and we have got judges in Nairobi? He couldn't give me that answer.
No, you can file anywhere.
If we are within the borders of the Republic,
you can file anywhere.
You can file anywhere.
Okay.
Even in Turkana.
Okay.
Now,
okay.
A curative approach must be taken. And the curative approach looks like this.
Okay.
One, I've started with asking ourselves the question, do we have courts of law or courts of justice?
What is that in English? I don't understand what you're saying.
I would explain.
Jargon.
Yeah.
Jargon.
Yeah, you didn't go to school like me. Keep quiet.
Very basic.
Yeah. Listen to ambassador and the communication expert.
This is when a lawyer starts telling you about the spirit of the Constitution, the law is very clear.
But that's where I'm coming.
I stand guided. Unajua ni ukora.
Okay. Udhiambo endelea na ukora.
Thank you. Not ukora though. On a very serious front.
Okay.
Because law is largely about English and poetry.
Exactly.
That is a fact that has been established. Now, if we look at the our ecosystem, our legal ecosystem, what Joachim is asking for is that we have established courts of law.
Okay.
Okay. When you deal with matters that are fundamental, then you will go for courts of law, because in courts of law, we're not looking for justice. We are looking for fidelity to the law.
Okay.
Now, when we're looking for fidelity to the law, where do we put the public? Because the courts of law must serve the public. They're meant to serve the public.
Yes.
And not meant to serve a system that is not relevant and in agreement with the desires of the public.
Okay.
That is why even those courts serve at the pleasure of the public.
Okay.
They operate under donated power, the sovereignty. Now, the courts of justice, like what this lady did, this lady Justice Ndndi, I think she's called Ndndi, is justice and not the law. And that's why, maybe for lawyers, I don't know whether Ambassador Kachola, you're a lawyer, I don't know. That's why advocates and scholars of law must now go to study a very important question, that should we have courts of law or courts of justice? Because even me, I'm in conflict, that if the judge says that elections are to be held tomorrow, we are proceeding with an illegality for 1 more year. in terms of the presence of the leaders currently, from MCA to the president. Okay?
Yeah.
Now,
but it is also interesting that Safina and Willis and Joachim are just obsessed with one office.
No, you didn't listen to him the whole clip.
Okay.
He was saying everybody. You saw it? The problem we have is we are having this argument with the one individual in
Okay, okay, fine.
We should just be open.
All right. Let the Abu go on. I'll come back to you shortly.
So the courts of justice, which now, I don't know that Joachim agrees with it, but seemingly has disagreed because he's heading to the Court of Appeal.
Okay.
The Court of Justice says, out of common sense, and the law does not operate in a vacuum, it looks at what is happening in the society. It looks at what is doable and says, you know what, out of common sense of the law, because the law must have common sense. We cannot hold an election on Tuesday. The parties have not done the nominations.
Everything is still fresh.
Everything is still in quagmire, basically. And that's why...
After how they're still confused.
Yes, and that's why we must now go for a solution. In this period, in this short period of 12 months, we are going to a general election.
All right.
This general election must be done alongside a referendum to sort a fundamental question, because even if Wanjigi becomes the president next year, will he be serving for 4.5 years, or will he be serving for 5 years?
But it is in the constitution of the Ambo.
It is not there.
It is there. It is in the 50th year.
Yes. Ambassador, just allow me a minute.
We went with a constitutional text.
Just allow me a minute.
Yes.
Allow me a minute.
Don't say it's not there.
It is not there. The term of the president is not there. The calendar term of the president is not there. That is the contestation we have.
We are not contesting term of office. We are contesting election cycle.
Yes.
Two things.
So what is an election cycle?
And what is
the prescribed date of an election is when? What does the constitution say?
What does it translate to? Does it translate to term in office? Exactly. So if what you're saying does not go
MCS
in
went to court in 2017 saying they have not served 5 years, because Article 177(4) gives them an express 5 years in office.
Yes.
So they went.
Then
to
Article
court.
142 and 136 says
they went to court and said
no. That is very interesting, because then you are agreeing with the Ambo.
Exactly.
No. Listen to me. I have not finished my submission.
Okay.
The MCAs went to court and said we have not finished our 5 years.
Is this when Uhuru's first term?
Yes. Because he had only done 4 years, 4 months.
Okay.
It was not yet 5 years.
Okay.
But the election date was now falling in the 5th year on the 2nd Tuesday of August.
That is 2017.
Yes. So they had to hold an election.
Okay.
So this MCA said no. We are being unfair. The constitution gives us this 5-year term. Let us go to court. Now the court tells them, we agree that you have a 5-year term in office.
Okay.
Yes. But also the constitution itself says that your election must happen with everyone else.
Okay.
So you have no otherwise but to go to an election.
Now, and that's the point.
Isn't that the Ambo's point?
Now you've made your point.
His point.
You've made your point. So let me continue.
The mic was mine. Let me qualify my point.
Yes.
Qualify it, please.
What we are simply saying is that we do not have an express 5-year term for anybody in office.
But it says, but the MPs have. The MCAs have.
In fact, he has referred to MCAs.
The MCAs have.
So, what is the consequence of your 5 years? Should be a consequence of what? Of an election.
Yeah.
So, why did?
Okay. So the question is,
yes,
according to the constitution,
yes,
the Kenyan constitution,
yes,
the MCAs are being told that they have got 5 years when they're from the date they're elected.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
But then the same constitution says that elections shall be held in the 5th year.
Yes.
All right? So then that contradicts the other one, correct?
Yes, it contradicts. Even if we abolish,
but that is what the Ambo is saying.
Jagero. So even if we abolish term limit,
yes,
and said we now have a 7-year term.
Let me continue.
Without dealing with the elections.
It is.
No, I don't agree with you people cutting my points.
No, because
But he was the one who was talking. He was the one who was talking.
Whose minutes?
My minutes.
Not yours.
They're not yours.
Actually,
I know.
You interjected.
I have not eaten into any minute. You will still speak.
No. Let him go on. Let him go on. And I'm coming back to you immediately.
There is a question
that
is fundamental. And these questions are as follows. One, are we having an illegal process proceeding from tomorrow?
Yes.
Whether we like it or not? Yes.
Okay.
It's an illegal process. Okay? Now, if that is the question, then we come back to the political body, because the biggest court is not those courts of justice and courts of law. The biggest court is the court of public opinion.
Okay.
The perception of justice is more important than justice itself being served.
Okay.
The fashion in which it is being served.
Okay.
Because if you tell me that you are doing justice to me, and I don't think it is justice, then whatever you're doing does not matter. And that's why I said communication happens at the terms of the receiver or the listener. Now, Jagger, sends us to one important question.
Yeah.
That if it's an illegality, then what are we dealing with in the Constitution? The term limit.
Okay. Because if we did an election tomorrow, then the MCs can go to court.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
They can.
Joaquin, no.
But the precedent was set in 2017.
Joaquin, can you allow people to at least submit?
No, ndugu yangu. You are not going to tell me how to behave on this podcast.
Please,
I am going to make sure that you understand the logic.
But you see, now you can't force them.
You agree that before you even disagree with me, have you read our petition? Have you? You don't even know what we are praying in court.
Can you send us your petition? Can you send us No, but that was a judgment you sent me.
I didn't send you the petition.
Yes, send the petition. Go on, Odhiambo. Odhiambo, please go on. Don't be sad. Go on.
You know, sometimes it is.
But we are the most politically alert party in this country.
Odhiambo, go on.
Yeah.
It is very easy to go that route where you want to take some of us.
Yes.
It's very easy.
Which route?
But we've chosen to be civil.
I mean, wewe unapenda sana kupiga kifua. Utakuja juta. Tuendelea.
So, the most important question that then will remain with us Kenyans in the court of public opinion is that what is right according to the sovereign? And the sovereign is the people. And we are finding that MCs and MPs and senators and governors have been given 5 years to serve.
Okay.
They're not being told that your election should be done after 5 years. They're being told that your election should be done in the 5th year. Not after the 5 years.
On a particular day.
Okay? So already, in that fashion, we're having a problem. That MCS are given one side 5 years, and the other side taken away about 6 months or 5 months of their term. Now, this one of theirs can be canvassed everywhere else, in parliament, wherever.
Yeah.
But there's one that for you to put in law, or for you to talk about, you must go to the referendum. That is Article 255. Prescribes to us, what do you need to do, or what questions must go to the people? One of them is the question of the term of the president.
Okay.
And we're not talking about term extension. DAFTs must give space for this conversation. We're talking about what is the term of the president, the calendar date. Because we have exceptional situations that the Constitution has foreseen, what I call consequential positions during an election. For example, the president's term starts at the start of his swearing in to the second Tuesday in the 5th year.
That's where his incumbency.
That's why his incumbency is permanent or is protected.
It's legitimate.
Okay? Now, past that date is where we're having a question. And we are having a simple pedestrian problem, Jagero, and it saddens me. In and after is what we are going to spend billions of shillings sorting.
Yes.
Because
those two wordings.
These two wordings, in and after,
because
is the problem.
Said.
But the Constitution says in.
In.
Yeah. So that means
people are abusing it.
No.
People are and politicians are busy. Just let me finish.
Yeah, let them finish. Let them finish. You're coming in.
Yeah. In the constitution says
watu wanasema Odhiambo maliza Joakim aingie.
Yeah. Na maliza haraka sana. In Joakim Lam ambaye watoka Safina kuja. So in the 5th year, after the 5 years is being a problem. Why? Because culturally we were used to a 5-year term of a president. And the presidents are assuming.
Because even right now, people are talking about 2032.
Yes, it should be 2031.
And that is 5 years, right?
Okay. Yes, and that is dangerous because our constitution is saying in, and we're disagreeing. And so I'm saying, for us to have a simple solution to this in and after, and those who did this mistake, it is shame on them. This is simple English. They should have explained. Now,
1 minute.
Now,
1 minute.
What I'm saying is this.
Yeah.
If Wanjigi becomes the president next year, Wanjigi can decide easily and say, I'm serving a 5-year term. Because the MCA's term is 5 years, and the election must be done on the same day as mine. And that automatically anchors him to after 5 years.
Odhiambo, who do you think wrote that sentence? Is it Orengo?
No, I don't want to go into who did and who didn't.
Okay, go on.
I'm finishing.
Yes, in finishing.
So the simple solution to this question, I've said before, is a simple public participation in the way of a referendum that will help us sort it, because this illegality must not continue beyond 2027. During the election of 2027, let us have the referendum question placed beside the election, and Joakim and his team should take advantage of it so that we have a curative approach and not a complaining approach.
Yes, exactly.
Jagero, before you give Kachola, you see, I am the owner of this document.
Okay. Have you sent it to us?
And I am sending. And I am saying that we need to know what we are looking for. That the question we are raising is fidelity to the law.
Okay.
What does the law say and what are our actions? Are we in tandem with what is being prescribed? Because Uhuru Kenyatta, in his 2 terms, he did not serve any 5 years in any of his terms. The first year was 4 years, 4 months. The second term was 4 years, 8 months. He never went for 5 years. And that is what we call fidelity to the law, because an election date is expressly described in the Constitution, and people have forgotten.
So when Ruto took it in 2022, his was ending just about tomorrow.
Yes.
And did you think he did not know, or you think he knew?
I don't think there is anybody who does not know. But what serves you, that is where the problem is. That we are burrowing our heads in the sand and decide that that is not the issue. And nobody is disagreeing with our bone of contention of an election.
Who is the principal deciding, organization or parastatal in this matter? It is the IEBC, which doesn't seem to know what they're doing. That's what you're saying.
Today, when we speak about these things, there are 2 offices in the country of Kenya that should be alarmed: the IEBC and the Attorney General. Because the job of the Attorney General ni mambo ya sheria. Now, IEBC should look into the...
Somebody yesterday here was talking about the Attorney General's office, I believe it is Odhiambo.
Yes.
That was saying that it should not be sitting within the executive.
Yes.
Yeah, it should not. Look, the people who are saying that an election should happen next year on 10th, there are those who are pushing that narrative. So they should show us a constitutional text and say on this article of the Constitution, it is on this day.
I think it is agreed. I think it is agreed, but you did not answer the question I was asking you.
What question?
The question I was asking you, and before I come to Kachola, is that, okay, makosa imetendeka, so kesho unatakaje? Yes, that's what the question I was asking. You are saying that Ruto should not do anything.
We are saying, and Odhiambo has said, that the mandate given to the president ends on the day that the first ballot should be cast. Because tomorrow people should be waking up to either give him another mandate or take it away from him. So we are saying that the biggest job of the president beginning tomorrow is to seek fresh mandate. He cannot chair any meeting and tell us about visions.
No, he can.
No. I'm telling, according to me.
He can.
You finish.
Ndugu, I think you have a problem.
No, Joachim, also you must give space. He can. No, you must give space.
He can what?
Because
he's saying that this is his topic. And he's saying this is his topic. He's saying this is his topic.
We are not shy.
Jagero has been manipulative, and I kept quiet.
You are being manipulative right now. And we can read
let me remind you what Jagero has said.
Stop saying what you're saying. It is false. The court of public opinion. It's the court of public opinion. That's a fact.
On so many occasions.
Okay.
Odhiambo himself has told me that not to do things the way the public opinion wants.
Yeah.
There is the court of law.
Yeah.
So today it's very convenient for him to support the court of public opinion.
I don't remember talking to this guy about such things.
Yeah.
We don't meet anywhere apart
when
from...
we say...
He's lying.
He's lying through his teeth.
When we say that you are incumbent,
no, Joachim,
your mandate
Kachola has not talked.
Give a chance.
You're not the only person talking here, Bwana.
You are a temporary incumbent.
Yeah, but I'm asking you even as I go to this.
Jagero was allowed him.
Yeah, but
you're being a poor interviewer.
Okay, I'm being a poor.
You're being a poor interviewer.
You are not going to bully me.
You will not sit on us.
Okay, Kachola, please. Kachola, please go on. I mean, you can't hog the mic for a. Yeah, you have been.
I was trying to speak, you gave it to Odhiambo.
Okay.
Now I'm trying to bring my point home, you are giving it to Ambassador.
Okay.
Ambassador is an intellectual. You relax.
Conspiracy.
Okay, let me see what the people are saying. Joachim, address us. What are the propagandists?
No.
Address us.
The court of public opinion is agreeing.
Jagero, I think you're degrading the quality of our podcast.
Okay.
The podcast is not when you are.
No, give him a chance.
Give him a chance. He's your friend.
He's not my friend.
We are begging you.
No. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ambassador can't be a goon.
I want to borrow heavily from Mark chapter 2 verse 27.
Mark chapter 2 verse 27. Go ahead.
I'm still being a heckler.
Which talks about the Sabbath.
The Sabbath.
Yes.
The Sabbath. Okay.
Was Sabbath made for man or man made for Sabbath?
Yeah, I believe that Sabbath was made for man.
It says the Sabbath was made for
man.
For man.
Yeah.
And therefore we heavily borrow from that text, Mark 2:27, about the law. So was the law made for man or man made for law? The law is there to serve
the man.
So
the man decides.
And whereas the law serves the man, it must not only serve the man when it is best suited for that man, but when it is best suited for the public good. In the wisdom of the court, and I'm very certain, in just corroborating what Odhiambo had said earlier, and the example he gave, that should we hold election tomorrow? Because the law says, and when we read the law, let us always read the text and look at the spirit of the law. So the text and the spirit must be looked at the same time, concurrently. Therefore, if you go to election tomorrow, the MCS, the MPs, and all those other elective positions, those guys will do what? Will go to court. And because you cannot hold an election of a president minus the election of this other, the Constitution demands so. So what is the best thing forward? What's the best way forward? As Odhiambo has already suggested, and I fully align myself to that, is that we must go to this election with the two things. Election of leaders and a referendum, so that we rectify the anomaly that is already existing. And anyone going to court today or tomorrow must seek that, can we go to an election with a referendum in that very ballot, so that we correct this anomaly, so that it doesn't occur. Because it doesn't matter who comes in tomorrow. If it is still there, we will still have the same problem. As to what happens to the president tomorrow, I agree with the faith that when the court suspended that particular action that ought to have happened, it did not suspend the powers of the sitting president. Because if that be the case, then tomorrow we have a situation that needs a presidential declaration to save a country from going into the ditch. What happens? We know very well that election in this country is a very tedious process. Maraka told us during the 2017 that election is not an event. It is a process. So we must immerse ourselves in that process such that by the end of it all, we did not just do an event. And that process begins with what that court said. If we go against what the court said, then we are already jeopardizing that very process that we need to give us good results at the end. I therefore beseech anyone who is thinking about this election not to think about an individual who is a president, but think about the country holistically.
Yeah.
That is the only way we are going to salvage our country moving forward. We all love this country, regardless of who is sitting at the helm as the president. We must find the best for our country.
Okay.
And in that regard, I beseech Joachim and his ilk that moving into the future...
He does not like that word ilk.
It's cabal. Guptas.
Moving into the future, can we have a nationalistic conversation about our country, but not self-gratification positions as to who has won which case and who has not won which case? Thank
Okay, yeah, Joachim, I want to allow you to... Yes.
I am shocked.
By what?
By his analogy.
Okay.
So, the law was made for man.
Okay.
So what man deems fit, it's okay.
Yeah.
So when we...
If you decide to go and water your animals on Sabbath.
So when we deem fit, we deemed it fit in 2024 that Ruto must go. Why was it a problem? They told us to follow the constitution, right?
Yeah.
But we, the people, deemed it fit that he should go. The constitution serves us. It is us who makes the decision. All right. So anything goes.
According to which law? Are you saying that?
So which law are you talking about when you
No,
say
what he is saying is that if it is true that Sabbath was made for man and not the other way around, then on June 2024, they decided as a people that they're not going to follow the constitution and they demanded that Ruto must go home.
What was the process?
So they are saying there needed not to be any process.
There are established laws
because it was Sabbath was the law was made for the Gen Zs, not the other, not for Ruto. Correct. Yes.
That must be followed in doing what? In doing away with the president.
Look at him biting his own tongue. He's talking about established laws and processes.
Okay.
But we have, according to his analogy, what I decipher from it is that what men deem fit is what carries the day. All right?
Yeah.
And Odhiambo also said that justice is what people deem is justice.
Yes.
When they think that affordable housing is not justice, it is not justice. According to his analogy. No. I'm just giving an example.
It's being a difficult pedestrian discussion.
No.
If Joachim is going to reduce every sober point to anarchy, because even in deeming fate, there's a process that is followed. There's a constituent assembly that will then. I want to tell you, for example, for you to remove the president, there are several ways.
No, the people can decide to tell him go.
So let me tell you how it happens. Let me tell you how it happens.
Hiyo mambo ya constitution yenye hamtaki kufuata. We are telling you an election is tomorrow. You're giving us all excuses.
Have presidents been removed elsewhere?
Do you respect the constitution? Hold an election tomorrow.
Presidents have been removed elsewhere.
Why are you giving us excuses?
Presidents have been removed elsewhere.
If it's about the law of removing a president, we are telling you about the law of voting for him.
Presidents have been
Hold
removed.
an election tomorrow.
Presidents have been removed elsewhere.
Tomorrow.
Mtaweka nani kama
It's not a question.
And let me say
You can even
this.
vote for Kajol.
Jagero.
Yes.
Presidents have been removed elsewhere by popular uprising. Okay, and even in that, there's a transition assembly that happens. That transition assembly always has the military. The military is the custodian of the constitution. the military is the only other body that is allowed to take over the state and the issues of the state. If there is a quagmire or if there's a catastrophe that has disabled the government from functioning.
Can I prosecute my point?
Prosecuting a point.
1 minute.
This is a point of information.
1 minute.
This is a point of
I don't
information.
want to be informed.
We cannot be anarchists.
Okay.
We cannot be anarchists on this debate.
Yes.
We are not going to be anarchists in terms of the law.
There is no we,
even
because it's me making
Joachim,
those
I hope you're not drunk because you're really pissing me off right now.
No.
You cannot be speaking to us in the fashion that you're speaking to us. No, give us a chance to talk, or you will also not talk, because we can make it difficult for you to talk here.
I told you,
this thing will go down, I'm telling you. You will also not talk. It is possible that you won't talk.
In civil society,
it is possible that you won't air a point.
By superior logic.
And superior logic is by giving other people a chance.
But now because they are refusing that yours is not superior, and you also refuse that theirs is not superior.
We have to listen to each other.
You are being the moderator of this house.
Yeah.
And you are letting it go on an autopilot.
And what I'm saying,
no. I gave Kachola, and then I gave you, and then you finished, and then I gave it to the Ambo.
Yeah, and you're including.
No, am I finished?
But how do I know you're finished?
No. For how long have I spoken?
Okay, how much time shall I give you now? From now.
Why did you ask them about time?
No, but because
I have a point to present.
Okay, so how long?
I was giving an example.
But be sensible,
so how long do you have?
It's not today that we're doing podcast for the first time.
As long as it takes.
No.
Don't do this to us, Bwana.
Let me finish.
Yeah, we can also ensure you don't talk on this podcast.
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute.
No,
a minute. A minute is fine. A minute is fine.
This is the issue.
Don't be silly.
Odhiambo, calm down.
No, this man can't be silly on a podcast.
Yes.
Unafanya podcast for the first time. Don't be silly, bwana. Kwenda huko.
You can get angry all you want.
No. But you're eating on your point.
Don't be silly.
But he's insulting.
No, he's not insulting you. Go ahead.
Silly is a praise.
Don't be silly.
No.
He's calling our whole sector general.
Don't be silly.
No. Let's go forward. Let's go forward. Yes, let's speak. Yes.
Watoto hawezi ongea kwa podcast.
Odhiambo say.
Who are you? Yeah. Don't piss on us.
You will find in this town.
Don't bring your bukusu here.
Okay. Go Odhiambo, let him go.
Why is he angry?
Yes.
Because you think you're the only person who can speak. We are having an argument. This is a debate. And you think you can speak over us.
Do not have
we can literally make it difficult for you
not
to
have
speak
a meter
here.
to measure how important a point is.
And I didn't say your point is not important.
No,
what I'm saying is
I am
this.
degrading
Please
the point.
allow people to speak, Joachim. You have a point, we have a point.
Okay.
We are not dafts here.
In that spirit.
Yeah,
okay.
we're not
Can I
dafts
be
here.
allowed?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah.
1 minute. 1 minute.
In a few minutes.
1 minute. 1 minute. It is 2106. 2107.
Jagero, this is the issue.
Okay.
And I was just carrying on from their own analogy.
Okay.
That it's what the public deems fit.
Okay.
Sometimes, in what they are trying to mean is that this text that we are discussing, authors of the Constitution imagined a day where people should hold an election. So to deny the presidency the chance to arbitrarily elongate or reduce time of election, they gave it a particular date in the Constitution, that an election should not happen after or before. And this text is expressly put in the Constitution that on Tuesday, not Thursday, not Friday, it's on Tuesday, the month of August, inside the 5th year. And we went and did counting. The 5th year starts on which date? In William Ruto's regime. And we established it. Now, in that 5th year, we looked for the second Tuesday, which falls on the 11th of this, which is tomorrow. So we are only telling people that, look, we are missing a deadline. We are not being having any animosity against anybody. That we are just missing a deadline, and we have to be cognizant of the same.
Okay.
But we are being gracious enough understanding that an election is a process, as you said. But because we have broken the law and missed a deadline, we cannot be given a luxury of a whole year.
Okay, so when you go to Supreme Court right now, what are you looking for specifically?
We are looking at why is the judge giving them 1 year?
Why is the judge? So have you given a specific date, the time that you want the judge to give?
I told you that.
No, in your prayer, what are you praying? What is your prayer to the court?
I'll give you the details of the petition of appeal tomorrow when I come.
Okay.
But I'm saying if we are gracious enough, we can give them 120 days.
Yeah. So
that in 120 days, Kenyans, the relevant authorities should have put themselves together and organize an election.
Okay, your time is now up.
Sasa,
yeah. So the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, by the way, has disregarded everything that Wanjigi and co are trying to look for in the courts, Mr. Kachola. The commission has published its election operation plan 2025-2027, launched in May 2026, converting the constitutional election calendar into a set of hard administrative guidelines. The plan is the operational spine of everything that happens between now and the polling day, which they have pegged on the Tuesday 10th, August 2027. 5 things matter for the coverage. The clock is now binding from January 2027 onward. The calendar removes discretion. Public officers who have to resign on the 9th of February 2027. All right? And parties that miss 16th March cannot fill candidates cleanly. Independents who miss 9th May are legally ineligible. All right? They have also talked about campaign finance moved from proposal to law in the last 4 weeks. The National Peace cites that the IEBC draft of 4.44 billion presidential gap. The commission actually gazetted a higher figure of 6 billion. Okay, so those are the things that happens. And Mr. Kachola, I want to go back to you. So the Ambu cools down, all right? What do you think about this? Because then IEBC has decided, okay, the court pronounced themselves, but they have decided that, okay, look, they have suspended that. And they're saying, okay, let's now move. What do you think about what must happen? And something that is very interesting to me is that why is it that the independent candidates are given May, almost 2 months later after the parties have told that these are the guys that you have to front to us? Why do you think that is the case?
Because thank you for that question. Because definitely it returns us exactly to the first question you asked.
Okay.
You remember what you did not understand about people who are being denied opportunity to run in their parties?
Okay.
Now at that level, then if you have to ditch a party, or if you are aggrieved by maybe party nominations, party primaries, now you can easily move because party primaries are supposed to end somewhere in March. Yeah, so you can move to the next, you can become an independent candidate. Yeah. And again, the requirement for independent candidates, sometimes it is just too high because there are, depending on which position, there are a number of people that must endorse your candidature.
Really?
Yes. If you are an MCA, there is a number of people that must. MP, women rep, governor, president, they must. And those people will not just endorse you, they will sign. There is a form that they will all write their names, sign, and write their ID numbers.
Why? Why is that? Why are independent candidates told to do that while the other people are having a field day?
No, they are not having a field day, neither. People in the political parties. Because remember, a political party must endorse you. And it is under the presumption that a political party has members. And by a political party endorsing you, meaning those members
are behind
the political party have done what? Have endorsed you. And that is why, for you to have a political party, there is a threshold in terms of how many offices you must have countrywide, in how many counties. So with that, therefore, it gives the opportunity for those who will run independently to do what? To have all what they need put together and present them at least in May. But let me speak to the electoral financing aspect of all this. So the electoral financing aspect of all this, it doesn't really make a lot of sense for me. Because you remember in 2017, there was a law that was passed in Parliament, but it was shelved. Why? Because it is so difficult, Jagero, in all manner of argument, to actually say that if Jagero is going to campaign, this is the amount Jagero must use.
Okay.
This is the amount he must not surpass. Why is it difficult? Because our systems are not so tight that can do checks and balances. Yes, these laws are good, but can they really fit in the context of Kenyan election and the Kenyan electioneering system? It might not.
Okay.
So it is only proper that even as we make these laws, even as IBC proposes, and you had somebody tell you that members of the public these days expect much more from aspirants or from candidates than in the past. There is, the Yukunajamna aspect of things.
Yeah.
So it is only important that leaders who make these laws really think through how is it connecting to Kenyan population and Kenyan tradition.
Yeah.
Because our tradition may not really acknowledge that aspect of putting safeguards for electioneering money. But it is something that is necessary so that we don't overspend. In the end, we don't steal from the public coffers to plow back into what we used during election.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You realize that other people are speaking quite longer, and you're giving me 1 minute.
No. But how? No. The problem with you is interjections.
No.
When somebody is talking, you interject, and then it becomes your time.
Have I interjected?
So now you have not interjected, which is fine. But I want to go to Odhiambo before I come back to you. Odhiambo was cooling down. Odhiambo.
Let's talk to this too.
No. Let's go on. I'm asking you a specific question. This question is to you.
Give Joachim all the time.
No. You are the one who want to destroy the podcast.
I'm not going to destroy. I'm just going to keep my.
No. The question I'm asking you,
Joachim the chance.
No. This is not Odhiambo's. This is just Joachim's question.
Let him speak.
No, Joachim, do you want to speak?
He has given me time.
Yes.
So why should I refuse?
The question I want to ask him, let me ask you that question. The government has, there is a legal presidential spend of 6.11 billion. I think this is a legal presidential spend that is allowed under the law, that the IBC has allowed. Okay? But, Mr. Kachola, you'll also chime in on this, is that a maximum of, if you spend more than 6.11 billion, you'll be fined 2 million. And according to the calculation, that is actually 0.03% of what you've gone.
Isn't that a slap on the wrist? If I can spend 1 billion, what is 2 million? So, and again, these laws as they are put in place, how enforceable are they? Because what systems do we have put in place to make sure that a presidential candidate is not going to spend more than 6 billion? When it comes to mobilization and logistics and everything, what have I factored in for them to come up with 6 billion maximum? What did they have in mind? Logistical requirements. What are the requirements of a presidential candidate's campaign across the country? Because you also need majority in the 24 counties. So you need to invest in those 24 counties. What is it that you are going to spend? And how are they going to trace my spending? In Kenya, politics is mostly in cash. I can walk with 6 million in my car, go to a rally, and give it to our representative and leave. So how is the IBC going to make sure that that money is going to be tracked? And you started by saying that IBC is still giving timelines of next year. So it's important also for IBC to tell us that this is what we are saying, And they have their date in the Constitution. Why are we even having a conversation about nomination in May? They have to come out and say, as IEBC, this is our text in our Constitution that guides our election date in 2027. So all these things put in place, they are good to be said in public. But how do we enforce them? And we have given a fine of below 1%.
Yeah, 0.03.
Yes, of the total expenditure of a presidential candidate. So is that really curtailing overspending in campaigns, or is just a scarecrow in the farm trying to tell?
But the question is, where is it really coming from, and what is the idea around it? Do you think the IEBC is, wherever they are in the office, are they saying, look, this is exactly what we are going to do to make sure that people do not overspend on elections? Do you think that there is a conversation that they're having in the office, or this is something that they're just saying for the sake of it?
It is just for the sake of it, because I have asked about systems of making sure that that happens. How are they going to know the money I'm going to spend for senator in Nairobi? How much do they know I spent last Sunday? Last Sunday was yesterday. I was in 2 churches in Pipeline. How much do they know I spent there? So what are they going to see as campaign money? Is it fuel for the car, or the money I have given in a Harambe? So how do they determine that this is campaign money and this is personal expenditure? Because that has to be established. So, and those are the systems.
So essentially we have got a useless piece of law.
Yes, it's useless.
And maybe before I continue,
okay.
I want to ask Odhiambo that if you've taken a shower in a river in the village,
yeah,
you definitely know what I mean. So
yes.
We need to continue.
Yeah.
No. I'll keep quiet.
No, there's no problem. Odhiambo has allowed Joachim to win over him. So that's a good one.
You know something?
Yeah.
That needs to be done. Joachim needs to be respectful to everybody in this podcast.
So
and I feel greatly offended.
Yeah.
That we were having a discussion, and until we sort that Jagero, I'd rather not panel with Joachim ever again. Because we've always started with Joachim since we started this podcast. There's no day that Joachim has shown the level of disrespect like he's done today. Because we're having discussions and we're always turn-taking. But Joachim thinks that he's the only person who has opinions and the rest of us should not talk. So if that is his modus operandi, I am at peace never to appear on a podcast with him ever again. And that is my stand.
Can I have a...
And that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
You know, part of my studies to mediate.
Yeah.
And that's why I was telling him, he understands what I'm saying, that if you've showered in a river in the village,
yeah,
you know what could easily happen in that river. So that's why I was asking him that assume you are in a river and you are showering in that river in the village. So you let us just proceed.
Yeah.
Coming back to this, that is the main reason as to why even the 2017 legislative piece did not see light of day, because its implementation in itself is not going to be easy. How are you going to implement this piece of legislation? It cannot be that you are going to monitor. Actually, the law requires that even when you are fundraising for campaigns, there's a limit you cannot go, like the ones that are prescribed.
Yeah.
But there are monies you cannot receive, like foreign money. You cannot receive money from outside this country, from foreign companies, from foreign organizations. The law is very clear on what kind of money you must use on campaign. Why is it clear? We heavily borrowed this thing from the US. You remember our constitution is largely a US prototype. So we borrowed, but we did not contextualize some of these consequences of what we were borrowing into our own tradition and hallmark of doing things. So I think that it might be just another piece of legislation that has zero consequence on the people it intended to be.
Yeah. And that is the problem. Do you feel that sometimes our constitution had a lot of fluff that we needed not to have in the constitution, because then it looks like we are borrowing all these things from somewhere, which is actually not going to happen at the end of the day. Because at what point then do we think? Because, for example, right now we know, like Joachim has said, that all these things are actually cash, right? So is it even important for the IEBC to keep talking about this is the money that you're allowed to campaign with? Is it really necessary?
As a body governing the election, taking care of election and all that, I strongly believe it is their mandate. They must. But now the implementation aspect of it is a challenge. However, having said that, we must also remember that this constitution was made for us. Whereas it doesn't serve us correctly, whereas it has loopholes, can we now stock take? It has been how many years now? Is it 16? 16 years since we had this constitution. Can we stock take? Can we look over our shoulders and ask ourselves, this journey we've walked, where has it served us best? I know that the Office of the Attorney General has actually been looking at the law, our constitution, and looking at possible loopholes. And there are so many, not just one.
Are they really looking at it?
Yes.
And what do you think is their plan?
Actually, I had this conversation with a lawyer friend who told me that he knows that the Office of the Attorney General has been going through the law and looking at which areas or which articles, sections of the law contradicts one another. And some of them are the election laws that really contradicts one another or overlap the other. So in that spirit, it is only proper that where they can be amended in Parliament, they should be taken to Parliament, be rectified. Where it demands that the people be asked to cast a ballot in a plebiscite, therefore the people must be given that opportunity, but also knowing the economic aspects of an election. How best can we save the situation? We can only save that situation by preparing a plebiscite concurrently running with the general election next year.
I totally agree. Joachim, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
So many things are happening this evening.
Okay.
So in our attempt to bring sanity to this country, we have to agree that we will not be able to convince everyone. And we will have to go home to make peace with that fact that you cannot convince everyone. But matters of a constitutional text must be taken seriously. It is fidelity to the rule of law, that all our actions must be guided by that document. It is not a suggestion that you break at will and give excuses. It is not something you do when you feel like. It is a dictate that should guide our actions. So when I come on this podcast to highlight those issues, I have every right to highlight them. And I can speak confidently that of all the times I've been on this show, I have never used abusive words. Only identify the gaps in the society and lay them bare in a very civil manner. So if by so doing I offend some of us, then I am sorry. Some of these things can happen by unintentionally.
Yeah.
But this is politics. Some of us are encouraged to grow some thick skin.
Yeah.
Because you are going to be provoked. And on these issues that we speak about, let it not be misconstrued that we are against a particular individual, because we are also seeking office of leading this country. This same law that we are highlighting will apply even to us when we are in office. So you will come here and ask me, Why are we not holding an election on the second Tuesday of August in the 5th year? And that's the fidelity we are talking about. So we are just trying to show the country that when you talk about constitutionalism, it's not a walk in the park. It takes intention to actually uphold the Constitution. And you need the grace of the Lord to uphold the Constitution. And the President today said that by God's grace, he thinks they will win. Not for their sake, but for the sake of Kenyans. But I disagree with that, with all the grace. That look, Mr. President, I do not think you have any grace to win. That you depleted your grace long time ago, when young people who had a divergent opinion from the way you are leading this country were maimed, killed, some disappeared. Till today, we don't know where they went. There is no closure among their parents of the whereabouts of those children. That is the day you depleted your grace. And for the sake of Kenyans, it's not about hatred. It's about how the country is being led. That it is in the best interest of the Kenyan people that you lose this election. And those are not statements that should make anybody angry. Because I believe that in a debate, you do not win by coercing, you win by superior logic. If I made my logic and it is inferior, you bring your superior one.
Yeah.
And you win today, you lose tomorrow. And that becomes life.
So Jagero, in this context, who is not upholding the law? Maybe according to Joachim.
In what question?
In the election question, who is not upholding the law? Because you see, I see a conversation drifting to suggest, a conversation trying to suggest from Joachim and his cohort that the president is not upholding the law. So who is really not upholding the law here? Because the judgment was given in a court of law. And this judgment actually applies to all. Assume elections were to be held even in the next 100 or 90 days. Who will suffer the most? It is not even the president, for that matter.
Yeah.
If elections are to be held in the next 120 days.
And we are people of the internet. We are going to be taking a few calls just about right now. So if you have questions and you have got things that you want to say about this issue, you will start calling in a few, maybe in 5 minutes or so. But I want to ask you, because this is very interesting, Mr. Kachola, is that Ruto, the president, is with Uhuru Kenyatta. And they take over the government as the dynamic duo in 2013. And he knows that they take actually 4 months, 4 years, and a few months, and they hold an election. They take another one together as the dynamic duo, right, in 2017, correct? And they take 4 years and a few months.
Yes.
And then he takes over and is barreling through to 5 years, and he thinks that there is nothing wrong with it. That is the most interesting thing about this whole issue.
You remember we were supposed to hold an election in 2012, right?
Yes.
It was not held in 2012. It was held in
2013.
It was postponed.
What was the issue?
We were supposed to hold elections at 2017. When were they held?
2013, September.
No, I'm saying 2017.
They were held on the 8th of August in 2017.
In 2017.
And President Uhuru had been sworn in on 28th of September 2013.
And we all know that there was a court case from people who the Constitution gave the mandate to serve for 5 years. So already, even Joachim, in his explanation, accepts that there is a serious contradiction in the law.
Yeah.
And with that, he acknowledges that we cannot have one election and avoid the rest. So if at all even the court of law was to accept
he
that,
says that there is that when they went to court, then they set a precedence.
They say we set a precedent.
Yeah, and I don't know whether the precedent is law.
Yes, because when you go to court, what is used? Because when you go to court on the same premise as other people, No, so
but you can disagree with that precedent and say, look, these people are in law, and therefore we are not going to revert back to it.
You have to make constitutional sense. You have to actually make them make us know that you actually deserve it, because what were they asking for? Salary of the remaining months in office.
Okay.
But the court said, look, when should your election be done? According to this document, it's on the second Tuesday of August in the 5th year. So it's an express date. So which date do you want to hold your election?
But why are we ignoring the
Mm.
fact that the same constitution gives them 5 years in office?
But don't you, Joachim, do you agree there is a problem, a misnomer? Is that what they call it?
No. The drafters of this constitution understood one thing. When power gets into your head and you have the leverage to decide which date is the election, because we had come from that experience.
Maybe one thing
before you come in. So now there is term of office, and for the president and other positions, there is nowhere in the constitution that they are given 5 years. They can't say it, that it is here. It's only an MCA, that's why he went to court. And the court told him, your election should happen with the others.
Yeah, but it seems like you're diminishing the rights of the MCAs. Why? But you are really stressing on this one for the presidency. When it comes to MCAs, you're saying there's a precedent. This was done. In fact, can I ask you?
Yes.
When the MCAs were told, look, this is the constitution saying that we need to go to elections in the 5th year.
Yes.
Did they go back to appeal?
They exhausted every.
They went all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Okay.
They exhausted.
So that's exactly what you guys are doing.
So we are doing that. We are saying this is a misnomer in the law.
Okay.
That you guys want to hold an election in the 6th year.
And then the question I'm asking you is, don't you think that this thing now has to be clear? And that is why Odhiambo and Kachola are asking for a correction in the constitution so that this is clear. And they're asking that we should have a referendum to clear this air, to make sure that...
stay fidel to the existing constitutional text, even as we think of a referendum? Are we fidel to the existing constitutional text?
Okay. Because then for you and Safina Party and Willis, what I'm seeing is you want the president to be any other person until the next election. That is your biggest contention.
No.
What is your biggest contention?
What is fidelity according to him?
Look here. And I told you, stop thinking about Ruto in this argument. Because it could be anybody else on that seat. It could be a best candidate that might win in the next election. So when we say we have to follow the law in important matters like this election, so what we are saying is the president shall remain in office, President Ruto.
Okay.
But his mandate given to him by the people ends tomorrow.
And who has disagreed?
So many people have disagreed.
Has the president disagreed?
The president cannot speak about that matter because he will be inviting a lot of debate.
Yeah, but it looks like you thinking that somebody is going to disagree, and we are not even tomorrow is not here.
Goja.
Okay. Can I?
Because we are talking about temporary incumbents.
Yes. Why is this in the constitution?
So I will furnish you with all the documents. Forgive me for not carrying them today. When does temporary incumbents begin?
It is in the constitution.
When the ballot is cast.
Okay.
The first one.
Okay.
When it is cast, now you are not a full president.
Yes.
You are in that office based on the fact that there should be no vacuum. And there are things you can do, and there are things you can't do.
Okay.
And you are in power based on an election. Our argument is very clear that an election should have happened tomorrow. That's when the first ballot should be cast at 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
That alone its consequence is that the president has limited power. And we are saying because tomorrow is an election date, according to our constitution, where the mandate given to the president by the people ends, and he's now in office based on logistical nightmare of planning an election and a suspension of the court. Remember, the court does not expressly say that the powers of the president remain intact.
Okay, let me bring Kachola because there is a caller on the line.
There's
once
something that I seriously wanted Odhiambo to comment on, because he began saying it, but he did not finish. That window where we have temporary presidency or we have a caretaker government, whereas even there is a problem in a country and the military have taken over, but they recognize that we are not going to take charge forever. We have to allow the civilians to take charge. There is that window where we have both the military and the civilians come together, agree. You see, at that point, we have a very fluid state of issues. We might even have attack on a state, but there are powers that the president at that particular moment might not exercise. Are we saying we want to remain in that situation for 1 year? And should anything happen to the country where the president's powers are needed directly?
I think he's even the one.
That is why I was pleading with Odhiambo to come in just in that window, because he had begun explaining it, but stopped midway.
Okay.
If you are explaining consequences of failure to follow the law.
Okay.
That's how you endanger the country.
I was just saying, if we can
So if we have a president with limited powers for a year,
you
can imagine the
you
can imagine the danger.
Okay.
So have you seen the consequences of not following the law?
That is aside. What we are talking about.
So we put the consequences aside.
No, I'm saying your argument now, as valid as it may,
as valid
as it may, let's hold it there, then allow Odhiambo to just weigh into that period of uncertainty. Because actually,
are we on with the line?
He began by explaining something which I think is very important. Yes, if he may.
All right, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear? What's your name and where are you calling us from?
I'm calling you from Nairobi. My name is Achieng.
Your name is Achieng. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Yes. What do you think about the quagmires that we are having and dealing with it today at the political headache?
Yeah, this political headache?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm really, really disappointed by my two brothers. You cannot defend this regime.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Go ahead. Why should they not?
I mean, obvious things. Like, what is there to defend about Ruto? I can't get it. No,
but we were not discussing Ruto today, though.
I mean, sorry, my brother Odhiambo and the other one are just defending.
No. They have not defended Ruto today. Today we have not been talking about Ruto.
They're even almost fighting with Joachim.
Oh, you mean when they were talking about the shooting?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the man said he doesn't regret what he said.
All right.
And then Joachim has given examples like the Dependo's death and all those other ones. And Odhiambo is telling us that it's regrettable. Until when? Come on, guys.
Excuse me, what would you want me to say? You want me to say it's not regrettable?
It is regrettable, but please.
So what is the problem?
Bring
is it English? You don't understand.
Justice Kwanzaa.
And I'm agreeing with you, and that's what I said with Joachim, that I'm agreeing that justice must be served. And currently, are there people who are being prosecuted?
It is called due diligence.
Do you know of one person who is being prosecuted currently?
I have no idea. The point is, why are we defending this regime that is
There's a rogue policeman who shot Rex Masai. That policeman is in court. He's being prosecuted. Are you not seeing that? Or what should people do?
You're picking on one. There's so many deaths that has occurred during this regime.
The rest of them, we have institutions of whatever, criminal justice that should follow them up. If they are failing, there are things to be done. We have a parliament that should be standing on behalf of the people. As Odhiambo, what do you want me to do?
Odhiambo, this defending this regime like this is not nice.
No,
I mean, say something.
I would like you to stay with me on the question that I've just asked. You've said that there's a problem with the prosecution. There's the problem with justice. And I'm agreeing with you that yes, justice must be served even before compensation. And there's a process that is ongoing. If the criminal justice system is failing, what should I do as Odhiambo?
But you see the way you're attacking Joachim when he says something like...
and that is the problem I'm having with Joachim as well. I'm just asking a question.
And
what
then you're so angry, Odhiambo. You're so angry. You're losing it. You're just so angry about it. No, come on. You're a very good debater.
Just answer that simple question. What do you want me to do? To kill Ruto? So
Nobody says you should kill Ruto.
I'm asking, what do you want me to do?
Tell Ruto that he has blood in his hands and
I
he
have
should not...
told him several on this podcast, Jagero can tell you, I am one of Ruto's supporters who tells him off when he goes wrong. I've told him severally. He's been doing big mistakes in communication. And my record speaks for it. What's the challenge, darling?
Odhiambo, the challenge is, you know, I get you very well. I get you very well. I get Joachim. I get Jagero. But you tonight, something is not right.
What is that? We've skipped from the point we've gone to what is not right tonight.
You are saying that something is not right with Odhiambo, right?
You're mad at Joachim. You're even saying you don't need to sit with him there anymore. That's not the way to debate.
Okay, let me tell you something so that you understand. We were debating, and we've always debated with Joachim for a long time, since the podcast started, okay? And in those podcasts, there's no day that Joachim has ever disparaged the points of other people. Today, he has been bludgeoning, and you must, if you are watching from the onset, you can keep the record. That we were talking, he keeps on interjecting. He keeps on taking our points as very simplistic points, to a level that he tells me that he's a bukusu. And then I asked him, or I said, don't bring to us your bukusu.
Don't you think that is not right? Is that right to say that in this podcast?
I agree it is not fair, but Joachim must also learn order. I agree it is not fair, but he must learn order. It's something simple.
What order?
Yeah, but our dear caller, don't you think Joachim was disorderly and heckly at some point?
No. He was not heckling. I'm not supporting Joachim, but he was not heckling. No. Odhiambo got angry, and then the situation went like that.
Okay. But I've been quiet. I think that is respectful, isn't it?
Okay, Odhiambo, I like your debate always. I always follow you. But tonight you've disappointed me.
I'm sorry, darling. Sometimes it's like that.
Thank you very much.
Once like that. Actually, I was asking if Odhiambo could just weigh in that period where we have challenges, and maybe there is a crisis. At that point, we've seen it in other countries. We've seen it in Sudan. Sudan tried it, and it actually collapsed.
Yeah. But these scare stories about collapsed countries.
All right. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Stories.
Fine, thank you. My name is Michael.
Yes, your name is Michael from where?
From Nairobi.
Yeah.
I think I'm calling to just register my disappointment. I've been watching this podcast since its inception.
Okay.
And I've been a follower from the word go. I love both Joachim and Odhiambo.
Okay.
They are both intelligent guys. But today, I've been keenly following every bit of the podcast from the comfort.
Okay.
I chose not to sleep to watch and learn and enjoy the intellectual exchanges like they always do. But dragging a whole tribe into the discussion was stooping too low for Odhiambo. I must say this, that one, being disrespectful, yes. I think Joachim was a bit disrespectful, but you cannot equate disrespect
to being a tribal bigot, if I may use that word sparingly. So I think for that, moving forward, I think, Mr. Odhiambo, that was quite off. And I think when it's live, we agree. We should also cut him some slack because I could see Enda flying around. And these two are our brothers. We need them in the podcast.
Yeah.
Mr. Odhiambo, Mr. Joachim, we love you guys. So I think that for up to that point, it's really watered down the discussion, Jagero. So, Mr. Jagero, I must say that in the subsequent podcast, please take charge and put Odhiambo in his place, put not Odhiambo and Joachim in their places. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your words of wisdom, gentlemen. There is something that you wanted to say, but people are calling. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, good evening. What's happening on your side? What's your name and where are you calling us from? Hello?
My name is Gesimba. I am calling from right here in Nairobi.
Okay.
Yes, and I've been one of your guests before. We had a conversation with Basht on Kenya Vision 2030 versus 2060, but I'm calling today to be the devil.
Yeah. WhatsApp that never does. WhatsApp is difficult. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Good evening, Zagero. This is Odhiambo from Kakamega.
Hey, Odhiambo, how about your namesake? What is going on?
Odhiambo leo amechemka. Odhiambo leo amechemka.
Hii election in a tech a band.
You know, I've followed Odhiambo closely, even in Kabondo Kasipul, mali anataka kusimama MP.
Hey.
Odhiambo, punguza baba, punguza.
I'm sorry, namesake. I'm only human. I'm not ready to stone.
Dogadoga chien ngata, tulia.
Ngani wechaji.
Sawa. So on what you're discussing today, Jagero.
Yeah.
I will agree with the prof, though I don't like him as a person. I will agree with the diplomat.
Yes, the diplomat. Yes. Why don't you like him? He's a very friendly guy.
No, I don't like him as a person because he supports the government. You know, I'm not a government apologist.
Oh, okay. So it is not him.
Today I'll concur with
it
his
is the
point.
representation that he brings to the podcast.
Today I will concur with this point that law does not apply in isolation. I think Odhiambo was bringing a very good point that you cannot apply law in isolation. These laws are meant to protect people. I'm not a lawyer. I am coming from Nyando. My uncle is Miguna, but law does not apply in isolation. Correct. Joachim,
you understand that? Nephew.
Yes. So you cannot apply law today and say, let us have an election tomorrow. The diplomat has said, if we say that we are going to have an election in the next 120 days, who is going to suffer? The Mwananchi. Who is going to bear that cost? Is Ruto going to bear the cost of the election?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you go ahead.
So in what isolation is this law being applied?
Okay, so before he answers that, Mr. Odhiambo, there is the Odhiambo is still speaking, but I've gotten your call so that you can listen. When Odhiambo drops, you will go on. So Odhiambo, can you finish and then we will leave it to the other gentleman.
So, hello, Jagero.
Yes.
This is Afen again. I am here.
So I'm asking you.
Yes.
So in what isolation is the application of this law is?
There is a gentleman called Odhiambo that you were speaking with. Odhiambo, can you hear me?
Hello. This is Afena.
Is that Brian Odhiambo?
No, this is Afena.
No. I think I'd not put Odhiambo. Mr. Afena.
Yes.
You are together. The call is merged together with Odhiambo, who was speaking before. So if you can allow him to just finish his point, do not drop. Just hold. He will finish his point, and then you'll pick from there. Is that okay?
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. No problem. I'll wait.
Okay, go ahead. Simiyu, you were asking a question.
Yes. In water isolation, because I have heard you make a passionate point about law not being applied in isolation.
Okay, what in isolation is like this, yeah? While applying law, you must apply this law knowing that there are people. These judges live in the society. These magistrates live in the society. And they are cognizant and aware that when we say that this election to be held tomorrow, in as well as it has been established in the Constitution that the election should be held in the 5th year, which is tomorrow, that one is practically not possible. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if what is the diplomat is saying is that you are saying that it's carrying us with the issues of Sudan. These are real issues, Simiyu. If tomorrow we say that, stop saying no. You cannot dismiss everyone.
I just want to ask you.
Yes.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yes.
So tell us the consequences of breaking the law and not following the Constitution.
The consequences of breaking the law and not following the Constitution.
Yes.
It brings whatever we are in now is already a constitutional crisis.
So when we are gracious enough to say that we understand an election cannot happen tomorrow, but we are giving a grace period of 120 days.
Which is 3 months.
Which is 3 months. So are we, that's 4 months.
4 months.
Yeah, so are we being cognizant of the fact that people are supreme and they need time to prepare?
Can you do a campaign from now to 4 months?
Odhiambo in finishing so that the other person is also able to join.
Can your presidential candidate run a presidential election from now to December and win?
So are you saying all presidential candidates will lose because they will campaign only for 4 months?
No, I'm just asking you a very simple question to me. Can your presidential candidate run a campaign from now to December and win?
He's the one pushing the agenda. Are you the one pushing?
Okay. Odhiambo, you have to drop off so that you allow the other gentleman.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one pushing.
Please drop. Go ahead, the other guy. Thank you very much.
Hello, Ndindi.
Yes.
I'm almost a number one fan of this broadcast. But today, to be sincere with you, I had changed my mind about Odhiambo. But this time round, I'm totally disappointed because Odhiambo is a guy who articulates issues in a very, very, very, very advanced manner. But in the way he's now talking today, I'm not so sure whether it is the same Odhiambo that I normally see on Spice FM, because I know he cannot behave like this on Spice FM. He cannot behave like this even on Nation. But today, I think Odhiambo should go and reflect to himself on how he has spoken, because I'm a lawyer. I really feel offended when he comes talking about the Bukusus, and he knows very well. I know he doesn't like Sifuna. That much we have agreed with him. Last time I even told him, will you remember? But I think you tell Odhiambo, please, for heaven's sake, nobody has a monopoly of ideas. Joachim was just giving his own sentiments. But if he doesn't accept them, he is not supposed to use some abusive language on a broadcast like this, because this broadcast is respected all over. I can tell you, I have a brother of mine who listens to you in the US.
What is the abusive language I used?
So, when you say that he is bringing the Bokuso here, what do you mean, Mr. Odhiambo?
Did you hear what Joachim said? Joachim, can you tell them what you said before I said that?
That is a Jacaranda language. But
can you allow Joachim to say what he said before I said that?
No. I'm dealing with you. I will come to Joachim. Please, for heaven's sake, can you give respect to this broadcast?
I do respect this podcast. Excuse me. I do respect the podcast
you
very
see the
much.
problem with you, I'm talking and you're talking.
You also have to give chance to talk. That's what I'm talking about.
Please,
because you're not tolerant.
Everybody is very disappointed with you, my young man. I think we started knowing you because of this political headache. Nobody knew you before that. and we have accepted you. So please come.
You don't have to accept me, bro.
Okay?
Come on.
No, Mr.
Excuse
Diamo,
me.
please accept the mistake and let's move
I
on.
refuse that kind of bullying. That's what I'm refusing. I'm sorry. Not me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now you earn my...
All right. Hello.
Jagero, good evening.
Good evening. How is Dubai, my brother?
I'm good, bro. How are you today?
Hey, kumechemuka Joakim na huyu rafiki yake wanalimana.
Nimeona. Sasa nilikuwa nataka kuambia Odhiambo. Kuna shule inaitwa Kwacha Academy.
Kwacha Academy.
Na ukienda huko,
okay.
Hakuna lesson mingi.
Hakuna what?
Hakuna lessons mingi.
Lessons mingi?
Hakuna subject mingi.
Okay.
Sasa unaona kama Joakim amelearn kuhusu odious debt, hakuna kitu unaweza mwambia kuhusu odious debt.
Hakuna kitu inaitwa
is this discussion
odious
about
debt anatufundisha.
Yes.
Huwezi tuambia kitu kuhusu odious debt saa hii.
No, I'm asking you. Is this discussion about odious debt?
But that is
no, I'm telling you.
Him, not you.
Listen. Joakim, I'm on your side. Joakim, Nico on your side.
Yeah? No, but
when Odhiambo was
what does he say? I am the one who has accepted. What does he say? Mr. Sam, what have you said about odious debt?
Mimi nasema kama sahi Joakim amehitimu kwa odious debt. You cannot tell him anything about odious debt. That is what I'm saying.
Why?
No, are we discussing about
but why is he saying it? Listen, Joakim, listen keenly. Why are you talking about odious debt? He was
exactly. Hiyo ndio kitu umeniuliza why am I saying this? Kwa sababu
yes.
Joakim ameinternalize about odious debt mpaka sisi wenyewe wananchi tumeelewa through them.
Okay.
Even in the court, they have already won it.
Okay.
Umeni understand?
Yes.
Sasa subject ingine imeingia ni kuhusu mambo ya election.
Okay.
Now what I wanted to say is kwamba sasa Kwacha Academy wameanza subject ya kuhusu election date.
Okay.
And you are getting to understand. Mpaka Sunday ame-understand hii kitu na amesema hii kitu ni kweli. The election is tomorrow. So what I wanted to say is Odhiambo is not the first person kusema hata waifanya nini na Joakim. Uliza Odeo wiki. Ile nawe. Umeona Odeo wiki akifanya podcast na Joakim? Kwa sababu ya Kwacha Academy knowledge.
Yeah, what is your point today? I am struggling to understand your point.
My point today is mimi kwanza hata nilikuwa nataka kuongea kuhusu mambo ya shooting.
Okay.
And Odhiambo, he said something he should never say.
Okay.
I have been in law enforcement. Na kuna vitu vinne ambayo unaambiwa zingatie ukifire live bullet. And I'm talking about live bullet. Live bullet unafaa ufire first of all in a range. Na range ina sheria zake. Range ni mahali mnafanya practice ya shooting. That is the first place unakuwa allowed to shoot live round. The second place ni in a contact. In a contact ni mtu amefire at you and you're firing back. That is the second place you are allowed to fire a live bullet.
Okay.
Nafasi ya tatu ni when you are being in danger, like mnyama amekuattack or something unknown imekuattack na unajaribu ku self defend. That is the third place. And the fourth place ni self defense. Self defense ndio ile unaonanga wa Amerika.
Hello. I am getting another person on call, but I would like you to finish.
Hello, I'm finishing. The fourth one and the last one ni wakati unaonanga ni self defense. That's when you see someone with a firearm and you have to defend yourself. Hizo ndio the only. Sasa niambie in a protest. Hello guys. Ni nani alikuwa amekuwa attacked? Hello?
Yes. Nakusikia. Hello, there is a gentleman that is trying to speak. And I'm asking him that he should be able to wait for you to finish and then he can speak later. Our new guest.
Yeah, I'm finishing. So in a protest niambie
Ni wapi hivi vigezo vinne vimeingilia in a protest that we lost 67 people to a point that unieke tu katika hizo in those four things. And that's why you see the president alimake. Alisema kwamba ni criminal, waliingia parliament, waka-attack Amari. Those things, they were very deliberate. Kusema ati waliingia Amari, wakachukua guns, sijui nini, ndio waseme kwamba walishoot because it was on a self-defense. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Hello?
Hello guys. Sasa Jagesh.
We are okay. How are you doing? What's your name and where are you calling us from?
I'm calling you from Eastlands, Nairobi.
Okay.
My name is John.
Okay.
Yeah, gentlemen, kindly relax first. Let's be logical. Now, even though I don't like what Mr. Odhiambo actually said, it's not that I did not like it. I did not support it. Now, we ought to remember that the essence of this show is we need to have people from different sides, people who support the government and people who support the opposition. It's the essence of the show. So it will be better if people relax and stop being emotional and be professional. Because I think Odhiambo has been sacrificed a little bit. Sorry for that, sir. So my question is this. Let's get to business and forget the emotional part. So my question is this. To me, I find the date of election not that relevant. To me, the most important thing is this. Will IEBC do its mandate on a true and fair view perspective? Because this might be something that is diverting us from maybe even focusing about the possibility of irregularities in our election. Now we're arguing about this. What about the election process?
Okay.
Will we have true and fair view results? Will the tallying, the counting, the whole process, will it represent what Kenyans want? That's the most important question for me first.
Okay.
So before even people argue about the case, please let us think about our electoral process and integrity.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Okay, I can't hear this gentleman. Hello?
Hello, Ndndi Nyoro. Is this Ndndi Nyoro, political headache?
Yeah, this is political headache. How are you doing, my brother? What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Our name is Brian. Brian calling from Durham, North Carolina, United States.
Okay.
I'd like to make a few comments about today's show.
Okay. What do you think?
No, I don't even want to get into the nitty-gritty of the debate today, but there's something I just want to pass across.
Okay.
Especially to you, Ndndi Nyoro. At the end of the day, the buck stops with you. Especially you, Ndndi Nyoro. Yeah. And I to all to other panelists. But what I want to say to you, Ndndi Nyoro, is, we watch this show and we really love it. And sometimes we don't call, sometimes we call. But today, what actually you allowed in the show to how it degenerated, I'm actually disappointed in you, Ndndi Nyoro. The buck stops with you. This is your CNN, eh?
What do you figure I should have done? To close the show when there was squabbling?
What you should have... No. What you should have done is you should have put your feet down. Okay?
Yeah, but I did.
And stopped the person. No, you did not.
I think I tried.
Enjoying part of it.
I think I really tried.
Yes.
There was nothing I could do when two men who are more than 30 years old are shouting at each other. What do? Do you swim at the mic?
No, you okay, that's where I want to come in and maybe give my foolish advice, okay? Now, the point where one of them, and we don't need to mention them, because anybody can go and watch the replay, the point where one of them was constantly, all the time, interjecting. Ndndi Nyoro, don't you think you had a role to play there?
Yes, I did, and I think you are talking about Joachim interjecting, and I did speak to him to tell him to let the others finish his point, but he didn't. You know this, yes, I can do more next time.
Mm-hmm.
I can do more next time, but I think sometimes I don't have a gun in the studio, you know. So I'm on a gun to somebody and tell them that you need to. But I will say this. These are friends who have been taking tea here from 5. I think they just need to know that when the lights go off and people are watching internationally, then there is a way that they should, give each other grace. And that for me is what I need to say, is that it is important to give each other grace, because these people are very tight when they are not on the studio, but then when they start doing this to themselves in the studio, it becomes very difficult.
You are very right. You're very right. We don't know their other private life, but perception-wise today, the way it came across as, two guys who were like, almost going at each other.
Yeah.
And one of them really instigated it and really drove it until the other one lost his mind. And people cannot be mad with the one who lost his mind. But I love your show. I've been watching, and I can't comment today, but maybe one time I'll get time and comment. But I just wanted to come and tell you, hey, Odur, don't allow this again.
All right, thank you.
It's not really okay. You're welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, tunasikia kelele sana pande hiyo. How are you doing?
I'm Zuri. I'm Andrew from Kajiado.
Yes.
I just want to get in this issue of election date.
Very good.
In fact, the Constitution 2010 has a lot of gaps.
Okay.
That ought to have been cured, some clauses through referendum.
Okay.
And some clauses ought to have been done through the parliament.
Okay.
But our parliament has been a joke all along.
Mm-hmm.
Because even towards the 2017 election, they only measured on issues to do with party hopping, those nonsense.
Okay.
But there are lots of things, like remember the assumption of office of the deputy governor when it became vacant.
All right.
It's only the courts that came to intervene, but it was a serious gap.
All right.
So coming on this election one, you see Article 177, Article 136, Article 142, and Article 259.
All right.
There are lots of inconsistencies, even though we know the issue of MCS in 2013.
Yeah.
The Article 142 carried the day.
Okay.
But in 2017, we had an election.
All right.
So counting the 5th year from 2017, ought to have been 2021.
Okay.
It went to 2022.
All right.
Now the court has interpreted it. When you look at the letter of the Constitution, the text is very clear. But moving forward, we must also check on what gave birth to this Constitution.
Okay.
You remember the Waki Kriegler reports and so on. The time frame where the IBC was to be in office.
Okay.
I think 24 months before election.
All right.
Such that even if we go by this ruling, even the recent by-elections, Olkalau, those other by-elections, they were nullity.
Okay.
Because the timeline did not allow for by-election if election is set to tomorrow.
Okay.
So the only remedy is like Kachola said, we must sit back as Kenyans, draft a referendum for these clauses, more so through the Office of the Attorney General.
What do you think are some of the urgent clauses that needs to be dealt with? Some of the 4 or 5 two laws that you think are must be be taken through a referendum. Which ones are they?
Also, the election has already crept in.
Okay.
Then the Office of the Deputy Governor.
What about
in case it falls vacant? Hello?
What about the Office of the Deputy President?
The Office of the Deputy President is very clear in the Constitution.
Okay.
Yeah, if it falls vacant, very clear how it can be filled.
All right.
But the one for the deputy governor was not clear.
Okay.
So this issue of timelines, like you look at Article 259.
Yeah.
The timeline for days starts in the next day, but the timeline for year starts in the same year. Like for instance, you get a child today.
Okay.
You know that child cannot be 1 year old. That child will be 1 year old next year. So even this, how they are counting, Article 259, how they are counting.
Okay.
I think Article 259 sub Article 5C, something of that kind. So those are the things that we must see. And you do anything affecting the presidential election, it must go through a referendum.
All right.
The parliament cannot amend it in isolation. Yeah.
Thank you. Watu wanapiga simu tuwasikize wa Kenya, sio? Wa Kenya wanapiga simu kabisa leo. Wengine wanalima Odhiambo, wengine wanalima Joakim. Hello?
Claro.
Habari gani ndugu? Unatupigia simu kutoka wapi? Wewe umeweka simu kwa loudspeaker na tunasikia TV, tunasikia kila kitu. Zima zingine alafu weke simu kwa masikio tafadhali.
Nimezima TV. Habari ya Joakim na Odhiambo.
Yes.
Sisi tuko kabisa.
Leo Odhiambo amechoma, na ukitaka kujua amechoma Jagero, just read the comments yako kwa nini yako leo uone amechoma. Anapaswa aombe sisi wote msamaha.
Anavaa aombe msamaha ya nini? Sababu ndio kwa line. Yes.
On the issue ya shooting ya watoto wetu ya 24 ya kurekebisha amekubali.
Yes.
Ya very good.
Okay.
And I think the honorable thing is to tell the president and the interior PS to decide honorably.
Okay.
That to be very diplomatic kwa nchi yetu.
All right, thank you. Hello?
Jagero.
Yes.
Si wewe.
Unatafuta Jagero mgani? Ama naongea na caretaker.
Wewe jamaa naongea na caretaker. Hello?
Hello, Jagero.
Yes, how are you doing, my brother? What's your name and where are you calling us from?
I'm Ndndi Nyoro from Kiambu.
From Kiambu, na kukumbuka wewe umetupigia mara 2 mara 3 hivi, sio?
Wewe acha tu amshikangi.
Sasa mimi nikikwambia mimi naona hapa juu ya simu naona 76 missed calls. Sasa mimi nashangaa. Inafaa nikuwe na somebody told me that actually need a circuit board or whatever board for getting the calls in and managing them and so on and so forth. But you know, I'm not fixing the nation.
No, what you should do next time?
Okay.
Huyo Kachola looks like he's a good man. Akaa hapo katikati ya Joakim na Odhiambo. To solve this dispute here.
Yeah, and that is why I suggested that I should exchange a chair with him. I always know that tempers really flare between Odhiambo and Joakim.
But anyway, today we have enjoyed the war. We also laughing on this other side. Anyway, I want to talk about this thing of the shooting and whatever. And honestly, in 2024, these things really it pissed everyone off. This issue of people being killed. You know, I'm a very good supporter of Ruto, but wakati ya watu 67 walikufa just like that, and the man has nothing to say. Nilitoka huko. Then this issue.
Uko kwa nani sasa?
Sai, tuko kwa Sifuna sai.
Wewe uliacha Gachagua?
Achana na huyo jamaa. Ule jamaa acha nikwambie, unaona Kiambu? Kiambu watu wanasema tu kwenye Gachagua atasema ndio tunaenda. Lakini tukisema ati Gachagua asimame, atumpatii bana, ili tupe Ruto.
Usiongee hivyo bwana. Joakim will not be happy with you.
Amesema nini?
Amesema hata pea Wanjigi.
Yeah, I'm not saying Ndindi.
And I'm not saying. Even if he said that, even if he said that,
okay,
he's no under obligation to vote for my candidate.
He should. You should be.
It is a matter of convincing Jagir.
Wanjigi has not convinced me, Bwana.
Wait, Bwana, but
you can vote
but
for
why don't you take this opportunity? Don't be proud.
I'm not.
Why don't you just take this opportunity to tell him why he should vote for Wanjigi? This is your opportunity.
He doesn't seem like he's willing to listen to anything.
No, but yes, you have not said. How can you not say somebody is not listening and you have not spoken?
Jagero.
Take this opportunity. I've given you 1 minute to talk to a voter.
Habari ya mgeni.
Simi unajua niko soko bwana.
Tutaanza kulipa la bulagani bwana.
Simi you're supposed to talk to me nicely bwana.
Si ndio naambia wewe, hii inji iko kwa mteremko.
Okay.
Unasikia vile Odhiambo anasemanga? Bwana unajua hii kitu we have no other way. Tusaidie tu tusukume hii kitu mpaka 2032. Bwana you're not convincing me bwana.
We will have no country. You see, nikiwaambia hii maneno, please pay attention. Sikiza ndugu.
Sasa utuambishi uende wapi bwana nani Simiyu bwana?
Alright. Mnaweza patana nyuma ya tent. Thank you very much. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, how are you my brother? How are you doing?
I'm fine, very fine. I'm Ahmed calling from Lamu.
Yes, Mohamed, how are you doing? Umesikiaje mada ya leo?
Mada leo ilikuwa mzuri. Lakini kawaida wapenda nao ndio wapiga nao.
Wapenda nao ndio wapiga nao. Swahili safi. Endelea.
My point is just simple. As Odhiambo and Mr. Kachola explained, that sometimes we have to be working on logic terms, because even if you ask the Secretary General of Safina Party, can he hold the primaries in the next 1 month for the whole country?
Okay.
It's just a question of yes or no. And if he is given the chairmanship of the IDC, can he hold an election for 3 months, in 3 months?
Takuwa ngumu.
Yes, it is a long shot. It is asking him to run a marathon and he cannot. Yes. So it's not a matter of fidelity, it's not a matter of vote. Sometimes even if the law has not worked for us, but we have to bend the way and see what is good for the country. And what is good for the country right now is to hold the general election in the next year.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I was to ask a question again.
Watu wako wengi. Wakenya wako wengi. Habari gani ndugu?
Hello, Jagero.
Yes, how are you doing, my brother? We can hear your device from which you are listening to us, making noise in the background.
And I have muted it already.
Very good. Now you are loud and clear.
Thank you so much. My name is Owili Fidel Castro.
Your name is?
Owili Fidel Castro.
Owili Fidel Castro.
Exactly. A medical student from Kenyatta University. I wanted to interject a bit.
Okay, please do. Go ahead.
So, let me put this very clear. I'm a very, very, I always love this podium, and I'm a great fan of this political lady fan.
Yes.
And now let me be very frank, and we should be. Let me just talk as a grown up.
Okay.
If you look at Odhiambo and Joaquin, and I want you to listen very keen, and I hope they are listening.
Yes. I am listening. I don't know about them.
I'm paying attention.
So you see how this started. Joaquin started by saying that he's a Bukusu bwana, by throwing his hands, right?
Okay.
And Odhiambo just simply replied that don't bring us your Ubukusu here.
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yes,
and
I had.
Now the Bukusu people, and I'm so disappointed now that Bukusu people are calling to tell Odhiambo how he has I don't know how to put it, but it was not right for Joachim to start interjecting when Odhiambo was talking. And yet now, because people are coming, knowing very well that Odhiambo is not supporting Sifuna. Now they are so much annoyed on Odhiambo.
But it is untrue that Odhiambo does not support Sifuna. Do you think Odhiambo doesn't support Sifuna?
Maybe it's political. I think Odhiambo is supporting the government.
Okay.
Look, I'm here. I can speak for myself. I've always said, my brother, and thank you for understanding, because you know me, when I'm misunderstood, I just keep quiet. Because Joachim is here. He said whatever he said. I simply reverberated what he said. And I'm here to speak for myself with regard to Sifuna. If there is one person in this country who from the early onset of Sifuna declaring his contest went in to talk to Sifuna's people in even ways to organize his campaign better, it is me. And I went with this Jagero in some very crucial meetings to help him even fashion this campaign properly. Okay? Why was I doing that? Because I believed that Sifuna is somewhere in the future of this country. Yes, I support President Ruto as my political candidate for 2027. I believe Sifuna could make a very good deputy president to President Ruto. If it is impossible, Sifuna could run a very good race other than the current opposition candidates to become president of this country. If Ruto can't win, I'd rather go with Sifuna.
Can I ask the caller a question?
Okay.
Are you there?
He's there.
Yeah, I'm still there.
Oh, so so you can remember everything that happened, right?
Exactly.
So before the altercation came in, who had the mic?
Let me answer you.
No, just mention the name. Who was prosecuting his point before the altercation came in?
There was a bit of turn taking. There was a bit of turn taking on one side to another. There was a bit confusion on who had the mic and who didn't. But and the way I was watching it, Joachim was interrupting each and everyone on all the time.
No. I want you to remain on the point of altercation.
Okay.
And give us the accounts, because if my memory serves me well, because it was not a very long time ago,
okay,
I was using the analogies of the two gentlemen.
Exactly.
That it is the people that comes first.
Exactly.
And the Constitution serves the people, right?
Exactly.
So what the people deem fit is what should carry the day.
Exactly.
So I said that when the people make a decision of the things they deem fit, that should be what carries the day.
Exactly.
And I made an example.
Exactly.
Of affordable housing.
Exactly.
That if the people say that to them affordable housing, because Odhiambo had made an assertion that justice is what people think it is, right?
Exactly.
And I say that if the people think that affordable housing is not justice enough, it is not justice. So that's where he chimed in. And he told me that I was belittling his point.
Actually, he dropped.
Making, he's not there.
Yes. He's dropped. I think he's dropped.
So I was to take him through the steps, but in this hour, we can end this thing. It's almost midnight.
Yes.
It's almost midnight.
It's not midnight, but I want to give you an opportunity to say your last words. I will start with Mr. Ambassador Kachola.
Sometime last month, that is in July 2026, the Office of the Attorney General did launch a multi-sectoral committee on legislative and reforms. And this particular committee, its main work is to identify legislative, structural, and policy gaps within the Constitution. This committee, in its few days of sitting, they recognize that already there are 64 parts of this Constitution that has already been declared unconstitutional by the courts.
64.
Yes, 64.
64 parts of the constitution that has been declared unconstitutional.
Yes.
But how do you declare
a constitutional text unconstitutional?
Between 2014 and 2024, there are 64 declarations that have been made by the court that are within the constitution that the court said are unconstitutional. Nearly 42 of them are said to be almost running obsolete. So this committee is going through the constitution, looking at the court decisions that have been made, and they will come up with a report on where we are with our constitution. Remember, before this, we had a constitution implementation commission. You remember? That was supposed to walk us through this journey of...
What happened to it?
I think their mandate ended. But it tells you that even at the time their mandate was ending, there are so many gaps within the constitution that ought to have been identified. So when AG Dorcas did form this committee that is looking at the constitution, they have already identified some gaps. And moving forward into the future, it is only good enough that they bring a report that will speak to the gaps that are already there, existing gaps, and how best to go about them. If some can be rectified within the parliament, better enough. If they cannot be rectified within parliament, then if they require plebiscite, let then the people decide on how they want their country governed. But as I said, it is time we look over our shoulders, we scan, as those who have practiced espionage, you can't just walk, you always have to scan around. So let us scan this constitution and then ask ourselves, is it really serving the interest of the people moving into the future? Finally, in one of the books...
Closer to the mic, because people, you're living in the way.
Yes. In one of the books titled The Essence of Decision Making, Jagero, one caller has made it very clear to you, and I think this Odhiambo decried it in the beginning, that you got to take charge. But even as such, I've always said here once, over and over again, that this conversation is not just for us. It's for those esteemed, as you normally say, the viewer is the most important person. They drive this show. We must be balanced in our conversation, balanced in the sense that when you are speaking, I must always listen. Just take turn, listen to you, take notes, and you've done well. You've given us pads here and
yeah, Joachim is not. Joachim, do you know how to use that one? Because today I have not seen you touching it.
What do you mean? Do I know?
Yeah, because today you have not. You really
I have written so many things, but you still have not seen.
You've written on that thing?
Yes.
Really?
I was there. You wasn't.
You wasn't, right?
No, you can pull down footages of me writing things here.
So it is only proper.
You can pull down footages.
When Jagero is speaking, I listen. If I disagree with you, I will always know. That's why this part is always full. Whenever someone is speaking, I note down where we don't agree. Then it is only better that we operate with lots of respect, decorum, and peace. Thank you.
All right, Joachim?
Is it afternoon? Or
I hope you guys are looking at the comments.
The comments are very many. How many people?
Let me see.
Yeah, there are so many comments going on.
Are your eyes also failing you?
My eyes are failing me.
I think it was a clever way of rejecting.
Someone has said they have to shake hands before.
Yeah, wanasema hapo kila mtu sikia Jagero. Need the NIS.
My NIS guy.
Someone has said don't shake Jagero. Don't shake Joachim's hands.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good idea.
Go ahead, Joachim.
By the way, you see, I am very aware and cognizant of the field that we are in.
Okay.
And in this field, this is a tip of an iceberg. In this field, even chairs can flow can fly. And we hope that it will not get to that point. Because in discussion of these matters, I don't know if you are paying attention.
Yes, I'm paying attention.
In discussion of these matters, I don't think it's anything personal.
Yeah.
It's just an opinion and a perspective of an individual on a particular issue. And I think we can always agree to disagree.
Yeah.
So and interjection kidogo makes the conversation juice. We don't want to make this like an NGO podcast where you go and you come out of it and it has 32 views. I go to this podcast and I get very tired.
Okay.
But the reason why Kenyans assemble at Political Headache, because it's real, there is life. When you interject me slowly, I should not see it as a cardinal sin. It's not. Because that's how conversations are happening. Even my wife interjects me when I'm delivering a very important point.
Yeah.
And therefore, on the issue of an election debt,
yeah.
First of all, we have to be cognizant of the fact that we are in this position because some people do not think that a constitutional text is worth being fidel to. Because they think that things can just run the way they deem fit. And as a party, we are very committed to making sure that the Constitution of Kenya is the one guiding our activities in politics. That's why we can even interpret the constitutional text, and the court agrees with us. And this is not bragging. This is issue-based politics. It's harder than any other politics that can ever be played in this country. And therefore, as we move forward, I do not think we should be personal with each other, because I don't remember calling my brother here any abusive word. Mbele ya Mungu, I have not. And he has accused me of disrespect. So I wonder which disrespect. Because the accounts that led to us having an altercation is the analogy I used. And I was the one on the mic. So, hiyo ni maneno kidogo. But anyway, I still maintain that the incumbency of President Ruto ends today.
Wamesema hapa. Wamesema hapa inaanza in the next 1 hour.
Yes, his legitimacy is ending in the next 1 hour. One term is closer than they can ever imagine.
Yeah.
That the president will now be in office because of the grace of the court, due to logistical nightmare. And you can see all the reasons everyone is raising. They're saying, hey, look, can we even campaign for 4 months? You can even be told to campaign for 2 days because all our records are out there. And we are not saying that we should be given leverage because we should campaign. We had already missed the constitutional deadline.
Mm.
So we are saying the incumbency of the President Ruto, the mandate given to him by the people of Kenya, ends at midnight.
Okay.
The following day, he's in court because of a constitutional crisis. And therefore, he has no leverage to tell us anything. He's at the mercy of the people. One term is coming very fast. Very fast.
Okay.
Nimeona leo akisema by God's grace he must win. Sisi tunasema by God's grace he should lose. Very early in the morning.
Okay.
Akwende kabisa.
Yeah, I think it's been one of the most unfortunate debates we've had on this podcast. I say unfortunate because we had a very pregnant discussion, which was around something very critical in this country. And we degraded this conversation to akin of bunge la wananchi. I want to apologize to Joachim. If there's anything that I said in this podcast that feels offensive to you,
no.
uniwachie.
Hii maneno ni kidogo bwana.
Lakini nataka kukuomba in the same breath that we from the first time we spotted you with Jagero, maybe the audience may not know, we knew there is somebody worth your salt to come and share with us a discussion. And I want to urge you that as we got you the first time, let's maintain that trajectory of maintaining peace and sobriety in this podcast so that you also understand the rules of debate. What made me angry and what made me go off is you interjecting repeatedly without letting...
Joachim,
he's misrepresenting fact.
No,
Jagero, we have to be
but he was talking and you were... No, Joachim. No.
Can I say something?
No. I think it
was me who was making a point.
No.
It was me.
The interjections, actually, Joachim was not once.
I agree with the interjections. But I was the one speaking.
You have spoken, and Odhiambo was silent. Whatever you said, whether he thought that was right or wrong, he was silent. And then now that you have finished, he's giving his last words. And that is important.
I am usually very gracious.
I think it is important that if you had forgotten something, you see, if you had forgotten,
you cannot accuse me falsely, and you want me to just keep quiet.
No, but
it was me.
But you have also talked about people developing balls, and he was okay with it.
Now, have I said people develop balls?
Yeah, thick skin. Balls, same thing.
Because it's an important
so develop some thick skins then.
It's not that
yes, develop some thick skin then and let him finish. Because it was actually your last words. Yes. Then we can Odhiambo finish. Odhiambo finish.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. So of course we observe rules of debate. I am a trained journalist who understands what we do here. We are journaling the nation, and we're journaling the events. And as we do this, we're doing it with a difference. Political headache gives it a different touch. That's why we are giving a chance to very young people to come and share very good opinions, which are not normal media talks. In finishing, I would like to say that yes, we are facing a real quagmire in this country in the question of the elections and the dates. Of course, it is true, Joachim is saying, that ideally we are having temporary incumbency of the president presumptively. It has no legal anchoring or legal founding, but presumptively it is there. As that is happening, let's not ever end up in this situation again. And the only curative position to go for is to go for a referendum. If we don't go that way, we will go to the level of anarchy. And if we don't have anarchy, the military takes over. We don't want to taste that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. John Tess, who has been on TikTok and on the cameras. I want to thank Mr. Frank, who has been on the deck, and our new sparkling photographer, Mr. Japija, who has been taking amazing photos. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. And the people of the audience, thank you very much. Today has been a little difficult, but you have been with us, you have surrounded us, and you have given your feedback on what needs to happen on political headache. I think that at some point, sometimes when you're trying to to go against the waves and against the grain, and it's very difficult to take control of the ship. So I apologize for everything that has happened. If it was my mistake that I needed to do better, I think that I accept. I could do better next time. I want to thank Mr. Kachola, who has been here. Thank you very much. Mr. Joachim, a very good friend of mine, the guy that we hang out with a lot. Thank you very much. Mr. Odhiambo, who has been a serious bedrock to this political headache. Thank you very much. To the people of the audience, the people that are always coming, they are still here with us, and many of them are still listening in. I want to thank you very, very much for every contribution, especially the town hall that you're having on the right. You are always talking, you are always saying something, you are always speaking on behalf on behalf of yourselves, behalf of your children, behalf of your family, and everybody else. Thank you very much. If you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. Follow us on social media, wherever you get your social media dose from. And until another episode, bye for now. Beautiful. All right, people of the internet, I hope that you're enjoying this episode very much. And I just had a break to tell you about my new book. Everybody says that there is no job. And that is true. Also, that was me 10 years ago. The problem is that everybody is trying to get a job in their town, in their city, in their marketplace. They ask friends for jobs, mothers call uncles, uncles call brothers, but there are no jobs. Let me tell you what no one is telling you. Jobs migrated online. What I actually mean is there are many, many jobs around the world and there is no one to do them except you. I work for Americans myself. I work for Europeans. I work for the Chinese. I work for the Australians. I work for the Canadians. And so, because I have done so much for myself, I said to myself, you know what? I should compile what I've been doing for the last 15 years. So in 2024, I wrote a digital book called Goldmine 18 Hustles for Africans. And then in 2025, AI came. People say AI is taking away our jobs. And for me, I'm going to say false. There are actually AI jobs. Jobs are not being taken by AI, but there are new jobs online that are there because of AI. Now, mimi ni nani? I created more jobs. And for now, in my new book, we have 25 online and offline jobs that you can leverage on if you do not have a job. So in this powerful volume 2, I share 25 new actionable online hustles specifically researched and tailored for Africans. My new book provides clear step-by-step guidance drawing from my extensive experience and research, including the mistakes I've made and lessons I've learned over the 15 years that I have worked online. So, what can you do online? You can become an executive assistant for busy folks in Europe, America, Canada, and get paid for tasks like watching videos and taking online surveys. Okay? You can build a lot of things. Build a business as a virtual assistant, start an e-commerce shop without capital, be an affiliate marketer, or you can also become actually an English tutor and tens of AI jobs. If you have a job, that is fine. But I also know that you can buy this book for that brother, for that sister, for that mother, for that cousin, for that husband who is watching Netflix all day at home. Buy it for your friend who is always asking for cash. That friend. Now, all the information is on the description below. You can also inbox me, you can WhatsApp me, or go to my website, which is odworjegero.co.ke.
Results. It says the information should be accessible to the IEBC, accredited auditors, independent experts, investigative institutions, and the courts. The call comes as the IEBC begins a new process to procure technology for the 2027 general election, igniting debate over transparency and verifiability of electoral system. Moture's proposal is part of a broader campaign to strengthen electoral integrity. The government has urged political leaders and other stakeholders to promote national unity and conduct responsible campaigns as the country enters a new political phase ahead of the 2027 polls. The Ministry of Interior has assured Kenyans that the elections will be peaceful and that all voters will be free to elect leaders of their choice without coercion or intimidation. Speaking during an education event in Kajiado County Interior, PS Raymond Omolo urged the youth to reject politics based on ethnicity, religion, and regionalism, and instead embrace their identity as Kenyans. Omolo has also called on citizens to take part in the national debate of the country's future beyond 2030, particularly on issues such as education, health, infrastructure, and development. The PS also praised the government of President William Ruto, saying it has allocated more than 780 billion shillings in the current budget to the education sector. As said, the government is also continuing to recruit teachers and construct about 28,000 classrooms across the country. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has hit out at his predecessor Rigathi Gachagua, accusing him of incompetence, saying days after the DCP leader mocked his voice and accused him of supporting efforts to divide Mount Kenya. In a statement on his X account, Kindiki said talking about his voice was the only contribution Gachagua could make to political debates. Kindiki said Gachagua's conduct was deplorable, alleging that he threatened his way into being Ruto's running mate in 2022 by organizing demos in Mathura and later wasted his 2 years as deputy president. Kindiki accused Gachagua of using his position in President Ruto's government to enrich himself while allegedly sabotaging it by inciting people against it. He also rejected Gachagua's claims that he sabotaged his campaign against illicit alcohol and drug abuse in the Mount Kenya region, saying he was never involved in politics while serving as interior CS. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tambur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at Spice FM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Hello?
Babe, sijakwambia.
Kila kitu iko sawa? Na atiwa season nakupelekaje?
Relax, siku imekuwa fiti. Kwanza hata nimemanage kufanya class yangu. Alafu as for the kids, do you know they beat your high score in football? We, na Taji, si ametumia hiyo kitchen kubake na tutorial zote. Taji! Aya, continue. Na si amebake.
Na by the way, naona Wanja amejanjaruka, ameweka Safaricom home fiber. Alafu, tukamalizia na movie night.
Visit My One app to get connected. Safaricom. Popote ulipo. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us
that these experts you came from Dubai and you found them, they already have set us looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And just like that, it's the 17th of August.
17th of August, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
There are 14 days left in the month of
7,
August.
yeah.
And then we're going to get to the 31st. And then, after that, it's done. September, you get into the ember months. And then once you get into the ember months, you're done.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How was your weekend?
Beautiful.
Is it?
Yes.
What did you not do?
What did I not do? Okay, I think question is, what did I do?
No, my question is, what did you not do?
I didn't do what I wasn't supposed to do.
In order to find out what you didn't do, then you must now.
So I didn't do what I wasn't supposed to do.
Oh, okay. So you behaved yourself, essentially, is what we're saying.
Yes, but I spent the weekend with amazing, beautiful people, mashallah. Gotta love it.
Well done.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you.
Gotta love it.
And the assumption is that you behaved yourself.
I did.
Very good.
I did.
This is what we aim for.
And you, how was your weekend?
It was okay. It was chilling, more or less.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I got a lot of research in, so I'm very happy.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's jolly. A step a day closer to Daktari.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Blinafa.
We'll get there. And then we got into the weekend. Of course, you got to look at what happened politically and all of this. And I'm already tired. And I don't think we can get tired because you know what? We still have a long way to go. Whereas we know that the campaigning period opens from May, June, July, and then into after that you're done.
Yeah.
It seems as though political temperatures are already quite hot, and we'll be discussing a number of those things today. So good morning, everybody. Haven't had a chance to see Marian, but I know that she's here. How are you? You're fine. Fantastic. She's even smiled, so that's great. Okay, so we're getting into the program this morning. This is the Situation Room. Dennis Atol, Aseto, and Ndndi Nyoro. With you this morning, let me let you know what our conversations will be. Hoping everybody did have a good weekend. We'll then be able to hear from you at some point this morning. Sawa. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And a very good morning to our audiences tuned in on KTN. And then, of course, there was a lot of sports action this weekend.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Cameroon in the WAFCON.
Did that
beautiful. Man, the Cameroonian goalkeeper just showed the world the stuff that she was made of. She deserved that trophy. My God. I just want to say that those women played some beautiful football that culminated in the final of the WAFCON. So Cameroon, you well deserved. And they did a fantastic job. And then now that we'll not be able to hear what the Premier League officially comes to opens with the Community Shield yesterday played between Arsenal and Manchester City. And Arsenal showed up.
Yeah.
They're still in their winning ways, it would appear.
So Community Shield is home, eh? Community Shield.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's essentially the match that you used to kick off the Premier League.
Yeah.
So that was fun to see. So that's kind of like what the weekend looked like. And then Homer Bay. Well, yeah. A lot of things will be said. And I think maybe we can just prepare ourselves for those many things that will be said.
Yeah.
For us to give information and to then, analyze, comment on. But at the end of the day, we need to be going towards a place where it's going to actually be for the people, for better for the people. So based on that, let me tell you what our conversations are going to look like today. It is Monday, so we're going to end it with Dear Mr. President. That happens this morning and at 9 o'clock. So we'll have a conversation with the president at 9, and we're going to be looking at whether democracy is under threat. Is it under threat? And first of all, maybe we're going to be defining what democracy is. We throw it around like, it sounds nice, democratic, operating within the democratic space, living out the elements and tenets of democracy. But do we really understand what that is? And if we do, then you can ask the question about whether it is actually under threat. We'll have that conversation with Dear Mr. President at 9 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, Rallies, Goons, and 2027 is political violence back. Frederick Okango is the strategic advisor, and Dr. Peter Mbai is the Secretary for Planning and Economic Affairs with DCP. I don't think it's even a question, is Goonism back? Yes, it is. I don't even think that it went anywhere for the longest time. It's back, and are Kenyans going to be accepting of this? It's a conversation that we will have at 8. We're going to start off our conversations this morning with the Professor Peter Kagwanja, who's the CEO of the Africa Policy Institute. 2027 tensions. The tension is rife, people. You can actually cut it with a knife. From partners to political rivals, realignments and betrayals. Let's have that conversation with Professor Kagwanja at 7. And so that's what it looks like. You know what? These conversations will help us align, inform, and educate ourselves about the things that are going on. And it'll also help us to then make decisions moving into the very near future. So Karibuni Sana, thank you for being here this morning. Always lovely to have you. Talk to us in a little bit about where you're tuned in from, and join us in this conversation this morning. I think that everybody listening from where they are is in the right place. So Karibuni Sana. And as we get into it, I'm curious as to which country you've taken us to this week.
It's just a country called Mauritius.
Oh, just over here.
Aputu Simbali. So it is Indian Ocean coast, around 800 kilometers off Madagascar. Now, capital city is Port Louis. Port Louis is Port Louis. The country's main commercial and administrative center is what we're being told, and it is famous for something called dodo bird. Famous dodo.
The extinct
bird.
dodo.
Yes, was the only home of the dodo and flightless bird that became extinct in the late 1600s. What do you think happened in the 1600s that the dodo disappeared?
I don't know. I think it just wasn't. I think people may have actually hunted it.
Yep.
Because from what we hear, it was a big bird. I think people hunted it, and then people did not, at that time, maybe in terms of what needed, there was never the imagination that this thing would go out or extinct. And I think that people also, or animals, then left it vulnerable for other animals to hunt their eggs. Yeah. And because it was a flightless bird, then it was easy to
hunt. It was easy to just get rid of it, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah. People. We're just the distraction this world knows, Let's just be honest. But the problem that we get from the people of Mauritius, and would relate to what happened to that bird. Wrong doesn't become right and evil doesn't become good just because it's accepted by a majority.
Wrong doesn't become right and evil doesn't become good just because it's accepted by a majority. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter whether we're going to all come here and talk about, it's the way we do things. Yeah. It's acceptable because that's the modus operandi. No, it is wrong. It is wrong. And I think that the sooner we embrace that and continue to pursue this path towards just doing the right thing, I think that we'll be better for it.
Yeah.
I think oftentimes you say, well, what is wrong? And I think what is wrong is that we fail to do right.
Yeah.
So often that the wrong becomes right.
Right.
And it's not. And we shouldn't be accepting of it.
Yeah.
I think that that's a proverb with a moral lesson this morning.
Yeah. I mean, just be a good person, do good. Because, like we keep saying, right? It starts wrong. You get, when it starts wrong, everything just becomes wrong. There is no day when something that started wrong will be right.
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, each and every single person knows what is right and what is wrong. If you can insert the correct pin in your phone, you can insert the correct pin in your ATM card. Imagine you know the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah.
Simple.
It's a choice that you make.
It's a choice that you
to go
make.
in one direction or another.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Yeah. Apart from that.
Apart from that. Did you say we're having a conversation with Kenyans at 9?
Yes.
You did? Okay.
Dear Mr. President.
Dear Mr.
I did.
President. Okay.
Well, perhaps. It's okay, I guess, for on time. It feels weird. There you go. There's the proverb in living color. All right. So very good morning to everybody. Where is it that you're tuned in from this morning? You might come in later and find that we've moved on. Shockaroo. But anyway, let's say hello to you this morning. Tell us where it is that you're tuned in from. Don Sabo says, good morning, Ndwanaseto. Good morning to you. Buonaseto.
Yes.
Unaulizwa?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if it's a question, but here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Is
no.
how we are starting this question. Homa Bay was dusty on. It was potholed, incomplete, boulders all over. Name it, it was hell. Yes. Is that being in government or bread-based?
Let me tell you, it's a good thing that they actually blocked the highways.
Right.
You know why? Because then they have been exposed for exactly who they are. You get what I mean? Individuals who are here saying we are in government, these individuals who've been in elective positions for a very long time, their responsibility is to give the people development that they rightfully so deserve, or lobby for that development to get there. That we saw what we saw, you know what? Good thing you actually blocked the roads, because now we see you for who you exactly are. Am I allowed to say useless? Useless when it comes to championing for development that should come to your people.
Oh, but come on, they told us already that the reason why this broad-based agreement was in place is because now you see development coming to places where you never saw it before. Now, if anything, if from what we saw yesterday is anything to go by, then you can actually kick the whole thing out and say, well, the broad-based government doesn't make sense. Yes. Just on that example alone. I'm just saying.
And I think if there is any leader who says we are in broad-based government for development to come to us, they do not understand that as a legislator, you are in charge of budgeting and allocation of resources. You have the power to bring a motion in the House to summon the cabinet secretary for roads, for transport, to ensure that these things come to your area.
But we don't need to do that because we have a broad-based.
You see? That's the idiocy that does exist, because broad-based is not above the law.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let us see them for who they are. It's a good thing they actually blocked that road, because the world would not have seen this.
That is very true.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting ride ahead, because we've been told all this time that development has... In fact, the governor for Homa Bay talked about the fact that she is very impressed with this, because now we've seen development come to Homa Bay in a way in which it had never been seen before. So now that's the development that we're talking about.
The bay is
Get yourself another bay, Homer.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just, okay. Henry says, good morning, Spice. Tulikuwa Homa Bay. When minds unite and share a common purpose, they create a force capable of overcoming massive challenges and changing the world. Sisi Sifuna are moving together. Yep. All right. Peter Kiarie says, good morning. Stop wishing your life was better. Be better. Act better. Speak better. Eat better. Move better. Start today. Peter, I just love you, because I think that speaks to me also, because I had a moment over the weekend where I was lamenting. and I can be better, if I can be better in everything that I do, then perhaps everything will just be better.
It also makes sense to me because pretty much as we came to the close of last week, you know exactly where I was at, right? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Perfect, because it's just a reset button. You're like, you know what? At the end of the day, you don't need to dwell in things that bring you down. Be the bigger person. Look at the bigger picture. Smile. Be with those that you love.
True.
Yep.
I agree. On the Be Better, 100% Peter. Simon Kibiru says, good morning, Spices. New day and new week. Waiting for today's great conversation. Homa Bay. Where? Hey, if that's your bay.
Yeah.
James says, hello. As a bad breath, insincerity hard to hide. Is hard to hide, I guess what you're trying to say. If the KK regime really means well in sports, why is Kirigiti Stadium, which they found complete, remain closed until tomorrow? Or someone already ate the tithe? Okay, James. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, Spice FM. How are you all this morning? We're fine, thank you. Thanks be to God, we arrived safely from Yemen to Homa Bay. Oh my God. In order to understand this statement, you have to be well aware of things that are going on.
Yeah.
To Homa Bay voters, do the overhaul. Hakuna kiongozi, all are lords of poverty, is what you're saying this morning. Robert Mbogo says, good morning, everybody tuned in from Mombasa. Kimiak, good morning. Says, yesterday, the people of Homa Bay went to collect their president from goons and deliver him. That was a reminder to all of us that nothing good will come out of the Kenya Kwanza administration. Good morning.
Kimiak.
Hisa Daniel says, good morning, Spice family. Gladys Anaringa na Homa Bay kunakaa kama Nepal. Have you? Where? Nepal was just chilling. Boba Coco says, good morning, Spice team. Nddu and Dennis. This is Dennis, not Denise. Denise would be his twin sister.
It's okay.
But it's okay. Bob, listening all the way from Kendu Bay. Another bay.
Yeah,
another bay.
Is in Homa Bay.
It's in Homa Bay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
Now we didn't know why Wanga and Kaluma and their cohorts didn't like the Linda Mwananchi team in Homa Bay. Zero performance. Oh, now we know why. All right. I see. Get it, Bob. Wakapiela Luhimbo says, good morning, my favorite station. As usual, tuning from Darren TZ. I'm here full charge for the day and the week. Looking forward to the conversations, especially today. Especially today, following the weekend political drama. We'll follow it. Miss 1982, I see you. Good morning, happy new week, Spices. The beautiful princess and the couture gentleman, Aseto, Tulambe Glucose, and do this once more. Let's go. Washari Anjero says, good morning, Team Spice. Nddu and Dennis watching from Portland in Oregon. Cry, my beloved country. Yeah, unfortunately. Hello, Princess Nddu and Aseto, says Leo. Can the students in secondary school be given tours to university that offer their career paths and experience what they are learning and what to expect from the exams? I think that is actually a brilliant idea. Yes. And in progressive jurisdictions, this is actually what you have going on. It should actually happen for you to have conversations with them. Roger Nyange says, good morning, tuning from Bidikani and Voi. Goons here, goons there. It's goon land. Expecting another warning, threatening Rigathi Nehuru, downplaying the goon threats to the motherland. That's what's going to happen. Monday is bound to be very interesting. Yeah. Christina says, good morning. Has politics ever made you hate yourself? Well, since yesterday, I've hated my roots. I wonder why my mother left all tribes. Akajipata kwa my tribe. My tribe is evil. I'm ashamed. Why, Christina? Even though tunamuka leo asubuhi. Small, oh, my sister, I beg. Just take it easy. Hate is a very, very strong word. But let's see. Let's talk about it. Yeah. Okay? Let's talk about it this morning. We will. And we'll see how we can maybe offer up a glimmer of hope then moving into the next couple of days. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, Spice FM team. The water cannons used against protesters cost 16 to 20 million shillings. Can fire hot water at protesters? High intensity led to temporarily blind protesters. Nothing like a fire department though. Okay, yeah. Tibbs. Wanda says, good morning. Nddu and Aseto from Toronto. Haitian gang started as political goons who outgrew their patrons to become the criminal syndicates. Today, they act as a parallel state. Kenya didn't see this. This is the thing. Yeah. You have to see that these ingredients that you're seeing playing out in Kenya were recipes for disaster in many parts of the world where until now are being called quasi-failed states.
Yes.
You can't ignore it. And the nature of the violence, that people can be paid to instigate this kind of violence, is just, to me, it's crazy.
Guys, it starts wrong.
Be better. Why? Yeah, that's what we're looking at, guys.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to talk about a lot of these things this morning, and maybe just kind of like see if we can reset this thing and bring us to book. Sawa. All right. Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. Abdi Zakali says, good morning. New week, an opportunity to improve watermelons and waves. What are you saying? Christina says, instead of affordable housing in Homa Bay, ni si wajengewe barabara. Afadhali zetu za kwa, we go for shopping in Sophia shopping center kwa Lami. I've been to that specific Sophia shopping center.
Yeah.
Don't even ask me, but I know. It's not too far from Ngoli, but don't ask me how I know.
Okay.
But we just keep it moving.
Let's move.
Rose Grace says, good morning, Ndndi Nyoro. Blessed week ahead, dear ones, and to you too. Mad Max scenes like yesterday, I tell you, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Osana Emily says, good morning. Primitivity at its best displayed in Homa Bay. How has the leadership benefited with all, if not rotten eggs splashed on their faces? Great week ahead. And to you too. Nyandika says, good morning. Good people here. Dusty Homa Bay made my goons not recognize me. Karibu wanikamate. All right. Happy New Week, Mutuflani. I'm not calling for another region. Yeah, man. It is defeating the greater purpose of achieving a greater Kenya, and we lead to further digging our heels. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
It's a little too messy to keep quiet, guys. Good morning from Yeri, says Gathua Gashora. Good morning to you, Gashora. Irene Kenywa says Homa Bay rewards equals goons plus their fees equals Okalau equals development. I'm not sure about that math, but okay. Paulo says good morning. At least Linda Mwananchi made us see the remote side of Homa Bay, the Yemen side of Kenya. Yikes. Nancy Abura says good morning, Team Spice. Watu HB, how are you? HB ni wa Homa Bay.
Homa Bay.
So what we're talking about today. Mnachafua the 6 with dust. Shame on you. I like how you spelled shame on you. Washo Gatoto says, good morning, my darling Ndu. And I said, good morning, Washo. Truth and morality are not decided by popularity. It is a reminder to have the courage to stand by your principles, even when you are standing in the minority. Kabisa. Oh, man, Washo, you've said it.
Yeah.
You might find like you're an island. Stand on it. It doesn't matter. It will pay. I think there's a phrase, I really love that phrase in Kiswahili. Itajipa. That's what it will pay.
Yeah, it will pay.
It'll pay. It will pay. Faith Sander says, good morning. Did you get another Bay Homa? I did.
Yeah.
You did. It's funny, isn't it? Faith, good morning. Good morning to Ndana Sato, she says. Irene Kenywa says, good morning. Homa Bay, tunataka power through our brothers selling birthrights. Marley Paul says, what we need most is peace. You will understand that when you are in the tourism industry that thrives in a peaceful environment, and the moment you have chaos, all the tourists will disappear and we go. Yes, that's true. It's an element of it, but it is very true.
Takawiri is in Homa Bay, right? Just saying.
All right.
Just saying.
Dennis Mramba says, good morning, Mbele. Good morning, Mbele, and the best of civic educators. Keep up the good work. What is being experienced in Kenya is a very early warning for the country going to the dogs. The KK administration knows. Somebody knows, that's for sure. Ernest Shipale says, good morning. Please check on radio signals. It's not working in Kantafu, Kangundo Road. Allah, you're in Nairobi. We're going to assume that you're in Nairobi. You should be fine. 94.4, bro. Try that. Sawa. Drift Session says, good morning. Bay Area, welcome to Kenya. Which Bay?
Homa Bay.
Homa Bay. Yeah. Good morning, my lovely people. Tuned in from 001. I was disappointed by my country leadership, says engineer Julius Opan. Why hire goons to block roads for other leaders? Convince people, but don't force them to support your peers. And I think for me, that is political maturity, where you understand that if you're truly pushing an agenda that makes sense, you are not going to need to mudsling or counter the other.
You don't.
Let anybody say what they want to say. If you're standing on business, you don't have to worry about what anybody else says.
Yeah.
But the mere fact that you want to stop them from coming means that perhaps you're a bit wobbly.
True.
In your own
ideology.
You
want to hide something.
You have to think it's You have to think it and see what I'm saying. It's true. Andrew Shearer says, good morning. Deno acha kukatch my feelings. Kenya in a die prayers. Good morning, Spices. Let's do our best in all we do. Seattle thinking about our beautiful country. Okay. Linda Gola says, bonjour. How long has devolution been around? 13 years. Have the counties been getting... So it's been around since the 2010 constitution, but practiced and established since 2013. All right. Have the counties been getting more allocations for development?
Yes.
Marginalization may have been there, but it is time to stop using it as an excuse.
Thank you.
Kabisa. Tell me something else. Oscar Oguta, the current ODM are a disgrace and the embarrassment to Raila's legacy. Raila fought for the Constitution 2010 to try to cure the mess, but unfortunately, the leadership are always letting him down. Well, Raim Sulomo says, good morning, tuning from Nairobi. Into the British couple traveling from London to Nairobi by road. They have finally reached. Hallelujah. When did they reach? By road. Wow. How long did it take them? Do tell. The 2000 says it's about time the Kenyans stop lying to ourselves that we are truly sovereign. The presence of foreign military boots on Kenyan soil should force us to question what sovereignty really means. Yeah, because I keep asking, where in the UK, somewhere in Cheshire or somewhere in Birmingham, do you see Kenya Defence Forces, just literally roaming around? Just, Yeah, Jay.
Nowhere.
No, thanks.
Nowhere.
I'm just saying. I absolutely agree with you. You're right. The 2000. Paulo Laka, we see, say Happy New Week. Shame on the leaders of Homa Bay. Leonard Cheng says goo. I think you're trying to say good morning, but we'll take the goo. All right. Maxio Pondo says good morning, you wonderful people. After the Afghan experience, all public workers must use public hospitals and Vumbi roads. Hopefully they'll do something about it. Yes. Dennis has been saying, let them send their children to the schools. Let them go to hospital in the public arena. Let them.
Let them.
In fact, make it a law.
Yeah.
The things that Kaluma said should send him to jail. Should land him in jail.
I'm still asking.
Let us just be very honest.
Let's be honest.
That the things that he said, he too should have been arrested and had a conversation with the DCI.
We should be seeing 80 plus, if that is the standard, 80 plus police officers going for him. Because let me tell you, there is translation part of it when you're being told. When you understand what he's saying, and it hits different. You know exactly he was speaking to emotions and the hearts of people. That we're seated here today and the gentleman is still perambulating somewhere is wrong. We cannot live in a country where we are applying justice selectively.
I don't care what side of the political divide you are on. These are the things that we're talking about. I'm going to urge you. I think the tape, I have them, I actually have some of the recordings. But the tape of what was said before war or this massacre broke out in Rwanda, of the things that were being said is no different from what the likes of Kaluma was saying just over the weekend. You guys, it's the same thing. This is part of the conversation that we're going to have with Prof at 7 o'clock, because what on earth? What? On what? What on earth? So, Marley, you're right. Good. Robert, I think you're also good morning. Good morning to you. Leonard Ochieng says good morning Ndndi Nyoro. Alafu after hii groundwork yote atisifuna akwe deputy president. Hiyo mchezo atutaki. Kalonzo is just chilling, waiting to be named the presidential candidate. Maybe that's what the watermelons are for. Isakari says good morning TSR. Here I am covered in dust. Now I have a Homer at the hospital bay.
Smooth.
Where is Akale? Need to be checked. Oscar Oguta says, today, truly Ruto has won to dismantle and destroy ODM. Such a sad story. That's why most of us were against Raila joining broad-based from the beginning. Levi Moriasi says, good morning, Ndndi Nyoro. This is Levi Moriasi from Mamboleo Kisumu. I love how you announce yourself. My son Asher does the same thing. He calls me and says, hi, Mom. I'm Asher. So I know. So good morning to you, Mamboleo. I hope this is morning. I hope this morning you may spell Jina Lako correctly. Kabisa, well done.
Makofi.
Happy hours ahead, indeed. Makofi kwako kabisa. Gadhua Gashara, we see you. Good morning from the beautiful Nyeri. I just hope Sifuna didn't get Homer. Ugly is an understatement. It was crazy. Yeah. Wakama says, good morning. Ndndi Nyoro still in Dublin. Okay, Yani Kenya is unlike any other. It's too much. I was so anxious for you guys this morning. Please, hata mwecheche inauliza tutadu. Musema Ukweli says, now imagine 99% of police and security officers crying to Rigiji hawasaidie. They have rejected being used to attack Kenyans and destroy properties by Kasonga and Murkomen, let's take back our country. Okay. Bernard Jabari says, Sasa Wanga Kotuta, but nothing much to show, surely. Ephraim Katem says, good morning. I'm wondering the chief goon seats in the cabinet. Where are we heading? That's a good question. I'm going to get through this quickly. Walla la la la. Irene Kenya, we see you. Bwangi Juma, good morning. Abdizaziz Omar. Eric Homo, good morning to you. Eric from Lukenya, radio frequency is not clear at all. 94.4. You should be fine. There's no signal in his lands. Check it, because 94.4 all around Nairobi. Eric Award, devolution was the greatest con ever pulled on Kenyans, is what you're saying. It seems like we may not have signal in Nairobi. Rahim Tula Omar, last week after 222 days. Herbert Shikukane says, good morning. Turkana is much better than Homa Bay. Okay. And Owen, good morning. The vibing duo. Tell Kenyans to vote wisely for the much fought for devolution to work. That's why Muranga looks different from dusty Homa Bay. Ni kweli ni Bay ya Homa. Kebesa. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, everybody. Karibu Sana. It seems like we might be having a problem in Nairobi. We'll get to that and let you know about that in just a minute. All right. A very good morning to you. And thank you for being here. Getting to everybody. Yikes. Time is running away. But let's take a look at what's happening in the skies and on the roads. And then we'll come back and take a look at what's going on in the headlines. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni Sana.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
All right, it's 12 degrees and partly sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see a high of 25, and then into Eldoret at 13. It's mostly clear. 15 and sunny in Nakuru at 15, and light rain showers in Nyeri. Clear skies at 20 into Kisumu, and it's 16 and clear in Kakamega. Mombasa at 23 is partly cloudy, and it's 25 and mostly cloudy in Malindi. 18 and sunny in Marsabit, and we're looking into a clear Kampala at 18 degrees. It's 21 and partly sunny in Dar es Salaam. 8 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, while it's mostly clear at 25 in Lagos. It's 18 and cloudy in London, and 30 and mostly